In the Blackstone town hall behind a desk piled with documents, a stern middle-aged woman glanced at the files, and then at the young man across from her. Wu Heng nodded. Yes, a professional necromancer. The woman frowned, her eyes full of doubt. Before he could answer, she continued, the kingdom allows necromancers, but no city welcomes one within its walls. As she spoke, the noisy hall fell silent. Everyone turned to look, their eyes full of curiosity and strangeness. As if puzzled why anyone would choose necromancy in this era, Wu Heng said calmly, Thank you for the reminder, Lady Moira. I will abide by the laws and regulations of the kingdom and Blackstone town. The middle-aged woman studied his expression carefully. Without further comment, she pulled several documents from a drawer and handed them over. Read these carefully, then sign your name. Restrictions on Undead Act, Undead Minion Registration Procedure, Corpse and Skeletal Remains Protection Act, Application Guide for Dark Magic Experiments, Human Experimentation. Taking the documents, Wu Heng saw the names, and his eyes widened. The Kingdom of Yek allowed necromancers, but added more restrictions every year. These included forbidding the private conversion of skeletons' corpses and other undead, prohibiting corpse experiments and dark magic research. Theft of corpses and experimentation on bodies were serious crimes. A necromancer who could not convert undead or conduct magical research had a bleak future. Not only was his academic future dim, but his combat ability was essentially crippled. That was why everyone was so surprised to hear necromancer. Wu Heng had known a little, but not that it was so strict. He read through, carefully signed each document, and handed them back. The middle-aged woman checked them carefully, then instructed, Good. The process is complete. Remember the content of these acts. I don't want to see you again on the gallows. I will remember your words. Wu Heng bowed, and then walked out. Leaving the hall, he could still hear discussions about himself behind him. For a young man with black hair and black eyes who chose necromancy, everyone was puzzled. Leaving the hall, he ignored the discussions behind him. He wondered what terrible thing necromancers had done to be treated this way. So many restrictions were made for one profession. This basically cut off the development of the profession. As Lady Moira said, choosing necromancy was putting on a shackle. He could not summon undead or experiment with magic. There was basically no future. But Wu Heng still chose this profession. Not only was it the only magical profession available to him, but more importantly, he believed he could develop necromancy in a better direction. Walking out of the town hall with a thought, a transparent panel appeared before him, visible only to himself. Name Wu Heng. Profession Necromancer. Level 1 10,300. Attributes Strength 9, Agility 11, Constitution 12, Intelligence 14, Perception 10, Charisma 12. Skills Bone Servitude. The panel appeared after his class change. He had a profession attribute skills just like in a game. It allowed him to see his physical state more intuitively. He left the central area and entered a smithy on a commercial street. As he stepped through the door, he smelled linseed oil. Boss, I've come to pick up the weapons I ordered this morning, Wu Heng said to the counter. The middle-aged blacksmith put down the sword he was polishing and looked up. Oh, it's you. They're over there. 7 silver coins total. Wu Heng confirmed the weapons he had bought, an iron sword and a short spear. Both were chosen in the morning. He counted out 7 silver coins and placed them on the counter. What happened this morning? The blacksmith asked, casually pocketing the coins. Wu Heng had been taken away by guards just after choosing his weapons. The blacksmith thought he was in trouble, but he returned before noon, unchanged. I just arrived in Blackstone town. They made me register at the town hall. I didn't know the process. Registration? That requires registration. The blacksmith frowned. He had never heard of such a thing. Blackstone town had many outsiders. It would be busier than the market. They just asked my name, told me to follow the rules. I was a bit nervous too, Wu Heng said with a smile, scratching his head. Huh. Those guys are just bored, they meddle and everything. But no harm done, the blacksmith laughed, comforting him. Wu Heng smiled and nodded. He packed up the weapon, said goodbye to the blacksmith, and left the shop. Without lingering, he left the commercial district and headed toward the residential area in the northern part of the city. Passing through dark alleys, he arrived at his rented place. The room was small, with a living room and a bedroom. Besides a table, chairs, and a wooden bed, there was little else. The furnishings were simple. He put his backpack and weapons aside, took a piece of bread from the table, and ate to fill his stomach. He thought about the attitude of Blackstone town toward necromancers. It felt like he was a criminal on parole, with every action watched. In the city, I need to stay low-key and slowly improve myself. He balled up the remaining bread and stuffed it into his mouth. He stood up, picked up the iron sword and spear in one hand, and with the other took off the bronze key hanging around his neck, then gently turned it in the bedroom door. As the door opened, a curtain of light appeared inside. On the other side, not the familiar bedroom, but a scene like a reflection in a mirror. Wu Heng took a deep breath and stepped directly into the image appearing on the other side. As his senses returned, a strong stench of decay filled the air. The familiar desk, wooden bed, monitor, and speakers. From outside the window came a beast-like roar. He was back in the familiar yet unfamiliar modern world. Looking out the window, a crowd of zombies gathered below their torn clothes, revealing protruding bones and open entrails. They pushed and bumped into each other, wandering aimlessly. Among them, he could see some familiar figures. Just as I thought. About half a month ago, Wu Heng obtained an ancient bronze key. Inserting it into any door and opening it would create a passage to another world. This reminded Wu Hung of novels he had read, where the protagonist could travel between worlds by will. He just had a more primitive method, needing a key to manually open the door. But it didn't matter. Being able to go through was enough. The method wasn't important. The initial location of the other world was a remote village. It was poor and backward, and the villagers were very xenophobic. Wu Hung then found a passing caravan, and after half a month's journey arrived at the nearest city, Blackstone Town. Just as he was planning to use the key to trade goods between the two worlds and achieve financial freedom, the world changed completely. The modern world he remembered had disappeared. Instead, he saw hordes of zombies wandering around, and there was a loud banging on the door in the corridor. Wu Hung was stunned. He had just spent half a month on the road ready to get rich. His home was gone. Looking at his city turned into this, a vague gloom enveloped his heart. He didn't know the reason for all this. But he could imagine that if the zombie outbreak had happened while he was traveling in the other world, he would have become one of them. It was said that electricity could be stored and would last for months even without generation, but here the power was out and the water was unsafe to drink. Fortunately, Blackstone Town could provide for his living needs. He pulled the curtains shut again, picked up his prepared weapon, and walked out of the bedroom. There were not many items in the living room. Many things had been taken to Blackstone Town to exchange for money, and in this situation, they were basically useless. In the corner stood a skeletal warrior with pale bones. This was a zombie that had been hanging on the iron basket outside his window last time he returned. After killing it, he tried to summon it. Thus, he gained this undead summon. Skeleton Warrior level 10-100, attributes Constitution 10, Strength 12, Agility 8. Traits Hollow Skeleton. The bone manipulation art had two forms of summoning. One was summoning from a corpse, where the form and attributes of the summoned creature were greatly influenced by the original body. Collect scattered bones, and when enough are gathered, a skeleton soldier can be summoned. Take it. Wu Hung handed the iron sword to the skeleton. Clatter. The sound of bones rubbing echoed. The skeleton warrior in standby mode raised its stiff arm and grasped the iron sword handed to it. It remained in that sword-holding pose, waiting for the next command. Wu Hung also picked up another short spear, testing it a few swings. After thinking, he also found a pot lid in the kitchen and tied it to his arm as a shield. After making final preparations, he approached the entrance door and pressed his ear against it. He could faintly hear the sound of footsteps and the scraping of feet on the ground. It sounded like there were not many zombies in the stairwell. If there were only one or two, dealing with them should be no problem. As long as he could kill one, the number of skeleton warriors would increase. Even if there was danger, as long as he wasn't infected, he could retreat. The advantage was with me, no big problem. After thinking it through, he no longer hesitated. He let the skeleton warrior also come to the door, took a deep breath, and directly opened the door. As the door slowly opened, a stronger, more unpleasant stench hit his face. His throat itched, and he instinctively wanted to cough, but he held it back for fear of attracting zombies. He forced back the cough. Opening the door fully, he could see the blood-stained and scratched walls of the corridor, the dark red muddy floor, a scene as shocking as a horror movie. Lucky no zombie immediately encountered upon leaving. Out. Wu Hung ordered in a low voice. The skeleton warrior holding the iron sword obeyed and walked out. Wu Hung left the door slightly ajar and followed. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a zombie at the turn of the stairs below. Hearing the sound, it turned its head and looked up. Its hair was matted with blood, scabs, skin gray, and covered with black veins, mouth open, revealing black jagged teeth. It was the old lady from the second floor. Wu Hung recognized her. She had even said she would introduce someone to him. It seemed that was no longer possible. The sudden appearance of a human and a skeleton startled the zombie as well. Then it let out an angry roar and charged up the stairs. Kill him. Wu Hung was nervous but gave the order decisively. He had to face the zombies. This was the first step to continue. The skeleton warrior immediately charged forward with its sword. The zombie lunged upward, ferocious, while the skeleton warrior stood above, taking advantage of the height, swinging the iron sword downward. Thud. The sound of flesh being pierced. The iron sword struck heavily on the zombie's shoulder. The zombie felt no pain, but its body sagged, and its foot stumbled on the stairs, causing its upper body to go under the skeleton's crotch. Flailing its arms, it bit toward Wu Hung's groin. This attack almost made him lose his offspring. He quickly retreated. After getting some distance, he looked down at his lower body to confirm he was safe, then breathed a sigh of relief. The zombie, still stuck under the skeleton, kept roaring. Thud. The skeleton warrior's second sword thrust downward, the iron sword piercing through the zombie's body. Wu Hung, holding the short spear, also thrust toward the zombie's eye socket. Tap. The zombie waved its arms, and the spear hit the forehead instead. The skin split, but the skull was not pierced. The zombie struggled more violently, directly climbing up, nearly toppling the skeleton. Then the skeleton and the zombie tangled together and rolled down the stairs. Wu Hung gripped the iron spear, intending to coordinate with the skeleton to kill the zombie. Suddenly, he heard rapid running footsteps from above. Another zombie covered in rotting flesh quickly ran down. Seeing Wu Hung, it leaped directly down the stairs. Damn! A sense of crisis surged in his heart. Without time to analyze strategy, Wu Hung raised his left arm's shield diagonally upward and met the impact. With a bang, the zombie was knocked off from midair, black blood splattering everywhere. Wu Hung staggered back, hitting the wall behind him. The zombie rolled down the stairs. Wu Hung gritted his teeth, stood up, and thrust his iron spear at the rolling zombie. The rotten body showed strong resilience. Stabbing its body felt like stabbing soft leather. After several thrusts, no fatal damage was done to the zombie. The zombie quickly got up and attacked again. Wu Hung blocked with the shield and thrust the short spear at the zombie's chest and abdomen. This was troublesome. If he was scratched or bitten, he would be done for. He glanced at the slightly ajar door behind him, considering whether to retreat first. A prompt appeared in his ear. Experience 10. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Experience 5. He glanced down. The battle at the corner was over. The Skeleton Warrior had used the advantage of the weapon to split the zombie's head and kill it. Come up, kill this target. The Skeleton Warrior quickly walked up, stood in front of Wu Hung, and swung the iron sword again at the zombie. The skeleton and the zombie fought in a similar style, with almost no defensive moves. All attack moves. Freed from the zombie's entanglement, Wu Hung quickly retreated to the corner downstairs and used the bone manipulation art on the dead zombie. The necromantic magic enveloped the corpse. The zombie's flesh melted like hot wax, and a human skeleton stood up, supporting itself on its hands. Go attack. Wu Hung pointed to the fighting position upstairs. The newly risen skeleton warrior, receiving the order, charged up with bare hands. Wu Hung shook his arm to relieve the pain from the impact. The pot lid in his hand was already twisted and deformed, but it had served as a simple shield, blocking the zombie's pounce at a critical moment. Zombies were not that strong in attack. The most troublesome thing was the toxins in their bodies. If bitten or scratched, he would die unfairly. The battle above continued. The two skeletons cornered the zombie, one with a sword, the other with fists, attacks raining down like raindrops. Black blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Finally, amid the zombie's angry roar and tearing, a sword pierced its neck. The body went limp and collapsed. Experience 10. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Experience 5. Experience increased again, just like playing a game in the past. This was also why he chose to be a necromancer. Blackstone Town did not allow him to practice magic or summon undead. But he had this world. He could rely on the zombies of this world to level up and accumulate power. Once he had power, the restrictions on necromancers in Blackstone Town would naturally be resolved. Use bone manipulation art. Slosh. The flesh fell off, and a third skeleton warrior stood up again. Before he could do anything, two more zombies slowly walked up from downstairs. Both looked up at the same time. Attack. The three skeletons turned their skulls, stiffly hollow eye sockets fixed on the target. Upon spotting the zombie, they rushed down the stairs and charged straight into battle. Two unarmed skeletons engaged one zombie each, while the sword-wielding skeleton stood to the side, its iron blade striking repeatedly at the zombie's body. Wu Hung followed, using his shield to block the reaching claws and splattering blood. With his short spear, he thrust blindly through the skeleton's hollow frame into the zombie's flesh. Again and again, he repeated the stabbing motion. The short spear had been his only choice after trial and error. Drawing a bow was extremely difficult, and accuracy required long practice. Frequent shooting, while maintaining precision, was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Swords were the most common weapons in Blackstone Town, but during his attempt, he nearly slit his own throat. Heeding the blacksmith's advice, he chose a short spear instead. Thrusting and striking could still deliver considerable damage. As a beginner, it was relatively easy to handle and wouldn't cause self-injury. Soon the two zombies lured up were killed together, their bloody bodies collapsing in a wretched heap. In truth, Wu Hung recognized these zombies. They were all neighbors from the same corridor, but now they had become enemies. He cast bone control art, and two skeleton warriors rose again. Seeing no more zombies rushing up, he thought for a moment and ordered, "Follow me back." Then he led the skeletons and returned to the room. After closing the security door, Wu Hung sat on a chair to recover his strength. Though the skeletons had done most of the fighting, the intense mental strain and exertion left him exhausted. Statistically, his strengths were not in physical power or stamina. Yet for now, ordinary close-range attacks were all he had. After a short rest, Wu Hung went into the kitchen and found a cleaver, a fruit knife, and a hammer. He gave them to three of the skeletons, and for the last one, unable to find anything else, he used a mop as a makeshift weapon. The cleaver was actually a good choice, fully capable of replacing the skeleton's main weapon. Later, when he had money, he would consider buying iron swords from Blackstone Town to equip them. Having rested enough, Wu Hung stood up again, ready for the next battle. Back in the cold corridor, his feet felt the sticky sensation of blood and flesh. "You three walk in front of me." Wu Hung pointed at three skeletons. With three in front and two behind, they guarded him in the middle as they descended the stairs. A door on the second floor was open. He led the skeletons inside for a look and found no zombies. The homeowner had been the zombie killed earlier. He found two cleavers in the kitchen, replacing the mop and fruit knife. Then he continued down to the first floor, cautiously peeking around the corner. The green stairwell door was battered and scarred, but still tightly shut, blocking the outside and the stairwell. Faintly, he could hear the sound of claws scratching at the door. Fortunately, the door was closed, otherwise if the zombies outside burst in, it would be a tough fight. He ordered the skeleton warriors to pile debris against the door, completely sealing it. After all, it was unlikely to be used again. Once the blockade was complete, Wu Hong began his next plan. He approached the first apartment door, took out the bronze key, and turned it gently. The door cracked open slightly, revealing a pale white light screen through the gap. When the lock opened, Wu Hong pulled out the key. After a few seconds, the light screen from the other world vanished, revealing the living room of the first-floor apartment. The living room was dim, but there were no zombies in sight. Bang! Bang bang! As he stepped into the living room, violent pounding came from the bedroom door. After a few blows, the flimsy door shattered. 2 zombies in pajamas stumbled out. Attack! Wu Hong commanded again. The scattered zombies no longer posed a threat. Instead, they became experience packs, increasing his experience while adding to the number of skeleton warriors. With a clatter, the skeleton warriors swarmed forward, surrounding the zombies, their cleavers rising and falling in relentless strikes. The scene was brutal, yet oddly satisfying. The zombies barely fought back before being hacked to death in the living room. Wu Hong walked over, cast the bone control art, and 2 skeleton warriors stood up again. After confirming there was no danger, Wu Hong first went to the kitchen. There he found 2 more cleavers and distributed them to the newly risen skeleton warriors. Then he began ransacking the place, searching for useful items. After all, life in Blackstone Town required money. If this world hadn't turned into this, he could have gotten rich much more easily. There was stored rice and flour and well-preserved pickled goods in the fridge. But with Blackstone Town, food wasn't too important. He closed the fridge and continued rummaging through the bedroom wardrobe, pulling out a few stylish-looking clothes. Then there was cash, bank cards, property documents, and some paper deposit slips. In the dressing table, he found a few pieces of women's gold jewelry. Cash and bank cards were now useless, but gold jewelry still held value. As he was about to leave, his eyes fell on the ornament at the entrance. On the shoe cabinet by the door sat a jade cabbage. It had a wooden base and a translucent cabbage-shaped top about 30 centimeters long, not a small piece. Wu Hong examined it, then hugged it, and left. He then led the skeleton warriors to the next room. He lived in an old residential area with 6 floors and 3 apartments per floor. Wu Hong with his skeletons opened each door, killed the zombies inside, and looted useful items. At 5 in the afternoon, he and his skeletons had swept through the entire building. In the not-so-spacious living room, skeleton warriors wielding cleavers and fruit knives stood in neat rows, casting a chilling gloom over the entire space. He counted 17 skeleton warriors in total. The number was lower than expected, but still decent. At least today's operation had gone smoothly. Among the skeletons, the sword-wielding one had the highest experience, having reached 55 points thanks to its weapon advantage, still a bit short of leveling up. If tomorrow went as smoothly as today, reaching level 2 would be no problem. The day's battle had also helped him figure out how skeletons gained experience. Apart from Wu Hong, who shared all skeleton experience, the rest of the experience was distributed based on the killing blow, meaning the skeleton that landed the final hit got the credit. It wasn't evenly split among all skeletons. His own experience had reached halfway, so if things went well, he could level up too. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. After sorting the loot, he ordered all skeletons to stand by, then shouldered his backpack and returned to Blackstone Town through the portal. Antler Wares, a renowned chain store in Blackstone Town. Its emblem was a pattern resembling antlers. It was said that the shops spanned all human cities, wielding considerable influence and maintaining a good reputation. Beautiful, very beautiful. The plump shopkeeper behind the counter examined the jade cabbage closely. After an involuntary compliment, he carefully placed it on the counter and continued, "What material is this? It's not jade, nor does it have any carving marks. It doesn't seem like a natural material." Wu Hong was surprised by the shopkeeper's sharp eye. Though called a jade cabbage, it wasn't real jade. It was a resin piece molded in one go. It had nothing to do with jade. It's a kind of resin jade, rare in your region, known for being light, tough, and richly colored. Wu Hong improvised. This world was not the medieval Earth of his imagination. Its development was not backward. It had glass, various fine crafts, and ample grain and salt. But synthetic materials like resin and plastic had never appeared here, making them something novel. The shopkeeper examined it again, then said bluntly, "The antler chamber never lowballs. Your item is fine, but it's clearly a mold-made piece. Its merit lies in its exquisite shape and unique material. If you're willing to sell, I can offer 30 silver coins." The common currency consisted of 4 types: copper bits, copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. Gold coins were the highest tier, but rarely appeared among commoners. Silver coins could handle most transactions, so their purchasing power was high. In Wu Hong's understanding, a silver coin here was roughly equivalent to a 100 yuan bill. Too low. Wu Hong shook his head in feigned dissatisfaction. "What's your expected price?" 100. Exorbitant asking. If they refused, he could lower it. If he named too low a price and the other party agreed immediately, it would feel worse. Of course, the price couldn't be too outrageous, just reasonable enough. That price is hard to accept. "How about 40 silver coins? That's the highest I can go." The shopkeeper gave a final offer. Wu Hong thought it over. The jade cabbage was useless to him, and he had no other place to sell it. So he nodded in agreement. "Deal." Stepping out of the shop, his backpack now weighed down by a heavy pouch of coins. If it weren't for the apocalypse, Wu Hong could have exchanged gold and silver at a jewelry store and spent them directly in this world. Not to say he'd be obscenely wealthy, but buying a few exotic maidservants would surely be no issue. At the tavern, he even heard someone mention the profession of druid. They could transform into various forms to satisfy a partner's craving for novelty. Alas, it was too late to say anything now. He hadn't sold any gold jewelry in the shop. It wasn't that the shop wouldn't accept it, but he feared inviting trouble. As long as the exchanged money was enough for use, producing golden ornaments would only draw unwanted attention. Without strength, you're just a fat sheep in others' eyes. What he needed to do now was level up and accumulate troops. He headed along the road toward the blacksmith district. Blackstone Town did not restrict weapons, but within the city, swords and blades must remain sheathed and bows and crossbows must not be exposed. You're here? What'll it be today? The weapon shop owner greeted him. Do you have any smaller shields? Hey, over here. The owner took down a small silver buckler and placed it on the counter. Wu Heng picked it up and tested it. It was quite heavy in hand, prolonged use or intense combat would be a burden on him. Do you have a lighter one? The shopkeeper glanced at him and pulled out another shield from below. Training shields for kids. Surface is iron sheet, inside is treated hardwood. The outside was silver iron, the inside dark wood. He tested its weight in hand. This one was decent, and since zombies only claw and bite, it would be sufficient. Once his attributes were higher, he could try a heavier shield. I'll take this one. 75 copper. The price wasn't cheap. Just iron sheet wrapped over would cost that much. But in this weapon shop, it was indeed the cheapest. He counted out 75 copper, picked up the shield, and walked out of the store. Along the way, he also bought a set of leather armor at an armorer's. They were all hard leather protectors, crudely made with a sour leather stench. He chose not to buy armor for his skeleton warriors. First, the number of skeletons would keep increasing, and if he were to gear them all, he simply couldn't afford it. Second, he needed to keep a low profile. Necromancers were not looked upon kindly here, so avoiding unnecessary attention was a good thing. As long as he lived and had the bronze key, troops and levels were not a problem. After buying the armor, his gaze fell on a wooden human-shaped stand in the corner. It was used to display armor. The one before him was somewhat worn, obviously a discarded piece. Boss, is this stand a cast-off? Wu Heng asked. The owner looked up and said, it's a replacement. If you need it, 2 copper coins. He had intended to say he'd help throw it away and take it. But the other party clearly saw through his intention and quoted a price directly. Wu Heng said nothing more, took out 2 copper coins, carried the wooden stand, and left. Such things were worthless. Their feature was that they were life-sized human forms, allowing one to distinguish head and body positions. After eating dinner outside, Wu Heng returned to his lodgings. He did not return to the modern world, but stayed in this one. The apocalyptic environment was no longer livable. At least here, he didn't have to breathe the putrid air. Standing in the not-so-spacious living room, he picked up the short spear and shield, and began practicing thrusting moves against the human-shaped wooden target. Aiming at the head, he repeated the motion over and over. He had never received formal training, but familiarizing himself with these moves could only be beneficial. The next day, after a simple breakfast, he donned his armor, opened the portal, and stepped into the zombie world. The air still reeked of decay, and from time to time zombie roars echoed from outside the window. He tucked the bronze key away and went straight to the living room. 17 skeleton warriors armed with cleavers and daggers stood rigidly in the room. Everything ready, Wu Heng gave the order, follow me out. The zombies in the corridor had been cleared, but the stench lingered. Wu Heng with the skeletons first went downstairs to check the stairwell door. Confirming it was still tightly shut, he then headed upstairs. Reaching the 6th floor, the top, he faced an iron door leading to the rooftop. His idea was simple: from the rooftop platform, go to the adjacent unit's stairwell, continue clearing zombies, and accumulate more skeleton warriors. Charging out and facing the zombies roaming outside head-on was obviously unrealistic and unwise. Taking the rooftop was the safest method. Using the bronze key, he unlocked the iron door and led the skeletons onto the roof. The rooftop was cluttered with debris, the most prominent being an iron cage built with wire mesh. Inside the rust-covered cage, dead pigeons could still be seen. The community had previously tried to coordinate the removal of the private pigeon loft, but it seemed to no avail. Nearby there were rolls of wire mesh, rebar, and cement, suggesting an intention to expand further. Roar! Suddenly from behind the pigeon cage came the roar of zombies. 3 zombies, one from each side of the cage, lurched toward them, arms outstretched. Zombies on the rooftop. Perfect. The skeleton warriors were about to level up. Seeing the charging zombies, he immediately ordered attack. Clatter! The 17 skeleton warriors, cleavers in hand, charged straight ahead, knocking the 3 zombies to the ground. Cleavers rained down like a storm. The thudding of chopping meat echoed across the rooftop. Under the assault of so many skeletons, the 3 zombies had no chance to fight back. They were like live fish on a chopping board, struggling to get up only to be struck down again. Wu Heng stood behind, not planning to intervene. Just as he waited for the fight to end so he could summon more skeletons, he heard a dragging sound behind him. Turning around, he saw another zombie with a twisted ankle limping toward him. When it noticed Wu Heng looking back, it let out a roar, and despite its limp, quickened its pace. Damn! Another zombie trying to ambush him. He glanced at the skeletons not far behind. Confirming he could summon them in time, he decided to try a one-on-one fight with this zombie. He tightened his grip on the iron spear and took small steps toward the zombie, calculating the distance between them. When 2 meters apart, he stepped forward with his left leg into a bow stance and thrust the spear diagonally upward. The spearhead pierced the zombie's collarbone and emerged from its back. Missed. He had aimed for the mouth, but the zombie's erratic limp caused the spear to deviate. Though it hit the location, wasn't fatal. The zombie's forward momentum pushed Wu Hung back several steps. The rotting body slid forward along the spear shaft, reaching out with a withered grayish arm toward Wu Hang's face. He raised his round shield in front of him, stepped back to withdraw the spear, and swept horizontally at the zombie's leg. Crack! The sound of bone breaking rang out, the other leg snapped. The zombie lost its balance and toppled sideways. The sequence of moves was smooth and the effect obvious. With the zombie down, Wu Hang stepped on its back and thrust the spear repeatedly. Each time he aimed for the back of the zombie's head, but the zombie's violent thrashing made it far from a stationary target. Amidst the fierce struggle, the zombie got back up. Wu Hung backed away, maintaining a safe distance, and began circling it. By then the other fight had ended. The 3 zombies had been ground into mincemeat under the skeleton's assault. Without needing an order, the skeleton warriors converged on the zombie, chasing Wu Hung, surrounding it, and relentlessly bringing down their cleavers. The zombie couldn't raise its head under the onslaught. Wu Hung stood aside, lightly flicking the iron spear. Zombies were strong and fearless, and even most young people today lacking exercise would find it hard to deal with them face to face. Experience 10. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Experience 5. The experience prompts appeared as the last zombie was slain. Wiping the blood off the spear with the zombie's clothes, he cast Bone Control Art repeatedly. 4 skeletons stood up one after another, joining the ranks of skeleton warriors. Now he had 21 skeletons. He found 4 pieces of rebar on the spot and handed them to the 4 new skeletons. After the previous incident, Wu Hung led the skeletons to thoroughly inspect the rooftop, confirming no zombies lurked in any hidden corners. Only then did he approach the iron door leading to the second stairwell entrance. The door was blocked by piles of bricks and debris, presumably placed there by the zombies he had just killed. He wondered how they had managed to escape to the rooftop only to become zombies. He ordered the skeleton warriors to move all the debris away. The iron door opened, revealing the same thick stench of decay. Bloodstains on the floor, but no sign of zombies. They must be downstairs. Wu Hung said softly, "Let's go down." Clatter. The skeleton warriors entered the stairwell, with Wu Hung following behind. The only one that had reached level 2 stayed by his side to protect him. The goal this time was still clear. First, check if the front door on the ground floor was securely shut, then search each room by room for supplies. Thump thump thump. The skeleton feet clattered on the stairs, producing a dense succession of footsteps. Though not loud, the sound was remarkably distinct in the empty, silent stairwell. Roar, 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 roar. From below came a series of enraged zombie roars, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps. The footsteps grew closer, and 6 zombies poked their heads around the corner. Seeing the descending skeleton horde, they simultaneously let out vicious, excited howls. Kill them. Wu Hung gave the order directly. Clatter. A dozen cleavers were raised as the skeletons charged downward to meet the zombies. The front ranks of over 10 skeletons carried a powerful momentum. They slammed the surging zombies back, sending them tumbling down another flight of stairs. Then the cleavers fell relentlessly. Thump thump thump. But before these zombies could be finished off, several more rushed up from below. They crowded and shoved, and the number seemed to exceed a dozen. And from below, even more footsteps could be heard. Wu Hang's heart tightened. It was over. The stairwell door hadn't been closed. Thud thud thud. The dense sound of footsteps echoed through the stairwell. Given the number of residents in a single unit, it was impossible for so many zombies to appear. Unless all the tenants were living in the hallway. But that was clearly impossible. The only explanation was that the unit door had been left open, allowing outside zombies to enter the stairwell. Damn. Wu Hung cursed his bad luck, never expecting to encounter such a situation. He turned to retreat, with his skeleton warriors back to the rooftop. He had just turned around when his footsteps halted. The narrow corridor might actually favor his skeleton warriors. Besides, he would have to clear this area sooner or later, and the next stairwell could be just as dangerous. Even if things went wrong, he could always retreat to the rooftop and block the iron door. After a quick mental calculation, he decided it was worth a try. More zombies with grayish skin and hideous faces surged forward, pushing and shoving. Wu Hang no longer hesitated and gave the order decisively attack. The skeleton warriors charged downward. Crack. A cleaver embedded into a zombie's skull, and the creature fell to the ground with a thud. Behind it, more zombies lunged forward, simultaneously clawing, tearing, and biting, using every possible means of attack to shred the target ahead. The skeleton warriors kept swinging their weapons, hacking at the zombies that pounced on them. The narrow corridor allowed only 2 or 3 zombies to attack side by side at most. In the pushing and shoving, some zombies were forced off the railing or trampled underfoot, unable to raise their heads. The roar of zombies, the sounds of grabbing, slashing, and breaking bones reverberated endlessly through the stairwell. If I get a chance, I'll definitely learn more ranged skills, Wu Hung muttered as he stood behind the skeletons, stabbing downward with a short spear. This melee combat was too exhausting. During the battle, large numbers of zombies died, many of them trampled by those behind. The scene was chaotic. The number of skeleton warriors also dwindled rapidly. This pained Wu Heng as he watched skeletons being torn into scattered bones one after another. Wu Heng stopped the energy-consuming spear thrusts and began to cast bone control art. One by one, skeletons rose from the ground at the clash point. Without needing orders, they swung their fists and hammered at the zombies. The battle grew fiercer, like two swarms of ants colliding, one pushing upward and the other downward. They shoved, tore, and attacked each other incessantly. Wu Heng, following behind, felt sweat starting to form on his forehead. In the previous fight, he had had time to rest and recover his condition. But now it was different. The high-intensity, uninterrupted use of bone control art put immense pressure on him. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as if drained of energy, and sharp stabs of pain shot through his brain. He had heard it mentioned in the tavern at Haishi Town frequent spellcasting by mages was especially draining on the spirit. Overexerting the body only caused muscle damage, which could be healed with a period of rest. But spiritual exhaustion in severe cases could lead to dementia or even a vegetative state. Your level has increased to level 2. Intelligence 1, Constitution 1, Spirit slightly increased. At that moment, the prompt sounded in his ears. A level up. Just as Wu Heng felt he was reaching his limit, the notification appeared suddenly. In an instant, the piercing pain in his brain eased slightly. I have to push through. The skeleton force was now on the 3rd floor. All he needed was to fight down to the 1st floor and close the door. He continued, ordering full assault. Clatter. The skeleton warriors charged forward, madly wielding cleavers and bare fists, forcibly pushing the zombies backward. Wu Heng, along with a few nearby skeletons, quickly ran back to the rooftop. His eyes scanned the building materials, and he pointed at a blue iron sheet, saying, "Pick this up." The skeleton warrior lifted the iron sheet and followed him to the edge of the rooftop. Under Wu Heng's command, they threw it directly down. Bang, clatter. The iron sheet hit the ground with a tremendous noise. Like a signal, all the zombies in the vicinity rushed over frantically. They crowded and trampled over the blue iron sheet. Wu Heng hurried back into the stairwell, finding that the zombies below had indeed thinned out. Quick press forward. The skeleton warriors continued their charge downward, the battle intensifying. They fought all the way to the entrance. He sent a few skeletons out the door to draw the attention of the horde, then closed the iron gate of the stairwell completely. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies pounded violently on the iron gate, producing deafening impacts. After killing the remaining zombies in the stairwell, Wu Heng had the skeletons bring over various debris to block the stairwell door further. Fortunately, the zombies were clearly not very intelligent. After pounding on the iron gate for a while and detecting no movement inside, they gradually dispersed, drawn by other sounds. They did not continue to ravage the pitiful green door. Wu Heng sat in a room, propping his forehead as he panted heavily. The situation just now had been truly dangerous. Thinking back, it still made his heart race. Fortunately, the stairwell door had been blocked, otherwise things would have been much more difficult. After resting for a while, his condition improved slightly. The stairwell was piled with corpses and broken bones. He did not plan to cast bone control art. Since the entrance was already blocked, he could wait until tomorrow when he was in better shape to summon them. Stepping over the bodies, he began leading the remaining skeleton warriors door to door, clearing out zombies inside the rooms and looting supplies. Inside a room on the 3rd floor, Wu Heng held a black motorcycle helmet and examined it carefully. The room's owner must have been a motorcycle enthusiast, as there were many motorcycle-related items and some outdoor gear. Climbing ropes, portable lights, quite a variety. What interested him most was the sturdy helmet in his hands. It was a full-face structure with a transparent plastic visor at the front, which could block blood from splashing into his eyes or mouth during a fight with zombies. The material seemed to be a composite, very sturdy, and within an acceptable weight. He took off his leather cap and tried on the helmet. It felt good, though a bit stuffy, but for safety he could endure it. He put the leather helmet on the skeletal warrior with the iron sword. He packed up everything he could use, and then moved on to the next room to continue looting. Dusk. Returning to Haishi Town, he ate a simple meal and went to bed. His mental energy had been drained too much today. He would skip the short spear training for one day. The next day, noon. Zombie world. In the morning, Wu Heng had transformed all the corpses from yesterday's Unit 2 stairwell into skeleton warriors. He alternated between transforming and resting. It took several hours. By now, a large number of skeletons filled the rooftop, holding cleavers and hammers, looking somewhat imposing. Counting them, there were a total of 52 skeleton warriors. Fewer than expected. He had killed so many zombies yesterday, yet only this many were converted. Among them, the skeleton with the sword had reached level 2. Attributes: Constitution 10, Strength 13, Agility 8. Strength increased by 1 point with no other changes. It felt like it didn't make much difference, but a single point increase was still better than nothing. He could only hope that as levels rose, the attributes would accumulate. According to normal experience calculations, there should have been more reaching level 2, but skeletons kept dying in the battle. Most of the remaining skeletons had been summoned from the ground in the morning with 0 experience. Improving the skeletons was indeed a tricky problem that required careful planning. At the very least, he should train a few high-level ones first. After distributing cleavers to the newly joined skeletons, Wu Heng opened his own attribute panel. Name Wu Heng. Class Necromancer. Level 2, 550,900. Attributes Strength 9, Agility 11, Constitution 13, Intelligence 15, Perception 10, Charisma 12. Skill Bone Control Art. He himself had also reached level 2, gaining increases in Constitution and Intelligence. Slightly better than the skeletons, but not by much. It had improved, yet it seemed like nothing had changed. The effect was barely noticeable. He sat to the side waiting until his mental and physical energy had mostly recovered. Then he stood up, put on the motorcycle helmet, pulled down the visor, and gave a muffled command, "Follow me." Clatter. Over 50 skeletons moved in unison following behind him. They arrived at the third iron gate. He took out the bronze key and gently opened it. The cold, rotting smell seeped through the visor and into his nostrils. The stairwell was eerily quiet, with a few mutilated corpses remaining on the ground. Looking at the bodies on the floor, Wu Heng frowned. Zombies dead. How could zombies be killed? Were there survivors? Survivors. The moment he saw the dismembered remains of a zombie in the stairwell, the thought flashed through his mind. But after closer observation, he quickly dismissed it. The manner of the zombie's death didn't resemble what a human would do. It looked more like it had been torn to pieces by some monster. On one of the apartment doors, claw marks had scratched through the paint. It was as if there was still a beast or monster lurking in the hallway. Damn it. Wu Heng cursed again. Yesterday the stairwell door had been left open, and today there was an unknown monster. So in the end his own unit was the safest. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly the stair railing vibrated violently. The sound spread rapidly throughout the stairwell. It sounded as though something was relentlessly striking the railing from below. A sense of tension rose in Wu Heng's heart once more. Gripping his weapon tightly, he whispered, "Let's go downstairs." Wu Heng walked in the middle as they all descended together. The sound of skeletal feet hitting the ground was drowned out by the violent clanging against the iron bars. No enemies were drawn out. Continuing downward, they encountered several more mangled zombies, torn apart and scattered. Wu Heng did not release his bone control technique. Instead, he planned to see what was below first. Reaching the fourth floor landing, he could hear that whatever was striking the iron bars was just below. He rearranged the positioning of his skeletons and approached the staircase, peering down 3 flights. A golden retriever zombie with mottled fur clung to the iron railing, with its front paws wildly wagging its body. It looked like a beast in heat, venting excess energy against the iron railing. What is going on? Can animals be infected too? Besides, how could a lion appear in a residential stairwell? As if sensing their presence, the vigorously wagging dog stopped its movements and turned its head, its gaze fixing upon them. Shriveled lips retracted to reveal sharp fangs with shredded meat hanging from the corners of its mouth. This was no lion at all. It was the Pomeranian kept by one of the building's residents. Its body had swollen several times its original size, and with its yellow fur it bore little difference from a lion. Even as a zombie, it couldn't shake its habit of wagging its hips everywhere. Roar! The zombie Pomeranian let out a fierce howl and charged straight upward. Seeing that it was merely a dog, Wu Heng's tension eased considerably. Just as the zombie Pomeranian was about to charge forward, Wu Heng stepped back 2 paces and ordered, "Kill it." Swish! The skeletal soldiers raised their blades and charged forward. The zombie Pomeranian lunged forward 2 steps, then abruptly kicked off the ground, launching itself into the air. Using the wall for leverage, it bounded clean over the approaching skeletons below. In a single bound, it landed on the corner landing. Its dog claws swept outward, sending several frontline skeletons flying. It opened its massive jaws, clamped onto the skull of one skeleton, and shook it violently. Its powerful body charged wildly across the landing, toppling a group of skeletal warriors who tumbled down the stairs. Then the Pomeranian suddenly raised its head and glared back at Wu Heng. It launched itself into the air again, diving straight at him. Wu Heng's expression shifted. He tilted his round shield upward. The next instant, a tremendous force slammed into the shield, and his body was sent flying uncontrollably backward. He crashed into the wall behind him and tumbled down the stairs step by step, his helmet clattering against each step. The zombie Pomeranian prepared to pursue, but an iron sword cleaved down from above, halting its advance. At the same time, the surrounding skeletons reacted promptly. 4 or 5 skeletons leaped onto the Pomeranian's back, gripping its body tightly, while more swung their kitchen knives, chopping relentlessly. They struck indiscriminately, and fur and flesh rained down continuously. The lion-like Pomeranian struggled, desperately thrashing about like a glutinous rice ball draped in bleached bones. Wu Heng quickly rose and readjusted his helmet. He gestured, and several skeletons immediately positioned themselves in front of him. Bang, crash! The zombie Pomeranian slammed into the wall beside it with tremendous force, causing the skeletons clinging to its body to scatter. Immediately afterward, it launched itself into the air again, its target still Wu Heng. Damn it! Wu Heng cursed, quickly sidestepping. At the same time, he dropped into a low stance, coiling his strength before thrusting his iron spear. His short spear training was proving useful after all. The iron spear struck the Pomeranian's chest from the side, the blade sinking into its rotting body. At the same moment, a force traveled up his wrist, and the spear flew from his grip. The Pomeranian landed lightly, but the iron spear still embedded in its chest planted itself firmly in the ground. With a soft thud, it pierced through its chest and emerged from its left front limb. Dark red viscous blood flowed from the wound. Wu Heng bounded backward a full flight of stairs and continued, "Don't stop. Go up and finish it." The skeletal warriors surged forward once more. Though their bodies were damaged, they couldn't deliver fatal blows to the zombie Pomeranian. However, the iron spear piercing through its chest and left front limb did impair its mobility. Its left front limb could no longer support its weight, and its movements became lame. The Pomeranian slowed down, but the skeleton's attacks grew even more ferocious. They relentlessly surrounded and assaulted it, riddling its body with knife wounds. When the entire creature was engulfed by skeletons, the sound of chopping meat blended into one continuous rhythm, and a system notification appeared. Experience gained 42. Summoned unit, skeletal warrior experience 20. Wu Heng opened his face mask and, disregarding the putrid air, breathed deeply in large gulps. He never would have imagined that a Pomeranian could transform into something like this. Gene mutation, or perhaps some form of atavistic evolution. Novels always wrote about these things, but he had no idea which it actually was. In any case, the Pomeranian had become something resembling a lion. Fortunately, it was trapped in the stairwell. If such a massive creature had escaped outdoors and ran around wildly, how many species would have fallen victim? The combat power of the zombie Pomeranian certainly exceeded that of ordinary zombies. The fact that it could charge recklessly through a pack of skeletons indicated considerable strength. What was most frightening was that it had displayed a certain degree of intelligence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have persistently tried to pounce on him. If all zombies possessed wisdom, would they still be called zombies? Wouldn't they be a new intelligent species? He couldn't figure it out. But that kind of outcome would certainly not be favorable to him. This battle served as a reminder. While accumulating more skeletons, he himself needed to grow stronger as well. Otherwise, if he were killed, all those skeletons would be useless. After catching his breath, he walked forward and pulled the iron spear from the zombie Pomeranian's body. He released bone control technique. A large beast skeleton. This was rather intriguing. Warning: summoned object exceeds the summoner's capacity. Instability factors increasing. As the bone control technique was released, another notification immediately appeared. Before Wu Heng could react, he felt his spiritual energy being rapidly drained away. This caused Wu Heng's expression to change. Normally, ordinary corpses would rise instantly. But this zombie Pomeranian required significantly more spiritual energy, and the instability warning made him somewhat anxious. What if it summoned and immediately attacked him instead? That would truly be disastrous. Soon the Pomeranian's corpse before him began to change. Flesh and blood melted like hot wax, and a canine skeleton slowly rose to its feet. Its pale bones were far thicker, and within its hollow eye sockets flickered an eerie ghostly blue flame. Skeletal hunting dog, a level 5. Skeleton hound level 5, 0100, attributes Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 16, Perception 5, Intelligence 5, Charisma 4 traits. Hollow skeleton. Basic soul fire. Basic soul fire. This undead unit possesses a fundamental soul flame, allowing it to comprehend and execute relatively simple commands. Despite being nothing but a skeleton, it was barely recognizable as a teddy, especially given its size, which had grown nearly as large as a lion. The skeleton hound had higher strength and agility. Conversely, its constitution seemed somewhat diminished. In terms of traits, it had gained a new basic soul fire ability. The description explained that the soul fire allowed the skeleton to understand and execute simple commands. This was actually quite impressive. Skeleton warriors were useful, but far too rigid. They required constant observation to follow orders, and complex commands were beyond their comprehension. Now equipped with a soul fire, it should be able to understand more commands. But the question remained, how was this soul fire generated? Was it something unique to certain undead? Or did it appear once they reached a certain level? Unable to figure it out, Wu Heng set the matter aside. After reviewing the attributes, he prepared to lead his skeleton soldiers to search the room when his gaze fell upon the scattered flesh on the ground. Brain matter. Where the original corpse's head had been, a milky white, fleshy mass remained. He noticed it immediately because it stood out starkly among the scraps. Under the enhancement of the bone control art, the summoned creature's flesh melted like hot wax, whether skin or internal organs. Everything dissolved. Yet this peculiar flesh retained an excellent texture impossible to miss. Did the teddy grow a tumor? Using his iron spear, he pried the meat chunk loose and lifted it for inspection. About the size of a bead, with an elastic quality akin to jelly. What was this thing? Just as Wu Heng examined the flesh in his hand, the iron bars began rattling again, startling him so violently that his entire body jerked. Looking up, he saw the skeleton teddy gripping the stair railing with its front paws, thrashing its hips wildly. Its hip bones struck the iron bars, clanging loudly. The noise echoed throughout the hallway, and at the same time the sound of zombies battering the door came from outside. Damn it! Wu Heng felt utterly speechless. That skeleton didn't even have the anatomy for it, yet it was still performing this motion. Stop! Wu Heng immediately commanded. The skeleton teddy instinctively swayed its hips twice more before looking up. Within its hollow eye sockets, a flickering soul fire could be seen. Hold your position. Wu Hong ordered again. The skeleton teddy sat down where it was and ceased its bizarre movements. This interruption dashed his plans to continue examining the meat. Stuffing it into a plastic bag, he led his skeletons downstairs. After confirming the main door was secure and posed no risk of being breached, he began converting the zombie Teds killed by the skeleton hound into more skeletons, then proceeded to search each apartment door to door. Anything he could use or sell in Blackstone Town was packed into his backpack and carried out. Once everything was processed, he exited the hallway and returned to Blackstone Town. Back in Blackstone Town, Wu Hong headed straight for the deer antler shop. The owner was unusually enthusiastic. Clearly the resin he had purchased last time had been quite profitable. Mr. Wu Hong, do you have something else to sell today? The owner asked with a smile, his face full of anticipation. I'm here to buy something. The owner's smile didn't fade as he continued. What do you need? Do you have any healing potions for injuries? Wu Hong asked. He hadn't noticed during the battle, but afterward his entire body ached. Though there were no obvious wounds, purple bruises marred his shoulders and arms. Yes. The owner bent down and retrieved 2 glass vials from behind the counter. The type of potion depends on the nature of your injury. Wu Hong rolled up his sleeve to show him. This kind, bruises from a fall. A minor potion will suffice, the owner replied. How much? 1 silver and 30 copper. Alchemy was well developed in this world, and though he hadn't used potions before, he had heard of them. Wu Hong paid and took the potion. Minor healing potion description, a potion with restorative properties for injuries. Without hesitation, he tipped his head back and drank it. As the potion entered his stomach, a warm current spread throughout his body. The pain on his body indeed eased. It took effect immediately upon ingestion. Quite remarkable. After purchasing several more bottles of healing and spirit potions from the owner, Wu Hong suddenly remembered the flesh pieces dropped by the zombies he had slain. He opened his backpack to check and frowned slightly. Mutated corpse core description, an energy crystal from a mutated creature. Can enhance physical constitution, but carries a risk of toxin contamination. It had attributes now. In the zombie world it had shown no changes, but here it displayed full attributes. His system notifications must be tied to this alternate world. Only when something became connected to this realm would corresponding prompts appear. It was the same with his own attributes and those of his skeletons, which had appeared only after he became a necromancer. Though this was merely a hypothesis, he was fairly confident it was correct. Is something wrong? The owner spoke up. The potion bottles are quite sturdy. They rarely break easily. Seeing Wu Hong buried his head in his backpack, the owner called out. Wu Hong looked up and asked, Boss, let me ask you something. A friend of mine obtained some flesh from a creature. It seems to have constitution-enhancing effects, but he's worried about toxicity. What should he do? You mean biological material? The owner replied, organizing the counter as he spoke. Materials extracted from creatures are one type of alchemical reagent. I wouldn't recommend your friend study it himself. The best approach is to take it to an alchemist for identification. If he's still concerned, he could also post a commission at the Adventurers Guild. It costs a bit, but the priority is safety. One type of alchemical material. Post a commission. Wu Hong pondered for a moment and decided this was sound advice. Seeing more customers entering the shop, Wu Hong didn't linger. He exchanged greetings with the owner and left the store. Standing at the entrance, he considered his options briefly, then headed toward the central district. The Adventurers Guild was established approximately 500 years ago. Initially, it was merely an action base formed by a close-knit group of adventurers, a place for cooperative expeditions and intelligence exchange. But as time passed, the reputation and influence accumulated by the adventurer base spread across the world, encompassing all races and kingdoms. As members grew in number and influence expanded, the adventurer base was officially renamed the Adventurers Guild. Branches were established everywhere, providing aid to professionals while also exercising oversight. Wu Heng's Necromancer class transfer scroll had been obtained through the guild. The Adventurers Hall was impressively spacious and grand. Numerous professionals gathered within. Muscular, burly men with glistening skin stood alongside warriors clad in silver armor, massive swords strapped to their backs, or slender female archers in tight leather armor. It was like walking into a massive cosplay event, though unfortunately the female professionals wore fully covered leather armor with no skimpy bikini-style plating in sight. Not sexy at all, Wu Hong muttered under his breath. In the front stood the counters where clerks handled various professional inquiries. Beside the counters were display boards posting various bounties and commissions, wanted criminal lists, beast and monster hunts, intelligence gathering missions, and more. Completing posted commissions earned coin and item rewards. Coin was the standard payout, but item rewards weren't limited to ordinary goods. They could also include skill books, notebooks from ancient sages, magical artifacts, or weapons and armor. The Adventurers Guild spanned all races and possessed terrifying resources and materials. Whatever you needed, it was likely available here. Wu Hong merely glanced around. He wasn't particularly interested. Capturing wanted criminals and hunting beasts, nothing safe about those. As a freshly transferred novice, he simply wasn't qualified to participate. Approaching the counter, the female clerk offered a smile. Sir, may I help you? I'd like to post a commission. After completing identity verification, the Adventurers Guild, an organization ultimately founded by adventurers, confirmed his registration to ensure that the person who issued the commission could be located upon completion. Once confirmed, the clerk continued, "Sir, what type of commission would you like to post? I have a material that requires an alchemist to analyze. If it's poisonous, I'll also need an antidote prepared." Wu Heng stated directly. "Very well, sir. Have you brought the material?" "Yes." Wu Heng opened his backpack and took out a piece of the corpse core he had cut off. The staff member produced a glass container for it. "Your commission involves potion preparation, so it will not be publicly posted. The guild will designate an alchemist to analyze it and ensure the potion's safety." Agreed. This was a good point. Having the guild oversee it made things safer. Finding an alchemist at random on the street offered no guarantee that the antidote produced would be effective. The deposit is 5 silver coins. When you come to collect the potion, the final payment will be calculated based on the difficulty of the potion and the value of the materials. 5 silver coins was just the deposit. Alchemists certainly earned their money easily. "When can I expect the results?" "Within 5 days we can deliver it to you." Wu Heng nodded, paid, and completed the commission registration. Having the guild analyze and produce the potion was the best possible outcome. Otherwise, the material would be useless in his hands and might even rot over time. After finishing the commission, Wu Heng left the Adventurers Guild and headed toward the crowded district. The crowded district was the commoner area where Wu Heng lived, located in the northern part of Haishizan. Stone brick pointed roof houses filled the entire block, with oval wooden windows open close and bedding hanging from ropes to dry. The houses were dense, the buildings extremely cramped, and the main road, paved with crushed stone, was only 3 or 4 meters wide. Items piled by each household at their doorways made the path even narrower. A large number of commoners lived here, supporting most of the city's low-level labor. Back at his residence, he made himself a bowl of instant noodles with 2 sausages. These were items he had scavenged today. The original owner hadn't had time to eat them before turning into a zombie. He had brought everything back in bundles. Health concerns aside, they tasted delicious. After finishing dinner, he checked his body. The bruises and purple marks had mostly faded, and there was no pain. The potions in this world are truly miraculous, he thought. Feeling no serious issues, he began his daily pre-sleep training. He trained until he was drenched in sweat, then washed up and went to bed. The next morning after breakfast, Wu Heng headed straight to the zombie world. As soon as he arrived on the rooftop, he heard a rustling sound. Among the 63 skeleton warriors standing by, the skeleton dog was holding one of them, with its forelegs swinging its pelvis wildly. The ordinary skeleton warriors had no intelligence. They stumbled slightly, but remained in standby mode. The skeleton dog's bones rattled as if they were about to fall apart. "Damn, how did I end up with this thing?" Wu Heng was speechless. "Skeleton dog, stop. If it kept bashing, one of them would surely break a bone." Hearing the command, the skeleton dog immediately stopped and trotted over to sit beside him. "From now on, no humping. Other skeletons. Got it?" The skeleton dog tilted its head, looking as if it didn't understand. He didn't bother explaining further. After confirming the status of the skeleton warriors, he ordered, "Follow me." With a clatter of bones, all the skeleton warriors in standby mode moved, following him toward one side. The building where Wu Heng lived was near the edge of the residential complex with 5 units. The first 3 units had already been cleared, leaving 2 remaining. Opening the iron door to the stairwell, a cold, rotting stench hit him. He glanced into the corridor. The 6th floor had no zombies. "Advance," Wu Heng commanded directly. Clatter. The skeleton warriors stepped into the corridor. The bone feet trod on the ground, producing a dense, crisp sound. A roar came from downstairs. Immediately, running footsteps sounded, and a female zombie, wearing only purple lace underwear, rushed up. She opened a hideous maw and let out a deafening roar. The female zombie had a rather attractive figure. Ample chest, a pleasing curve of waist and hips. However, her grayish-white skin was covered in black veins, and the drooping right eyeball shattered the original beauty. She looked utterly grotesque and terrifying. Before Wu Heng could observe further, the skeleton dog leaped over the front skeletons and pounced on the female zombie, knocking her to the ground. The fabric that had been hanging from her shoulders fell away, revealing more skin. The skeleton dog bit through the zombie's neck and began tearing wildly. Blood and shredded flesh flew everywhere. The female zombie struggled fiercely on the ground, clawing at the skeleton dog with both hands. But in terms of strength, she was far inferior. No matter how she resisted, she couldn't break free. The skeleton dog's attributes were actually not that exaggerated. Yet it still displayed combat prowess surpassing ordinary zombies. At least in a one-on-one fight, it had an overwhelming advantage. Soon the female zombie stopped struggling, and a system notification followed. Experience 8. Summon, Skeleton Hound Experience 1. The target was eliminated, and the system prompt appeared. Wu Heng was now level 2, so the experience from killing a zombie dropped from 10 to 8. This was easy to understand. As his level increased, the same enemy granted less experience. But understanding it didn't make it good news. With reduced experience, he would need to kill more zombies to level up. The other experience point was added to the skeleton dog, which was level 5 and gained 1 point. Even lower than his own gain. Thump thump thump. The skeleton dog habitually started to hug the corpse's waist, but at that moment a dense chorus of running footsteps came from downstairs. 3 more zombies rushed up the stairs, roaring angrily and gnashingly at the skeleton squad. Wu Hung pointed a finger. Skeleton warriors attack. Eliminate all targets. The waiting skeleton warriors immediately moved. Brandishing cleavers, they charged at the oncoming zombies. The front few skeleton warriors were tackled to the ground. But more cleavers rained down on the zombies' bodies, falling like a storm, hacking them until they couldn't stand, and eventually turning them into a mess of flesh. The battle ended, and both Wu Hung and the skeleton warriors gained experience. He cast bone manipulation to convert the 3 corpses into skeletons, then continued commanding the skeleton warriors to advance downstairs. Going downstairs was smooth, with no other zombies encountered. The doors on both sides of the corridor occasionally emitted pounding and scratching sounds, indicating there were still zombies inside. He went straight to the first floor, noted the tightly shut door, then took out the bronze key and began opening doors one by one, clearing out zombies and looting spoils. For the current skeleton squad, the zombies inside the rooms posed no threat. The house-clearing work proceeded without incident. They were all ordinary zombies, and everything went smoothly. This kind of battle was what he most hoped for. No pressure, safely gaining experience and increasing the number of skeleton warriors. Back on the rooftop, he counted the skeletons. The total was 77 skeleton warriors, including 1 sword-wielding skeleton at level 2, the rest still level 1, and a level 5 skeleton dog. After counting, he issued cleavers to the newly joined ones, then returned to Haishizen. He ate, trained, and slept. The next day, Wu Hung washed up and prepared to go out for breakfast. As soon as he stepped out of his door, he saw several patrol guards in standard armor questioning nearby residents. The patrol guards were the law enforcers of Haishizen. They wore leather armor and carried iron swords at their waists. Seeing Wu Hung open the door and come out, 2 of them walked over directly, their voices cold and stern. Wu Hung. Wu Hung frowned and nodded. Where were you last night? I was in my room all night, never went out. Is there anyone who can testify for you? Is there anyone who can testify for you? A witness. He didn't even know what had happened. Did he need a witness? After a moment's thought, he still replied, the owner of this house should be able to testify for me. He dragged the landlord into it. After all, he didn't know many people here, and besides the landlord, he couldn't think of anyone else. What were you doing before nightfall? The guard continued questioning. Exercising in my room. Have you seen any suspicious strangers lately? No. The guard leaned to the side, glanced into the room, and said, we need to search your lodgings. Wu Hung also looked back, sensing the room held nothing incriminating, so he stepped aside. Go ahead. The leading guard gave a sideways glance, and another guard behind him walked straight in, beginning to inspect the place. The room was small with few belongings. Anything special was kept with the zombies, so Wu Hung wasn't worried about them finding anything. He withdrew his gaze, looked back at the guard standing by the door, and asked, did something happen? The guard's expression remained unchanged as he replied casually, a body was found in the congested area last night. The method was brutal and vicious. A death, no wonder. The way cases were solved in the congested area was simple. Traces at the scene, the logic of the party's statements, and testimonies from nearby residents could all serve as evidence. But as long as it was done covertly, the case was still difficult to crack. Similarly, if evidence pointed to you, even if you weren't responsible, it was hard to prove your innocence. You might be arrested and executed without a chance to argue. As for Wu Hung, being a necromancer in the city made him a person of interest. With such an incident nearby, he would be thoroughly interrogated. Others were just asked questions, but for him, they had to search the room. Any leads? Wu Hung continued. Apart from some potential dangerous individuals, we can't rule out the possibility of a wanted criminal entering the city. The guard glanced at him. Well, that was blunt. Just then the guard who had searched the room came out, shaking his head slightly to indicate nothing was found. The guard at the door didn't linger either, advising, if you have any information, you can provide it to us. There will be a reward. All right. He agreed verbally, but didn't take it to heart. With his current skills, he was out of breath just fighting a zombie. How could he handle a murderer? In this world, he might not even be able to defeat a woman. The guards didn't say more and moved on to the next house to inquire and warn residents to stay safe. Wu Hung locked the door and went to a nearby tavern for a meal. After eating, he went straight to the zombie world. Wu Hung led his skeleton warriors to the final unit's iron door. Opening the iron door, the same cold, dense stench of decay greeted him. As soon as he stepped through, sounds of snarling and running came from below. 3 zombies stumbled up the stairs. Seeing the skeleton army, they let out excited roars. Attack! Wu Hung pointed forward with his iron spear, giving the order. Clatter! The skeleton warriors charged at the zombies, swinging their kitchen knives relentlessly, producing a sound akin to chopping meat. Soon the zombies fell under the knives. Experience gained 8. Skeleton warrior minion experience 5. Your level has increased to 3. Intelligence 1, charisma 1, spiritual power slightly increased. As the 3rd zombie collapsed, Wu Hang's level rose to 3. The attributes increased were intelligence and charisma. It seemed these increases weren't random, as one of them was always fixed on intelligence. But the specific logic behind the increases remained unclear. Approaching the corpse, he cast Bone Servitude, and 3 skeletons stood up and joined the ranks. Forward! Wu Hung ordered again, and the skeleton procession began descending. The number of zombies in the stairwell was not large, posing little threat to the current skeleton warriors. They cleared their way down to the first floor. After confirming the building's main door was shut, he began leading the skeletons door to door, clearing zombies and looting spoils. Clearing the last unit was easier than the previous ones. There were no mutated zombie dogs, and the unit's door was closed. The entire stairwell was cleared in just half a day. A single zombie could be easily killed by a skeleton dog, and a few more could be handled by the skeleton warriors without much difficulty. Wu Hong felt a bit more confident. It seemed zombies weren't that hard to deal with. However, after clearing the entire building, he still hadn't found a single survivor. This made him wonder if the zombie outbreak spread through the air or some special means. Perhaps he was the only one left in this world. Maybe the teddy bear that retained its former owner's hobby was the only fellow townsman left. Stepping out of the stairwell, the skeleton warriors began hauling the loot, while Wu Hong stood on the rooftop, giving casual orders and pondering his next move. The zombies in the entire building had been cleared. To continue gaining experience by killing zombies, he would have to venture outside. About 50 or 60 zombies were gathered below, not a large number. But once a fight broke out, zombies from all directions would be attracted, exponentially increasing the difficulty. If things went wrong, he might lose these skeletons and put himself in danger. Apart from charging out directly, there was another option. From the side of the rooftop, he could set up a ladder between the two buildings, cross to the adjacent rooftop, and then continue clearing one unit at a time. This method would be safer. Standing at the edge, he gauged the distance between the buildings at about 5 or 6 meters. He could find a long enough plank or order a sufficiently long iron ladder from Blackstone Town to cross. Although the height was risky, it was far more reliable than charging out to face the zombies head-on. The only uncertainty was whether the rigid skeleton warriors could manage the crossing. A fall from the 6th floor would shatter them to pieces. With this in mind, he went downstairs to fetch a climbing rope, intending to throw it across to measure the gap. Just as he was swinging the rope to toss it over, a loud crash erupted. Bang! Crash! Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent impacts came from the road to the west. Looking up toward the source of the sound, he saw a bus with a post-apocalyptic style violently ramming through the zombies and wrecked vehicles ahead. It drove forward through the collisions. The bus's sides were welded with sturdy iron plates, and the windows were reinforced with thumb-thick iron bars. Through the gaps in the bars, iron pipes could be seen protruding, piercing the climbing zombies that clung to the vehicle. Behind the bus trailed a massive horde of zombies. More zombies, attracted by the collision sounds, poured out from the residential areas on both sides, joining the pursuit. Their numbers grew like a flood of the undead from a movie, A Vast Dark Sea. Even from a distance, the terror and suffocation of the zombie horde were palpable. Damn! Wu Hong immediately ordered the skeletons to stop all movement and stay away from the edge. He himself stared intently at the bus that was smashing through everything. Survivors. There were still survivors trying to break out. Survivors. Absolutely survivors. This world had not turned everyone into zombies. There were still survivors who had lived. The distant bus, like a scene from a Hollywood blockbuster, sped along the road, sending zombies flying or crushing them into pulp as it barreled through. It violently rammed through obstructing cars and obstacles, continuing onward. The swarm of zombies behind grew larger, but they still couldn't match the bus's speed on foot, falling far behind. At this pace, barring accidents, the bus might actually break through. Reaching the main road would mean success was more than halfway. That road was wider, and the zombie density was far less than in the residential area. Wu Hong fixed his gaze on the street, his eyes tracking the bus. Just as the bus reached the intersection and began to slow down for a turn. Suddenly, with a crash, the floor-to-ceiling glass of a roadside shop shattered. Amidst the flying shards, a dark red massive figure charged straight at the decelerating bus. With a thunderous boom, the colossal zombie slammed into the bus's side, causing it to sway violently and lose control. With a loud bang, it crashed into a utility pole. The bus came to a halt, black smoke rising. Before those inside could react, zombies from all directions swarmed the vehicle. Through the gaps in the crowded zombies, one could see iron pipes thrust out in panic. The survivors inside were still trying to fight back, but they had attracted too many zombies along the way, which surged in like a flood. Given the situation, even if the bus could restart, it would be difficult to break out. Wu Hong watched from the rooftop, worried yet powerless to rescue them under the circumstances. Rushing over would only serve as extra food for the zombies. With a soft sigh, he shifted his attention to the giant monster that had flipped the bus. A humanoid creature nearly 3 meters tall, with dark red skin and grotesquely muscular upper body muscles bulging like tumors, exuding explosive strength. What the hell is that? The zombie Teddy had transformed from a normal size to nearly that of a lion, and this zombie had clearly undergone a similar mutation. Moreover, its combat power had reached a terrifying level. The sheer force of ramming a bus with its body was appalling. The dizzy giant zombie staggered toward the bus. Casually swatting away zombies in its path, it swung its fist and slammed heavily into the bus's body. With each heavy thud, the panels dented and the iron bars on the windows came loose. As the gap grew larger, zombies surged into the cabin, frantically feeding on flesh. The chaos did not last long. Within just a few minutes, the bus stopped shaking. The zombie horde, having lost its target, slowly quieted down and dispersed. The bus at the center was now deformed and collapsed, covered in severed limbs and torsos. From beginning to end, Wu Heng never saw how many survivors there were or what they looked like. The giant mutated zombie also moved away and disappeared back into the roadside shop. Wu Heng watched it all, feeling a heightened sense of danger for his own situation. Both the zombie horde and the giant mutated zombie put pressure on him. With his current number of skeletons, encountering either would mean certain death. I need to stay low-key. Once the number of skeletons reaches a certain scale, I'll have nothing to fear, he muttered, watching the zombie horde slowly disperse. Suddenly a zombie wandering aimlessly caught his eye. The zombie wore a blue shirt, nothing special, but Wu Heng's attention fixed on its belt. A black leather belt connected to a black lanyard, which in turn was attached to a black pistol hanging down to the calf. The zombie is delivering a weapon. In battles against zombies, he could rely on his skeleton warriors, and as long as he didn't take risks, things were manageable. But in the fully professionalized Haishi town, unexpected situations could arise. He still lacked some self-defense capability. If he could get this weapon, it would enhance his safety. Pulling a trigger was much simpler than drawing a bow. I need to find a way to get it, he murmured, then began to contemplate methods. Rushing out directly was obviously unrealistic. The best approach was to lure it over alone. After some thought, Wu Heng looked at the climbing rope in his hand. It might be worth a try. On the road, a rope descended from the sky. It looped around the zombie, then suddenly tightened, dragging it sideways. Startled by the sudden pull, the zombie looked around frantically, letting out a series of roars. It seemed confused as to why it was moving and against its will toward one side. In its panicked struggle, the zombie was slowly pulled up along the exterior wall of the building. Wu Heng stood on the rooftop, directing the skeleton warriors to adjust the pulling direction, avoiding balconies and hanging iron railings to prevent any mishap that would ruin the effort. Two skeletal pigeons were perched nearby, their bodies made of white bone, but wings covered with a membrane of flesh, retaining their original ability to fly. The lasso around the target zombie had been placed by these skeletal pigeons. He himself was not skilled enough to lasso a target from such a distance. Even with the skeletal pigeons dropping the lasso from the air, it had taken more than 20 attempts to succeed this once. So he was very careful and attentive during the pulling process, afraid it might fall halfway. Finally, the struggling zombie was hauled onto the rooftop. Before it could get up to attack, countless kitchen knives rained down. It was chopped into a corpse. Wu Heng crouched down, pulled down the corpse's pants, and took the item he wanted into his hand. A pistol wasn't unfamiliar to him. It was common in movies and shows. Moreover, he had once played a game called Gun Simulator and studied the assembly and use of firearms. Consider him a cloud shooter. So although it was his first time holding a real pistol operating, it wasn't unfamiliar. He ejected the magazine. 9 bullets remained. He searched the corpse thoroughly, but found no spare bullets. He didn't know if the zombie had only carried this one magazine or had lost the others. The pistol was in good condition, without significant wear. Wu Heng held it, practiced chambering and aiming, but didn't waste any bullets firing. After practicing the draw and aim a few times, he put it away. Today's harvest was quite good. After converting the corpse into a skeleton warrior, he packed up and prepared to return to Haishi Town. At Haishi Town, Wu Heng went to the blacksmith shop to inquire about ordering an iron ladder. But reality proved his idea too naive. Even if the iron ladder could reach the other side, the manufacturing time alone would take nearly half a month. The blacksmith offered a suggestion: use wood strong enough to bear weight instead of an iron ladder, or even simpler, use ropes to connect both sides and then climb across. Wu Heng nodded in agreement, but didn't say much. A wooden plank of that length would be hard to find, and even if available, it would sag under the weight over such a distance. The rope idea allowed a person to cross, but not the skeleton warriors. So neither option worked. He left the blacksmith shop and went to the tavern for a meal. He watched a few burly men arm wrestling for a while. When he returned, the sky was already dimming. There were few pedestrians on the road. Entering the alley to his lodging, 2 figures followed him in. Just as they followed, they saw Wu Heng standing still, waiting for them. "Kid, you're quite alert," one of them said. Neither showed any tension at being discovered. "What do you two want?" Wu Heng asked. He had felt someone following him since leaving the tavern. He had thought it might be guards monitoring him, but these two were clearly not guards. "Kid, we're a bit short on cash. We want to borrow a few things from you." As he spoke, the leader didn't waste words. He dashed forward like a cheetah, closing in quickly. On the way, he drew 2 short blades from behind his waist, the steel reflecting the silver moonlight, cold and blinding. Wu Heng quickly glanced at the second man. The other man remained at the alley entrance, leaning against the wall, cautiously surveying the surroundings. A lookout. 2 experienced bandits. They were very confident, thinking one man was enough to handle him. Watching the approaching enemy close in, Wu Heng stood his ground, eyes fixed on the target. When the distance was only about 3 or 4 meters, a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the man's abdomen instantly. His forward momentum abruptly halted, and the piercing pain made him sway. "What the hell? You?" He had just uttered the first word when 3 more gunshots sounded. His chest, abdomen, and shoulder were hit in succession. The impact of the bullets sent him staggering back 2 steps before he fell to the ground, the searing pain preventing any further action. He had thought the kid was weak and harmless, but had hit a steel plate instead. Help! The man turned his head toward his lookout partner. A gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing through his eye socket. Experience gained 64. The system notification confirmed his death. Then Wu Hong raised the gun, aiming at the other man who was rushing toward him. The man at the alley entrance abruptly stopped, eyeing the weapon cautiously. He glanced at his companion lying lifeless on the ground, then slowly backed away until he reached the alley entrance. Shooting a venomous glare at Wu Hong, he turned and fled. Noise erupted around them. Neighbors had been alarmed by the gunshots. Wu Hong looked at the corpse at his feet, wrapped in thick leather armor and a cloak with little blood seeping out. He picked up the dropped weapons, rolled the corpse in the cloak, and dragged it into his room. Shortly after, a knock came at the door. The landlord's voice came through. "Wu Hong, are you in? Did you hear that loud noise just now?" Wu Hong opened the door and said, "I heard it. I don't know who was so inconsiderate making such a racket at night." The landlord gave him a displeased look, then glanced sideways into the room. "As long as you're okay. It's not safe lately, so lock your door at night." "Okay." The landlord left. Wu Hong practiced with his spear, as usual, a series of thuds hitting the wooden target. Outside, the sound of murmuring and guards inquiring drifted in occasionally. The next day, just as dawn broke, Wu Hong went to the zombie world. It seemed to have rained a bit last night. The skeleton warriors were covered in glistening raindrops. The rain had washed away the grime on their bones. Wu Hong had the skeletons carry the corpse sent over last night to the rooftop. Then he began to strip the equipment from the body. The corpse had been stripped completely bare, and the plunder was laid out one by one beside it. Leather armor and boots, 2 short blades, 2 hand grenades, 2 bottles of healing potions, a receipt printed with a ferocious snake head, and a money pouch filled with silver and copper coins. When he caught sight of the hand grenades, Wu Hong's eyelids involuntarily twitched. His gaze fell upon them first. Venom smoke bomb description: when deployed, it releases a massive cloud of poisonous smoke. Damn smoke grenades. Thank God he fired decisively, otherwise that guy would have used this. Even if they weren't explosive, the consequences would have been troublesome. He carefully set the grenades aside and turned his attention back to the leather armor and boots nearby. The armor was a rich brown tone, its surface adorned with intricate vine branches and curled leaf patterns with double-layered reinforcement at the chest and waist areas. Both the craftsmanship and design were excellent, surpassing several tiers above what Wu Hong had purchased himself. The sole drawback lay in the bullet holes scattered across its surface. Even leather armor from a magical realm couldn't withstand bullets. Wu Hong held it up and measured it against his frame. The size fitted him perfectly, just right for his build. The bullet holes didn't really matter. A visit to the leather shop could fix them, but even if left unrepaired, it wouldn't matter. His primary adversaries were zombies, and the armor only needed to withstand claws and bites. A few holes wouldn't compromise its effectiveness. Setting aside the leather armor, he drew out the 2 short blades. Their scabbards were crafted from black leather, the blades gleamed silver white, and the hilts were wrapped with coiled leather strips. Impressive craftsmanship, Wu Hong remarked, testing their balance in his hands. These 2 weapons were exceptionally fine. Anything less than dozens of silver pieces would be unacceptable if sold at an armory. Were these bandits this wealthy? So it was the common folk who were truly impoverished, not the criminals. Beyond the potions and coins, only the receipt bearing the snake emblem remained. It earned the designation of receipt because of its serial number and the anti-counterfeiting patterns adorning it. Most likely pilfered or stolen from somewhere else. With the spoils secured, a sense of satisfaction settled over him. At the very least, he hadn't been outdone. Having inspected the loot, he prepared to cast bone servitude and transform the corpse into a skeleton. But as his eyes settled on the corpse's face, his hands paused momentarily. Beneath the rain-matted strands of beard, a scar like a coiled centipede lay visible. This man seemed familiar, particularly that scar. How does he look so recognizable? He'd encountered few people in Blackstone Town, and even fewer had left a lasting impression. A neighbor from nearby, the owner of a shop he frequented, or had he seen him somewhere else entirely? Unable to place the face, he abandoned the thought, and instead directed the skeleton to gather up the remaining loot. After surveying the surroundings, he made his way downstairs. The adventurer's hall. Wu Hong's eyes widened slightly as he examined the bounty posted on the notice board. Wanted criminal, base and bounty of 120 silver coins, 1 lower tier item. The portrait bore a striking resemblance to the man he had just killed. The centipede-like scar beneath his lower lip matched the portrait almost exactly in both placement and appearance. Removing the thick facial hair, he could confidently confirm this was the wanted man posted on the board. Yet something puzzled him. As a law-abiding necromancer, how had a wanted criminal targeted him? If he hadn't happened to acquire that pistol, the one lying on the ground might have been himself. More importantly, another person had escaped. Scanning the wanted list again, he found no one whose appearance matched that fugitive. Either they weren't on the list at all, or they'd concealed their identity. Could they be targeting me now? Today he'd killed one of their own, and the surviving mercenary might come seeking vengeance. In the zombie apocalypse, he wouldn't have feared these outlaws at all. With so many skeletal warriors at his command, he could frighten them to death. But in this world, the outcome was far from certain. He should report the incident and request that Blackstone Town search the crowded districts. Earlier his instinct had been to conceal the body, driven by fear of being misunderstood. As a necromancer without solid evidence proving whether someone had attacked him or he had intended harm to another was nearly impossible. Now that the man was a wanted criminal, anyone could hunt him down without facing consequences. Surrendering the body and completing the contract was the wisest course of action. Once he'd reached a decision, Wu Hong proceeded directly to the counter. "How may I assist you, sir?" the staff member asked with a smile. Wu Hong presented the bounty notice and asked, "This criminal was killed by me yesterday. How should I proceed?" "Sir, are you saying you killed this wanted criminal rather than merely providing information?" The young female clerk questioned him with visible skepticism. Wanted criminals listed by the Adventurers Guild were hardly opponents for ordinary individuals. Cities typically organize guard squads to apprehend them based on intelligence, making a solo kill by a clean-cut young man rather unusual. Wu Hong nodded. "Yes, what's the next step?" "Please wait while we arrange someone to verify the corpse. Once confirmed, your bounty reward will be issued." The staff member replied promptly. "Very well, I'll show you the way." Soon a 5-person squad bearing the guild's insignia arrived. Without a word, they followed him back to his residence. Wu Hong had already dragged the corpse to this location beforehand, draping it in a linen robe, a modest improvement over leaving it exposed. The guild members then verified the body's identity. After confirming the identity, they wrapped the corpse and departed, returning directly to the Adventurers Guild. Back at the hall, Wu Hong filled out the incident report under the staff's guidance. The report required details on whether he had actively pursued the target or was responding defensively. The process wasn't complicated and certain sections could be left blank if optional. Write what needed, recording skip what didn't apply. No overly tedious procedures. "Sir, your bounty reward includes 1 lower-tier item. What would you like?" "What are my options?" "Weapons, equipment, rare materials, notes, or manuals, whatever serves your needs." Items was a broad category encompassing all non-monetary rewards. Divided into tiers, the lower tier was hardly a premium offering. "Do you have any skill books for mages?" "Let me check for you." The staff member consulted a reference book. "Indeed, sir. There are 2 mage skill books matching the lower tier reward, Dancing Light and Acid Splash. May I review them before deciding?" "Please wait while I retrieve them." The staff member headed down a side corridor. Wu Hong remained seated waiting patiently. After roughly 5 or 6 minutes passed, the staff member failed to return. Instead, a patrol unit from Blackstone Town approached him. Observing their aggressive demeanor, a sinking feeling rose within him. Heavy leather boots struck the floor as they stopped before Wu Hong. After scanning him with stern expressions, one spoke. "Wu Hong, Necromancer. You killed a wanted criminal last night." "Yes." Wu Hong confirmed. "Then come with us." As he finished speaking, 2 guards stepped forward to seize his arms and forcibly escort him away. Wu Hong furrowed his brows, took a step back, and asked, "May I know the reason?" "Your unusual profession has resulted in a death, and we suspect you had a closer connection to the wanted criminal." The guard spoke, listing several untenable reasons. "So according to you, even if a wanted criminal tries to kill me, I cannot defend myself?" Wu Hong retorted. The guard captain's eyes turned cold, and the men behind him also placed their hands on the iron swords at their waists. Wu Hong's expression grew serious. Did this place not follow reason? However, he had no intention of resisting. Engaging the guards now would only confirm his guilt. Even if killing the wanted criminal was forgiven, attacking a guard would be a new piece of evidence. Just as the guards were about to take him away, the staff member, who had just left, hurried back. Frowning at the intimidating guards, she said to Wu Hong, "Mr. Wu Hong, the executive wishes to see you." "Executive?" Was it the Professional Alliance's executive? Wu Hong did not respond, instead glancing at the guards before him. The staff member continued, "Gentlemen, please wait here for a moment." This Professional Alliance was truly not as simple as it appeared. An ordinary receptionist spoke to the guards with considerable confidence. The guard frowned, but still stepped aside to clear a path. Wu Hong followed the staff member down the corridor she had arrived from, climbed the stairs on one side to the 2nd floor, and stopped before a door. He said softly, "Executive, Mr. Wu Hong has arrived. Let him in." Pushing open the door, Wu Hong entered a room filled with bookshelves and documents. Seated within was a man wearing formal attire, his hair streaked with white. He did not appear particularly old, yet carried an air of someone recovering from a grave illness. The guide stepped forward, whispered something in his ear, and then withdrew. The man's gaze settled on Wu Hong. "I am Aze, the executive stationed in Blackstone Town. It is an honor to meet you, Executive Aze." "No need for such formality. Please sit and speak. That is your bounty reward. You may only choose 1 skill tome." The man behaved with great elegance, like a nobleman. On the desk rested a leather money pouch and 2 worn dog-eared books. After sitting down, Wu Hong's gaze also fell upon the books. Dancing Light art description: you can create floating sources of light. A luminous spell? What use would that be? In the zombie apocalypse, he had already found several flashlights with remaining charge. He had no immediate use for it currently. Acid Splash description: release acid spheres that deal corrosive damage to targets. Sulfuric acid. How different these spells were from what he had imagined. Where were fireballs and lightning? I'll choose this one. Wu Hong collected both the money pouch and the Acid Splash tome. The man nodded and said in a casual conversational tone, I heard you encountered some issues before I summoned you. Yes, the guards intended to take me for investigation on charges of unauthorized combat. Haha, necromancers are disfavored everywhere, that is simply the norm. The man chuckled as he poured 2 cups of tea, offering one to him. Wu Hong had no interest in idle tea and conversation, so he asked directly, what did Executive Azed wish to discuss? The man lifted the teacup, took a sip, and slowly said, do you wish to change your circumstances? What do you mean? Wu Hong asked curiously. I can offer you a suggestion, one where you no longer need worry about others causing trouble while gaining certain privileges. These words stirred something within Wu Hong. A necromancer proved invaluable in the zombie world, yet here in Blackstone Town, it was merely a burden. If there existed a solution, he would gladly listen. What advice do you have? The man smiled and said the Professional Alliance accepts any practitioner with a clean record and will serve as a solid backing. Join the Professional Alliance. I am already a registered member of the Professional Alliance. According to the information he had received, the Professional Alliance functioned more like a mercenary registration office. It sustained the Alliance's normal operations through the release of various missions and bounties. I am referring to the Alliance's permanent members, not merely registered ones. You may understand us as the Alliance's active personnel. In nearly all factions and cities across the world, you would hold legitimate status and enjoy certain privileges. Hearing these words, Wu Heng's eyes lit up. If that were the case, then becoming a permanent member of the Professional Alliance would be an excellent choice. But quickly suppressing his excitement, he asked, what would I need to do? Complete certain missions assigned by the Alliance headquarters. These may involve investigating locations or gathering intelligence. The man explained patiently. Wu Hong hesitated. I do not enjoy taking risks, and eliminating the fugitive was merely fortunate coincidence. I possess no real strength myself. Rest assured, most Alliance missions involve assisting local guards. Furthermore, we do not endorse the dangerous practice of apprehending fugitives alone, as you did. The man glanced up at him and continued, of course the Alliance can provide many benefits, intelligence, knowledge, magical items, or wealth and connections. In short, this position is not accessible to everyone. Considering this, the Professional Alliance's benefits were indeed quite favorable. Most importantly, it would allow him to escape his predicament as a necromancer, no longer living like a fugitive. Why choose me? He hardly considered himself the chosen one. If he truly were, the apocalypse would not have struck before he could finish reselling his goods. The man continued his explanation. Each branch association can recruit talent independently. Beyond common combat personnel, those with special abilities and rare professions are also included, provided they have clean backgrounds with no criminal records. Am I being recruited because I am a necromancer? Necromancers fully satisfy the definition of rare here, and even fewer among them maintain clean records. This Professional Alliance was truly peculiar. Blackstone Town held such disdain for him, yet they were eager to recruit him. His mind raced through the possibilities. It seemed that joining would have little negative impact on him, and the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. There was no reason to refuse. With a legitimate identity, he could better utilize Blackstone Town to improve himself, free from so many concerns. Having made up his mind, Wu Hong smiled. Thank you for your trust, Executive Azed. Can I join the Professional Alliance right here? The man nodded with a smile, opened a drawer, and took out a form. Fill in your information and you will receive a response in about 3 or 4 days. Wu Hong nodded and carefully reviewed the content. After filling in his information, he handed it back. The man accepted the document, gave it a cursory glance, then placed it in the drawer. Rising, he said, come, let me take you to see the corpse first. Corpse. A corpse. The steward lifted the dark cane beside the table and said as he walked, that wanted criminal you killed had committed grave offenses in several cities. This time he fled to Haishi Town, but ended up dead at your hands. The official appointment from headquarters will take a while, but we can offer you some benefits first, such as a legitimate skeleton. Wu Heng's heart stirred upon hearing this. Can I possess a necromantic summon now? Not yet, but you can summon it first. After all, the weather makes it difficult to store the corpse. To take it out, the official appointment must be finalized. In other words, he was allowed to summon it first, but only after the formal appointment could the skeleton be handed over to him. It seemed the Professionals Association still wielded considerable influence across various regions. They were so certain that the higher-ups would approve his membership and allow him to possess a skeleton. Wu Hong nodded and continued, an accomplice escaped last night. The guards of Haishi Town will search the crowded district, but you should be careful as well. All right. The two walked out together, descended the stairs, and entered an underground space. In the chilly room, several iron beds were placed. On one lay the wanted criminal he had killed. The body had presumably been re-identified, stripped of all clothes, and left bare. Proceed with the transformation. The steward stood at the doorway, leaning on his wooden staff. Wu Hong said nothing, stepped forward, and cast the bone servitude art. Summon's ability far exceeds the summoner's capability range, increasing instability. A system prompt appeared, and his spiritual energy began to drain rapidly. At the same time, the flesh of the corpse began to slough off, revealing the white bones beneath. Soon the transformation ended, and the broad-boned skeleton slowly sat up. In its hollow eye sockets flickered a ghostly blue soul flame. Skeleton Thief, level 7. A level 7 skeleton, and its name had changed. No longer the uniform skeleton warrior, but a skeleton thief. This likely related to its former profession. Possessing a soul flame meant it had a basic soul, just like the transformed Teddy. The skeleton stepped off the iron bed, its hollow eyes scanning the two people present, then walked over to Wu Heng's side. The steward standing aside said, "You are indeed talented. But you cannot take this skeleton away now lest it cause trouble." "I understand." Wu Heng directly ordered the skeleton thief, "Stay here and obey Mr. Yazid's commands." The blue soul flame flickered and the skeleton's head nodded slightly. It retreated to the corner and stood like a statue. The steward said with a smile, "Let's go. The temperature here is not suitable for a long stay." Wu Heng nodded and followed him out of the cellar. "All right, that's all for today. When the appointment letter arrives, I'll have someone notify you." The steward paused briefly and continued, "By the way, the guards in the hall have already left. I'll also arrange for someone to explain things to the town hall." "Thank you." Wu Heng expressed his gratitude. Returning to the hall, the guards were indeed gone. Everything felt somewhat unreal. He had merely killed a wanted criminal, yet a series of events had unfolded. For now, however, the Professionals Association seemed beneficial to him. If things truly turned out as the steward had described, it could indeed change his current predicament. Whether becoming a professional was good or bad remained uncertain. He could only take it step by step. Returning to the crowded district, it was already afternoon. After a hearty meal at the tavern, he headed back to his residence. Back at his place, he took out the skill book he had exchanged. Acid Splash description releases an acid orb dealing strong acid damage to the target. Although it differed from his imagined mage skills, it was not a big issue. Splashing acid seemed quite damaging and also had a certain humiliating effect. He opened the book and began to read. The book was not thick, but its content was dense, filled with dense text and some principle diagrams. In truth, upon contact, the principles of spellcasting were not so profound. A spell could be understood as an independent effect transformation. The caster could reshape the ambient energy and manifest it in a specific way. Completing this step allowed one to cast the corresponding spell. However, the difficulty lay in doing all this in an instant. On a real battlefield, there was no time for a 3 to 5 minute incantation. Wu Heng read through it carefully from beginning to end. When he turned to the last page, a prompt appeared. Skill unlocked Acid Splash. The moment the prompt appeared, Wu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Just like the profession book, reading it from cover to cover unlocked the corresponding ability. Otherwise, learning a skill through analysis would consume too much time and energy. Name: Wu Heng. Profession: Necromancer. Level 3, 942,700. Attributes: Strength 9, Agility 11, Constitution 13, Intelligence 16, Perception 10, Charisma 13. Skills: Bone Servitude, Art, Acid Splash. He checked the attribute panel, and indeed the skill list now included Acid Splash. Additionally, his level had reached 3.0 and all attributes had improved significantly. He closed the book and immediately headed to the zombie world. In the zombie world, the skeleton squad stood rigidly on the rooftop like arranged terracotta warriors. They were still bare bones. If they were all clad in armor and helmets and wielded proper weapons, they would indeed resemble the terracotta warriors. At least their rigid posture was identical. The skeleton dog ran from behind the squad, squatted on the ground, and looked up at him, wagging its bone tail, which scraped against the ground with a rustling sound. Wu Heng patted its skeletal head and walked to the edge of the rooftop, looking down. Probably due to the survivor from yesterday, the zombies in the community had been attracted by the bus and had rushed out to chase it. Only 5 or 6 zombies remained downstairs, wandering aimlessly. Gazing at the zombies, he decided to test the new skill. He gathered Acid Splash and released it at one of them. A dark green spherical acid flew down from the rooftop and splashed with a smack at the zombies' feet. Though it missed, the area covered by the acid showed signs of corrosion. But the effect only lasted a few seconds before fading away. Roar! The zombie, startled by the sudden attack, hunched its back and roared in all directions. However, it did not spot the figure of a man and a skeleton dog peering from the rooftop. The effect is mediocre, Wu Heng muttered. He lost interest in further testing. He put on the armor from the wanted criminal, and the slightly inferior one he had worn earlier was given to the sword-wielding skeleton. "Follow me." With a wave of his hand, the skeletons behind him immediately moved and followed him into the corridor. Creak! The tightly shut corridor door opened with a grating sound. The wandering zombies immediately turned to look at the entrance, roaring and charging toward the corridor. But just as they entered the corridor, countless kitchen knives descended. They struck the ground directly. 5 or 6 zombies shoved and jostled their way into the stairwell. But they were met by descending kitchen cleavers. The fierce and imposing undead were instantly cleaved to the ground, never rising again. The stairwell door was resealed, cutting them off from the outside world. Wu Heng descended from behind the skeletal line and began channeling the bone servant art. 6 skeletons rose to their feet. Having armed the skeletons with cleavers, he glanced at the sky. Dusk had already fallen. Joining the practitioners and learning the skill had consumed his entire day. Venturing out to hunt zombies again tonight was too risky. He would wait until tomorrow. Returning to Haishi town, he ate, practiced with his spear, and slept. The following day, Wu Heng rose early. A life devoid of digital entertainment left him remarkably energetic. After breakfast, he headed straight for the practitioner hall. It was still early, and the hall was sparsely populated. Wu Heng approached the counter and asked, "Could you check if my commission request is complete? Sir, please present your commission receipt." He handed over the receipt. The clerk consulted the ledger using the assigned number and announced, "The commission is fulfilled. You are required to pay an additional 15 silver and 32 copper coins." It was finally done, yet the price was exorbitant. 15 silver could have purchased 3 standard iron swords. He did not hesitate, paid the balance immediately, and received the potion along with a test report. Special antidote. A remedy formulated against a specific toxin. He stowed the antidote and hurried back to his residence. In this zombie-infested world, he climbed to the rooftop and examined the potion and paper. Wu Heng was unfamiliar with alchemy in this realm. Nevertheless, alchemical remedies held remarkable properties. Even in the technologically advanced modern-era manufactured drugs rarely achieved such immediate efficacy. Had the modern world not fallen to this state, he could have established a pharmaceutical company and amassed considerable wealth. Alongside the potion there was a sheet of paper. The document detailed the test results of the corpse core and the ingredients required for the formulation. Exactly what Wu Heng had requested during the commission. The analysis noted neurotoxins, grave poison, and various other hazardous compounds. Regarding the corpse core's application, the recommendation was strictly as an alchemical component, with no mention of direct consumption. The antidote's ingredient list was lengthy and unfamiliar. After a cursory glance, he set it aside. Taking out the remaining corpse cores, he placed the antidote within reach. The cores had been in his possession for several days, thankfully still unspoiled. Otherwise the expense would have been entirely wasted. After sanitizing them with liquor, he hesitated not, and swallowed them whole. At first he felt nothing. Constitution +2 strength, +1 agility +2. A system notification flashed instantly. Before Wu Heng could celebrate, a searing heat spread from his abdomen throughout his body. Bluish-purple veins surfaced along his arms and neck, the burning sensation twisting into excruciating piercing pain. Damn it, it really is toxic. He uncorked the antidote and downed it in one gulp. As the liquid settled, the pain subsided, and the creeping veins gradually faded from his skin. Finally, they vanished completely. After several minutes, Wu Heng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Phew. Glad I had the antidote custom-made, or I might have actually killed myself. Once the pain fully dissipated and his mind cleared, an unmistakable joy welled up within him. 5 attribute points had been added, equivalent to a rise of 2.5 levels. Attributes: strength 10, agility 13, constitution 15, intelligence 16, perception 10, charm 13. Though the points were allocated to constitution, strength, and agility, attributes directly reflected physical condition. Any high stat offered tangible benefits. Intelligence, after all, was not exclusively vital for mages. He allowed himself a brief moment of elation before composing himself. Retrieving the potion recipe, he examined it once more. If I continue consuming corpse cores, will my attributes keep rising? If this hypothesis held true, his stats would grow without limit. Even if level-ups yielded modest gains, corpse cores could supplement them. The two methods could complement one another. After resting for a while, and confirming his body felt normal, he resumed command, directing his skeletons to begin today's leveling operation. Overnight, 3 more wandering zombies had appeared downstairs, their origin unknown. He opened the stairwell door and issued the command, attack. The very next moment, a serpentine line of skeletons surged forth. They lunged at the zombies outside. Crushed by the relentless skeletal tide, the zombies fell before they could even rise. Countless cleavers and hammers descended, smashing them into pulpy remains. The commotion drew the attention of nearby zombies. They poured out from adjacent stairwells and flanked the building. Advance. Wu Heng stepped out of the stairwell and barked the order. The skeletal warriors raised their cleavers in unison, charging headlong into the oncoming horde. Roars and the sound of chopping blades merged into a single cacophony. Glass windows shattered in succession, and zombies tumbled from the upper floors of the building ahead. Those falling from greater heights were reduced to meat paste, while others broke their legs and crawled forward. So many zombies emerged from every direction, swarming toward the skeletal formation. Though still within the skeleton's capacity to handle, the numbers far exceeded his rooftop estimation. Skeleton hounds frequently broke from the ranks, tackling 1 or 2 zombies, biting their throats and viciously thrashing their skulls. As soon as the zombies closed in, they leapt back to the rear of the skeletal line, taking a moment to wiggle their hips tauntingly. The provocation was unmistakable. Wu Heng stood behind the front line, monitoring the battlefield, while continuously casting the bone servant art to replenish fallen skeletons. Slowly the enemies dwindled. Only scattered stragglers remained, including those who had broken their legs in the falls, still desperately crawling toward him. Go. Eliminate those paralyzed ones, Wu Heng commanded the hounds. With tails wagging, they bounded out of the skeleton ranks and methodically dispatched the crawling zombies. Soon a pile of 30 to 40 zombie corpses accumulated downstairs. He ordered the skeletons to gather the bodies and heap them into a mound. Wu Heng began channeling the bone servant art again. Summoning a few at a time, he paused to rest, avoiding mental exhaustion. He had no intention of experiencing that nauseating sensation of churning brain matter again. As dusk deepened once more, he glanced at the unconverted remains and abandoned the idea of working through the night. Stay grounded, play defensively, and grow stronger. Returning to Haishi Town, Wu Heng had dinner at a tavern. Along the way, he listened to patrons discussing various matters. Discounts at certain brothels, price hikes at the blacksmith due to or shortages, and other local rumors. This was his most effective method of understanding the world around him. Asking questions directly could draw unwanted attention, but eavesdropping on boasters often yielded valuable information. Satisfied and well-fed, he made his way back to his lodgings. His spirits were high. My luck has turned. Day after day of favorable events made him feel as though fortune had finally smiled upon him. Everything was falling into place, and the future looked promising. Stay low-key, increase my attributes, expand the skeleton army, he reminded himself firmly. He quickened his pace toward home. However, the moment he turned into his alley, his steps halted abruptly. He quickly retreated behind the corner and drew his pistol. 3 figures stood at his doorstep. A man and a woman and a third cloaked entirely in black, their gender indistinguishable. Had the wanted criminal come for revenge? It wasn't even dark yet. Wu Heng's gaze turned sharply wary. Inside the alley, the 3 noticed his movement. One called out, "Wu Heng, what brings you here?" "The headquarters has issued your appointment. The deacon sent us to deliver this along with your assigned skeleton." Speaking, one of them pulled back the hood of the cloaked figure, revealing a skeleton warrior with soul fire burning in its eye sockets. A faint fracture on its mandible confirmed it was the wanted criminal Wu Heng had slain. "My apologies, please come in." Wu Heng stepped aside to let the 2 enter his home. Aside from his own skeleton, 2 visitors arrived. 1 man and 1 woman. The man appeared to be in his 40s with brown hair swept back, a stern and resolute face clad in silver-white armor and a long sword at his hip. The emblem of the Professional Practitioners Association was emblazoned on the right chest of his armor. The woman was young with long golden hair, sharp and delicate features, and a tall, slender frame. She wore a brown leather cuirass and form-fitting leather trousers that accentuated her long, straight legs. She carried an air of sharp competence. Upon entering, her eyes darted around the room continuously. "Please sit," Wu Heng gestured. He opened a bottle of iced tea and poured 2 glasses. Once seated, the man placed several items on the wooden table. "I am Look, captain of the 4th squad stationed in Haishi Town. This is our member Kavina." The woman nodded in greeting. "Good afternoon. You are punctual." The middle-aged captain arranged the items carefully. "These are your official appointment letter and issued protective gear from the association. Keep them safe. The armor is a benefit reward and not mandatory to wear." An armor stipend was a pleasant surprise. The captain continued, "According to the Haishi Town Practitioners Association's allocation, you are now officially assigned to the 4th squad." Wu Heng understood why they had visited. The squad had already been organized. "Understood. Are there only 3 of us in our squad?" he asked curiously. Practitioner squads typically range from 3 to 5 members. Ours is newly formed, so currently it is just the 3 of us. Practitioner squads primarily handled rescue operations for fellow practitioners and assisted local guards. Their numbers would never match those of patrol units. An overly large presence might provoke local resentment. The captain added, "Additionally, we have a mission tomorrow morning. We depart at dawn and will assemble at the West City Gate. Do not be late." Wu Heng blinked in surprise. "Already tomorrow?" Upon hearing that they were to leave the city tomorrow, Wu Heng's expression shifted instantly. Wasn't the Professionals Association supposed to be a cushy job? How could there be a mission on the very first day? A captain, a mission so soon? Wu Heng asked. He was reluctant to go out. Killing zombies allowed him to level up, while leaving the city would expose him to many dangers. Seeing Wu Heng's demeanor, the captain smiled and said, "Our team has just been established, so it's naturally not a difficult task. This time we're just assisting Blackstone Town with some investigations. Don't worry." Hearing this, he felt a little relieved. After all, he had already joined the association, so it would be awkward to refuse. "All right, Captain. I understand." The captain nodded. This is our team's first operation. Don't be late." With that, he stood up and left with the long-legged female team member. Wu Heng stood at the door watching the 2 disappear down the alley before closing the door again. Outside the alley, the silver-armored captain asked softly, "What do you think of the new member?" "First impression, not bad. He's not the annoying type," replied the blonde beauty, then asked curiously, "Is he really a necromancer?" "You saw it too. That skeleton belongs to him." The room was bare with a training target in the corner. "It doesn't look like a mage's room, nor a necromancer's." Karina continued. "Every mage was a scholar. Even if they hadn't achieved academic renown, they should at least have a few books or experimental apparatus. But the room just now had none of those things. It was even somewhat Spartan, living in the crowded district, different from mages with heritage. That makes sense." The 2 reached the intersection and were about to part ways. The captain reminded, "Don't be late tomorrow morning." "Got it, Captain." After seeing them off, Wu Heng closed the door tightly and picked up the few items that had just been delivered to examine them. The first was an appointment letter which read, "Field Envoy of the Professionals Association." The smaller text below recognized his status as a professional and assigned him to garrison Blackstone Town in the Kingdom of Yek. Besides the letter, there was a dark brown leather armor and a badge tucked inside. The captain of the 4th squad and that beauty had both worn such badges which served as identification. He set the letter and badge aside and picked up the new armor. It was a dark brown leather armor with fine patterns reinforced with metal plates at the chest and shoulders for key protection. It had a certain weight and hand heavier than ordinary leather armor, yet within acceptable limits. In this world, weapons were important, but a good set of defensive armor was equally crucial. The armor provided by the Professionals Association was superior in craftsmanship and defense to the 2 pieces he already owned. Now he had 3 leather armors in total. After examining the delivered items, his gaze fell back on the skeleton beside him. Skeleton Thief. Level 70140000. Attributes: Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 20, Intelligence 10, Perception 10, Charisma 5. Traits: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Specialties: Ambidexterity, Trap, Sense, Instinctive Dodge. Abilities: Sneak Attack, Lockpicking, Intermediate Trap, Disarmament, Intermediate Dual Wield, Proficiency, Intermediate Short Blade, Proficiency, Intermediate Light Armor, Proficiency, Intermediate. Ambidexterity allows flexible use of offhand weapons, more agile and swift when using grenades, scrolls, and items. Trap Sense, skilled in detecting and finding preset traps. Instinctive Dodge, can sense and evade danger through intuition. No wonder he had been on a wanted list. This was the most attributes he had ever seen on a single being. He was far stronger than Wu Hung himself and the skeleton dog. After a rough overview in terms of attributes, agility and strength were relatively high, which suited the thief profession. The abilities listed below, including sneak attack and lockpicking, confirmed this. His specialties were all niche. But lockpicking was of little use to Wu Hung. He had yet to encounter a lock that his bronze key couldn't open. He didn't see any particularly powerful skills, but trap sense, which could detect preset traps, seemed useful. Another point was that this skeleton had an intelligence of 10, no different from a normal human. He retrieved the skeleton's original leather armor and 2 short blades, and said, "Put on the armor and take up your weapons." The skeleton thief obeyed the command, removed the black cloak, donned the leather armor, and rehung the 2 short blades at his waist. This won't do. Even with the armor on, quite a bit of bone was still exposed. Tomorrow on the mission, he would definitely bring the skeleton, but bones showing in a human city like Blackstone Town could easily cause panic and trouble. After a moment's thought, he retrieved from the zombie world the clothes, trousers, leather boots he had previously stripped off, and a full-face motorcycle helmet. Put it all on. The skeleton thief dressed in all the clothes and put on the helmet, completely encased without a gap. Not bad. Wu Hung was quite satisfied. After a moment, he continued, "You'll still go by your original name, Basin. Understand?" The skeleton thief nodded. It actually worked. Basin, stand by in the corner. The skeleton thief obediently walked to the side, stood upright like a statue, and entered standby mode. With everything settled, Wu Hung walked to the wooden training target and began his daily short spear training. During a break after the first set, his gaze fell back on the skeleton thief, whose empty eye sockets seemed to stare at him. "Come spar with me." The skeleton thief stepped forward and drew 2 gleaming blades from his waist. Use wooden sticks." Wu Hung found 2 short sticks and handed them over. Stabbing himself during practice would be a joke. Man and skeleton began training. It lasted until late at night, when Wu Hung ordered the skeleton thief to guard the door and went to bed. Rumble, rumble. Wu Hung had never imagined that the vehicle for the mission would be a train. Calling it a train might not be accurate, as the power source didn't seem to be combustion. There was no smokestack like on old trains. But its appearance and the rails were no different from a train. "What's that it's wearing?" The long-legged female teammate Kana pointed at the skeleton thief. The black matte helmet on its head had caught her attention. "A helmet," Wu Hung explained. "I know it's a helmet, but why does it look like that? Who designed it?" Karina continued asking. I don't know. Is there a problem?" In a world where profession bearers existed, peculiar helmets were not uncommon. There were helmets adorned with bull horns, ones pierced with slender bird feathers, and even those crafted from animal skulls. But encountering a helmet completely shaped like a sphere was apparently a first. "Let me see," Karina said. "Remove your helmet." The skeleton thief Basin took off his helmet and handed it over, and Wu Hung passed it to Karina. Underneath the helmet was not a bear's skull, but a thick bandit mask. Only the empty eye sockets revealed his skeletal nature. Karina began examining the helmet while Wu Hung glanced toward Outlook beside him and asked softly, "Captain, where are we heading?" Captain Outlook was a burly man clad in full metal armor, and when seated he occupied nearly 2 spaces. His gaze swept over the Blackstone Town guardsmen across from them as he continued, "Blackstone Town received word that the entire population of Mineshaft Village has vanished. The investigators we dispatched have also gone silent. No personnel or intelligence has returned. Damn, that doesn't sound safe. So our mission is to investigate this village. Investigating the village is the duty of these guards. Our task is to confirm whether the mine owner is in danger. He is an important association member, and then assist the guards in investigating Mineshaft Village. 2 missions, yet essentially 1. Verify whether the mine owner is still alive. If dead, recover the body. If alive, determine whether he has been affected. Secondarily, assist the Blackstone City guards in investigating Mineshaft Village. Although assistance is not the primary objective, combat is inevitable should danger arise. Wu Heng nodded in understanding. Karina leaned closer and whispered, their leader is Commander Plamen of Blackstone City, an 11th level warrior. The curly-haired man seated in the third position is the investigator. His gaze followed her words toward the seats ahead. Commander Plamen was a stern-faced man with a formidable physique. His exposed arms were as thick as a grown man's thigh, and a long sword rested beside him. The curly-haired investigator had slightly darkened skin and short brown curls that resembled instant noodles. The remainder were dressed as city guards. 2 carried shields and swords while the other 2 bore only single-handed swords, but were equipped with crossbows. The captain remarked nearby, the mission is straightforward. Follow the protocol and return safely. Understood. Karina leaned back languidly, her long legs crossing as she nudged him with her arm. Tell me, how did you choose to become a necromancer? By chance I reasoned that necromancers are still mages after all. In the afternoon, the investigation team arrived at a manor. The mine owner Akijuo received the unexpectedly arrived group in the side hall. Akijuo was a middle-aged man of medium build dressed quite sumptuously. After brief pleasantries, Commander Plamen went straight to the point. We received reports of mass disappearances in Mineshaft Village. Do you have any leads on this matter? Akijuo rubbed his brow and said quietly, I have been troubled by this as well. There were originally over 200 miners in the village, and suddenly they all vanished. Not a single person remains. When did you first notice the villagers were missing? Plamen continued asking. At the beginning of the month, I remember clearly. That was the day for delivery. When the caravan arrived, the village was completely empty, and I would have to suffer a considerable financial loss. Akijuo's face was etched with worry. Before us, have any other investigation teams come here? Plamen's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the other man and asked. Akijuo lowered his head and said, they did come, a 3-person team. They asked similar questions and then left. Did something happen? Do you have any additional intelligence? Tell us everything you know. Akijuo crossed his hands on the long table before him, pondered for a moment, and said, I had the guards inspect the village. The supplies inside, even the valuables, remain untouched. It is certain they did not leave voluntarily, and there are no signs of struggle. How long is the journey from here to Mineshaft Village? Not far, about half a day on horseback. The 2 went back and forth verifying the situation. The curly-haired investigator stood to the side, recording the conversation with paper and pen. But it was evident that this mine owner knew little about the circumstances. He only knew the miners had disappeared and desired swift resolution so as not to delay his profits. He had not provided any useful intelligence regarding the previous missing investigation team. Very well, I understand. Prepare horses and carriages for us. As Plamen rose and spoke simultaneously, the mine owner immediately replied, I have arranged a banquet. Rest tonight, and tomorrow morning I will send someone to escort you there. No need, just prepare the carriage. Akijuo did not insist further and ordered his men to ready the horses and carriages. The investigation team boarded the carriage and set out toward Mineshaft Village. Leaving the manor, 4 horses escorted the carriage as they followed the map toward Mineshaft Village. Even meals were consumed within the carriage. It appeared Plamen intended to reach a conclusion today. After a bumpy journey, dusk had already fallen. Commander, we can see a village ahead. A guard's voice came from outside the carriage. Approached the village. The carriage continued forward, and just as they felt they were nearly at the village, violent shaking began. From outside came a guard's alarmed cry, the horses have lost control. Damn it, what is happening? The horses have gone mad, jumped down quickly. Pulling back the carriage curtain, he saw the mounted guards crashing directly into roadside trees. Thud, thud. The dull impact sounds were like striking sandbags. The driving guard was struggling desperately to control the draft horses. But it was clearly ineffective. The carriage speed increased relentlessly, transitioning from bumps to violent swaying side to side. Jump, Outlook shouted. However, before anyone could take further action, the carriage shot straight into the village, smashing through obstacles on the road before crashing head-on into a village house wall. The carriage overturned on an open patch of ground. Bang! Captain Outlook kicked open the top door, and several people along with a skeleton climbed out of the carriage. After shaking his head to clear it somewhat, he saw the draft horses had already perished from the impact. Brains and blood spilled across the ground, their necks twisted into grotesque shapes from the tremendous force. Commander! Outside the village, the guards who had fallen from their horses entered carrying their weapons. No one was missing, but 2 were limping, clearly injured. After regrouping, they began consuming healing potions. The village gate was already wide open, and inside there was not a single soul. The entire village was empty and eerily silent. It resembled a long-abandoned village. Someone, Karina said. Everyone followed her gaze and saw large shadows standing in dim corners. Everyone was stunned. The intelligence and the mine owner's information both indicated mass disappearances. How could there be people? Had they been drawn by the collision sounds? Who goes there? Come out, the guard commanded. Step, step, step. As his words fell, the shadows and the darkness began to close in. Stepping out from the shadows were twisted faces like deranged patients. Immediately after, they charged toward the group, clawing and flailing. Commander, the intelligence was wrong. They have likely lost their minds, a guard whispered. The commander remained calm and impassive. Stop them from approaching. Yes. Swish, swish, swish. Multiple crossbow bolts flew out, piercing the legs of the charging enemies. The figures collapsed to the ground. These are the villagers from this area, but their behavior resembles undead creatures, the investigator stated. Undead creatures. The commander's gaze swept over to Wu Hung at his side. Let one through, the commander ordered. The guards opened a passage, and a frenzied miner instantly breached the defense line, lunging toward the rear. Rushing forward, the commander seized the miner's throat with one hand and lifted him bodily into the air. No matter how violently the miner struggled in his frenzy, he could not break free from the commander's grip. Necromancer, come take a look, he said to Wu Hung behind him. Several gazes turned to him simultaneously, and Wu Hung was startled. Then he realized that they were speaking to him. Watching the miners who behaved like zombies, Wu Hung felt speechless. Although he was a necromancer, he was only capable of casting spells. He was not a true scholar. How could he understand such things? But since they had asked, he had to step forward to examine the miner's condition. The miner was completely deranged, with drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. He seemed mad, trying to attack the people in front of him. His pupils were still focused, and his skin did not have the appearance of a zombie. Removing his glove, he pressed it against the skin of the miner's neck. He could feel the warmth of a human body, and there was no trace of necromantic aura. Rather than a zombie, it was more like a patient with rabies. Irritable, frenzied, like a wild beast. The difference from a zombie was that the body still had signs of life. Not necromancy, more like madness, Wu Hung said, then added. But we cannot rule out other necromantic methods. Even though he had seen few undead creatures, he could confirm that the miner in front of him was not a unit transformed by necromantic magic. Then the curly-haired investigator stepped forward to conduct an examination. He gave a similar conclusion. Pulaming nodded, casually tossed the mad miner aside, and ordered, tie up all the living ones, don't let them interfere with the subsequent investigation. Yes. The guards responded, searched the village for some hemp ropes and rags, and began tying up the miners. Of the more than 20 mad miners, nearly half had died in the brief encounter, and the rest were injured. With such injuries and their frantic self-destructive struggles, even if they later regained consciousness, they would be left with disabilities. But it was still better than being killed outright by the guards. Soon the miners were securely bound and thrown into a wooden cabin. After confirming that there were no other dangers, the investigation team continued walking deeper into the village. The entire village was empty and desolate. Along the road they could see wooden barrels, mining picks, and clothes hanging out to dry. The guard squad formed a formation, walking and chatting in low voices. The professional team followed behind. Kawena whispered, this is not as simple as a missing persons case. The intelligence received from Blackstone Town and the information provided by the mine owner both indicated that the villagers had disappeared, neither alive nor dead. But when they arrived, they saw a completely different situation. The mad miners had rushed out, which was entirely different from a disappearance. Two possibilities: the intelligence changed over time, the missing people returned to the village, and for some reason these villagers began to go mad. The second is that the informant concealed the truth. Wu Hung analyzed. You don't say, Kawena retorted. What I mean is, if it's the second option, then our situation could be dangerous. His voice was not loud, but the surroundings were exceptionally quiet. Upon hearing this, the others' expressions changed, and they exchanged glances. If it was the second option, then this mission itself was a conspiracy, and their investigation team might have already fallen into the enemy's trap. Thinking of the first missing investigation team made it even more worrying. These two situations were actually not difficult to understand. A brief explanation made everyone realize. After they realized this, a sense of unease crept into their hearts. After a brief silence, the curly-haired investigator spoke up in rebuttal. The mine owner has no reason to lie. The mine is his source of income. He is more anxious than anyone about what happened here. He has no motive to deceive us, and deceiving an investigation team would bear severe consequences. That made sense as well. Indeed, it was reasonable. Wu Hung nodded, indicating that he also agreed with the other's point. Now blindly speculating about things would only complicate matters further. The team advanced along the road. The village was larger than imagined, with houses interlocking to form a maze of winding paths. The clutter on both sides of the road began to increase. Mine carts and picks, piles of stones, and debris forming small hills. Several trees as thick as a thigh were hung with hemp ropes and strips of cloth like hanging curtains. A gentle breeze blew, causing them to sway. Quiet yet eerie. Soon the team passed through the village and could see a large mine. Mine Village was built around the mine. Years of excavation had left the mountain riddled with holes with countless mining tunnels. There are people over there, said a guard. Looking ahead, they could see 3 corpses in front of a pile of rubble and debris. The team quickly approached, and everyone's expressions turned grim. Judging by their clothing, they were the missing investigation team. Someone really dared to attack the investigation team. This matter was likely more serious than imagined. The curly-haired investigator began to examine the corpses. In the chest of one of the bodies, he found a notebook and opened it to read. Wu Hung and the others immediately gathered around, using the twilight to read the contents. The village was empty of people whose daily necessities and valuables were not taken away and signs of life remained. The earlier records were all about the village's condition. Unlike Wu Hang's team, the first investigation team did not encounter mad villagers at the entrance, they only recorded an empty village. This matched the intelligence from Blackstone Town. Both said the village was empty and the people had disappeared, but they clearly had more time and had examined the houses yet found no useful clues. The curly-haired investigator turned to the second page. Late at night, torches lit up the village and noisy sounds came. Following the firelight, we arrived at the village center and saw the missing villagers gathered in the open space as if holding a dance. Some were singing with their heads back, blood flowing from their mouths. Some were dancing their souls, already bloody and mangled. These people were like madmen behaving abnormally. We waited until dawn and the mad villagers began to walk toward the mine behind the village. We continued to follow, intending to see where they were hiding and what caused them to become like this. The records ended here. The following provided very useful clues. At night, the mad villagers would come out to sing and dance. At that time, the villagers' mental state had already shown problems. By the time they arrived here, the villagers' condition had worsened, and they had begun to lose control. At dawn, they would head to the mine. And this investigation team had all died at the foot of the mine. Discovered. That shouldn't be. They had tracked them all the way to the foot of the mountain. How could they have been discovered at the end? Wu Hong analyzed in his mind, just about to raise his head to speak. But he found everyone staring at him. What? Wu Hong instinctively stepped forward, and the others took a step back in unison, looking warily behind him. Damn. In an instant, Wu Hong felt his hair stand on end and a chill run down his spine. What was happening? Wu Hang's face turned pale as a sense of crisis surged within him. Before he could react, the skeleton basin beside him had already made a move. The dagger in his hand flipped, stabbing toward Wu Hang's left shoulder. The moment the blade pierced through, Wu Hong felt his shoulder loosen as if something had vanished. Turning his head swiftly, he saw a translucent streak of light fleeing into the distance. Midair, the light coalesced into the shape of an infant, ugly with a long umbilical cord. Damn, a ghost baby. Wu Hong hurried over to the team, asking softly. No idea. When we were all looking at the notes, it was lying on your shoulder reading along too, Kavina replied. Instead of watching their own backs, they were staring at shoulders. Skeleton Basin's move was more direct. Seizing the right moment, he struck without hesitation. Swoosh, swoosh. As they spoke, several bolts shot straight out. They passed through the ghost's body without leaving a trace. The infant ghost, as if startled, opened its mouth wide and made a crying motion. Though no sound was heard, the kicking legs and sorrowful pose were unmistakable. Just then, everyone sensed something wrong. A rapid, dense thud of footsteps came from the direction of the cave. Like pebbles tumbling down a burst dam, chaotic and frantic. It was as if they had returned to another world, facing zombies surging up a staircase. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Countless figures poured out from the numerous mine tunnels. They charged from all sides. Everyone's expression changed. The frenzied villagers were under the control of this ghost infant. Now terrified, it had unleashed all the villagers hidden in the caves. No wonder the village was empty. They were all holed up in the mines. Don't panic, fall back, find an escape route, the commander ordered with a steady voice. A guard dashed into a house and raced upstairs. Swoosh, swoosh. Bolts tore through the night with sharp whistles. Struck targets, stumbled, and fell, tripping the masses behind them. Then the guard's voice came from upstairs, head north. Grenades. Praman commanded. Several grenades arced into the crowd. Boom. A deafening explosion flared with crimson fire. Retreat. The team turned and fled north, the clatter of swords and armor mingling with the din. Stomp, stomp, stomp. They sprinted hard, pursued by the frenzied horde. Suddenly, a jumble of footsteps came from the flank. A horde of villagers burst from a side path, crashing directly into the retreating squad. The commander's face darkened as his greatsword swept horizontally, sending half a dozen heads flying. The others drew weapons and began to fight the crazed mob. Wu Hong gripped a short spear, standing beside the skeleton rogue, thrusting repeatedly to drive back the attackers. Outlook and Kavina, even while fighting, kept an eye on him. Seeing a mage who had just changed jobs a few days ago fighting so calmly in close quarters, surprise and curiosity flickered in their eyes. He was nothing like a novice. For Wu Hong, the scene before him was one he had witnessed many times in the zombie world. In the situation, there was far more severe. The fighting slowed their retreat. More and more people surged from behind. Beyond the torchlight, the shadows were thick with figures. Into the alley, the commander ordered. They squeezed into a narrow lane, the tight entrance reducing their numerical disadvantage. But soon the situation changed again. The frenzied crowd began to climb walls and leap from rooftops. Find a way out, the commander commanded. A guard tried to scale a roof to scout, but as soon as he climbed up, a miner came running straight at him. The miner clutched a bundle of fuses, lit detonators used for quarrying. Boom. A thunderous blast. The guard was blown away, never to rise again. More miners climbed onto the roofs and leaped down at the crowd below. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed through the alley. Broken stones sprayed like bullets. When the smoke cleared, two more guards lay in puddles of blood, overwhelmed by the surging mob. The rest were also battered by the impact, and more miners carrying detonators appeared on the rooftops, hurling themselves down like human bombs. Go! The commander kicked open a door beside him. They rushed into the room, jumped out through a window on the other side, and fled into the distance. The crowd kept pouring out of the alley, still chasing, explosions continuing. Boom, boom, boom. Several more figures leaped down, and the blasts rang out in succession. The team was completely scattered by the explosions. In the thick smoke, they couldn't see their comrades. Split up and get out. Wu Heng faintly heard the order to separate. So Wu Heng and the skeleton basin picked a direction and hurried away. The night was dim. The two of them finally stopped. No enemies followed, but in the distance flames still rose into the sky and explosions thundered. It seemed the enemy wasn't chasing him. Just as Wu Heng was pondering his next move, stomp, 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 footsteps sounded ahead. A group of men in black cloaks emerged from the mine area behind the village. One of them held a wrapped bundle tightly in his arms. Thinking they were part of the crazed mob, Wu Heng gripped his short spear and pistol. The opposite party was also startled. They glanced at the distant battlefield, surprised that someone had escaped and was now blocking their way. Kill him, make it quick, the man holding the bundle ordered coldly, then turned and headed toward the village exit. The guards raised their crossbows and pulled the triggers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bolts whistled through the night. Startled, Wu Heng ducked behind the skeleton warrior. Thud, thud, thud. The bolts pierced the skeleton's leather armor and emerged from the other side. Glancing at the bolts protruding from the skeleton, Wu Heng raised his pistol and fired back. Bang, bang, bang. The shots were deafening as someone was hit and groaned in pain. But none were fatal. After 3 shots, Wu Heng grabbed the skeleton and dove into a nearby house. He cursed inwardly. So this was indeed a trap. Charge in and kill him. The order came from outside again. The remaining guards drew their weapons and swiftly approached the wooden house. They kept shifting positions, apparently afraid of being hit by bullets. Wu Heng leaned against the wall by the door, trying to guess their identities. They knew the terrain better and seemed to have taken something from the mine. The footsteps outside grew closer. The skeleton basin tightened his grip on his twin blades, ready to rush out and draw their attention. But Wu Heng shook his head. There was no need to fight at a disadvantage. He pulled a poison smoke grenade from his backpack, confirmed the position, and tossed it out. Clatter! The grenade rolled to the feet of the men outside. The next second, with a bang, thick smoke exploded. Acrid fumes spread everywhere. Charge in. Don't let them slip away in the chaos, or none of us will survive, an urgent voice urged from outside. Before they could attack again, a clattering sound of bones came from the front. The next moment, a massive skeletal dog charged into the smoke, pinned a man, and clamped its jaws around his neck, shaking violently. Everyone was stunned. Undead skeletons. Where did they come from? But then an even denser series of footsteps sounded. Skeleton after skeleton charged into the smoke, wielding kitchen knives and striking at the enemies. Sounds of fighting and painful cries rose from the poisonous fog. Wu Heng and the skeleton basin had already slipped out through the back window, disappearing into the night. The battle did not last long. As the smoke thinned, the sounds of combat had already ceased. The skeleton warriors stood rigid in place, while the skeleton hound dragged a corpse that had been trying to flee back to them. After confirming no one else was nearby, Wu Heng's gaze fell upon the corpse on the ground. He was also curious. Just who were these people? How could they have precisely entered the village from the opposite side after the frenzied crowd had been lured away? And what had they taken with them? He pulled open the cloaks of several bodies in front of him, revealing their faces and armor beneath. None of the faces looked familiar. Moreover, the armor was not standard issue, making it impossible to identify which faction they belonged to. He approached the last person, the one dragged back by the skeleton hound, and continued pulling open the cloak to inspect. The moment the face was revealed, Wu Heng's brows furrowed instantly. It was him. That steward who served Echidwa, the mine owner. Could Echidwa really be behind this? What advantage would this bring him? Just as the curly-haired investigator had said, the mine incident would affect Echidwa the most. Wu Heng searched the steward's corpse thoroughly. Aside from weapons and leather armor, there was nothing else on him. Their purpose was clear: strike quickly and retreat. Finding nothing more, Wu Heng continued. Take these corpses away. Leave the rest untouched. The standby skeleton warriors sprang into action. They lifted the corpses from the ground and returned through the boundary gate. On the road outside the village, a cloaked figure hastened away into the distance. Damn it, there's a necromancer. Why is he in the investigation team? Cursing under his breath, the man quickened his steps. The situation at the mining village had already exceeded their original plan. If the corpses were identified, they would all face the guards' pursuit. Damn it, how could a necromancer appear in the investigation team? Since when were necromancers accepted into the guard? Fortunately, he had been standing at a distance, keeping watch, so he had not been discovered by the skeleton swarm. Otherwise, he would also be lying there, a cold corpse. I'll take what I'm owed and leave. Muttering to himself, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ahead on the road, a carriage was parked, blocking his path. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and faintly, he could make out the exquisite patterns on the carriage. The man's eyes shifted slightly. He took 2 steps back and prepared to dive into the forest. Before he could move, a yellow leopard burst from the carriage like a flash of lightning, pouncing toward him. The man's face contorted in shock. He drew the short blade at his waist and slashed at the leopard. Thud! But the leopard was faster. It clamped its jaws onto his wrist holding the blade. Bones cracked, and the short blade fell to the ground. The man was thrown onto his back. The leopard stepped onto his chest, its cold eyes staring down at him. Its scarlet tongue lined with barbs licked across his face, leaving trails of blood like a scraping blade. Wolf, head mercenary guild, greeting Madam Slater. Order it to leave, the man shouted loudly. Hello. A languid female voice came from within the carriage. The leopard leaped off the man's body, but did not depart. Instead it circled around him, its gaze scrutinizing him like prey. The man sat up, cradling his injured arm, his face twisted in pain. What are you doing here? The woman's voice came again. The man quickly glanced at the leopard beside him and said, just finished a mission. I'm on my way back. Hello. Roar. The leopard pounced again, seizing his arm and tearing fiercely. The man struggled and screamed, I'll talk. We took a job at mining village. What did Echidwa have you do? The man hesitated, surprised that they knew about this. After a moment's thought he lowered his head and asked, if I tell you, will you let me go? Depends on whether you're honest. The man glanced at the leopard nearby, gritted his teeth, and said, we helped Echidwa retrieve something from mining village. Everything went smoothly at first, but midway a necromancer from the investigation team blocked our path. He killed everyone. Only I escaped. What did you retrieve? I don't know. A small package taken from the deepest part of the mine. It was wrapped very tightly. The carriage fell into brief silence again. The man swayed slightly and asked softly, can I leave now? Go. Thank you. The man rose to his feet, clutching his dangling arm, and ran toward the trees on one side. Immediately the woman's voice came from inside the carriage again. Kolo, go kill him. The leopard darted into the woods, followed shortly by the man's agonized screams and furious curses. Not long after, the leopard returned, its mouth full of blood, and leaped back onto the carriage. Let's go back. The carriage turned around and vanished into the night. By dawn the guard unit and the professional team regrouped. An hour earlier the frenzied crowd had suddenly stopped their attack, falling in droves like wheat before a scythe. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone had fled the village and gathered together. While recovering their strength, they were also thankful those madmen had lost their combat capability, otherwise not one of them would have escaped alive. Captain, we couldn't find Wu Hong. Ka Wei Na also emerged from the village, her expression somewhat grim. As for Wu Hong, this newly added team member, she hardly felt any deep friendship, but she certainly did not dislike him either. To die on the very first mission right after becoming a teammate. This was hardly good news. The guard unit had also suffered heavy casualties. Of the 6-person team, only 3 remained, and all were wounded. Not finding him is actually good news. Let's wait a bit longer, Captain Ote-Luku said. As much as he said that the situation the previous night had been extremely dangerous. This was Wu Heng's first mission, and after being separated from the group, it would be hard for him to survive. Though Ka Wei Na felt reluctance in her heart, she had no better solution. She sat aside and began recovering her strength. At that moment Commander Pu La-Ming approached. Captain Ote-Luku, what's your view on this incident? The investigation of Mining Village had been riddled with suspicious points from beginning to end, yet they still lacked any effective evidence to guide them in the right direction. If no one had died, they might have let it go and allowed Blackstone Town to handle the matter. But now that both teams had lost lives, they could not simply let it slide. Ote-Luku spoke quietly. Report the situation to Blackstone Town, request more personnel to examine Mining Village, and simultaneously investigate the person who provided the intelligence. We should be able to find some leads. The commander continued. Echidwa is highly suspicious, but it's difficult to pin anything on him. We've never found evidence linking him to this incident. Even based on the intelligence, he could find ample justification. As long as Echidwa insisted that the intelligence he provided was merely information he had obtained at the time, it would be hard to hold him accountable. After all, no one could demand absolute accuracy from intelligence reports, especially those from private sources. Some errors were perfectly normal. Then is there nothing we can do? Have someone look into death magic. Those villagers' current state is clearly abnormal. Ote-Luku continued. That's all we can do. Let's head back for now. Just as everyone rose to leave, 2 figures emerged from the village. Wu Hong. And that skeleton. Not only was he alive, but he showed no obvious injuries either. As they approached, the others could finally see the man and the skeleton clearly. Wu Hong was just a bit dusty, but the skeleton wearing a round helmet had 5 or 6 crossbow bolts lodged in its chest armor, all piercing through its body. In addition, it was carrying a bloody corpse over its shoulder. This left everyone puzzled. The frenzied crowd had used blasting caps, but there was no sign of crossbows. If they knew how to use crossbows, none of them would have escaped. Wu Hong, where did you go? Ka Wei Na immediately asked. I hid in the village for a while, and came out when it seemed safe, Wu Hong replied. Glad you're safe. Ayatlook nodded, then his gaze fell on the corpse on the skeleton's shoulder. Who is that? Put it down. The skeleton dropped the corpse, and Wu Hong directly pulled away the cloth covering its face. The others frowned as they looked at the body. It's Echidwa's steward, Wu Hong stated directly. At this reminder, everyone's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. They had just been saying they suspected Echidwa, but had no direct evidence. Now Wu Hong had brought back his steward. What happened? Tell us in detail. It looked pressed further. After we were separated, I fled west, and happened to see a group of men coming out from behind the ore pile. Then he recounted what he had seen the previous night, the suspicious team, the object they were carrying, and how they tried to kill him, but were killed by him instead. However, the means of his counterkill relied on poison smoke bombs and the skeleton basin concealing the matter of the skeleton horde. Are you saying they took something from the mine cave in the back mountain? Pulaming approached. Yes, we lured the crowd away, and they took something. In an instant, everyone's faces turned grim. Pulaming's eyes also revealed murderous intent. Akijuo was the first to treat the investigation team like fools. Cut off the head of the corpse. Pulaming ordered. A guard stepped forward, chopped off the head with a single stroke, and wrapped it in a leather bag. Let's head back. They must have left the horses nearby. Finding them will get us back faster. The investigation team's horses had all been killed in the collision last night. Walking back would waste more time, and Akijuo might send people to ambush them. All right, spread out and search nearby. Pulaming continued to give orders. The team dispersed and searched nearby, and indeed found horses tied in the woods. The horses were a certain distance from the village and had not been disturbed. Everyone mounted horses and headed directly to the station. However, after arriving at the station, they did not leave immediately. Pulaming directly mobilized the station troops and headed back to Akijuo's manor to arrest him. The team arrived at the manor in full force. The manor's defenses could not compare to a city's. The wrought iron gate was thin and hollow, utterly unable to withstand an army's assault. Sir, this is not in accordance with the rules. To arrest someone, you need a warrant from the city hall, a guard said from behind the gate. After the battle last night, Pulaming clearly had no patience for his nonsense. He kicked open the iron gate with a bang and shouted, "All armed persons will be executed on the spot for treason." Swish. In an instant, crossbows were drawn and aimed forward. The manor guards who had wanted to step forward and speak froze in place, daring not to move. Then they carefully dropped their weapons to avoid being shot full of holes. The charge of treason indicated that something serious was going on. The manor guards dropped their weapons, and the soldiers quickly moved in to restrain them. Pulaming waved his hand again and continued toward the central building. As he reached the door, the mansion's gate opened. The mine owner Akijuo walked out holding a bundle wrapped in yellowed cloth. Through the gaps in the cloth, a pottery jar covered with patterns could be seen. Pulaming glanced sideways at Wu Hong, who nodded slightly, confirming that this was what he had seen last night. At the same time, in Wu Hang's vision, the object in the bundle emitted wisps of deathly aura. Akijuo, you know why we're here. Pulaming's voice was cold, filled with murderous intent. I know. I'm willing to go with you, but please don't harm the others here. Akijuo said. Huh. Pulaming sneered. You say that now. What about the villagers you killed? The soldiers stepped forward and restrained Akijuo and the few people beside him. Pulaming casually handed the deathly jar to Wu Hong. Keep an eye on it. Don't let anything happen. Damn it. Wu Hong cursed inwardly, placed the item into the skeleton basin's arms, and followed the team as they escorted Akijuo and the others away. On the return train, the soldiers and the professional team kept their distance again. The skeleton basin stood at the far end of the carriage holding the pottery jar in its arms. Wu Hong and the others sat on the other side, maintaining a certain distance. Captain, tell me about the professional association, Wu Hong asked. He had just joined and knew little about the organization. The reason he had joined was to have a legitimate identity. Well, let me first explain the internal structure of the association. Captain Aotluk continued, the professional association is a general term for the organization. It is not just composed of task squads like ours, there are more detailed divisions within. Our type stationed at various branches are called field agents. We mainly carry out tasks and assist in rescuing association members. Besides that, there are also the Scholars Assembly, Rangers, Whisperers, and other different branches. The Scholars Assembly is mainly composed of scholars and professionals with a strong thirst for knowledge. The Rangers represent exploration and adventure, mostly consisting of rangers and rogues. Then there are the Whisperers, who are skilled at gathering all kinds of intelligence. Old Kingdom tales, noble romances, or hidden secrets circulating among the people are all their targets. Wu Hong listened and understood the meaning of these organizations. The professional association was like a school. Everyone was a student of the school, but within it there were different clubs. Those who liked to study knowledge joined the Scholars Assembly, those who liked adventure joined the Rangers, and if you liked collecting gossip, you joined the Whisperers. But no matter how it was divided internally, you were still a member of the professional association. This system is quite well developed. Kawena then also spoke up, don't get too close to the Whisperers. Arousing their curiosity is a very troublesome thing. You wouldn't want your secrets to be stored in their archives, would you? Holy crap. Hearing that, he instantly felt a sense of his information being exposed, a global social death. Are there any Whisperer members in Blackstone Town? Wu Hong asked. Yes, the Lady Slate of the Money Cat. Madam, those two words carried an inexplicable allure. But the name Gold Cat was quite famous in Blackstone Town. Or rather, it was too famous among men's circles. While dining in taverns, one could often hear people discussing which girl at the Gold Cat was fair-skinned or what new dance performances they had. However, the Gold Cat was different from a normal brothel. It did not operate on flesh trade, but was an entertainment venue featuring song and dance performances. In Wu Hang's understanding, it was merely suggestive performances. But he had only heard about it. He never expected the owner behind it was a woman and also a member of the Adventurer Association. Which team is she from? Wu Hang continued to ask. Ka Weina went on, she is the deputy executive of Blackstone Town, not part of any team. Deputy executive, huh? That's quite a bit of authority. Over time it would be impossible to avoid contact. Best to maintain a good relationship and not let her remember any gossip about him. The two chatted a bit more about the owner behind the gold cat. Then Captain Aetluk continued, let me tell you about the teams in Blackstone Town. Alright. Besides our newly formed team, there were originally 3 teams. The first team was the earliest established, its captain called Inura Warrior. The second team captain was the Warlock, Tu Lisha, and the third team captain was the Ranger Na Xiao. Their teams were established earlier, and each had a full complement of 5 members. Wu Heng listened, and learned that there were 3 teams, each fully staffed. It was also because the 4th team was newly formed that he was recruited. He became a member of the Adventurer Association. As for the names of the 3 captains, he forgot them as he listened. The only one that left a deep impression was Mrs. Silate of the Gold Cat. Alright, just listen roughly. You'll get familiar with time. The captain continued beside him. The train returned to Blackstone Town as dusk approached. At the station, the guards of Blackstone Town took over the transfer of a Kijuo and others, as well as the pottery jar filled with necromantic aura. At this point, the adventurer team's mission was considered complete. The remaining matters would be handled by Blackstone Town. Captain Aetluk and Pulameng spoke a few words in low voices, then parted ways to report back to the Adventurer Association. Wu Heng and Ka Weina could go home first. They would be notified if anything came up. After bidding farewell to the two, Wu Heng walked toward his residence. The adventurer team's mission was not as simple as Yazide had described. The investigation team had only 9 people in total, 3 died, and the rest all sustained some injuries. If not for the confirmation that one of them was a Kijuo steward, it would have been difficult to have substantial evidence to pin this incident on a Kijuo. By then, that necromantic pottery jar might have claimed countless more lives. Dark magic, truly terrifying. No wonder there was such aversion to necromancers. It was not unjustified at all. Returning to his residence, just as he was about to go to the zombie world to check on things, the door was knocked. Wu Heng, is that you back? The landlord's voice. Wu Heng opened the door. A middle-aged man with rough skin and a beard longer than his hair stood at the entrance. Mr. Ladage. Ladage was the owner of this house, the landlord. Wu Heng, have you gotten into some trouble? Ladage strode into the room and asked directly. Wu Heng frowned, recalling the escaped accomplice of the wanted criminal. He asked, has something happened? I was about to ask you what's going on. Why have there been guards coming to your place these past few days? I rented you the house because I thought you were a decent person and you can't bring me any trouble. The landlord sat down at the table. After speaking, his gaze swept over the figure wearing a round helmet, frowned, and added, also, I rented the house only to you. Don't bring all sorts of people here. Skeleton Boss Sun was wrapped up tightly, but his leather armor still bore traces of crossbow bolts. Moreover, his round, peculiar helmet made him look nothing like an ordinary resident. Wu Heng immediately understood his meaning. Over the past few days, the frequent visits of guards and adventurer teams had made the landlord sense something amiss. After all, as a landlord, no one wanted trouble. Fortunately, he didn't know that Wu Heng had killed someone here, otherwise he might have kicked him out. It's a misunderstanding. I joined the adventurer team, and yesterday, I was just assisting the city guard in an investigation. I didn't do anything wrong. As he said this, he took out the copper emblem given to him by the Adventurer Association. The landlord was first stunned, then surprised, and immediately broke into a smile. I told you you'd go far. My judgment has always been good. The landlord's attitude immediately changed. He no longer mentioned trouble, but praised him for his ability and promising future. He even offered to introduce him to potential partners, very enthusiastic. He listed 3 or 4 candidates, some girl from such and such family, a widow on some street. But Wu Heng just listened without paying much attention. The adventurer's field agent actually had no law enforcement authority, but in the eyes of ordinary people it carried some special status. Wu Heng chatted with him for a while and assured him he wouldn't cause any trouble. The landlord laughed heartily instead, thinking that Wu Heng's presence would improve the safety of the neighborhood. Soon the landlord left. Wu Heng went to the zombie world to take a look, brought out some goods, had Skeleton Boss Sun carry them on his back, and then walked out the door. Adventurer Association meeting room. On both sides of the long conference table sat 4 people. The Blackstone Town Adventurer Association had a total of 4 teams, and Aetluk had just returned and was also called to attend the meeting. The executive had not yet arrived, so the few of them appeared somewhat relaxed. The captain of the first team spoke. Aetluk, I heard your team recruited a necromancer. The team was short-handed, so we recruited a newcomer. Aetluk replied calmly. The third team captain said, I know about this. The executive personally recruited him and wanted to place him in our team. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. The third team didn't want him, so he was assigned to the 4th team. The female captain of the second team glanced at Aetluk and said, when you're short-handed, just use him for now. We'll talk later. The first team captain continued. Yesterday was your first mission, right? How did he perform? He performed very well, beyond my expectations. Haha, don't force it. He just became a necromancer a few days ago. It's good enough if he's not a burden. The third team captain was completely unconvinced. Look said nothing. The others just chuckled and didn't discuss it further. At that moment the door opened. The executive Yazid, leaning on a wooden staff, walked in and sat at the head of the table. He said directly, "In this mission to investigate Mine Village, the fourth team performed excellently, especially team member Wu Hong, who received commendation from the town hall. Due to Blackstone Town's faulty intelligence, look, your team's reward will be doubled plus an additional intermediate item reward." Upon hearing this, all the captains were stunned. The town hall praising a necromancer. What did he do? Odaluk might have been stubborn, refusing to admit that his team members were inadequate. But since the steward had said so, it could not be wrong. Having the city hall praise a necromancer showed that this had indeed played a significant role in the mission. Sensing something amiss among the group, the steward asked, "What's wrong?" The third team leader said, "Nothing. Congratulations to Captain Odaluk for recruiting a capable member." "Thank you," Odaluk replied. Odaluk expressed his gratitude. The steward continued, "This incident has involved the Wolf Head mercenary group. All teams except the 4th squad should prepare to assist Haishi Town in capturing the Wolf Head mercenary group." "Yes," everyone replied and left the meeting hall. Meanwhile, Wu Hong, accompanied by the skeleton, headed to the DC district. On both sides of the main road connecting the eastern city gate were rows of stalls. They formed a market with a very local character. Spoils from mercenary groups, goods from villages, and even some shops would bring out their items for sale during this time. Those who could afford it set up proper stalls, those who couldn't spread a piece of linen or leather which served as a stall. Wu Hong arrived late and found a spot at the edge, laid out a cloth, and took out all his items one by one. They were mainly glass cups he had looted. He arranged them one by one on the stall. Then he stood up and shouted, "Take a look." The heartless boss ran off with his sister-in-law. These glass cups, originally priced at 1 or 200 copper, now all for 50 copper. First come, first served. I'll pack up when sold out. People who heard the shouting cast puzzled glances. After listening again, they finally made out the words about the boss running off with his sister-in-law. They didn't understand what goods could possibly be related to the boss's sister-in-law, so they moved closer to see what was being sold. Soon the shouting attracted a crowd surrounding the stalls several layers deep. "All for 50 copper. All for 50 copper, take your pick. Great for drinking water and nice to have at home." Did the boss really run off with his sister-in-law? Didn't he take anyone else? That doesn't matter. If you don't buy now, you'll only get the leftovers. These look like they've been used. They get dirty from all the touching. Just wash them when you get home. I'll take 1. I'll take 3. I'll use glass cups to drink water too. Once someone started, others followed suit and paid. This price was definitely cheaper than the glass cups in shops, and the patterns and styles were more attractive than ordinary cylindrical ones. It was definitely a bargain here. The reason for setting such a price was not really to make much money. These were all looted items. It would be a pity to throw them away. The people who came to buy here were ordinary residents or villagers from remote villages. Since they were just sitting there, it was better to sell them cheaply so everyone could use them. Amid Wu Hang's various shouts, this stall became the most popular one. The crowd kept growing. People who didn't know what was happening also came over to see the commotion. Wu Hong continuously collected money, and soon the glass cups on the stall were sold out. Many who missed out stamped their feet in frustration. The vendors at other stalls were dumbfounded. What was happening? He was already packing up. They had just sat down, and his goods were already sold out. All gone, sorry. Wu Hong rolled up the stall cloth and packed it away, then continued, "Another batch will arrive in a few days. I'll be at the same place with the same price. If you need any, come back and take a look. Handy for yourself and your family." After packing up, Wu Hong was about to leave with the skeleton, but as he stood up, several people surrounded him. They were from nearby stalls. "Sir, if you don't have time, you can sell the goods directly to me at the same price. It'll save you a trip." One of them said, "Sell to me, I can offer a higher price. I have a physical store. As long as the supply is stable, I can sell them for you." Wu Hong understood their intention. They wanted to resell the goods. This would actually cause him no loss, and would even save time. But after careful thought, he decided against it. He might not come to sell again anytime soon, and continuously producing goods out of thin air would be hard to explain. He had no factory behind him. Everything was brought from another world. If anyone really investigated, problems would arise. He directly refused. "Sorry folks. I can't say for sure if there will be any goods next time. Can't cooperate." Hearing that there would be no goods in the future, they stopped pressing and just left a few words about selling to them if he had any, then returned to their own stalls. Wu Hong stood up and began to stroll along the stalls. But he hadn't walked 2 steps when shouts of the boss ran off with his sister-in-law selling goods to pay off debts rang out repeatedly behind him. The shouters were all startled at the same time, glaring at each other angrily. Wu Hong turned back to glance and continued walking forward. This place was much livelier than a night market in the modern world. Not only were the goods bizarre and exotic, but within a short distance he had already seen several real-life brawls. But they were still relatively restrained, not drawing swords, just throwing punches at each other's faces. After walking around, he stopped at a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in leather armor with herbs, animal horns, and 5 spears laid out before him. The spearheads were metal and the shafts were hardwood. They were probably used by nearby villages to drive away wild beasts. Adventurers in combat wouldn't use wooden shafted weapons. They could easily be snapped in half. Instead, they were quite effective against beasts. How much for the spears? Wu Heng asked. The stall owner looked up at him and casually said, 2 silver coins each, or you can trade. I'll take all of these. Can you give me a discount? All of them. What do you need so many for? The stall owner looked up at him. Are you giving a discount or not? Buy them all for 10 silver coins, I'll take 9, the stall owner continued. Wu Heng directly paid and bought the 5 spears. Seeing that the customer was generous, the stall owner continued. If you like anything else, I'll give you a discount if you take everything. Maybe next time. He picked up the purchased spears and together with the skeleton basin, carried them toward their lodging. After dealing with the dinner issue, he had the skeleton basin hold the spears and head to the zombie world. The familiar stench of decay hit him, but instead it gave him a sense of safety, as if returning to normal life. The human world was too complicated. In the mission at Kwangshan village, the mine owner turned out to be the mastermind behind it all, almost killing the entire investigation team. The hardest thing to guess was still the human heart. In the zombie world, he didn't have to worry about such things. Upon reaching the rooftop, skeleton warriors stood rigidly filling the entire roof, while only the skeleton dog kept running around, showing none of the steadiness expected of the undead. Bring those corpses over, Wu Heng commanded. The skeleton warriors in front of him moved, dragging the corpses from afar and throwing them at his feet. There were 4 corpses in total from those who had attacked him yesterday in Kwangshan village. He had picked a few to bring back. Apart from the corpses, there were also 4 iron swords, 2 hand crossbows, and some bolts. These were worth quite a few silver coins. He stripped the armor and clothes off the bodies, revealing wolf head-like patterns on their skin. They were probably mercenaries or gang members. Only such organizations would commonly tattoo such uniform markings on their bodies. It was probably similar to adopting a family name in games, helpful for unity, easy identification of their own people, and also for intimidation. He just glanced at them and didn't pay much attention. These had nothing to do with him. Even if they were from some big gang or sect, they would have to take it up with the Haishi town guard. He directly cast bone manipulation art. The flesh fell away, and 4 skeletons stood up. They were 2 skeleton swordsmen and 2 skeleton crossbowmen. One skeleton swordsman was level 6, the other level 5, while the crossbowmen were both level 5. He specifically checked the attributes of the crossbowman. Skeleton crossbowman level 5000 attributes: Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 14, Intelligence 9, Perception 8, Charisma 5. Traits: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Specialties: Hunters, Aim, Coordinated Attack. Abilities: One-Handed Sword Proficiency, Basic Hand Crossbow Proficiency, Intermediate Light Armor Proficiency, Intermediate Lockpicking, Basic Trap Disarmament, Basic. Hunter's Aim. Focused aiming makes attacks extremely precise. Coordinated Attack possesses rich teamwork experience, can better coordinate with teammates, allies, and attacks. All 4 skeletons possessed Basic Soul, with faint blue flames flickering in their hollow eye sockets. Among the crossbowmen's attributes, Hand Crossbow Proficiency and Familiarity were the main focus. He now had a ranged unit on his side. The swordsman's attributes had nothing special. Specialty: Precise Swordsmanship. Abilities: Two-Handed Sword Proficiency, Intermediate Light Armor Proficiency, Intermediate Medium Armor Proficiency, Intermediate. Not bad either. Wu Heng looked at the 4 skeletons and said to the level 6 skeleton swordsman, "You will be called Sword 1 from now on." Then he addressed the other swordsmen and crossbowmen respectively. "You are Sword 2, you are Crossbow 1, and you are Crossbow 2. The 4 skeletons nodded their skulls. This way he now had 6 skeletons with souls: the skeleton dog, Teddy the skeleton robe basin, and Sword 1, Sword 2, Crossbow 1, Crossbow 2. "First put on your armor and equip your weapons," Wu Heng commanded. The 4 skeletons walked aside and began to don the gear that had been stripped from them. Sword 1 and Sword 2, along with the 4 skeletons, went to the side to don their equipment. Wu Heng's gaze fell upon the upright line of skeletons. From among them, he selected 5 skeleton warriors with slightly higher experience and summoned them to the front. One of them was the skeleton initially transformed, wielding an iron sword. That skeleton was the only one that had been upgraded to level 2. "Discard your weapon." Clang clatter. The skeleton warrior threw its weapon to the ground. Wu Heng picked up a spear and handed it to one of the skeletons. "Take this." The skeleton warrior took the spear and held it firmly. Wu Heng stepped back 2 paces, then pointed at the iron cage beside him. "Attack the cage." The skeleton warrior raised the spear and made a thrusting motion. The spearhead struck the iron cage with a sharp clang. Seeing that the skeleton could perform this action, Wu Heng felt relieved. He had been worried that the skeleton would wield the spear like a cleaver or an iron sword, swinging it wildly. Though these spears were not expensive, it was still a good thing that ordinary skeletons could use them. Wu Heng then handed spears to the remaining skeletons one by one. He gave them the same command to attempt an attack. They all made a thrusting motion. The effect was satisfactory. Just then Sword 1 and the other skeletons, now fully equipped with armor and weapons, returned. Wu Heng glanced at the darkening sky and said, "Don't go outside. Stay on standby upstairs." The 4 skeletons nodded in unison. Wu Heng did not linger. He returned to Blackstone Town with the skeleton basin. After a simple physical training session, he went to bed. The next morning at dawn, after breakfast, he headed to the Adventurers Association alone. According to Captain Ayachaluk, he was supposed to visit the association this morning. He arrived at the central district and entered the association's hall. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw a tall, slender figure standing before the bulletin board looking up at the posted quests. "Kawena, you're here early." Wu Hung greeted her. Kawena turned around at the sound of his voice and nodded. "The captain asked me to wait for you here. He was afraid you might not find the place." "Oh, thank you." They walked through a corridor and arrived at a room. Pushing the door open, they saw Captain Ayachaluk sitting inside. "Captain Wu Hung is here," Kawena said. Ayachaluk nodded, gesturing for them to sit. He continued, "Wu Hung, this is the association's rest room assigned to our team. From now on, come directly here." "Understood, Captain." Ayachaluk then added, "During yesterday's meeting, the deacon praised our team's performance, especially yours. The city hall gave you a special commendation." After affirming their performance in the mission, Ayachaluk took out a file and handed it to both of them. "Blackstone Town has interrogated Akijuel. This is the record of his confession. Since we participated in this operation, we also received a copy." Kawena glanced at it first, then passed it to him. Wu Hung took it and examined it carefully. According to Akijuel's confession, what they had taken from the mining village was the body of an infant. 3 years ago, his wife had given birth to a stillborn child. In this world, that was nothing unusual. They simply buried it and moved on. But before the burial, a passing scholar found him and claimed to have a method that would allow the dead infant to live on in another form, and that his business would also benefit from it. At the time, he believed the man's words. Following the method, he placed the stillborn in a certain spot within the mine. Sure enough, the mining business began to improve. Until recently, when the villagers started going mad. He realized something was wrong, but when he tried to retrieve the body for a proper burial, he found that the entire village had gone insane and his men couldn't get in. With Blackstone Town sending successive investigation teams, he took the risk of setting up the trap 2 days ago. Since he couldn't stop the second investigation team, he decided to lure the maddened villagers away so that his men could enter and retrieve the infant's body. The plan went smoothly, except for Wu Hung. He alone had killed several members of the Wolf Head mercenary group, causing the entire plan to fail at the final step. After Wu Hung finished reading, Ayachaluk continued, "Blackstone Town believes that passing scholar was a necromancer. They have already begun investigating him." A necromancer. With just a casual suggestion, he had caused the deaths of an entire village. It was no wonder this profession was ostracized. So the cause of the villagers' madness was that infant's corpse. Wu Hung asked further. "According to the records, it was a specter nurtured by necromantic magic. The infant's soul form we saw? Such a spirit having no concept of good or evil is often more dangerous," Ayachaluk replied. "An infant spirit? A soul form? How did this end up involving ghosts?" But then he thought skeletons already possessed soul fire, so the existence of ghosts in this world wasn't surprising. At least the concept of a soul was more plausible than a skeleton standing up. Well, this mission is over. Due to the intelligence error, the association and Blackstone Town have increased the reward 220 silver coins and a medium-grade item reward. Upon hearing this, Kawena, who had shown little interest in the story, brightened up. At least this trip hadn't been in vain. The reward had been upgraded. Wu Hung, on the other hand, was more interested in the medium-grade item reward. He could exchange it for a mid-tier skill book. The acid splash felt ineffective, and casting it was like spitting, hardly elegant. "By the way, Wu Hung, there's something you need to be aware of," the captain said, turning to him again. "Huh? What is it?" "This incident has affected an entire village and involved a necromancer. Although the city hall acknowledges your performance, they will also be keeping a closer eye on you." Wu Hung frowned instantly. So the consequences of this necromancer's actions had made the city hall view the profession as even more dangerous. As a necromancer in the city, he would now be under heightened scrutiny. No, that wasn't right. He had always been a person of interest. Now he was just a person of even greater interest. "I understand, Captain." Ayachaluk took out 2 money pouches and handed them to the pair. "That's all for today?" Kawena showed Wu Hung around the association. "Sure." Kawena put the pouch into her backpack and stood up. "I'll show you around. You can ask me anything you're curious about." Leaving the room, Kawena led him with her long strides, her curvaceous silhouette drawing attention. "That's the training ground, a large space. The captain loves training there. He's a training fanatic. That room over there is the alchemy lab reserved for alchemists. And that's the conference room." As they walked, Kawena pointed out several special areas. The Adventurers Association was indeed lavish. The entire building occupied a considerable area with various facilities. "Do they serve meals here? Like breakfast or dinner?" "No." "Oh." After a full tour, Kawena left on her own. Wu Hung approached the counter. "I'd like to exchange the medium-grade item reward for a skill book." "Certainly, sir. Which class's skill book do you need?" "Mage." "Very well, sir. Blackstone Town currently has 2 mage skill books available." He produced 2 books, Grease Spell and Fog Spell. Their covers were worn, clearly thumbed through more than once. Grease Spell. Description: turns the designated area into difficult terrain, flammable. Fog Spell. Description: creates thick fog that fills every corner. 2 books lay before him, and the prompt offered a brief introduction. Both spells appeared to be of the support type. One was for altering terrain, while the other changed the environment to create smoke. It must be said that in Haishi Town a mage's spell options were truly scarce. No wonder even a freshly specialized necromancer like himself could join as a special class. He pondered for a moment. The cloud mist spell was actually not very useful, or at least not effective against zombies, and the poison smoke bomb could fully replace it. On the other hand, the grease spell mentioned difficult terrain, which might serve some purpose to a certain extent. After making up his mind, he said directly, "I'll take this one." The staff member nodded, recorded it, and completed the entry. Wu Heng tucked the skill book away, turned around, and left. He returned to his residence. He ate a simple meal, then took out the grease spell he had exchanged that morning. In terms of spell level, grease was above acid splash. He hoped it would bring a decent effect, but Haishi Town truly had few skills, and the exchanged skill books were clearly quite old. Haishi Town was still too remote. He had heard that career field agents could be transferred to other cities. Should he apply to move to a larger place? This thought only flashed by and was immediately dismissed. Skills were merely supplementary. As long as his level went up, converting more skeletons was far more important. If he really transferred out a new environment, might bring other problems. Trading a new environment just to learn a few more skills didn't seem worthwhile. He couldn't be too hasty. Steadying his mind, he refocused his attention on the grease skill book and began to flip through it. Time passed little by little. When he finished the last page, a system prompt echoed in his ear. Skill unlocked. Grease. Having successfully unlocked the skill, he closed the spellbook. This exchange seemed rather unprofitable. He only needed to read it once to unlock it. He wondered if he could return the book and say he had made the wrong choice. He would ask Odaluk when he had a chance. After unlocking the skill, he checked the time. Still, he took Basin and opened the portal to the zombie world. Arriving on the rooftop, rows of skeleton warriors stood upright. The few skeletons with souls sat on the bricks nearby. After confirming nothing was wrong, Wu Heng ordered, "Follow me downstairs." The skeletons followed him down the stairs and stopped at the stairwell door on the first floor. "You five stand at the doorway, spears forward." Wu Heng stood on the stairs, commanding the 5 skeleton spearmen. The 5 skeleton spears in hand stood stiffly at the door, 3 in front and 2 behind their spears, thrust forward, blocking the narrow corridor. When preparations were nearly complete, he said to the skeleton Basin beside him, "Open the door, lure some zombies nearby inside, but don't leave the residential area." The zombies downstairs had been cleared, but a considerable number still lingered under the adjacent building. Basin nodded, opened the door, and walked straight out. Soon the sound of hurried footsteps and zombie roars came from outside. Peeking out, he saw Basin sprinting back, followed by at least 20 or 30 zombies charging madly. They were flailing their arms and baring their teeth in fierce grimaces. The commotion and roars also attracted the attention of zombies in other buildings. Those trapped inside smashed through windows, leaping down from upper floors amidst a shower of broken glass. They landed with a dull thud on the ground. The number of zombies was rapidly increasing. Basin was fast, always maintaining a certain distance from the zombies. After sprinting to the building, he plunged straight into the stairwell, squeezing into the rear of the skeleton formation. The zombies, roaring one after another, followed like a flock of swallows returning to their nest, chasing into the stairwell. Thud! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. The first zombie that rushed in crashed directly onto the spears thrust forward. Then more and more zombies surged in. The 5 skeleton spearmen began to attack. Their spears thrust forward, repeatedly piercing through the zombies' bodies. The mindless zombies, feeling no pain, continued to press forward. The narrow corridor restricted the zombies' movements. The spears kept thrusting, impaling the zombies at the front. Gained experience 6. Summon, skeleton warrior experience 5. Summon, skeleton warrior experience 5. Summon, skeleton warrior level up to 2. Strength 1. Summon, skeleton warrior level up to 2. Constitution 1. The effect was better than expected. All the experience was concentrated on the 5 skeleton spearmen. Their levels rose successively to level 2. Previously they had killed many zombies, but the experience was spread across numerous skeletons. Those at the front who killed the most were also the most likely to die. So after several days of busy work, only the sword-wielding skeleton had reached level 2. Now it seemed that when the enemy numbers were small and there was no danger, he could use this method to first cultivate some higher-level skeletons. Quantity was important, but so was level. Soon the battle neared its end, and all 5 skeletons had reached level 2. The small doorway was piled high with corpses. Wu Heng walked out from behind and began casting the Bone Servitude spell. One by one, skeleton warriors rose from the ground and squeezed into the skeleton ranks. The following work was somewhat tedious. He alternated between converting skeletons and recovering his spirit. It continued until late into the night when he returned to Haishi Town to rest. The next day, Wu Heng arrived early at the zombie world. After converting all the remaining zombie corpses from yesterday, he counted the number of skeletons. There were 5 level 2 skeletons and 172 level 1 skeletons. The skeletons with souls were level 7 skeleton rogue Basin, level 6 skeleton swordsman, 1 level 5 skeleton swordsman, 2 crossbowmen 1 and 2, and the level 5 skeleton dog Teddy. It didn't sound like many, but standing on the rooftop they looked quite numerous. However, compared to the zombie horde chasing the bus, it was incomparable. Especially since the zombie group contained various mutated zombies. The prerequisite for stable development was not to be reckless. After counting the skeletons, he said, "Let's go downstairs." Clatter. The skeleton group moved following him downstairs. Exiting the stairwell, the ground floor was somewhat empty. Forward. Thump thump thump. The skeleton formation marched with scattered but dense footsteps following him toward the adjacent building. They arrived at the first unit's door. Whoosh. As soon as he opened the door, 2 zombies lunged at him. He sidestepped, and the skeleton warriors behind swung their cleavers, killing them. You follow Swordsman 1 upstairs and clear the zombies in the stairwell. Swordsman 1 nodded, leading 5 skeleton warriors into the stairwell and heading up. Wu Hung then proceeded to the second unit. After opening the door, he said, "You follow Swordsman 2 to clear the stairwell zombies." One unit after another, he opened the doors, dispatching skeletons in batches to clear the zombies in the stairwells. The operation went smoothly. No mutated zombies were found. Soon one building was cleared, and the corpses were carried to the open space outside. Wu Hung did not immediately convert them, but continued to clear the second building. The same procedure was repeated. Corpses piled outside, and loot was carried back to the original residence. Returning to Haishi Town, Wu Hung told Basin to carry a backpack, and they headed together toward the market in the eastern part of the city. The market was still bustling with shouts and hawking resounding throughout the area. Passing several stalls, he could hear more than one vendor shouting, "The boss has run off with his sister-in-law, everything must go." Wu Hung found an empty spot with Basin, spread a patterned cloth on the ground, and then took out glass cups one by one. Sunlight fell, refracting beautiful rays on the glass cups. Before he could even call out, a crowd gathered around. New stock. Still the same price as before. They crowded together, asking questions. Wu Hung hadn't expected so many people to gather so quickly. He said, "Still the same price, 50 copper coins each. To prevent malicious bulk buying, a maximum of 3 per person." "I'll take one." "Me too." The crowd surged forward, pulling out money to buy these glass cups that were cheaper than those in the shops. Whether they recognized him or just saw the crowd and came to see what was happening, soon the stall was thronged with people. It was a chaotic scene. Although not sold out in an instant like the first time, business was still quite good. With many people and the items genuinely cheap, the goods were quickly sold out. "Sorry, come back next time." Wu Hung packed up and stood up. Those who didn't get any sighed softly, said a few words about coming earlier next time, and then dispersed. Wu Hung packed his things. He took a look around the stalls again. He didn't see any spears for sale, which was a pity. The items at the market were considerably cheaper than at the blacksmith's. After walking around, he asked a fur vendor about the price, then headed back with his skeleton. Rough fur and leather were somewhat different. The furs sold were completely different from the leather armor at the armor shop. There must be several processing steps in between. He didn't know much about it, and buying furs wouldn't be of much use. After looking and asking about the price, he left. But just as he left, 2 men also came to this stall. They asked, "What did that man just try to buy from you?" The stall owner, seeing the 2 men's hostile expressions, hesitated, but still said he asked about the price of furs, seemed to think it was too expensive, and left. "Nothing else." "What else do you see on my stall?" the stall owner replied. The 2 men glanced at the stall owner again, then stood up and walked away. When they reached a secluded spot, one of them asked, "So he's the one who killed Basin? The items must be with him." "Basin that waste," the other cursed first, then continued, "Who's that guy beside him?" "Don't know, but he lives alone. The guards have been cracking down on the wolf head mercenary corps these days. We'll find a time to pay him a visit, avenge Basin, and retrieve the goods." "Good." Having had dinner at the tavern along the way, he returned directly to his lodgings. After resting for a while, he began practicing short spear combat with Basin. Since acquiring Basin as a skeletal companion, he no longer practiced against wooden targets. Real combat was far more effective than mere target drilling. As the sparring continued, a system notification appeared once more in his ear. Unlocked specialty short spear proficiency novice. The sudden notification caught him off guard, and for a moment his focus wavered. His movements slowed, and Basin's dagger sliced toward his neck. Startled, his body instinctively jerked aside in a panicked dodge. "Stop!" he called out immediately after dodging. Basin halted his movement swiftly, sheathing his dagger and standing at attention. Wu Hung touched his neck, confirmed he wasn't injured, and opened his status panel. Name: Wu Hung. Class: Necromancer. Level 3, 1109-2700. Attributes: Strength 10, Agility 13, Constitution 15, Intelligence 16, Perception 10, Charisma 13. Specialties: Short Spear Proficiency Novice. Skills: Bone Command, Acid Splash, Oil Spell. Short Spear Proficiency Novice. You have reached novice level proficiency with the short spear. As expected, a new specialty had appeared on his status panel. There was no fixed attribute bonus attached to it, merely a note indicating novice proficiency. This meant he could unlock other weapons through training as well. Actually, this was just a data-driven notification on the panel. The proficiency came from his own training. Between actual combat and daily practice, a considerable amount of time had already passed. Perhaps I should practice swordsmanship next. Compared to short spears, swords were far more common in the market. This attested to the practicality of the sword among the masses. Since training could unlock weapon proficiency, he might as well give swords a try. After reviewing his attributes, he rose to his feet. Come on, let's practice a while longer. The two stood in the open space of the living room and resumed their practice. It wasn't until late at night that Wu Heng finally went to bed to rest. The next day, in this world overrun by zombies, Wu Heng led his skeleton ranks to continue yesterday's work. Arriving at the uncleaned buildings, he opened each stairwell door and led his skeletal warriors inside to clear out the zombies. He then proceeded to open every apartment door, clearing out the zombies trapped inside rooms. It was repetitive combat, with little variation. These isolated zombies posed absolutely no threat to his skeleton force now. Soon the first building was cleared, followed by the next. They completed each engagement with overwhelming numerical superiority. When Wu Heng finished clearing the third building and was about to round the corner, Basin, the skeletal rogue acting as scout, ran back from a distance and signaled them to halt. Wu Heng immediately ordered, "Hold position. Rattle." The advancing skeleton army instantly froze in place, standing rigid in formation. Basin pushed through the ranks to Wu Heng's side and pointed behind the building, blocking their view. "Is there danger?" Basin's skull nodded slightly. "Take me to see." Basin nodded again, leading Wu Heng out from the skeleton ranks. At the corner, he poked his head out and scanned ahead. Ahead lay the residential compound's small square, a concrete area with a few fitness stations. A blue bus had smashed through the compound fence and overturned on one side of the square. There were roughly 20+ zombies wandering around the square, many of them wearing identical blue work uniforms. They were likely passengers from the bus workers from some factory. The numbers are still within controllable range. 20+ zombies, while not few. But with their current skeleton count, plus a few soulbound ones, the difficulty wasn't great. Preparing in advance could minimize losses even further. Just as he was about to call the skeleton army forward, whoosh! Suddenly 3 dark shadows shot out from a distant stairwell. They grabbed the wandering zombies and brutally tore off their arms and lower legs. Before the other zombies could close in, they quickly scattered, luring the horde into circling patterns. Mutated zombie dogs. Wu Heng's eyes widened slightly. Like the skeletal teddy, these 3 were large mutated canines. They toyed with the zombies like prey, keeping them in pursuit. Using their speed advantage, they darted around constantly, occasionally glancing back to wait a moment. With all the commotion, more zombies began gathering at the square, swelling in number. The dogs' advantage lay in their speed. When they had killed Teddy before it had been trapped in a stairwell, severely limiting its mobility. In such open terrain outside, it would be difficult to catch them. Even if they could win a fight, the dogs would simply turn and flee, making pursuit nearly impossible. Wu Heng patted Basin's shoulder. "Let's head back." They retreated behind the lines and led the skeleton army away. These 3 zombie dogs needed careful consideration on how to handle them. Ideally, they'd need to be cornered and surrounded, otherwise they'd prove quite troublesome. They withdrew all the way to the building where Wu Heng resided. He began directing skeletons to carry the corpses while he started the transformation process. One by one, the skeletons rose to their feet, while Jian Er and other nearby skeletons handed prepared kitchen knives to the newly raised undead. Dusk. Wu Heng returned to Blackstone Town carrying a one-handed iron sword. Now that he'd unlocked short spear proficiency, he planned to practice swordsmanship tonight, hoping to unlock another specialty. Moreover, when he practiced short spear before, he had been fumbling blindly. For swordsmanship, he could seek guidance from the 4th squad members. If all else failed, he still had Jian and Jian Er. With basic souls, they were much like ordinary people, the only difference being they couldn't speak. Simple demonstrations or corrections of his movements should be no problem for them. He set the iron sword aside and reached for his backpack on the table, about to head out. His hand paused slightly. The backpack had been rummaged through. Though nothing was missing, the positions of items had shifted. Wu Heng immediately began searching the room again. Everything else showed signs of being handled, merely returned to their original places. If he hadn't kept his backpack contents in fixed positions, he probably wouldn't have noticed. Not a thief. The silver coins in the drawer were still there. Besides, a real thief wouldn't go through belongings and then put everything back. With such refinement, who would bother being a thief? Finding no clues in the room, Wu Heng shouldered his backpack and walked out alone. As soon as he emerged from the alley, he saw the landlord chatting with neighbors. Going out, the landlord asked, "Did anyone come looking for me today?" Wu Heng asked directly. "Nobody came. Who'd come looking for you? If you're not here, just tell them to wait at my place, and I'll pass on any messages." The landlord said generously. "Oh, it's nothing, just asking." Just as he was about to turn and leave, the landlord suddenly added, "A right of first seller came by looking for you during the day. I happened to see him when I went out." "Fur? Yes, he said you 2 talked at the market yesterday. When he saw you weren't home, he left." Someone entered his room, and the landlord encountered a first seller at the door. These 2 events forced him to connect them. How would the first seller know his location? Not a thief, nor could it be a first seller. Only the escaped fugitive knew his residence. A fugitive daring to appear in broad daylight. How audacious. Wu Heng felt both tension and excitement surge within him. The tension came from being targeted again, and the excitement from the opponent's impending move, which he had perceived. He could seize this opportunity to eliminate the threat. He adjusted his backpack and said to the landlord, I have something to do, I'll be going now. Don't deal with those furs in the room. We can't handle them, and it'll make a mess. The landlord said, asking for someone else. He walked out of the crowded area toward the central district. It was most likely the fugitive. He should inform the association. Now that he had an organization, he couldn't bear this alone. The professional association. The hall was still crowded with many professionals. Some were handing in tasks at the counter, chatting in the rest area, or feeding their pets. From the attire and pet, this should be a ranger. Kawena once said that rangers tame pets and can share the pet's vision and hearing for a short time. It is an important means of reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. He glanced around the hall, did not delay, and walked through the corridor to the team's restroom. Opening the door, he found it empty. He also went to the training room, and still did not see Captain Ayachaluk or Kawena. Not here. On a mission, or were both not in the association. If they were on a mission, they should have taken him along. They probably weren't here. Just like Wu Hung, after his first mission, he never came here. He went to the office area of the hall and asked a staff member, has Captain Ayachaluk come today? Apart from field agents like them, the association had many staff members to handle other work. In other words, clerical staff. The staff member glanced at him and said, at noon, Captain Ayachaluk and Ms. Kawena left with the second team. They are not in the association right now. Damn it, they left at this time. The second team had 5 people, the fourth team only 3, and he wasn't there. What were they doing? When will they be back? Not sure. Do you know where the second team took them? It should be related to a mission. Wu Hung nodded and said no more. He just went to the notice board nearby and glanced at the wanted posters covering it. The number of fugitives had increased again. Among these portraits, he still could not recognize a familiar face. He returned to the team's restroom, sat on the sofa, and began to ponder his next plan. The opponent was a fugitive, so they wouldn't dare to be too conspicuous. Most likely they would act at night, and the number wouldn't be large. With the captain and Kawena absent, he might still have a way. If they really got involved, it would be inconvenient for him to deploy his other skeleton warriors. Will they come for me tonight? If they didn't come at night, but hid in the shadows watching him, it would be troublesome. He should first inform the association. If they didn't show up tonight, the association could contact Blackstone Town to intensify the search. If they came at night, he would directly deal with the trouble, even if it was dangerous. After deciding, he left a note on the table, picked up his backpack, and left. The night was deep. Under the misty moonlight, a gray feathered owl watched the patrolling guards gradually moving away below. Meanwhile, in a nearby narrow alley, a person said, the guards have left. Then 2 more figures stood up. They exchanged glances, made no communication, and crouched low as they rushed across under the moonlight, entering the opposite alley. One of them directed the owl to land at the far end of the alley, while the remaining 3 quickly approached the door and began to act. With a crisp click, the lock was easily opened. The room was dim and silent. The 3 cautiously entered, closed the door behind them, and without searching around, they crept directly toward the bedroom. Capture him, find out where the item was placed, then kill him. It was that simple. They had to finish before the next patrol round. Entering the bedroom, they saw the human-shaped figure on the bed and tightened their grip on the daggers. Just as they were about to proceed, a sudden unease and chills surged from their spines. Years of experience made them sense danger instantly. Without any hesitation, they rolled on the ground. Clang, clang. 2 crossbow bolts struck their original positions. Before they could steady themselves, they swung their short swords backward, the sharp blades drawing a silvery cold gleam. They clashed with the iron sword, cleaving from behind, sending up dazzling sparks. In the dim room, a dozen or so figures could be vaguely seen standing ahead, blocking the door. The cold moonlight streamed in through the window. The moonlight passed through the figures, casting shadows of ribs. Undead. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Except for the first few wearing armor, the rest were bare-boned skeletons. Had they come to the wrong place? How could there be so many undead in this room? They also realized that the opponent had long noticed them. He had not shown it, merely waiting for them to walk into the trap. Even so, they did not panic. Which fugitive wasn't a person who lived on the edge? In a life-or-death situation, showing weakness only meant faster death. A desperate fight might bring a slim chance. Break out, one of them shouted. Hearing this, the other 2 also brandished their weapons and charged forward. Seeing the opponent's desperate attempt, Wu Hung stepped back and commanded attack. Whoosh. Skeleton Teddy kicked off the ground, leaped 3 or 4 meters, and pounced directly at the figure behind. At the same time, Jian E and Jian Air, along with more ordinary skeleton warriors behind, also surged forward. In an instant, the sounds of fighting and weapon clashes filled the room. Bang! The leading bandit kicked the skeleton in front of him over. His eyes quickly swept the room and locked onto the figure in the corner, who was not participating in the fight. He muttered coldly, die. Undead were troublesome, but the solution was simple. Kill the necromancer, and the summoned undead would dissipate on their own. Having confirmed the target, he charged with his sword. Wu Hung watched him and raised his hand, sending a water ball flying toward him. The bandit slashed vertically with his sword, instantly splitting the water ball. The shattered acid splashed onto his face, beginning to corrode. His forward charge slowed, and his movements became distorted. Thud! A pain shot through his chest. Through the blur caused by the acid, he saw a figure holding a short spear thrusting into his chest. Damn it, the bandit cursed. At the same time, a whistling sound of something cutting through the air came from beside his ear. He tried to dodge, but his movements were sluggish. Thud! Another sound of blade piercing flesh. A sharp short sword sliced into his neck and blood gushed out like a fountain. The bandit slowly knelt to the ground. He pulled out his iron sword and continued to pounce on the other enemies. The battle behind was also drawing to a close. The only bandit still alive, covered in blood, was dragged over. What are you looking for in my room? The room was dim, filled with a heavy scent of blood. The wanted criminal was dragged before him, his breath weak and labored. What are you looking for in my place? Wu Heng asked. The wanted criminal coughed up a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth. If I tell you, will you let me go? Do you think you still can? Fair trade. You let me go, and I'll tell you what we're looking for. Coming to his own home to kill him, and yet speaking of fair trade. Are you here for the slip with the snake head that Ba San had? Wu Heng continued. When he first killed Ba San. The only unusual thing was that slip imprinted with a snake head. Though he didn't know its purpose, it was the only peculiar item. The other did not answer, but from the slight stiffening of his movements, Wu Heng knew he had guessed correctly. There was nothing more to ask. He said directly, kill him. Nope. With a single stroke, the iron sword pierced the target's throat. Experience gained 30. Summon. Skeleton swordsman experience 10. The corpse went limp and the notification appeared instantly. That knight had granted him and his skeletons considerable experience. Wu Heng looked at the bodies on the floor, then at the skeleton standing by in the room. In the end, he did not let them return to the portal, fearing other accomplices might still be around. Ba San, who had been stationed outside, had not yet returned. He lit a torch and began to search the bodies. He found 3 money pouches, each heavy with silver and copper coins. Even as wanted men, they carried a fair amount of money. It seemed these men had a fixed hideout in the city. Besides the money, there were also the 3 men's weapons and armor. The weapons were set aside, while the armor remained untouched to avoid more blood from seeping out. Knock knock. At that moment the door was knocked. Peering through the crack, he saw the skeleton Ba San standing outside. He opened the door. No one else. Ba San shook his head, indicating no. He had left Ba San, the highest level thief, outside because he feared the enemy might have stationed someone to keep watch as they did last time. If they escaped again, it would be endless trouble. Now it seemed the enemy had timed their entry precisely and had not posted a lookout. Carry the bodies to the living room, then all return to the portal. Wu Heng continued his orders. The bodies were placed on leather sheets and carried to the living room. The skeletons in the room immediately returned to the portal. Early morning. Dense footsteps sounded outside the door. Bang! The door was kicked open. Captain Ayatollah Ka Wena and several other members of the professional squad rushed in, weapons in hand, their eyes scanning the entire house vigilantly. When they saw Wu Heng sitting on a chair with 3 dead bodies neatly arranged at his feet, everyone who entered was momentarily stunned. Wu Heng, are you alright? Ayatollah asked immediately. No big deal. Wu Heng replied, his gaze shifting to the people before him. Behind Ayatollah, besides Ka Wena, stood a woman in leather armor with wheat-colored skin and brown hair braided into a plait, holding a wooden staff and a sword at her waist. Wu Heng had seen her before, but hadn't known her identity. Now he could guess. She was Squad 2's Captain Tu Lisha, the only female captain among the 4 squads. Behind them were several men, 1 in silver armor with a shield and sword, 3 in leather armor, some with bows, some with swords. All members of Squad 2. Seeing Wu Heng unharmed, they first breathed a sigh of relief, then their relaxation turned to astonishment. Their eyes fell back on the 3 bodies on the ground. All 3 are wanted criminals. You killed them. Tu Lisha said. Last night Squad 2's mission was also to capture a wanted criminal. They had made thorough preparations with guards blocking the area, and even enlisted Ayatollah and Ka Wena's help. Only then did they succeed in killing their target. Yet this newcomer, who was looked down upon by the other squads, and only reluctantly chosen by Ayatollah due to manpower shortage, had actually killed 3. How is that possible? A member of Squad 2 stepped forward to examine the bodies, then nodded. They're all wanted criminals on the bounty list. After that, both sides fell into silence. Tu Lisha exclaimed in surprise, you killed them. Their eyes once again fell on Wu Heng, then on the figure standing upright beside him with a round helmet. The matter of wanted criminals had been quite serious in Blackstone Town lately. The new member of Squad for killing 3 wanted criminals was bound to make quite a splash. If only I had known, I would have taken this Necromancer myself, even as a reserve member. Ayatollah then came to his senses and introduced. Wu Heng, this is Squad 2's Captain Tu Lisha. In the future, when I'm not around, you can come to her for help. It seemed Ayatollah and Tu Lisha had a good relationship. Hello, Captain Tu Lisha, Wu Heng said. If you find Squad 4 unsuitable, you can come to our squad. I'll arrange a spot for you, Tu Lisha said with a smile. Thank you, but Squad 4 is fine. Tu Lisha, we need your help to bring the 3 bodies back. Ka Wena, take Wu Heng back to the association for a checkup, see if he's injured. Ayatollah immediately interjected, cutting off her poaching. Tu Lisha nodded, and someone behind her produced body bags to wrap the corpses for transport. Ka Wena hailed a carriage outside, and first took Wu Heng to the association. In the carriage, Ka Wena crossed her long legs and said to him, you might consider renting a house in the central district. It's safer there and closer to the association. He had thought about it. After all, he now had some money and could rent a better house for a better living environment. But this plan had never been put into action. Although the crowded district was less desirable, it drew less attention, and he could bring things back without anyone noticing. It was more convenient for him to transport goods back and forth. In the central district, he would be easily noticed. I'll save up a bit more money, Wu Hong said casually. Then the captain can help you find a place. Okay. Behind them, in another carriage. Lisha glanced at Adaluku across from her and said, "You're quite lucky. You'll get a good bounty for the person your squad killed last night." "No, I mean you're lucky to have recruited a member who seems very reliable." Lisha was beaming. Squad 2 was already full. But Squad 3 had the chance to recruit this person, yet they chose someone else. When word gets back to the association, who knows if Squad 3 will regret missing out on a member capable of single-handedly killing 3 wanted criminals. Adaluku hummed casually, but he was quite satisfied inside. Bringing back the 3 wanted criminals this time. It really gave face to Squad 4's captain. In the lounge of the 4th squad, Outlook entered and handed him the money pouch. The wanted criminals were submitted under the squad's name. "Here's the bounty. Keep it for now. You also have 1 low-tier item reward left. You can claim it at the front desk later." The method of submitting the mission was agreed upon by the 3 of them. By submitting it under the squad's name, the credit would be attributed to all 3. This suited Wu Heng's thinking, as it would be difficult to explain how he alone had killed 3 wanted criminals. On the surface, claiming it was a squad kill made it far more convincing. As for the fact that the second squad knew about it, that was beyond his control. Moreover, even if someone investigated, they wouldn't find anything. "Thank you, Captain. I'll treat you all to dinner tonight," Wu Hong said politely. "No need. The steward recently assigned tasks to all squads requiring us to assist the guards in searching for wanted criminals and rogue mercenaries. Now is not the time for celebration." Outlook sat down nearby and poured himself a cup of tea. "A search mission. Originally our squad was assigned one too. But since you killed 3 wanted criminals, it counts as completing the task directly, so you don't have to participate. Otherwise you'd have to patrol and search with the guards." Outlook explained. "Damn it. I thought this was a cushy job, but now I have to patrol too. Killing those 3 really solved a lot of problems." "Then let's do it in a few days." Wu Hong thought for a moment and continued, "Captain, could I request a second skeleton minion? It's still pretty dangerous outside." Outlook took a sip of tea, thought for a moment, and said, "I'll talk to the steward about it. Whether it gets approved depends on the situation." "All right." Outlook nodded and then asked, "How did you know they were going to make a move on you?" The fact that he had left a note in advance meant Wu Hong knew they would come for him last night. Kavina also looked at him curiously, waiting for an answer. Then Wu Hong recounted how he had discovered someone entering his residence and the issues he had found during his conversation with the landlord. "I couldn't be sure, I just guessed they would probably act." "Then how did you kill them yourself?" Kavina pressed further. This question didn't really need an answer. Everyone has their own secrets. But Wu Hong had already prepared a story. He said, "After I realized they would make a move, I made some preparations in advance. When they came in, I released a thick smoke. As everyone knows, skeletons don't rely on eyesight, darkness, and smoke don't hinder their vision. Skeleton Basin then killed them one by one. As everyone knows." "Who told you that?" "We don't have that deep an understanding of the undead." But the reason seemed plausible. Fighting in the dead of night with preparations made killing 3 wanted criminals didn't seem too far-fetched. Yet something still felt off. The 3 of them chatted for a while. Outlook headed to the training room, while Kavina and Wu Hong also left the lounge. Arriving at the front hall, Wu Hong exchanged his low-tier item reward for a copy of Dancing Lights, and then left the association. Commercial Street, a weapon shop. "What are you here to buy today?" the muscular oilskin shopkeeper asked with a smile. Wu Hong hadn't visited often, but he had left an impression on the owner. "Just looking at spears. They're all over here. See what kind you need." On one side of the wall hung spears of various designs. The cheapest was 4 silver, 70 copper, the most expensive 75 silver. Different types varied in length. Wu Hong looked them over, pointed at the cheapest spear, and said, "I'll take this one." The spearhead was about 40 centimeters long, and the shaft was made of dark wood. But the craftsmanship of the spearhead was noticeably better than what was available at the market. The shopkeeper glanced at him and continued, "The shaft is treated ash wood. It can be easily cut through in battle. This type of spear is good for driving away wild animals in villages, or for practice." "That's exactly what I need, for the village to drive away beasts." The shopkeeper understood. "Then no problem. Can I get a discount for buying more?" Wu Hong asked as usual. "That depends on how many you're buying." Wu Hong thought about how many he could carry without attracting much attention. "Let's start with 10. 10 isn't much. I can't lower the price by much. I'll need more in the future, and I can buy from here again." After a bit of bargaining, the shopkeeper reduced the price by 50 copper coins. After paying, Wu Hong and Basin carried the spears out of the weapon shop and headed back to their residence. Back at the residence, Basin tidied up the room and cleaned the bloodstains on the floor. Last night's fight had been quite intense. The few pieces of furniture they had were mostly broken, and the walls and floor were left with sword marks. The landlord would probably ask him to pay for the damaged furniture. Wu Hong sat at the desk and flipped through the newly acquired skill book. He turned the pages one by one, following the process to unlock the skill, while also trying to understand the magic of this world. If he had been this diligent back in his school days, he might have gotten into a top university. As time passed, a system prompt appeared: skill unlocked, dancing lights. Dancing lights, you can create floating sources of light. With a thought, he cast dancing lights. Instantly, several beams of light swirled around his body, emitting a faint glow. He tried to make the light touch an object nearby, but the light avoided it, and continued circling around him. It seemed it couldn't be used as an attack. Oh well, it'll work as a flashlight. He dismissed the spell, packed up, and headed to the zombie world with Basin. On the rooftop, he brought out a local map and spread it in front of him. Fortunately, there was a cycling enthusiast among the residents whose room contained maps of many places, including the city's map and route guides. The zombies in the residential area had mostly been cleared. A few still wandered in, but they posed no significant threat to him. The next step was to leave the neighborhood and explore more areas. After some thought, he had 3 objectives in mind. The first was the location where the survivors who had tried to escape by bus a few days ago had died. He circled the overturned bus with a pen. To take such a huge risk to break out, these people must have had a destination in mind. It could be a survivor base or a safer place. Perhaps there were clues inside the bus. Then he drew circles on the southwest and north sides of the map. To the southwest was a pedestrian street near which were 2 jewelry stores and a bank. He wasn't sure if the bank had gold, but the jewelry stores definitely had a decent amount of stock. Gold and silver could make him an instant nouveau riche in Blackstone Town. The other location to the north was the nearby Public Security Bureau. He could check if there were any bullets. These 3 locations were his next targets. Near the bus, there was a giant zombie that had even overturned the bus. It would be tough to deal with. The route to the pedestrian street passed by the territory of 3 mutant dogs. In terms of speed, the skeleton horde couldn't catch up, and fighting them would be difficult. That left the Public Security Bureau. If I had bullets last night, it wouldn't have been such a hassle. Last night's wanted criminals served as a warning. If he had bullets, he could have just shot them all. Empty the magazine. Let's go to the Public Security Bureau. Once the target was confirmed, Wu Hung had someone bring over the weapons and armor of yesterday's 3 wanted criminals, along with 10 spears arranged neatly before him. There were 2 types of weapons in total: a pair of short swords, 2 one-handed long swords, and 5 poison smoke bombs. It seemed that criminals of this caliber tended to carry poison smoke bombs, though it remained unclear why they didn't use them during combat. No, it wasn't that they refused to use them. Even if they had released the poison smoke, it would have affected them far more than the skeletons. His gaze returned to the weapons. The craftsmanship of both the short swords and long swords was quite good. Nothing exceptional, but certainly far superior to the ordinary iron swords Wu Hung would normally purchase at 3 silver coins apiece. He kept the pair of short swords for personal defense, and handed the remaining 2 long swords to 2 of his skeletons. They were better than standard iron swords, relatively speaking, but once he truly needed to fight with them, he would invest in better quality blades. After distributing the weapons, he turned his attention to the 3 sets of armor. They were in poor condition, covered in countless scratches from being hacked apart by the skeleton warriors. It didn't matter. All that counted was that they would be worn by the skeleton warriors, and every bit of defense helped. After equipping the 3 spear-wielding skeletons with armor, he continued selecting 10 more skeleton warriors and outfitted them with the newly purchased spears. The number of spearmen now reached 15. Once everything was ready, Wu Hung finally gave his order. "Follow me." The skeleton army descended the stairs and exited the building. The zombies on the ground floor had been cleared several times over, and throughout the night no new ones had appeared. After confirming there were no unusual threats nearby, he made for the north gate. Passing between 2 buildings, they drew close to their destination. Through the gaps in the iron fence, Wu Hung could see the scene outside. A few zombies wandered aimlessly along the road, perhaps 2 or 30 in total scattered about. This was the very road the survivors' bus had charged through. However, the crash site lay elsewhere, and the zombies along the way had been drawn toward the intersection to the east. That must have been why so few remained here. "Some of you hold position near the gate," Wu Hung ordered. The 15 spear-wielding skeletons moved forward in a loose formation, planting their spears at the entrance. In the distance, the zombies detected their presence. As the first one let out a roar and charged forward, it triggered a chain reaction. Neighboring zombies began howling one after another, the sounds spreading across the entire street. All the zombies turned in unison toward the residential compound gate and came rushing forward, claws extended. "Take cover and present your weapons." Wu Hung quickly adjusted the positions of 2 skeletons and gave the order again. "Rustle." The skeletons dropped into a crouch, their spears pointed forward. Roar, roar. Dozens of zombies charged toward the skeleton formation, leaping at them. As the horde closed in, Wu Hung raised his hand and cast oil spell. The air grew thick, forming a layer of grease across a 3 to 4 meter radius that coated the ground. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the zombies lost their footing and fell backward in heaps, while those behind continued charging and toppled over them, creating a sprawling mess. The effect of the oil spell was to create difficult terrain, much like spilling oil on a tiled floor. The zombies that charged and stumbled and fell in cascading waves, rolling across the ground like gourds. After a brief period of chaos, some zombies climbed over their fallen comrades and charged forward only to impale themselves on the upward-pointing spears. Thwack! The sharp iron tips pierced through rotting chests, pumping thick black-red blood. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The spear-wielding skeletons drove their weapons relentlessly into the advancing horde. Gained 6 experience. Summon. Skeleton warrior gained 3 experience. Summon. Skeleton warrior gained 5 experience. Summon. Summon. Skeleton warrior level increased to 2, strength 1. The experience gain notifications began to increase steadily, still accumulating primarily on the spear-wielding skeletons. The newly added level 1 skeleton warriors gradually reached level 2 as well, while those already at level 2 quickly accumulated more experience. The oil spell lasted roughly 2 or 3 minutes before dissipating into the air. By then a small mountain of corpses had accumulated in the open space before the residential compound. To reach the skeletons, the remaining zombies had to crawl over the corpse pile and continue their assault. Slowly their numbers dwindled until only those with shattered legs remained crawling laboriously forward. Wu Hung glanced at the empty road and said, "Go eliminate those stragglers." Skeleton Teddy bounded excitedly out of the ranks, rushed to the slowly crawling zombies, and dispatched them one by one before dragging the corpses back. Along both sides of the road stood various shops, mostly fruit and vegetable stores and restaurants. Food in such establishments could hardly remain fresh for long. After checking a couple of places, they found only a few kitchen knives and cleavers, nothing else of value. Scanning the street further, Wu Hung spotted a convenience store. "Come with me." Several skeletons followed him into the shop. Snacks and instant noodles lay scattered across the floor, undisturbed and uncollected by any survivors. The shop owner had surely become one of the undead. Whether they had fled or perished at the hands of the skeletons remained unknown. After inspecting the first floor, Wu Hung found that most items were still well preserved. Only the ice cream in the freezer had melted, its contents softened and pooled within their packaging. He led the skeletons upstairs. The second floor was no longer retail space, but rather bedrooms and storage rooms stacked with boxes of instant noodles, beverages, and various snacks. This looked promising. "Move it out," Wu Hung directed. The skeleton warriors entered the store and began hauling the supplies outside. Wu Hung continued along the road, keeping to a cautious distance to avoid attracting more zombies. He directed the skeletons to carry the provisions back to their original residence. He then sat at the doorway and cast bone service again. One by one, fresh skeletons rose to join the ranks. Returning to their base, the snacks and beverages they had brought back were neatly stacked against the wall. The supermarket wasn't large, but it held a considerable amount of supplies. Even without Blackstone Town, these provisions alone would sustain him for some time. They say food is more precious than gold in the apocalypse. But with so much food in his possession, where could he exchange it for gold? Days had passed, and he had yet to encounter a single living survivor. The only person he had seen had died during the escape. With the secondary bedroom fully stocked, he ordered the skeletons to move the remaining supplies to the living room. He then stepped outside to examine his 15-person spear formation. Because the skeletons he had selected had already accumulated considerable experience, they had all reached level 2 during the recent battle, 1 at level 3 and 14 at level 2. This method proved quite effective. It imposed no drawbacks, while steadily raising his skeleton warriors' levels. "I should purchase more spears and armor," Wu Hung mused. Dealing with zombies, a spear felt far more practical than swords or blades. Swords at least required hacking and slashing, but with a spear the zombies impaled themselves. Moreover, the extended reach of a spear provided greater safety. With a flurry of thrusts, it was difficult for zombies to push through and reach close range. He could purchase more spears, but not too frequently. Perhaps wait a couple of days. As he pondered, the skeleton warriors had already cleared out the supermarket. Wu Hung then returned to Blackstone Town alongside Basin. After dinner, Wu Hung straightened his posture, spread his legs shoulder-width apart, and gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands. Jian Yi stood nearby, reaching out to adjust Wu Hang's sword-holding arm and correct in proper form. Once his posture was correct, Jian Yi demonstrated the movement himself, raising his sword overhead and bringing it down in a powerful two-handed strike. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, descending downward. Wu Hung mimicked the motion, raising his sword to strike. Jian Yi shook his head, indicating the movement was incorrect, and proceeded to demonstrate again. Wu Hung watched intently, continuing to learn. Then Jian Yi led him through continuous sword drills, practicing the most fundamental movements repeatedly. It certainly didn't look as simple as sword fighting scenes depicted in movies. He practiced until his arms grew sore and achy, then dismissed Jian Yi to rest. Wu Hung climbed into bed on his own. The next day, Wu Hung brought the skeleton warriors back to the north gate to arrange formations. "Position yourself here with your spear pointed forward. You several stand over here." Unlike yesterday's ambush, they now had time to prepare in advance. Wu Hung arranged the spearmen into a defensive formation at the entrance. Once preparations were nearly complete, he glanced at Basin beside him. "Go ahead and circle around. If you encounter any zombies, lure them over. Be careful." Skeleton Basin nodded and pushed through the ranks of skeletons, sprinting forward. The security bureau was not far, but there was a stretch of road to cover. especially since they had to pass through a newly developed residential area where zombie groups might lurk. Caution was necessary. First, let Basin draw enemies in a patrol. Soon Wu Heng spotted Basin running back from a distance with nearly 20 zombies in pursuit behind him. The number was not large. Basin quickly returned, passing through the frontline spearmen to take position behind them. The pursuing zombies, seeing the skeletal formation, let out unified roars and charged forward. Thrust after thrust drove spears into the zombies' bodies, dark blood spraying everywhere. Experience gained. Summoned skeleton warrior gains experience. The battle ended swiftly. It was simpler than expected. Is the path ahead safe? Wu Heng asked. Basin shook his head. Retract your spears and continue advancing. Wu Heng issued the order. The skeleton warriors moved in unison, crossing the road and heading toward the opposite side. Along the way, scattered zombies charging from both sides were eliminated one by one. Continuing forward, they passed a community service center. The glass was shattered and bloodstains covered the floor. Wu Heng led his skeletons inside and inspected each room one by one. There was nothing worth looting. Only monitors, documents, and similar items. He searched with a backpack, collecting staplers, pens, and some A4 paper. All of it was packed into the backpacks mounted on the skeleton warriors. Turning past the community service center, they entered another road. The road was not wide and several crashed cars were piled together, blocking most of the passage. A few zombies wandered through the gaps between the vehicles. About 500 meters to the right, the blue-walled, 3-story security office was visible. Zombies charging out were killed as they appeared, everything proceeding smoothly. Stay to the side, Wu Heng said, waving his hand. Several conscious skeletons fanned out, guiding the others to advance along the sidewalk. Roar. Just as the formation was about to cross the vehicle jam, a zombie trapped in a driver's seat suddenly sat upright and let out a guttural snarl. Whoosh. In an instant, 2 crossbow bolts whistled forth, piercing through the zombie's skull from front to back. Its head slammed onto the steering wheel with a thud. Beep. The car horn blared sharply, echoing through the entire residential area in the sudden silence. Wu Heng's eyes widened instantly. He had considered avoiding unlocked cars to prevent triggering alarms, but never expected this scenario. The horn continued to blare piercingly. The surrounding residential complex erupted like boiling water, filled with chaotic, shambling sounds and sporadic growls. Dense waves of zombies surged from the community across the street and from alleys on both sides. They trampled over the wrecked cars, setting off another round of alarm horns. Quick! Follow me, charge through. Wu Heng quickly scanned his surroundings, giving the order while sprinting forward. Rattling. The skeletons no longer advanced cautiously. Brandishing their weapons, they rushed rapidly toward the security office. Meanwhile, zombies converged upon them like a flooding tide in astonishing number. They rushed into the security bureau. Basin and Jian killed the remaining zombies inside. Get inside. You several block the lobby entrance. Wu Heng issued rapid commands. Outside, a massive horde of zombies gathered at the courtyard gate, jostling and shoving, surging inward. Oil technique. Wu Heng cast the oil technique, creating a slick, greasy patch on the ground where the zombies were charging. Crash after crash. In an instant, the zombies entering the area fell in droves, sprawling backward. The zombies behind them pushed forward and tripped over the fallen, toppling in heaps. Wu Heng pulled a lighter from his pocket, ignited a piece of cloth, and tossed it into the area covered by the oil technique. The moment the open flame met the oil, a massive fire erupted, roaring more than a person's height and engulfing the entire courtyard. Zombies struggling to rise were consumed by the flames. Wu Heng stepped back several paces to avoid the intense heat. He was amazed by the effectiveness of his new skill. The skill description stated that oil technique created difficult terrain. This likely referred to the slippery properties of the oil. Any surface that wasn't extremely rough would cause zombies to lose their footing. Additionally, it had a flammable characteristic. He had only been experimenting, never expecting the fire to burn so fiercely. Experience gained. Experience gained. Experience. Damn, this can be used to farm experience. Even so, some zombies still burst through the flames like charred corpses charging toward him. They carried burning bodies, creating an indescribable horror. The spear-wielding skeletons guarding the entrance began thrusting their spears, impaling and killing every target that approached. You hold this position. Basin, bring several skeletons and follow me upstairs. With the immediate threat contained, Wu Heng said to those nearby. Several conscious skeletons nodded their bone heads. Basin also selected a few skeletons, and together they began searching room by room. He wasn't certain if ammunition was here, but it should be. After opening room after room, they finally found a locked safe in what appeared to be an equipment storage room. After silently praying to the deities of both worlds, he took out the bronze key and opened the safe. As the safe door swung open and he removed the key, a smile of satisfaction spread across Wu Heng's face. So much. Inside the safe, boxes of ammunition were neatly stacked in rows. Wu Heng looked at the gleaming golden bullets and felt revitalized. Since depleting their ammunition during the battle at Mine Village, he had been heading out with considerably less confidence. Moreover, Blackstone Town was not as safe as it appeared on the surface. After all, this was a world dominated by professional fighters, and tranquility was merely an illusion. The presence of reinforcements dispatched from the city and professional combat squads assisting the guards on patrol spoke volumes about the recent instability within the town. Although the 4th Squad was exempt from regular patrols, enhancing their self-defense capabilities was still highly necessary. Now armed with bullets, Wu Hong did not dare to claim he could face overwhelming opponents, but dealing with those wanted criminals should no longer be difficult. Inside the safe alongside rows upon rows of ammunition. There were also several handguns bearing labels likely confiscated and kept in unified storage rather than distributed. First he loaded his own pistol to capacity. Next he packed all the bullets and handguns into his backpack. Once the safe was thoroughly emptied, he hung the backpack onto the back of a skeleton. Besides the ammunition-laden safe, the room contained other police equipment: handcuffs, metal flashlights, rubber batons, and a type of plastic shield resembling a riot shield. These items were not stored inside the safe, but left openly on display. Wu Hong felt they would be of little use to him, yet since he was already here, he decided to take them along. He packed the smaller items into his backpack and had the skeleton carry the shield. Then he headed downstairs. Upon descending to the first floor, a pungent smell of burning struck him immediately. The flames summoned by the grease technique had already extinguished, leaving behind a pile of charred corpses on the ground. At the entrance, the battle continued. The remaining zombies lunged at the phalanx of skeletal spearmen. Their bodies were pierced through, and they collapsed softly to the ground. Time ticked away slowly until the last zombie fell, and the scene fell completely silent. Only the distant car horn continued its relentless blaring. But the surrounding zombies had likely all been drawn there, and no new ones were appearing. Wu Hong instructed the skeletons to move the corpses blocking the doorway, then began casting bone servitude. One by one the skeletons rose and slowly joined the formation behind. He did not stop converting corpses until twilight approached. Wu Hong had no intention of lingering here any longer. Although this was the security bureau, its overall defenses were far inferior to those of the residential buildings. If specialized mutated zombies or other monsters appeared, all his resources could perish right here. Glancing at the unconverted corpses on the ground, Wu Hong still found himself reluctant to abandon them. Lift the corpses. Under Wu Hong's command, the skeletons hoisted the bodies onto their shoulders, formed a funeral procession, and retraced their steps back. Along the way they encountered a zombie pinning down the steering wheel, and Basin helped straighten it. The piercing car horn finally fell silent, leaving an eerie quiet in its wake. The skeleton procession passed through the area wrecked by crashed vehicles, carrying blood-soaked corpses back to their residential community. Setting the bodies down outside the building, they found the stairwell door tightly sealed. Wu Hong also returned to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town. At the tavern, Wu Hong purchased dinner and carried it back to his lodging. He took out braised chicken leg, sausage, and peanuts, then cracked open a can of cola. Gazing at his dinner spread across the table, he nodded with satisfaction. It was not that he lacked the means to enjoy a proper meal, but food from the tavern simply lacked that nostalgic taste he remembered. As he ate and drank, memories of his former life surfaced. That era of mindlessly scrolling through videos, eating whatever he wanted, and drinking whenever he desired. A decadent existence. He used to dream of living an extraordinary life. Now he realized that the mundane days of his past were actually luxuries only the privileged could afford in this world. Sigh. Damn apocalypse. After finishing his meal, Wu Hong took out another handgun, loaded it with bullets, and handed it to Basin. Do you know how to use this? Basin accepted it and turned it over in his hands, examining it carefully. Wu Hong pointed to the pistol and explained, this is the safety. Once disengaged, you can fire at your enemies. The method is similar to a hand crossbow. Aim through the sight here and shoot directly at close range. Basin listened attentively, absorbing the new knowledge. He already knew how to wield a hand crossbow, so mastering a pistol would not be difficult. He then picked up the handgun, practiced disengaging the safety, and aimed at a wooden target in the corner. After reminding him not to waste ammunition, Wu Hong returned to the table and began reloading the remaining empty magazines. There were several pistols, all of the same model. The magazines were perfectly suited for his own use. If combat erupted, he could simply swap magazines rather than loading bullets one by one. History proved that ransacking the security bureau had been the right decision. Although he only had handgun ammunition, it was sufficient for his current needs. Perhaps someday, when he acquired rifles and rocket launchers, he could assemble a special forces unit of skeletons wielding AK-47s. What era was this? Still relying on cold weapons. After filling several magazines, dusk gradually settled. Confirming no one would come looking for him, he opened the boundary gate and summoned Jenny over. He began continuing his swordsmanship training. Ever since discovering that weapon specializations could be unlocked on his interface panel, his enthusiasm for weapon practice had grown considerably. It felt like unlocking achievements in a game. After correcting his posture, Wu Hong began swinging his iron sword in synchronization with Jenny. Meanwhile, Basin continued experimenting with the pistol. The next day, in the zombie-infested world, Wu Hong ascended to the rooftop and checked the level of his spear-wielding skeletons. Besides the very first skeleton, 2 more had reached level 3. The level gains were significant. He could form a spear phalanx, lure monsters toward him, and level up both himself and his skeletons. This method was relatively safe and efficient. After equipping the newly converted skeletons with kitchen knives, Wu Hong led his skeleton army down the stairs. As soon as they stepped out of the stairwell, 5 or 6 maimed zombies roared and lumbered toward them. How could there be more zombies? He had already cleared this area 3 or 4 times. Where had these come from? Attack! Wu Hong gave the order. Rustling. Without any particular formation, the skeleton warriors surged forward and cut down the approaching zombies in one go. Wu Hong moved to the pile of zombie corpses he had not finished converting the day before and continued the transformation. Skeletons steadily rose and joined the ranks behind him. In the afternoon, after finishing the conversions, he led his skeleton army eastward to clear out several residential buildings. Opening the stairwell doors, the skeletons poured inside and eliminated the zombies within. After confirming the area was secure, Wu Hong began looting. Before long, dusk arrived, and he led the skeletons back to the rooftop, preparing to return to Blackstone Town for dinner. Just as the skeletons stood at attention awaiting orders, and he was about to depart through the boundary gate, a sudden roar of zombies and a flurry of chaotic sounds erupted from below. Wu Hong approached the edge of the rooftop and looked down. 3 massive mutated dogs accompanied by over 20 zombies were charging in their direction. They would run a few steps, then pause to wait for the pursuing zombies. So it was you who led them here. Those crippled zombies downstairs earlier in the morning. They had been lured by these 3. All 3 mutated dogs were quite large. One of them had black fur, a narrow head, a slender body, a long neck, and long straight legs. After mutation, that physique bore little resemblance to any dog. It looked more like a horse with a canine head. Almost absurd. How did these 3 end up over here? These were the same 3 mutated dogs he had encountered at the small plaza to the south, but this time they had wandered over to his location, dragging a group of zombies along with them. Glancing at the 3 dogs playfully harassing zombies below, then at Teddy crouching nearby and craning his neck to watch, Wu Hong noticed the skeletal dog's tail wagging like a fan. Could I lure them over and eliminate them? 3 mutated dogs circled the zombies, luring them in a loop. Though Wu Hong had cleared the area twice, scattered zombies could still be seen, drawn by the noise gradually approaching. Yet the mutated dogs showed no intention of stopping, occasionally turning back to frenziedly tear at the zombies before sprinting away before other zombies could surround them. They had mastered the art of kiting. Just as they were toying with the zombies, a sudden clatter came from the side. Tap, tap, tap. The 3 mutated dogs abruptly halted. Following the sound, they saw a strange bone dog, its forelimbs clutching a stainless steel column of a bulletin board, swaying its hips incessantly. Its hollow eye sockets stared into the distance while its lower body continued to gyrate. The mutated dogs stared in astonishment at the bone dog, which then released the column, its empty sockets still fixed on them. The mutated dogs cautiously advanced 2 steps, and the skeleton Teddy retreated 2 steps. Seeing the cowardice of the bone dog, the 3 mutated dogs abandoned the zombies behind and charged toward the skeleton Teddy like a whirlwind. The bone dog swayed its hips twice more, then turned and bolted toward the rear. It swiftly reached the building ahead and vanished into the stairwell. The 3 mutated dogs did not halt either, darting like arrows released from a bowstring, following it into the stairwell. Only after chasing to the 4th floor did the pursuing mutated dogs stop, warily eyeing the dense mass of humanoid bones on the steps. Turning to flee, they found the rear also swarming with humanoid bones. Brandishing cleavers, the bones charged at them. The bones from both sides charged simultaneously, crowding and pouncing on the 3 bewildered mutated hounds. Violent collisions and clashes echoed through the entire stairwell. Wu Hong and Basin stood outside, leading the remaining skeleton warriors to clear the zombies that had followed the mutated dogs. All were attracted from nearby, and the numbers were considerable. Once the zombies below were mostly dealt with, the fighting within the stairwell also drew to a close. A click sounded from the corridor door. Jian Yi and Jian Air emerged, bloodstained and somewhat disheveled. It seemed the battle was over. Wu Hong, accompanied by Basin, strode directly into the stairwell. The skeleton warriors on the stairs had entered standby mode, standing upright in place. The floor was littered with scattered bones, indicating many skeleton warriors had fallen. On the 3rd and 4th floors lay 3 mangled corpses. Carry them out. The skeletons worked together to haul the 3 mutated dogs out of the stairwell and dump them onto an open space. Wu Hong was the first to approach the horse-sized black dog, beginning to cast the bone control art. Summon exceeds the summoner's ability range. Instability factors increase. As the bone control art was released, a warning about instability factors appeared. This had occurred twice before, but no unusual circumstances had arisen. He wondered what exactly was unstable. Soon the first skeleton dog stood up from the ground, shaking its body to fling off the clinging flesh and blood. Skeleton hound level 7. Without its fur, its skeleton looked even more like a horse. The stark white bones were thick and sturdy, but its ribcage was particularly slender. Its hollow eye sockets glowed with a faint blue soul flame. It turned out to be a level 7 skeleton dog on par with Basin. From now on you'll be called Shigo. Got it? Wu Hong declared. Shigo did not reply, merely standing still. Wu Hong, caring little whether it understood, ordered, "Go stand by over there." As Shigo moved aside, Wu Hong used a short spear to rummage through the remains. Sure enough, at the spot where the head of the original corpse should have been, he found a white, fleshy substance. A corpse core. Wu Heng's heart leaped with joy. This was a treasure even more valuable than a level 7 skeleton hound. He had Jian Yi fetch a plastic bag to store it, then proceeded to cast the bone control art on the remaining 2 corpses. The 2 skeleton dogs rose one after another. Skeleton hound, level 5, skeleton hound, level 5. Both hounds were only level 5. He ordered them to stand by, then continued rummaging through the corpses. As expected, he found 2 more corpse cores. This time he had obtained 3 corpse cores in total. A tremendous gain. After wrapping them carefully, Wu Hong directed the skeletons to return to the rooftop, instructed Jian Yi and Jian Air to keep an eye on the skeleton dogs, and then headed back to Blackstone Town. At the Blackstone Town Adventurers Association, after the burly man carrying a battle axe settled his bounty, Wu Hong stepped up to the counter. The staff offered a professional smile. Mr. Wu Hong, what can I do for you? Though he did not visit often, the staff recognized him by sight. After the praise from the municipal hall, he had gained some small fame. I'd like to post a commission. You don't need to queue for commissions, just fill out the commission form in the lounge and hand it to us. There was such a convenience. No one had told him. Actually, it wasn't their fault. He rarely came to the association. Oh, okay. Next time I'll fill it out and bring it. The staff smiled. What kind of commission would you like to post? An alchemy commission. I have a potion formula and need to custom order 3 portions. Wu Hong produced the formula. He had included the formula when he last ordered potions, so now he could directly commission the potions. That saved some tedious steps. Very well, the staff recorded, then said, an alchemist will be assigned to prepare it. It should be ready in 2 to 3 days. Good. After registering, Wu Hong left the counter as others stepped forward to inquire. He stood there debating whether to drop by the lounge to say hello when another staff member approached. Mr. Wu Hong, Captain Odoruk requests your presence at the association. Well, now he had no choice but to go. He should have left sooner. He entered the rest room of the 4th squad. Pushing open the door, he saw Kavina dressed in a beige short-sleeved shirt and tight leather pants, sitting on a sofa reading some documents. Her long, straight, and shapely legs were eye-catching. Kavina. Wu Hong greeted first. Kavina glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. Let's go. The steward and the captain are waiting for us. Steward. Did something happen? I'm not sure. We'll find out when we get there. The 2 walked and talked until they reached the steward's study. They knocked lightly, and after receiving a response, entered directly. In the clean and tidy study sat 3 people: steward Yazid, Captain Odoruk, and a mature woman in a purple-fitted long dress. Her brown hair cascaded over her shoulders, her eyes were bright, her brows long, and arched, her figure slim and curvaceous. She sat with her legs crossed, and beside her pale calf lay a leopard. A leopard? How fierce, keeping such a creature as a pet. Its size was similar to that of the mutated Teddy. He wondered which would win in a fight. Steward Mrs. Slate, Captain. Kavina spoke, first politely greeting the 3. Mrs. Slate. Slider. Wu Hong strained his memory, trying to recall where he had heard this name. A quick mental search reminded him that opportunities to encounter the title Madam in Blackstone Town were few. Soon he remembered where he had heard it. The title, Madam Slider, had been mentioned by Kavina on the train returning from the Kwangshan village mission. The deputy steward of the Blackstone Town Professionals Association, the proprietress of the Golden Cat. She was a woman of true wealth and influence in Blackstone Town. Her position in the association was also unique. Not only a deputy steward, but also a mystic speaker. A professional adept at gathering intelligence. Wu Hong glanced at her curiously, only to find her scrutinizing him with equal interest. Wu Hong, this is Slider, the deputy steward of the association. The steward Yazid introduced, then turned to the beautiful woman. He is Wu Hong, who just joined the 4th squad not long ago. Oh, you're the little necromancer who investigated Kwangshan village. Slider's eyes roamed over him, as if trying to see through something. Her gaze held undisguised interest. Slider, don't tease him, the steward reminded from the side. Slider withdrew her gaze, but still smiled as she asked, how did you kill those mercenaries of the Wolf Head mercenary group? Just luck. The credit goes mainly to the captain and the investigation team. Slider kept observing him, still smiling. Then how did you come to choose Necromancer back then? So she was gathering information about him. But these questions had been asked before, and he could answer them as usual. It was the only profession related to a mage I could find, so I chose it. What about your skeleton? How many skeletons do you have? Only 1. Not bad, Slider said, then lounged lazily, half reclining on the sofa. Everyone present could tell. This deputy steward had a strong interest in Wu Hong. At their first meeting, she had already asked several questions. Seeing Slider fall silent, the steward continued, all right, now to business. Tonight the association has a unified operation. Damn it. There really was a mission. Wu Hong felt a bit troubled. Yazid went on, your squad has few members, so you won't participate in tonight's operation. You'll stay behind to guard the association. Detailed instructions will be given by Outluck, who will assign tasks to you. Phew. Wu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he'd have to investigate some strange thing again. Staying on night duty was fine, just one night to get through. All right, that's settled. Go prepare. The 3 nodded and left the study together. Dusk fell. In the dim hall, the professional squads gathered in the center. Each squad stood together, everyone armored and armed, ready for battle. Before long, steward Yazid emerged from the back. He announced our target for this operation is Bodong, an elder of the Divine Punishment sect, a level 12 professional. He has several core members of the sect under his command. We will be cooperating with the Blackstone Town Guard, but this operation remains dangerous. Everyone must act cautiously and safety is the priority. Hearing this, the faces of the squads darkened. A level 12 professional was already considered a formidable powerhouse. To think such a person would appear in a small place like Blackstone Town. At the same time, everyone realized. No wonder there had been a citywide search for criminals and fugitives some time ago. They must have been searching for members of the Divine Punishment sect. But at that time nothing had been disclosed. Now that concrete clues were available, it was announced. A level 12 powerhouse was indeed an unstable factor. After the steward added a few more instructions, someone hurried in from outside. We can depart now. The 4th squad stays behind to guard the association. All other squads move out. The steward waved his hand and led the professional squads out of the association. They rendezvoused with the guard on the way and headed toward the North City Gate. The squads left and the hall fell silent again. Wu Heng had Basin close the main door. He asked casually, "Captain, is this elder of the Divine Punishment sect really that formidable? Sending so many people?" Outlook thought for a moment before continuing, "I don't know much about the Divine Punishment sect either. All I know is that they are a sect active in the eastern region of the kingdom, founded by a group of fanatics. They often hold sacrificial rituals and have a notorious reputation. In this world, many professions are tied to gods, such as priests or the equally infamous warlocks. The direction of a profession is determined by gaining or exchanging power from the deity one believes in." Wu Heng had once been an atheist, but since he could travel between 2 worlds through a key, it wouldn't be surprising if a god actually appeared before him one day. Of course, it would be best not to provoke such beings. Then what are they doing in Blackstone Town? Wu Heng continued. They might have some purpose, or they might just be passing through. I don't have detailed intelligence, but the Divine Punishment sect members are always on the wanted list, Outlook said softly. Oh, Wu Heng replied, not particularly interested. He changed the subject. Captain, I've been practicing swordsmanship recently. Could you give me some guidance? Sure, show me a routine. Wu Heng immediately drew his iron sword and began practicing the movements he had trained with Sword 1. Raise your arm a bit higher. Your muscles are too stiff, Outlook said as he walked over. Kavina stood to the side watching the two practice swordsmanship while brewing 3 cups of fruit tea. In a residential house, a black feathered crow flew in through the window and landed precisely on someone's shoulder in the pitch-dark room. A withered hand gently stroked the crow. The Blackstone Town Guard and the professional squads have left through the north gate, heading toward the position we prepared. For people remain at the Central Association. The curtains were drawn and moonlight streamed into the room. In the faint light, 3 men could be seen sitting around a round table. One was tall and muscular with a shaved head and bare arms. Another wore leather armor and carried an iron sword at his waist. The last was shrouded in a black robe with the black feathered crow perched on his shoulder. A bunch of idiots, derided the man in leather armor. The crow man didn't answer. He turned his gaze to the tall man and continued, Elder Bodong, for a place like Blackstone Town, there shouldn't be much garrison left in the city. The man cracked his neck. Since the Professionals Association is so determined to catch us, let's give them a big gift right now. Then let's begin. The 3 rose and walked out. At the Professionals Association. After practicing swordplay for a while, Wu Heng began his patrol along the designated route with the skeleton basin. The luminous orb of the dancing lights spell hovered around them, illuminating the space within its range. This spell is quite handy. Although he had found a flashlight, the magic that consumed no electricity felt more practical. The spell's effect was excellent. Compared to using it during the day, it was even brighter at night. Moreover, the range was considerable, lighting up everything around him. However, Wu Heng also noticed a drawback of this spell. The orb followed him, meaning that in the dark the caster was the brightest target. If there were enemies, they would spot you first. It was easy to attract attention, so it was best to use it sparingly when not necessary. Or rather, one should avoid going out at night. He patrolled all the way to the training ground, entered to take a look around, found nothing unusual, then opened the door and walked out. But the moment he opened the door, Wu Heng's heart suddenly tightened. He quickly dispelled the magic, and the surroundings plunged into complete darkness. In the darkness, he had seen a figure. He was certain the other party had seen him as well. Good evening, friend from the Professionals Association. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed as he carefully shifted his position, taking out his pistol and releasing the safety. What are you doing? The other side replied in a relaxed tone. When the others are lured out so easily, and they return to find everyone here slaughtered, don't you think that would be quite exciting? Bang, bang, bang. Before the words were finished, Wu Heng fired toward the direction of the voice, and Basin opened fire simultaneously. The deafening gunshots echoed through the corridor, sparks flashing from the muzzle. But darkness shrouded everything around. Pinpoint his location. Wu Heng placed one hand on Basin's shoulder, following the direction Basin faced, and pulling the trigger. Bullets tore through the darkness, vanishing like stones dropped into mud. He had been careless. The flashlight was in his backpack. He could only rely on Basin's vision to discern the enemy's approximate position. Fortunately, he had plenty of ammunition this time. Damn, what the hell is that? A curse came from the darkness, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Hold him off, Wu Hong commanded. Basin discarded his pistol, drew his blades, and charged into the darkness. Soon the sounds of fighting and clashing weapons emerged from the dark. Wu Hong quickly reloaded, grabbed the flashlight from his bag, and shone it straight ahead. A blinding beam of light flared up. The enemy raised an arm to shield his eyes, and Basin seized the moment to thrust forward, aiming for the side of the neck's artery. Clang! The enemy's arm guard deflected the blade with a metallic ring. Now Wu Hong could clearly see his opponent, of medium build with a gaunt face and thick brows, clad in leather armor and wielding a sword. Wu Hong glanced at the enemy and pulled the trigger again. Unlike the blind firing earlier, he could now see the target. The first shot hit the wall, the second tracked the enemy's rolling path, followed by a third and fourth shot. The enemy dared not block directly. He flipped his body nimbly, produced a scroll from somewhere, and unfurled it. Whoosh! A mass of black tentacles shot forth. Wu Hong fired, but the bullets passed through the tentacles without effect. He rolled to the side to dodge. The black tentacles slapped against the wall behind him with a wet smack. The enemy tried to rush him, but seeing Wu Hong raise his gun again, he quickly ducked into the darkness of a corner. At the same time, a round black grenade rolled out with a clatter. Damn! Basin, fall back! Wu Hong shouted as he retreated swiftly. The grenade exploded with a boom, sending up a thick cloud of smoke. Wu Hong widened the distance and began reloading. This enemy was far more formidable than the previous wanted criminals, agile and with excellent combat rhythm. And by now the captain and Kavina hadn't arrived, suggesting there might be more than one enemy. The bulk of Blackstone Town's forces had been deployed elsewhere, making him suspect a diversionary tactic. He reloaded again, the empty magazine clattering to the ground. The smoke in front of him suddenly churned, and a figure burst through, sword raised for a downward strike. Basin rushed forward, intercepting between them, crossing his two short blades above his head. Clang! Another sharp ring, sparks flying. Basin's body sank under the weight, knees buckling. A gleam of delight flashed in the enemy's eyes as he twisted his longsword and thrust it through the armor, blocking his path, the blade emerging from the other side. The moment the sword pierced the body, the man's glee turned to confusion. It felt as if he had struck empty air. Before he could think further, the rogue before him seized his sword arm with one hand and drove the other short blade upward into his chest and abdomen. Simultaneously, a murky green water orb descended from above, smashing onto him. Outside the city at the broken stone bridge, various reconnaissance birds returned from the night. A voice reported, "Sir, ahead is a pile of rubble with no signs of human presence. Same on our side, nothing found." "Are you sure this is the place?" added a ranger from the professional squad. Hearing this, everyone frowned. If one person said so, there might be an oversight, but if both the guards and the professional squad confirmed it, they couldn't be mistaken. Had they come to the wrong place? "Move out, surround the area ahead," ordered a square-faced commander. With a clatter, the guards rushed forward and quickly encircled the rubble. This was the ruined remains of a collapsed estate, where passing merchants sometimes rested. But now there was no one. "That can't be. Intelligence said they were hiding here," someone muttered. Steward Yazid quietly reminded, "Search it." The square-faced commander ordered, "Search. Look for cellars or concealed spots." The guards and professionals entered with torches, searching methodically. Nothing left behind. "Looks like the information was false," someone said. Everyone's expression turned grim. They all thought of a terrifying possibility. The square-faced commander pondered for a few seconds, then said coldly, "Let's go. Head back." "Damn, he's a mage." The murky green water orb shattered, splashing everywhere. Only now, after fighting this long, did he realize the opponent was a mage. The acidic, burning sensation blurred his vision. Out relying on memory, he turned to retreat back into the corner. Basin, kill him. Basin charged again, and Wu Hong followed, firing several more shots ahead. With impaired vision and slowed reactions, the enemy only rolled after hearing the gunshots, but it was too late. Bullets struck his body. He staggered, unable to stay upright. Wu Hong rapidly pulled the trigger again, firing as if bullets were free, hitting the target, until he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The body twitched slightly before lying still. No experience points notification. Wu Hong didn't approach. He aimed at the fallen enemy and fired again. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, the enemy on the ground rolled to one side and tried to scramble up and flee. Basin blocked his path. Bang! Bang! Another two shots, one piercing the neck, blood spurting out. A bullet tore through his neck, spraying blood. The man was still trying to retreat, but his body had already begun to sag downward. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground. Yet his hand still fumbled into his coat, attempting to extract something. Basin sprinted over quickly and delivered a kick to his head, causing his movements to falter momentarily. Wu Hong stepped forward as well, pulling the trigger once more against the fallen man. Bang bang! Through the gunfire, bullets tore through his chest. His body fell completely still. Experience gained 64. A system notification appeared confirming the enemy was dead. "Keep watch over the surroundings," Wu Hong instructed Basin. After reloading both his and Basin's magazines, Wu Hong picked up all the empty clips he had discarded on the ground. Glancing at the corpse on the ground with blood seeping from its wounds, he abandoned his plan to carry it back to the zombie world. He did not yet know the status of Ortluk and Kavina. More importantly, if there were signs of a struggle and no bodies to be found, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. The thoughts raced through his mind as he sprinted ahead with Basin. At the same time, he wondered whether any guards outside had noticed what was happening here. Without some kind of signal sent outward, no one might ever discover what had occurred here. He skidded to an abrupt stop and quickly spotted a window facing the flower bed. He cast grease across the flower bed, then struck a match to light a strip of cloth before tossing it inside. Whoosh! A massive fire erupted, instantly illuminating the entire night sky. He was confident someone would notice. When they discovered the blaze, responders would inevitably investigate the Professionals Association while attempting to extinguish it. If even this failed to draw the guards, then Blackstone Town had already fallen entirely. He would just head straight back to the zombie world. Once that was done, Wu Hong continued running toward the main hall. At the hall, around Kavina stood 5 figures wielding long swords or daggers. Though dressed differently, they moved with remarkable coordination. They closed in on her from all sides. In the shadows nearby, a figure draped in black robes watched silently, a crow perched upon his shoulder. Intermittently, blue energy spears erupted from the darkness, pinning Kavina's movements like a hunter playing with prey. She was faring no better herself. Blood matting her clothes, her body crisscrossed with sword wounds of varying depths. Her golden hair beneath the helmet had caked with dried blood plastered against her pallid face. Her longsword never stopped moving as she fought off those surrounding her. Little girl, the robed figure's voice carried a hypnotic quality that made her trance for a moment. I see considerable talent in you. Why not join us? Kavina panted lightly, her footing unsteady, and let out a scornful snort without responding. The robed man nodded and gently tapped the crow on his shoulder. Caw! The sharp cry rang out from the raven. Instinctively, Kavina glanced up and found the bird staring directly at her. Those eyes seemed like an abyss consuming her very spirit. In that moment of distraction, the figures beside her swung their blades down toward her head. Just as the iron sword was about to descend, a brilliant flash of light cut through the darkness, blinding them. Before they could react, deafening gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets tore through the night, though none found their mark. Yet the barrage was enough to hold them at bay momentarily. They staggered backward, creating distance. Basin moved swiftly through the shadows, diving into the group and hoisting the dazed Kavina onto his shoulder before vanishing back into the darkness. Wu Hong barely exhaled in relief when the sound of flapping wings broke the silence. Through his flashlight's peripheral glow, a black feathered crow had already taken position above him. Startled, Wu Hong looked up and met the crow's gaze. Instantly, those eyes widened like spreading voids, and he felt his vision swim as though his very soul were being consumed. But the sensation vanished as quickly as it came, and clarity returned to his sight. What the hell? He cursed, hurling his flashlight at the bird. It struck the crow on the head and bounced off against the wall. Kill him! The distant figure in black robes roared in fury. The 5 figures surged forward from the darkness. As they closed the distance, Wu Hong pivoted and pulled the trigger. Basin, having set Kavina down, opened fire from his flank. Bullets crisscrossed through the hall as the 5 attackers dropped instantly. The robed figure in the distance fled into the shadows in panic. Wu Hong aimed his flashlight and fired while Basin charged after them in pursuit. A bullet tore through the darkness and pierced the robed man's body. Experience gained 55. Confirmed kill. Wu Hong immediately returned to Kavina's side. Blood-soaked and covered in wounds of every size, she had held out against so many attackers. That spoke of considerable resilience. Wu Hong grabbed 2 potions from his pack and forced them past Kavina's lips, a healing potion and an antidote. He was not sure which would work, but keeping her alive was the priority. After a moment's thought, he added a mental recovery potion to the mix. She coughed violently, spitting out some of the liquid as it went down. Her eyes fluttered open. What are you doing? Getting medicine into you. How are you feeling? Nothing too serious. Wu Hong nodded. Rest for a bit. Rescue should be arriving soon. I'm going to check on the captain. No, we go together. He's facing someone stronger. Kavina rose unsteadily to her feet. Someone stronger. Wu Hong finally understood why she had not retreated. She had been holding her ground against so many so that Ortluk would not face such overwhelming odds alone. He agreed, deciding against leaving her behind. With unknown threats still lurking, staying together was the safer choice. All right, let's move. The 3 of them, 2 humans and 1 skeleton, rushed down the corridor. Thud, thud. Heavy hammer blows echoed from the darkness ahead. Rounding the corner, they spotted a towering figure locked in combat with Ortluk. At the sound of approaching footsteps, Ortluk broke away. Both warriors disengaged and turned toward the newcomers. Wu Hong and Kavina locked eyes with their opponent. He was nearly 2 meters tall, a mountain of corded muscle with bare arms. In combat, he relied solely on his fists, no weapons. Captain Ortluk looked battered in comparison, breathing heavily, his silver chestplate dented from what must have been a devastating blow. Seeing his teammates arrive, a flicker of relief crossed Ortluk's face. Did you call for reinforcements? They're on their way. Whether reinforcements were actually coming was uncertain, but there was no point admitting that now. Ortluk nodded and continued. This is Ba Wudong, an elder of the Divine Punishment sect. He excels in close combat, immense strength combined with surprising agility. Shit. The Divine Punishment sect was here, and the main forces of Blackstone Town were still outside the walls. Ba Wudong, with his hands behind his back, looked over with a calm expression. After scanning the 2 humans and a skeleton, he said somewhat unexpectedly, "I underestimated you, but it doesn't matter. You will die here anyway." It seemed that this elder of the Divine Punishment sect held little emotion over the death of his subordinates. Instead, he was even more eager to kill them. No one answered him, but the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The next moment, the professional squad struck, simultaneously charging toward him. Ba Wudong, however, was even faster, his form like lightning as he rushed toward Otluk, lashing out a powerful whip kick. Otluk blocked with his longsword, and a loud boom erupted with a shockwave. Under the immense force, Otluk's body slid backward uncontrollably for 2 or 3 meters, his arms numbed. Ba Wudong withdrew his leg, grabbed the thrusting short blade, flung Basin away, and smoothly ducked to evade Kavina's sweeping strike. This tall, burly man displayed astonishing reflexes and flexibility. It was a stark contrast to his appearance. Bang bang bang. Wu Hung seized the moment and pulled the trigger, bullets splitting the air and flying toward the target. "Maintain that pose. I don't believe you can dodge bullets," Wu Hung thought. Ba Wudong, still bent backward, turned his head to look, and his body was instantly covered in scale-like keratin, as if he had donned a thick armor. Clang clang clang. The bullets struck Ba Wudong's body, leaving dents. Seeing this, Wu Hang's eyes widened in shock. This was no longer about levels or combat strength. Resisting bullets with flesh. How was that possible? He had gone through so much trouble to gather these bullets, and before he could even show off for a few days, this guy was catching bullets. It was simply too much. The gunfire had enraged Ba Wudong, who was still engaged in battle. A pair of icy eyes glared over, filled with fury and murderous intent. With a sudden straightening of his waist, he stood upright instantly. At that moment, Otluk charged again, his longsword whistling as it swung down. Ba Wudong sidestepped to evade, arching his back, his scales blocking Kavina's attack. Ba Wudong turned again, throwing a straight punch at the nearby basin. With a loud crash, his fist shattered the window, sending debris flying. He then snatched 2 pieces of rubble midair and hurled them forcefully at Wu Hung. The rubble flew like bullets, only the whistling wind could be heard. Wu Hung saw the motion but didn't catch the stones. He instinctively dodged to the side, but still one of them struck him. His leather armor let out a loud thud as if struck by a heavy hammer, and he staggered back several steps. Suppressing the bone-breaking pain in his chest, he aimed at the enemy again and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Bullets flew again, leaving chipped scale marks on the target. No substantial damage. The 3 on the main battlefield continued to grapple with Ba Wudong. This elder's strength indeed far exceeded Wu Heng's imagination. What kind of profession could grow scales on the body? Reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. Why so slow? Could all the guards in the central district have been transferred away? Ba Wudong was tall and burly, yet his body was exceptionally agile. While dealing with the 3 attackers, he kept glancing at Wu Hung, obviously planning to charge over and kill him first. The professional squad's attacks continued relentlessly, weapons clanging against the scales. Whoosh. Ba Wudong took a running start and delivered a knee strike to Basin's chest. Crack. Crunch. The sound of bone breaking and machinery clicking rang out simultaneously. Basin, who was sent flying, was pulled back by a silver iron ring. Under the glaring light, a silver-white handcuff connected Ba Wudong's calf to Basin's wrist. This sudden change caused Ba Wudong, who was retracting his leg, to lose his footing and stumble slightly. Otluk and Kavina charged again, their iron swords swinging down together. Clang, clang. The weapons struck the scales on his back like hitting iron armor. Enraged, Ba Wudong raised his leg to kick at Basin, who was at the other end of the foot cuff, intending to kill the one holding him back. Just then the lighting suddenly dimmed. A sound of something falling came from above. Ba Wudong instinctively looked up and formed a hand blade with his right hand, chopping upward. It was as if he had struck a water balloon, liquid splattering everywhere. The next moment, a searing heat burned his face. The lights flickered back on, and Ba Wudong staggered, rubbing his eyes frantically with both arms. Kill him now. Basin pulled the handcuff, yanking Ba Wudong's leg apart to restrict his movement. Otluk and Kavina swung their weapons at his neck and head. The sound of blades cutting into flesh, leaving bloody gashes. Wu Hung quickly approached, maintaining a distance, and fired a shot at the head. Bang! Ba Wudong's head jerked back, but he didn't fall immediately. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out continuously, bullets raining down on his head. Ba Wudong's body fell backward, thudding as he slumped against the wall. Otluk, not letting down his guard, stepped forward and slashed at the corpse's head. The blade severed Ba Wudong's neck, and his head rolled off with a thud. At this moment, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief, sitting down to recover their strength. Opening a potion, they drank it down. Captain, no one else left? Wu Hung asked, leaning against the wall. Otluk replied, Ba Wudong is dead. There shouldn't be anyone else. If there are, we'll have to run. Fighting like this, we'll end up sacrificing ourselves for the association. Otluk grunted, but said nothing more. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the hall. The 3 stiffened, immediately standing up and staring warily ahead. In the darkness, first came the glow of torches, followed by a leopard stepping lightly into view. Then came a figure in leather armor with an iron sword at his waist. Late along with the guard captain of Haishi town and a large group of soldiers. Late's gaze swept over the headless corpse on the ground, his voice stern and cold. What happened? Otluk gestured at the corpse, Ba Wudong, elder of the Divine Punishment sect. Everyone frowned, then their faces changed drastically. If Ba Wudong was in the city, then who were the people who left the city chasing? Torches re-illuminated the professional hall. The crowd filing in was divided into several squads to search the surroundings, protect the city hall, and the Lord's Manor, treat the wounded, and inspect the scene. Medical personnel bandaged the three and provided healing potions and mental recovery potions. After drinking some, Wu Heng's condition improved significantly. At that moment, the squad that had been checking the surroundings returned and reported Captain Mrs. Late, there are 8 dead in total. No wounded or other enemies found. The leading captain frowned, looking at the 4 injured individuals. Only 3 of you. You killed all of them. How did you manage that? When the first light of dawn broke, Deacon Yazide returned with 3 professional combat squads. His expression turned unusually grim upon seeing the blood-soaked ground and corpses shrouded in white cloth. They had been let out of the city like fools, and the adventurers' hall had nearly been wiped out in one stroke. Regardless of the losses incurred, this incident would forever remain a stain on his tenure as deacon. Inside the deacon's study, what are the casualties? Yazide gripped his walking stick, took a deep breath, and asked. Vice Deacon Slater sat on the sofa, stroking a docile leopard. What were you hoping for? Slater, I don't have time for your jokes. 3 wounded. Those who entered the Adventurers Association are confirmed members of the Divine Punishment sect, including Elder Ba Wudong. Among the 7 sect members, 2 appear to be key church operatives. Slater spoke, quietly relaying the results of his investigation. Yazide's brows furrowed. Only 3 wounded. Disappointed. You know that's not what I meant. Doubt and astonishment crossed Yazide's face. He continued. Are you saying the 3 members of Team 4 eliminated 8 Divine Punishment sect fighters, including Ba Wudong? Slater raised an eyebrow. I am equally surprised, but that is the truth. Ba Wudong had his head cleaved off in a single strike by Otluk. Yazide was rendered speechless by the shock. It was as though he was mentally reconstructing the entire sequence of events. A Divine Punishment sect elder hunted by the guard unit and 3 professional squads working in concert had been killed by a newly formed team of only 3 people. All their immense efforts, the elaborate ruse of drawing them out of the city, all of it had become nothing but a laughing matter. Sigh. I suppose I truly am growing old. Slater continued. Where did you recruit that young man from? Which one? Yazide immediately caught on. Oh, Wu Heng. What has he done remarkable this time? Slater smiled, rose, and brushed off his garments. Just asking. You've been fortunate. You've recruited a rather promising youngster. Is that so? Slater went on. By the way, there is no need to wait for openings in teams 1 or 2. Transfer Yoli to team 4. Yazide's brows knit slightly. Are you certain? Yes. Team 4 has a vacancy. Let her go and gain some experience. I would suggest waiting a little longer. Send her to team 4 first. If it doesn't work out, we can reassess the situation later, Slater persisted. Very well. I'll make the arrangements. Just have her report to you. Slater nodded and walked out of the room directly. Yazide followed him to the door and addressed a busy staff member. Summon Otluk here. Yes, Deacon. Wu Heng walked home with Basin. Both looked rather disheveled, attracting considerable attention from passers-by. Having slain a Divine Punishment sect elder and several of its members, they should receive substantial rewards. Of course, rewards had ceased to matter. What he valued far more was that level 12 corpse. 1 against 3 tanking bullets with his bare body. Such feats only existed in science fiction films. If he could convert this corpse into an undead servant, his side's combat strength would see a tremendous increase. His application for a second skeleton had already been submitted previously. He wondered whether this particular corpse would be approved for him. Other professions wouldn't know what to do with a corpse like this. It would be most useful in his hands. Lost in thought, Wu Heng led Basin back along the road. Creak, creak. A carriage slowed beside them. The window curtain was drawn aside, slightly revealing Slater's mature and beautiful face. Where are you heading? Back to rest, Wu Heng replied directly. Get in. I'll give you a ride home. Slater waved him over. Actually, I have a morning exercise habit. I was planning to walk back. In that case, let's go to your residence and chat. Open the door. I'm coming up. As Wu Heng opened the carriage door and was about to squeeze in with Basin, he heard Slater continue. Tell your skeleton to sit outside. Basin, you sit outside. Basin took a seat right beside the coachman, his round helmet drawing several careful glances from the driver. Entering the carriage, a warm, pleasant fragrance immediately enveloped him. It was subtle yet incredibly delightful. Slater wore casual attire, and beside her on the seat lay the leather armor she had worn the previous night. She looked like a languid imperial consort, dignified and mature. The leopard lay at her feet, not raising its head, but its eyes were fixed in their direction. Slater picked up a wine glass from nearby, poured 2 servings of fruit wine, and handed one to Wu Heng. What exactly happened last night? Wu Heng glanced up at the voluptuous beauty and said, the team captain will write up a report. I don't know much myself. Just tell me casually. Consider it our little chat. Right, like he believed that. After a moment's thought, he said, Late last night, I spotted enemies in the corridor outside the training room. After eliminating them with the skeleton warrior, I went to assist Kavina and the captain. He gave a general overview since she could easily piece together what had transpired anyway. The corpse outside the training room. That was the first person you encountered. Slater leaned against the wooden divan. Yes, a swordsman. How did you kill him? The skeleton is unaffected by nighttime, and I am a mage. 2 versus 1 was not difficult. Wu Heng explained. Slater acknowledged, glanced at him again, and said softly, "You must be more careful from now on. The Divine Punishment sect has lost an elder. They may seek retaliation. Thank you for the reminder, Vice Deacon." After expressing his gratitude, a question suddenly occurred to Wu Heng. Following up on the topic, he asked directly, "During last night's battle, that Divine Punishment sect elder suddenly grew a layer of scales. Is that also a skill?" Slater was the association's lorekeeper. She collected intelligence and hidden knowledge from all quarters. She might not be universally erudite, but she certainly knew far more than he did. That much was certain. Slater lifted her wine glass and took a slow sip before continuing. Elder Ba Wudong of the Divine Punishment sect allegedly awakened a bloodline within a slave's beast coliseum, gaining abilities beyond those of ordinary humans. Some claim it was the legendary Black Dragon, others say the Demon Python. Yet no one has provided a definitive answer. Perhaps even Ba Wudong himself does not know what exactly he has inherited. Bloodline. Black Dragon, Demon Python. In a world of magic, the concept of awakening a bloodline was something he could accept. But he still could not quite grasp how dragons or pythons, whatever they were, managed to produce human offspring. It somewhat contradicted what he had learned from his textbooks. Oh, I see. Wu Heng nodded to show understanding. He concealed his confusion, unwilling to let the other party detect his ignorance. The carriage creaked along its journey. The coachman called out, "Madam, we have reached the congested district. Thank you for the ride, Madam Slater. I shall take my leave now." Wu Heng rose and spoke directly. "When you have free time, visit the Golden Cat. I will introduce you to some lovely young women. The more you interact with them, the less nervous you will become." All right." Wu Heng stepped out of the carriage and walked toward his residence with Basin. Behind him, the carriage slowly turned and drove away. Returning to his residence, a wave of exhaustion spread through his entire body. After a simple breakfast, he instructed Basin to guard the door before climbing into bed to rest. When he awoke, it was already noon. After washing up, he headed directly into the zombie world. In the living room, Basin removed his leather armor, exposing his bleached ribs. One rib was fractured, and the 2 adjacent ribs also showed cracks. These injuries were caused by the Elder's knee strike attack during last night's battle. 4 living beings, healing potions, and natural regeneration would suffice. But undead skeletons were not so simple. Wu Heng found a roll of red tape and wrapped it around the cracked areas several times. "I will inquire about bone repair methods when I have the opportunity. Bear with it for now." Necromancy was a legitimate branch of the mage school. There must certainly be ways to mend undead skeletal bodies, but Wu Heng, a self-taught necromancer, did not yet know them. For now, this would have to suffice for Basin. Once he understood the proper techniques later, he would repair it properly. After tending to Basin, he went directly to the rooftop. The skeleton warriors remained standing in neat formation. 4 skeleton dogs of varying sizes trotted over, wagging their tails. Wu Heng took out a map, glanced at it, and tapped the location of the commercial district. The 3 mutated dogs that had blocked the path had already been killed by him. He could now proceed to the commercial district. The gold and silver shops there likely held considerable stockpiles. In any world, money could solve 99% of problems. After deciding, he gave the order directly, "Follow me." Rattle, rattle. The waiting skeleton warriors sprang into action, instantly filing behind him as they headed downstairs. The floor below was desolate, devoid of any new zombies. Wu Heng led the team through the stairwell, and any zombies that wandered by were effortlessly dispatched by the skeleton warriors. They arrived at the small plaza within the residential complex where the bus that had knocked down the fence still sat motionless. In the center of the modest plaza, some 20 to 30 zombies roamed aimlessly. "You several take the front line," Wu Heng commanded. 15 skeleton warriors bearing spears advanced to the forefront of the formation, arranging themselves into a spear-forward phalanx under Wu Heng's direction. "Basin, lure those zombies over." Basin stepped out from the ranks and circled around the distant plaza ahead. When he returned, a horde of zombies followed closely behind. Closing in, Basin squeezed directly into the skeleton ranks and took position at the rear. Meanwhile, the zombie horde surged straight toward the skeletons ahead. Splash, splash, splash. The zombies, like low-intelligent beasts, crashed into the spears, their bodies pierced by the razor-sharp points as scarlet, viscous blood poured forth. The numbers were not large, and the battle did not last long. After the frontline zombies were slain, the remaining few slower zombies limped over from a distance. "Go slay the rest and drag them here." Wu Heng slapped the skull of a hound beside him. 4 skeletal hounds leapt out, swiftly pouncing upon the remaining zombies. After biting them to death, the corpses were dragged back directly. Once all the zombies had been killed, Wu Heng began channeling bone servitude, and skeleton after skeleton rose from the ground, joining the rear ranks at his command. With the small plaza cleared, Wu Heng led the skeletons to the overturned bus. The trap driver secured by seatbelts flailed wildly, pounding against the cracked glass. After directing the skeletons to kill the driver, Wu Hung scavenged the bus as well. In the trunk, he found a small fire extinguisher, a jack, a spare tire, and other supplies. The fire extinguisher and jack seemed useful enough to take, but both were somewhat heavy, so he decided to leave them outside for now and retrieve them on the way back. Leaving those items outside, Wu Hung continued exploring forward with his skeletons. They marched all the way to the complex's west gate. Outside, wandering zombies could still be seen. Wu Hung counted approximately 11 or 12, the number not particularly large. Spears forward. The skeleton warriors bearing spears pointed them ahead, ready for action. Without needing to lure them, Wu Hung tapped the nearby iron gate once with his short spear. Clang. The tapping sound echoed instantly, and all the zombies outside turned their heads in unison toward this direction. Upon spotting the skeleton formation at the source of the sound, they let out angry roars, the cacophony spreading rapidly as more zombies emerged from the corner's side paths and the corridor ahead. The number quickly swelled from 11 or 12 to 30 or 40. All the zombies fixed their gaze upon the complex's main gate, then charged forward with claws extended and fangs bared. Prepare for combat. Roar, roar. The zombies drew ever nearer, their growls and running footsteps merging into one. Wu Hung raised his hand and released grease coating the ground in slick oil that sent wave after wave of zombies sliding to the ground. Simultaneously, the skeleton warriors began thrusting their spears forward in relentless succession. Each strike pierced through zombie bodies, drawing forth dark red blood. Experience 6. Summon. Skeleton Warrior Experience 3. Summon. Skeleton Warrior Experience 3. Summon. Summon. Skeleton Warrior level increased to 4, Strength 1. Summon. Skeleton Warrior level increased to 3, Constitution 1. The battle continued. 2 skeletons had risen in level, the highest reaching level 4. As for skeleton warriors, Wu Hung held considerable expectations. Among the transformed skeletons, those reaching level 5 had already developed a basic soul. This led him to speculate that level 5 represented a turning point for skeleton warriors. They would unlock basic souls. If his speculation proved correct, if all undead skeletons possessed souls and consciousness, he could rely entirely on his skeletons to build a nation. A nation requiring no resource consumption, yet boasting abundant labor. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying a necromancer truly was. Amidst the fierce combat, the battle gradually neared its end. On the ground before the gate, corpses piled into heaps, the stench of blood permeating the air. Wu Hung sent the skeleton hounds out to finish off the slower remaining zombies, and the west gate area returned to silence. Carry the corpses and return. The skeleton warriors hoisted the bloody bodies onto their shoulders and marched together back toward their base. After piling them at the entrance, Wu Hung began casting bones servitude to transform them into skeletons. As dusk settled, Wu Hung led his skeletons back to the rooftop and returned to Blackstone Town himself. After finishing dinner, Wu Hung summoned Jian-E and continued practicing his swordsmanship. The previous evening, he had received guidance from Aetluk, who helped him refine certain non-standard techniques. Both Aetluk and Kavina wielded swords, yet their styles were diametrically opposed. Aetluk's sword was a heavy blade, thick and long, wielding tremendous force with sweeping arcs that whistled through the air. Paired with his muscular physique, it gave the impression that he could crush anyone to death, even with a simple wooden staff. In contrast, Kavina's sword was a one-handed blade, narrow and slender, relatively difficult to forge, emphasizing speed and precision in combat. In gaming terms, it resembled an attack speed build with elegant and beautiful sword techniques. It seemed there were indeed distinct schools of swordsmanship. For himself, Wu Hung leaned more toward the one-handed sword. As a mage, there was no need for him to obsess over heavy swords. If any real danger arose, a heavy sword would also hinder his escape. After practicing with Jian-E for a while and noticing the growing late hour, he went to bed. The following day at the Producers Association, Wu Hung arrived at the lounge carrying his backpack. Upon opening the door, he saw Kavina sitting on the sofa with her left arm wrapped in bandages, reading a newspaper. One had to admit, people of this world were remarkably resilient. Injured as she was, and still coming today. If this were the modern world, she'd have been hospitalized for half a month at least. "How are you?" Wu Hung asked with concern. Kavina set down her newspaper. "It's nothing, it'll heal in a few days." Wu Hung opened his backpack, took out several snacks from inside, opened a bag of chips, and handed them over. "Try these, they're quite good." As the least injured member of the team, he felt it only appropriate to bring some food as a gesture of comfort. After all, it was them and Basin holding the front line, while he safely provided covering fire from behind. To be honest, these two teammates were remarkably reliable. Kavina raised an eyebrow, reached out, and placed a chip in her mouth. "Tastes good. I brought some extras, help yourself." Wu Hung took everything out of the bag and continued, "Where's the captain?" "The captain is in a meeting, should be back soon." "Oh." The two exchanged a few words when the lounge door opened once more. Aetluk walked in carrying something. He glanced at the snacks on the coffee table, his gaze then settling on Wu Hung. He said, "The senior officer wants to see you." "Oh." Wu Hung rose to his feet, preparing to leave when the captain spoke again, The association is quite interested in your weapon. They'll be asking about it. Say what you wish or say nothing at all. Understood. Handgun. The association had taken notice of the handgun. The association had noticed the handgun. 8 enemies, 7 of them killed by bullets. An examination of the corpses would reveal this fact. Anyone would be curious and inquire about it. Wu Hong carried this weapon without deliberately concealing it, and this time, he planned to inform the steward. Similarly, Outlook was reminding him of the same. Some privacy-related questions need not be answered. The Professionals Association differed from the guard whose weapons and tools were self-equipped and considered personal belongings. Moreover, those who frequently undertook missions in the field always kept some trump cards which they would never disclose indiscriminately. Who knew if revealing something today might lead to death tomorrow because of it? Thus, as he was leaving, he offered a specific reminder he could choose not to answer if he wished. All right, Wu Hong nodded and agreed, then walked out of the room. In the steward's study, after a light knock on the door and receiving a response, Wu Hong entered. Inside the bright and tidy study sat 3 people. Association steward Yazid sat behind the desk, still dressed in a dark formal suit resembling an old gentleman. On the sofa sat Vice Steward Siloite along with an old acquaintance, Moila, the woman from the town hall who had made him sign the Necromancy Restriction Act. Unexpectedly, she was also here today. The 2 women sat on opposite sides, their expressions stern, suggesting a strained relationship. Seeing Wu Hong enter, Yazid smiled and said, "Our outstanding member has arrived. Find a seat for yourself." Wu Hong glanced at the seating arrangement and took a chair on Siloite's side. After all, they were from the same association, which differed somewhat from Blackstone Town. Once Wu Hong was seated, Yazid introduced, "This is Ms. Moila, who oversees the municipal affairs of Blackstone Town." "Ms. Moila, long time no see," Wu Hong greeted with a smile. "I often hear about you at the town hall. On behalf of the municipal government, I thank your team for yesterday's efforts." Moila replied. She was likely referring to the incident where they had killed the elder of the Divine Punishment sect. If they hadn't eliminated those sect members and allowed them to wreak havoc in the city, the consequences would have been dire. "You know each other?" Yazid asked in surprise. "We met at the town hall," Moila answered directly. Yazid nodded and continued, "Wu Hong, there's something we need to confirm with you." "All right, steward, please speak." "Among the 8 bodies, 7 share the same cause of death. Did you cause that?" Yazid brought up the matter directly. "Yes," Wu Hong replied. "How did you do it?" "A weapon that can attack from a certain distance." "May we take a look?" "Of course." Wu Hong took the pistol from his waist and showed it to the 3. They all widened their eyes, staring at the black handgun in his hand. "Just this?" Yazid asked in amazement. "A weapon developed in my hometown." "Let me see." Moila extended her hand. Wu Hong did not hand it over, shaking his head. "Sorry, this is my life-saving weapon. It's not convenient for others to examine closely. In this world, even trains existed alongside detonators and poison smoke grenades. It was hard to say what inspiration his weapon might provide, potentially accelerating firearm development in this world. If all kinds of guns were produced, his advantage in this world would vanish. Therefore, Wu Hong planned to explain his weapon without actually letting them study it thoroughly. Just as Outlook had reminded him, some things could be said and some could not. Moila looked at Yazid. Yazid smiled helplessly. The association does not force members to disclose their techniques and secrets. The essence of the Professionals Association was a gathering of adventurers. If everything were mandatory, they would never have reached their current state. "Very well," Moila said, somewhat disappointed, but still asked, "Did you develop this weapon?" "Blackstone Town could place an order. The price is negotiable." "Sorry, I didn't develop it." Let it be then. This weapon of yours possesses considerable lethality. I hope you will keep it safe and avoid losing it or using it recklessly. If similar casualties occur, it might bring you trouble." Moila's tone turned serious again. She was reminding him that kills with this weapon were easily identifiable. Moreover, since he was the only one known to possess such a weapon in the city, any death or injury would immediately point to him. "I understand. I will abide by the rules." Seeing the atmosphere in the room grow increasingly tense, Yazid continued, "All right, we just wanted to confirm the cause of death for those bodies. It's enough to prove that your 4th squad made the kill. You can go back now and rest properly." Wu Hong nodded, stood up, took his leave from the 3, and walked out of the study. Returning to the lounge, Outlook and Kawina were chatting idly. Seeing Wu Hong back, Outlook asked, "How did it go?" Moila from the town hall was there. "She asked about my weapon, but nothing else," Wu Hong said, taking a seat nearby. "The association doesn't care much about this. You should keep your abilities and weapons confidential," Outlook continued. "I understand, Captain." With that matter settled, the next topic was the reward distribution after yesterday's mission. Outlook said, "For this mission, our squad resolved a crisis for Blackstone Town. We received praise from the town hall and the steward, which increased the bounty for this operation. Each of us will receive a superior artifact as a reward." A superior artifact. Both Kawina and Wu Hong were delighted. Such a level of reward was not something one could obtain from ordinary missions. It was truly unexpected to be included in the rewards this time. Seeing his members satisfied with the reward, Outlook smiled. His gaze fell on the coffee table before him. "These are the spoils from yesterday. According to association rules, since we dealt the killing blows ourselves, the spoils are to be distributed within the squad. I exchanged the ordinary weapons and armor for money from the association, and the rest is here. The spoils were divided into several items: weapons, armor, grenades, scrolls, and a few fist-sized money pouches. Wu Heng's gaze first fell on a wooden staff with silver patterns lying on top. He hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but it seemed to belong to the black-robed man, who could control crows. Witch Arrow Elm Silver Staff. Description: the staff grants the wielder the ability to cast Witch Arrow and reduces the mental energy consumption of the user. A staff that comes with a spell? Could the black-robed figure who controlled the crows last night also be a mage-class professional? However, when Wu Heng approached, he didn't see any spells being cast. All he knew was that the crows were directed to charge at him, only to be crushed by the flashlight. This staff was different from the steward's walking stick. The walking stick was straight and could be used for support, while this staff was longer and curved like a tree root. Its design was quite appealing, adorned with intricate patterns and silver ornaments. Among the remaining equipment were a longsword and 3 sets of leather armor. Their craftsmanship and style were excellent, ranking among the mid to high tier items in any shop. The grenades were all poison smoke grenades, and the scrolls consisted of 2 blazing slash and 1 featherfall. Blazing slash could imbue a weapon with fire attributes, while featherfall reduced damage from high falls. He wondered who they had been looted from. Wu Heng, see what you need, Ayachaluk said. Among the 8 members of the punishment sect, 7 were killed by Wu Heng himself. The last one appeared to have been decapitated by Ayachaluk's final strike, but by then the enemy had already been killed by Wu Heng's pistol, with experience points already appearing. Unaware of this, Ayachaluk still delivered the finishing blow. It didn't matter who actually killed him. Ayachaluk's final strike was a good thing. If all were credited to Wu Heng, it would have seemed odd. Even so, the priority to choose spoils remained with Wu Heng. I'll take this staff, and I also want a piece of leather armor for Basin, Wu Heng said directly. The reason Ayachaluk had left the staff behind was that it was intended for him. The leather armor was for Basin. During the battles, the leather armor had been torn to pieces. Rather than sending it to the armorer for repair, it was better to just replace it. Alright, Kawina, what about you? Kawina took a one-handed sword and a set of leather armor. The remaining leather armor and the 2 scrolls naturally went to Ayachaluk. The scrolls were no less valuable than the weapons, and the 3 of them were roughly even in their shares. Next, they distributed 3 poison smoke grenades each, and also split the bonus and proceeds from selling the spoils. Looking at the heavy coin purses, each containing over 1,000 silver coins, a sense of joy filled everyone's hearts. Who would dislike having more money? After the spoils were divided, Ayachaluk continued, the superior item reward needs to be registered and claimed. Wait for my news, and we'll go pick the rewards together. Alright. The 2 nodded. After chatting briefly about the team's development, Wu Heng directly asked, Captain, can I use the association to convert Bodong's corpse into a skeleton? Hearing this, both Ayachaluk and Kawina were stunned. Then they looked at him with some surprise. Bodong alone could rival an entire team of professionals. If Wu Heng could convert him, that combat power would be added directly to his own, along with Skeleton Basin and that weapon. It was somewhat terrifying. I'm not sure about this either, Ayachaluk said. Wu Heng was different from ordinary professionals, as his profession was restricted by Blackstone Town. After all, he had signed so many decrees. Even if the Professionals Association agreed, if Blackstone Town disapproved, Wu Heng couldn't legally obtain that corpse. Would Blackstone Town allow a necromancer to possess such a powerful undead servant? If it went through, many people would probably lose sleep over it. What if I trade the superior item reward for it? Is there any possibility? Wu Heng added conditions. I'm not sure about this either. I can mention it to the steward and see what he says. Ayachaluk continued. Wu Heng nodded, accepting that this was the only option, as he had no better solution. Exiting the Professionals Association, Wu Heng was still pondering the matter of the level 12 corpse. He regretted not showing the pistol to Moila earlier to leave a better impression. Perhaps then she wouldn't have been so strict about this corpse. But such thoughts were just idle speculation. Even if he had given her a pistol, it might not have actually facilitated the matter. One step at a time, as some things were beyond his control. Returning to his residence, he equipped Basin with the new leather armor and headed straight for the zombie world. In the zombie world outside the west gate, a rustling sound of dense footsteps came from the street ahead. Soon a horde of zombies surged forward, crowding and roaring. Spears forward quickly. Wu Heng issued rapid commands. These zombies seemed to have been hiding. The path had been eerily quiet, then suddenly a massive wave of zombies burst out, leaving no time to form a formation. The spear-wielding skeletons moved swiftly, standing in the front row with spears pointed forward. Grease spell, a 4-meter-wide patch of grease covered the ground. The zombies at the front slipped and fell flat on their backs. Before they could get up, the zombies behind them crashed into them, also falling one after another. Wu Heng pointed his staff forward, and a blue energy spear condensed and flew ahead. With a thud, it struck a zombie, while forming a blue arc that hit 3 or 4 nearby targets in succession. Seeing this, Wu Heng was taken aback. This witch arrow spell seemed to have a lightning effect. Quite impressive. However, a single witch arrow spell did not halt the zombies' advance. More zombies trampled over their companions' bodies and continued charging forward. With a bang, they crashed into the skeleton formation, pushing the frontline skeletons backward. Zombies and skeletons were packed together, and any semblance of formation was lost. Attack, Wu Hong commanded directly. The skeletons surged forward in waves, the two forces colliding in the middle. The sounds of tearing and ripping echoed throughout the area. Skeleton dogs weaved through the crowd, and Sword 1 and Sword 2 also joined the fray. In the fierce battle, the skeletons gradually gained the upper hand. Your level has increased to 4. Intelligence 1, Constitution 1, spirit power slightly increased. The prompt appeared indicating he had reached level 4. This eased the heartache Wu Hong felt over the skeletons that had fallen. His intelligence and constitution had increased. Both attributes seemed highly useful to Wu Hong. The battle continued for a while, and gradually drew to a close. Corpses and broken bones piled up like a small mountain resembling a hellish purgatory. The skeleton warriors, drenched in blood, re-entered standby mode. Wu Hong glanced around to confirm there was no danger, then said, "Basin, go check out the commercial street." Basin quickly departed and ran into the distance. Soon he returned from afar, making a gesture indicating no danger. "You all stand by," Wu Hong said to the nearby skeletons, then turned to Basin. "Take me to have a look." Basin led him forward, and they climbed a 2-story building from which they could see the commercial street in the distance. The sight of the street made Wu Hong's heart tighten. Large numbers of zombies roamed aimlessly down the street, their black hair, matted human skin, and rotting flesh strewn across the ground. So many dead. The stench of decay was overpowering, detectable even from such a distance. As the sole commercial street in the district, it served as the central hub for nearby residents to shop and stroll. Not everyone enjoyed shopping, but the shops were clustered here. If you needed to buy something, you had to come to this area. Yet why were so many zombies gathered here? Were they having some kind of party or gathering? No. Even if this was a shopping area, it shouldn't have attracted such a crowd. It was almost as crowded as a scenic spot during a holiday. It must be the sound system, Wu Hong speculated boldly. It wasn't necessarily that so many people had gathered here when the virus first broke out. Rather, after the outbreak, this street's sound system kept playing lively dance music, luring zombies from the surrounding area. When the power eventually went out, and the music stopped, the gathered zombies still lingered nearby. He wasn't sure if his guess was correct, but it seemed highly plausible. After observing from a distance for a while, and confirming no aberrant zombies or other monsters, Wu Hong began to retrace his steps. Returning to the skeleton formation, Jian Yi and Jian Er were directing the skeletons to clean up the battlefield. The corpses were piled to one side, and the fallen cleavers and fruit knives were collected for the next skeletons to use. There was no danger nearby. Wu Hong turned his gaze to the shops on both sides. Restaurants, fruit stores, milk tea shops. The closer to the commercial street, the more such establishments there were. Almost the entire street was filled with these types of shops. But Wu Hong's attention settled on a store called Cine Advertising. Judging by the name, it seemed to be a shop for making storefront signs and billboards. He ordered Jian Yi, Jian Er, Nu Yi, and Nu Er to each lead a group of skeletons to search the other shops, while he himself entered the advertising shop with Basin and a few skeletons. The center of the hall was a large, empty space with dirty red banners and plastic advertising letters scattered on the grimy floor. Wu Hong swept his gaze and spotted several metal pipes about 3 to 4 meters long leaning against the wall. Iron pipes. He wasn't sure if they were iron or steel, but there were about 20 of them. These straight metal pipes could be useful. He went to the back rooms and the second floor of the shop, finding some cutting and welding tools, but they required electricity, which was currently unavailable. After confirming there was nothing else useful, he ordered the skeletons carry these out. The glass door of the shop was already shattered, and several skeletons carried the iron pipes out. Meanwhile, Jian Yi, Jian Er, and the other skeletons returned. The skeleton warriors behind them were holding the cleavers and fruit knives they had scavenged. The hall was modest. They all returned to the alley where the earlier fight had taken place. He planned to lead the team back, carry the corpses, and head back. The skeleton warriors hoisted the bodies and followed him toward the residential area. Back at the residential building, they piled the retrieved corpses into a small mountain. Wu Hong sat to one side, examining the iron pipes and fruit knives he had brought back. After comparing them, he took out tape and wrapped a fruit knife around the end of an iron pipe. Once it was secure, he reinforced it with several loops of wire. When everything was done, he inspected it carefully. It didn't seem much different from a bot spear. "Jian Yi, try this out," Wu Hong said. Jian Yi walked over, took the 5 to 6 meter long iron spear, and made a thrusting motion. With it, the fruit knife at the tip pierced directly into the pile of corpses. When he pulled it out, it was streaked with blackish red blood. It looked passable. The fruit knife was sturdy and hadn't come loose. He had scavenged through so many buildings, surely he had hundreds of fruit knives. Aside from iron pipes, he could also collect wooden sticks and assemble them into simple spears. Feeling it was worth a try, he said to Jian Yi, "Assemble the fruit knives and iron pipes like this. You 4 work on it tonight." Only Jian Yi, Jian Er, Nu Yi, and Nu Er possessed intelligence. The other skeletons could follow orders to attack and carry things, but assembling items was beyond them. He had to rely on Jian Yi and the others. Basin, who had to accompany him back to Haishi Town, couldn't stay to help. Jian Yi indicated he understood and began gathering knives, more tape, and wire to assemble the weapons. Wu Hong had Basin bring a chair and sat down before the corpse pile to cast the bone control art. The effect of the staff was supposed to reduce the mental energy consumption during casting. But when using it, he didn't feel much difference, unsure if it was actually working. He continuously cast the bone control art, and one after another skeletons rose and slowly walked into the formation. By dusk, he led the skeletons back to the rooftop and returned to Haishi Town. Haishi Town. He went directly to the weapon shop. There were two groups of customers in the shop, and the owner and clerk were promoting the weapons on the shelves. When the owner saw Wu Hong enter, he raised a hand in greeting and gestured for him to look around. After seeing off the previous customers, the owner wiped his hands on his apron and walked over. What do you need today? Besides spears, do you have any other polearms? Wu Hong asked directly as he walked around the shop. Yes, we have long-handled battle axes and warhammers, both with considerable killing power, the owner said, leading him to a shelf and pointing out several weapons. They looked good, but they weren't what Wu Hong needed. Do you have a trident-like polearm? We don't have that exact weapon here, the owner replied with a frown. After a moment's thought, he added, but there's something similar to what you described. Show me. Sure, over here. The owner led him to a corner where a wooden barrel held a tool with a wooden handle and 4 iron prongs at the top. Is this what you mean? A pitchfork used for handling hay, the owner introduced. Wu Hong picked it up and frowned slightly. He knew about pitchforks. They were common farm tools found in most villages. And it did fit his description. How many do you have? Wu Hong asked. Probably about 5 or 6, the owner replied. So few. Well, this is a weapon shop, and who in the city would buy a pitchfork? That made sense. Pitchforks were classified as farm tools, not weapons. How much for a pitchfork? 55 copper coins. Compared to weapons, the price of pitchforks was much cheaper. He just wasn't sure if they would be effective against zombies. I'll take all of them, Wu Hong said directly. All right, the owner replied with a smile, and immediately went to prepare them. Soon the owner brought out the pitchforks, 5 in total. The quantity was actually not that large. If you need more, we can make another batch for you later, the owner continued. Not for now. We'll see. He paid, then carried the pitchforks back to his residence with Basin. Back at the residence, he sent all the pitchforks to the zombie world. Then Wu Hong picked up his iron sword and began his sword practice. So many days had passed, and despite having Jian Yi as a sparring partner and receiving guidance and corrections from Outlook, he still hadn't unlocked the sword mastery specialization. That was frustrating. He practiced until evening, then went to bed. The next day in the zombie world, Wu Hong arrived at the rooftop. He saw the assembled iron pipe spears lying on the ground, 22 of them. The fruit knives at the tips varied in length, but the iron pipes were roughly the same length, secured with wire. Overall, they looked quite decent. He selected 22 skeletons and ordered, drop your weapons. The skeletons threw their cleavers onto the ground and stood still. Take this. Wu Hong handed the iron spear to a skeleton. The skeleton reached out and grasped the spear. The skeletons picked up iron spears and held them in their hands. Due to the weight of the iron poles, their shoulders seemed to droop slightly and their movements appeared somewhat strained. He had the skeletons attempt thrusting movements which were fairly smooth without major issues. Then he had several skeleton warriors pick up the pitchforks bought last night. After confirming that holding the pitchforks also resulted in a thrusting motion, he felt relieved. He was truly afraid that these skeletons would go downstairs to weed with the pitchforks, which would be disastrous. There were 25 skeletons with wooden shafted spears, 22 skeletons with assembled iron shafted spears, and 5 skeletons with pitchforks. Standing together, the forest of spears indeed took on the appearance of a spear formation. After resolving the weapon situation, he took out the surrounding map again and glanced at it. The original plan was to directly attack the commercial street and loot the gold shops and banks there, but after seeing the situation there yesterday, he became hesitant. The number of zombies was quite large. Charging in directly might be dangerous. He needed to plan carefully and devise a method to minimize losses when taking the commercial street. I remember there's a gold and silver processing shop here. Wu Hong suddenly thought of something. In a small alley outside the Western Market, there was a jewelry processing shop. The older generation liked to bring gold and silver there to be made into bracelets and rings. That was considered an old shop. Recently, business seemed not so good as young people were buying finished jewelry. Unable to go to the commercial street, he decided to check this place first. After making up his mind, he ordered the skeletons, follow me. Clatter. The skeletons moved and followed him downstairs. On the west side, a lane passing through the market. A lane passing by the commercial street. After clearing the nearby zombies, Wu Hong began directing the skeletons to form a formation. The pitchfork soldiers were at the front, followed by rows of spear-wielding skeleton warriors. The spears pointed forward layer by layer, forming a wall bristling with spikes. When preparations were almost complete, Wu Hong said, Ba-sun, lure the zombies over. Ba-sun squeezed out of the crowd and ran forward. Soon Ba-sun's figure appeared again in sight, followed by dozens of zombies with ferocious faces and clawing arms. Approaching the skeleton formation, Ba-sun sidestepped to avoid the spears and squeezed into the back of the skeleton ranks. The zombies behind him crashed directly into the skeleton spears. The dense spears pierced through the zombies one by one, accompanied by a chorus of howls. The skeleton warriors continuously withdrew and thrust their spears, repeating the simple motion. The zombies in the front were pushed by those behind, forcibly colliding into layer after layer of spears until they died. Crossbow 1 and Crossbow 2 were at the rear, occasionally firing a bolt or two to kill the zombies that had squeezed into the formation. Prompts kept appearing, increasing the kill experience. After Wu Heng reached level 4, the experience from killing zombies became 4 points, and the efficiency of leveling up was getting lower. Some skeleton warriors also leveled up in battles, successively reaching level 3. The battle continued. The sounds of howls and fighting attracted more zombies, which kept rushing toward them. Wave after wave, the numbers continuously increased. Wu Heng stood in the middle of the formation, observing the battle ahead. Suddenly the window on the 3rd floor beside him shattered, and amidst the falling glass, 3 dark shadows pounced directly from above. Wu Heng raised his staff and shot a blue witchcraft arrow. After accurately hitting the first shadow, arcs of electricity scattered and struck the other 2 shadows as well. The shadows' bodies twitched in the air and fell vertically downward. With a splat, they hit the ground. Several skeleton dogs reacted first, quickly pouncing over, clamping onto the fallen shadows, and began biting and shaking their heads. Amidst sharp squeaks and struggles, they were torn into several pieces by the skeleton dogs. When it quieted down, Wu Heng approached to examine these shadows that had attempted a sneak attack amid the chaos. These were 3 black rats of considerable size. Their fur was glossy black, and their bodies were nearly the size of adult cats. Not mutated creatures. Wu Heng was somewhat curious. The rats before him were not as exaggerated as mutated creatures in size. They were still rats, and on their protruding teeth one could see bits of zombie flesh stuck to them. In appearance they were still rats, but they had been affected. Not only had they grown larger, but they also possessed strong aggression. Actively attacking humans was not a good sign. If the rats were merely mutated due to zombification, that would be manageable. But if they retained their original species characteristics and underwent a change akin to evolution, that would be terrifying. Given the rats' reproductive rate, they could soon form swarms to attack any creature. While observing the rats, the battle ahead had already ended. All zombies were killed, and the skeleton warriors returned to standby mode. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and then used the bone-controlling art on the rats on the ground. Flesh began to fall off, and a skeleton rat crawled out. Skeleton rat, level 1. Its rating was only level 1. Inside the hollow skeleton, there was no soul fire. Holding a short spear, he searched through the area where the rat's flesh had fallen off, but found no flesh mass resembling a corpse core. Unconvinced, he cast the bone-controlling art on the other 2 rats as well. Skeleton rats appeared, but still no corpse core was found. It seemed that this kind of rat did not possess a corpse core. After a brief rest, Wu Heng led the skeleton team onward toward the target. Fuheng's Silver Shop. A small shop of less than 30 square meters. On the glass door was a sign advertising high-priced gold and silver recycling. Inside there was only a single display cabinet with a few gold and silver bracelets and rings, not many scattered messily. Not a bad haul. He opened the counter and began taking out the bracelets and rings, stuffing them into his backpack. Even without selling them as jewelry, the gold from these bracelets alone was a considerable fortune. If taken to Haishi Town, even if he did nothing, he could live comfortably for most of his life by the standards of the crowded district. He could also buy more weapons and equipment for the skeletons. The only thing lacking was a reason to purchase weapons in large quantities. After packing the jewelry from the display cabinet, he continued searching the shop. There couldn't be just this little right. After all, it was an old established shop. Entering the back room, he found a safe under the desk. He opened it with a bronze key, revealing gold and silver jewelry sealed in plastic inside the safe. The quantity was much larger than what was on the counter. This trip was indeed worthwhile. Wu Heng immediately began stuffing them into his backpack. Just as he was taking out piece after piece and stuffing them in, suddenly a childish voice rang out from behind. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Wu Heng was startled at first, and then felt a chill down his spine, his hair standing on end. The sudden voice sent a chill running straight up his spine. This wasn't Blackstone Town, and this was the inner room of a gold shop. There was no way someone could be speaking here. Not even bothering with the gold and silver in his hands, he rolled across the floor toward the door. As he rolled, his gaze swept toward the source of the sound behind him. He saw a nearly translucent little girl standing in the far corner of the room watching him. After he finished rolling, she even clapped her hands encouragingly. A spectral wraith. Resembling the spirit infant he had encountered in Mineshaft Village, the little girl before him was also a corporeal soul, a spirit formed after death. However, her form was even more translucent, as if she might fade away at any moment. If he had known he could encounter wraiths in this world, he would have asked in detail how to deal with such creatures. While Wu Heng was taken aback that wraiths existed in this world, Basin and the skeletal warriors beside him had already charged forward with weapons drawn, rushing toward the spectral girl. He swung his blade down at the spirit. The wraith girl shrank back in fright, phasing directly through the wall behind her and disappearing. Has it left? Before Wu Heng could relax, from the upper diagonal corner of the wall, the little girl poked her head out, staring with large dark eyes. "Why are you hitting me?" the little girl demanded indignantly. She could speak and was willing to communicate. What was going on? "Hold your positions," Wu Heng ordered directly. The advancing skeletons halted and stood still. The spectral girl drifted down warily, landing back on the ground, and asked curiously, "Uncle, why are you here?" "I'm looking for something." What about you? What are you doing here? Wu Heng replied, then asked in return. According to Captain, out-of-loop child spirits like this were troublesome. Since they had not been exposed to society long, they lacked a proper sense of right and wrong, making them prone to act on impulse. The ghost infant from Mineshaft village was the same, difficult to deal with. This is my family's shop, the little girl said, clasping her hands behind her back. Damn, he felt completely in the wrong. Oh, so it's yours. I didn't know. It's alright. Those people outside have gone mad. They bite anyone they see, so the shop can't operate. When things improve, I'll have Grandpa open a new one downtown near the zoo. The little girl walked side to side with her hands behind her back. You still have a grandpa. She paused her steps, tilting her head up at him with confusion. Without a grandpa, there'd be no father, and without him, no me. Don't you know this, uncle? I know. Then where is your grandpa? Wu Heng changed his approach. At home. The little girl's gaze fell on the backpack lying on the floor. Uncle, do you really need these gold items? Wu Heng glanced at the gold and silver jewelry inside the bag and nodded. After a moment of thought, the little girl continued. Then let's make a bet, okay? What kind of bet? The spectral figure before him was completely different from that ghost infant last time. She looked normal and spoke coherently. Moreover, she showed no hostility. She was hardly different from a human. I have some gold at home. It belonged to my grandpa. I'll give it to you if you deliver food to my grandpa and dad. The little girl continued, speaking with wide eyes. So all this time she wanted him to bring food to her family. But if her grandpa and dad were still alive, how had she died? This little girl had suffered terribly. But in this apocalypse, who could fare any better? You mean a trade or exchange? Oh, right, a trade. And my home isn't far. It's just behind us, a few steps away, the little girl said, placing her hands on her hips. Food was not scarce for him. A quick sweep would yield enough supplies to last quite a while. Completing this trade with the little girl, or helping a survivor, was not difficult. Besides, according to the girl, her grandpa had run this shop and possessed jewelry-making skills, making him a craftsman. He might find use for such abilities later. Helping her was worthwhile, and as the girl had said, he would not lose out by taking the gold. Where are they? Wu Heng asked. Right behind us. I can lead you there, the little girl said happily. All right, let's go. Yay, thank you, uncle. The little girl floated up, cheerfully spinning in the air. Wait for me. I'll search outside for food, Wu Heng added. Okay. Wu Heng gathered the remaining gold and silver from the safe, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and walked out of the shop. He found a nearby grocery store and had the skeletons carry several sacks of rice flour and soybean oil before returning. That would be plenty for them to eat. Moreover, he had cleared out most of the nearby zombies. With caution, they could venture out themselves to scavenge food and maintain a normal life. Back at the gold shop, the little girl floated in the air, circling around the skeletons with pure curiosity rather than fear. If Wu Heng had not ordered them to hold position, the skeletons might have swung their cleavers at her. Let's go. Where is your home? Wu Heng asked. Right behind us. I'll show you, the little girl said, then dove straight into the wall and vanished. Damn. Wu Heng pushed open a nearby window and called out to the departing spirit, I can't walk through walls. The little girl crawled back out and led him along the outer path toward the rear. Turning a corner, Wu Heng led his skeleton army in a grand procession, following the little girl into the residential complex. Wandering zombies spotted the sudden appearance of the skeletal formation and let out excited roars, charging toward them. Spear points forward. Wu Heng shouted. The spear-wielding skeletons leveled their weapons, bracing for battle. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of flesh piercing echoed as wave after wave of zombies collided with the spears. After a brief skirmish, they carved a path through the horde. The skeletal hounds leaped over the formation, dispatching slower zombies. Silence returned to the area. My home is on the second floor, the little girl pointed to the building ahead. After clearing the stairwell, the skeletons followed her upstairs. Guided by the girl's instructions, Wu Heng entered the apartment after inputting the electronic locks code. The dim living room had tightly closed windows and the air was thick with the stench of decay. Wu Heng frowned. This did not look like somewhere with living people. Before he could ask, the wraith called out, Grandpa, Dad, I brought food for you. With a bang, the front door slammed shut. Roar, the guttural growls of zombies came from the bedroom direction. Two zombies emerged from the bedroom. Judging by their appearance, one was an elderly man and the other a middle-aged man. Wu Heng glanced at the ghostly figure in the air, and the little girl darted away, phasing straight through the wall. Fooled by a damn spirit. Watching the two approaching zombies, Wu Heng casually cast Witch's Arrow. A blue energy spear struck the target, causing the zombie to tremble slightly. He turned and threw open the door behind him, stepping aside by half a pace. Attack! Several skeleton warriors remaining in the hallway entered the living room. Tossing aside the rice flour and cooking oil they had been carrying, they drew their kitchen knives and lunged forward. The zombies were knocked to the ground in an instant, and countless blades rained down, slaughtering them mercilessly. Experience gains appeared above each warrior. 4 points for Wu Heng, 3 for each skeleton soldier, as both zombies fell. Silence settled over the living room as the skeleton warriors returned to standby mode. Wu Heng opened the door and checked the hallway, but the little ghost was nowhere to be found. It must have fled in fear. Did it really think I could be stopped? I fought my way all the way here. Two zombies stand no chance against me. After confirming the room was clear of any remaining threats, Wu Hong began searching the space. This family clearly enjoyed comfortable living conditions. The furniture and furnishings were among the finest in the neighborhood. Wu Hong continued his search and discovered a safe in the study. He retrieved a bronze key and unlocked the safe, revealing 3 compartments. The top shelf held permits, credentials, and contracts, while the middle compartment contained neatly arranged gold bars and jewelry. The bottom section stored cash, paper certificates, and bank cards. Wu Hong found himself at a loss for words upon seeing the gold. The girl hadn't entirely deceived him. The family did possess a considerable amount of gold. After collecting the gold and gathering a few more valuable items from the house, Wu Hong returned to the living room and cast Bone's servant on the 2 corpses lying on the ground. The 2 skeletons rose slowly and rejoined his ranks. Wu Hong didn't linger at the residence. He left with his skeleton warriors and made his way back to the street where the shop was located. He directed the skeletons to carry the unconverted corpses toward the building where he lived. The residential compound he had already cleared several times offered greater safety. Wu Hong returned to his quarters unimpeded, continuing to cast Bone's servant on the bodies. The process grew monotonous. In Blackstone Town, the professional association. Due to the recent incident involving the divine punishment cult, much of the association hall remained under repair. Even the areas open to the public bore visible sword marks and bullet holes. Wu Hong instructed Basun to wait in the rest area while he proceeded directly to the front desk. Mr. Wu Hong, how may I assist you? The staff member asked with a smile. Could you check whether the last commission I posted has been completed? It was for a potion. Wu Hong said. The antidote potion commission had been posted several days ago. Since he had provided the material formula, it shouldn't have taken this long. The staff member nodded and began reviewing the record book in his hands. Nodding, the staff member replied, It has been prepared. Please wait a moment while I fetch it for you. Soon he returned carrying a wooden box. The box opened to reveal the potions inside. These are the commissioned potions. All 3 bottles have been completed. Special antidote potion. Description: a potion crafted specifically for targeted toxins. After verifying the item details, Wu Hong nodded. Thank you. He secured the potions and made his way toward the team's rest area, accompanied by the skeleton warriors. It had been several days since his last visit, so he felt obligated to stop by and show his face. Making his way through the corridor, he arrived at the rest area and pushed open the door to enter the room. Inside the rest area, beyond Captain Outlook and Kavina, a young girl with short brown hair sat on the sofa. You've arrived just in time, Wu Hong. Let me introduce our newest member, Yuli, a druid. Turning to the girl on the sofa, he continued, This is Wu Hong, our necromancer. A druid. The kind that could transform into bears and wolves. Wu Hong refocused on the girl across from him. She was petite with a wheat-toned complexion and appeared quite young. Her brown shoulder-length hair was slightly wavy and tousled. She wore leather armor decorated with crescent moon branch and curled leaf motifs. Hello, Yuli. Wu Hong greeted her proactively. Oomph. Yuli scoffed and turned her head away, clearly uninterested in engaging with him. What was wrong with him today? It seemed every young girl around him had something against him. Noting her poor attitude, Wu Hong didn't press further. He sat down nearby and asked, Captain Kavina, how are your injuries? I'm fine, Outlook replied. Kavina stretched her arms and smiled. Not as bad as the captain's. Just a few days of rest, and I'll be good. This highlighted the difference between frontline and rear positions. Most of the frontline fighters had been injured, including the skeletal Basin, who had broken a rib. Wu Hong had stayed positioned at the back, dealing damage without sustaining any injuries of his own, and he had secured the highest kill count throughout the entire battle. Of course, credit also went to the 3 who had pinned down that elder of the divine punishment cult. Otherwise his situation might have been far worse. Yet the physical conditioning of professionals in this world was truly extraordinary. Such severe wounds seemed to be treated as merely minor injuries. Captain, has there been any progress on the divine punishment cult matter? Wu Hong continued. Outlook responded, the association is still investigating why the divine punishment cult elder came to Blackstone Town and the reasons behind the serious intelligence failures. The previous incident had lured the city's main forces right to the outskirts of town, which was hardly something to overlook. Whether it stemmed from faulty intelligence or poor command decisions, someone would inevitably take the blame. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Wu Hong nodded in understanding. Outlook then added, however, our team's reward for high-grade items has been approved. Since you're here today, let's go select them. Certainly. Outlook left the rest area and returned holding several items in his hands. He placed them on the table one by one and explained, after consulting with Blackstone Town, the Deacon has recorded level 3 meritorious service for us. This has been reported to the association headquarters. With this record, as long as you reach level 8 or above at minimum, you'll be assigned as a team leader at a branch office. Level 3 meritorious service. Wu Hong was momentarily stunned before quickly grasping the significance. Within the association's system beyond standard records, there was indeed a merit-based recognition framework. Ordinary commission tasks only provided monetary rewards and equipment bonuses. Meritorious service was reserved for those who demonstrated special contributions or played key roles in preventing major incidents, significant achievements worthy of official recognition. As Outlook had mentioned, having this merit recorded meant that as long as one's level and abilities were sufficient, becoming a team leader would be no problem. In larger cities, there were plenty of high-level professionals, but most remained mere team members stuck at this merit requirement. Naturally, this wouldn't significantly impact Wu Hong. Having it was beneficial, but lacking it wouldn't matter either. Nothing mattered more than his own level progression. Agreed, Wu Hong replied. Kubina also wore a delighted smile. Then Outlook placed the rewards on the table one by one. These are the premium item rewards we've been offered. Each of the three of us can choose one piece. There were 7 rewards in total lined up in a row. The first was a wooden branch bracelet. Upon closer inspection, its surface was carved with intricate patterns, or rather symbols would be a more accurate description. This bracelet is inscribed with a natural formation. Its function is to heal injuries usable twice daily, producing effects comparable to standard healing potions, Outlook explained. Items with healing properties. This one belonged to the same category as his own staff, capable of unleashing the skills imbued within the equipment. Ordinary healing potions might have limited effect on high-level professionals, but they were more than sufficient for their current tier. Last time he was injured, he had only consumed minor healing potions, and their effects had already been quite satisfactory. Wu Hong leaned in for a closer look. Natural oak branch bracelet description. The bracelet grants the wearer 2 uses of the heal ability. The system also displayed a prompt. It matched the function described by Outlook, though not as thoroughly explained. However, he could simply drink a potion when injured. There was no need to waste the reward opportunity on this. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Outlook continued his introduction. The second item is the Flintstone gauntlets. Striking with these fists can produce a certain explosive effect, but the drawback is clear. It's easy to injure your own fingers. Easy to injure your own fingers. What kind of fool designed this equipment? Outlook didn't bother to check their expressions and pressed on. Next up is the hunting ring, which enhances accuracy. The third item was a ring, its exterior seemingly carved from bone. Hunting ring description. The ring grants the wearer the precise ability to lock onto a target. Outlook then turned his gaze to the fourth item. It was a crowbeak mask made of black leather styled like those worn by medieval doctors, a long slender beak and 2 round glass pieces for the eyes. This is a curious item called the Witch Doctor Mask. Its function is to filter out the vast majority of toxic gases, but there is a drawback. Wearing it might directly infect you with a new virus. Those with low constitution should not choose this. What the hell? A toxic gas mask. Witch Doctor Mask. Curious effect. When worn, it filters out most toxic gases in the air. Constitution below May 20th result in infection or plague. Description: a gas mask harboring lingering old toxins. Captain, what is a curious item? Outlook, who was about to introduce the next item, paused briefly and replied, magical tools are items with magic inscribed upon them, allowing the user to cast spells. A curious item is something produced under special circumstances or conditions capable of achieving certain effects, but often bearing negative consequences. In other words, magical tools are man-made, while curious items form naturally under special environments. Both can possess unique effects, but the formation of curious items is uncontrollable, often accompanied by adverse side effects. The crowbeak mask before him had a negative effect. If your constitution wasn't high enough, the external toxins might not poison you, but the mask's own toxins would. After a moment of thought, Outlook added, the effects of curious items are difficult to replicate. In terms of value, they fetch higher prices on the market, and many people collect them as keepsakes. Understood. But Wu Hong still wasn't impressed by the mask. Gas masks were mass-produced in the modern world. He might not be able to get military-grade ones, but finding ordinary gas masks shouldn't be too hard. Besides, he hadn't encountered any toxins yet. So this item held little value for him. Next, Outlook introduced the remaining items, each with some special effect, but the only curious item was that mask. After a brief exchange of courtesies, Outlook chose a reinforced armor piece. Wu Hong took the hunting ring, and Kawaina selected the only curious item, the Witch Doctor Mask. She probably felt nothing suited her, so she might as well take the most expensive one and later exchange it for money to buy something she could actually use. After selecting their items, all three were reasonably satisfied. Only the newly joined Yuli sat there munching on chips, watching them make their choices. She said nothing, just crunched away. Outlook returned the remaining unchosen items. When he came back, he sat down in his seat. Wu Hong asked again, Captain, is there any hope for what I mentioned? Yuli, who had been lounging with a disdainful look, paused her snacking and listened intently. Outlook knew what Wu Hong was referring to and continued, no results yet. Let's wait a few more days to see how things develop. Oh, Wu Hong thought for a moment and then asked, Captain, how do you usually deal with those wraiths like the ones in Minor Village? The other three all looked at him. Their expressions seemed to say, you're a necromancer asking others how to handle wraiths. Just making conversation, broadening my knowledge. Kawaina spoke first. The energy released from casting spells affects spiritual bodies. Wraiths could phase through walls, so physical attacks were largely useless against them. Magic was far more effective. Outlook added, necromancers usually raise wraiths into spirit servants for use. It's rare for them to form naturally on their own. At this point, Outlook paused slightly and added, slaughtering living beings to transform their souls is a serious offense in any kingdom or organization. I know. I just recalled the minor village incident and was curious. Wu Heng picked up his teacup, poured himself some water, and continued, I want to buy some skill books and equipment. Besides exchanging rewards from commissions, is there any other way? Not many options. The association doesn't allow purchasing rewards with money as it would diminish others' motivation to take commissions. Ayatollah thought for a moment, and added if you need something you can apply to the association or post a commission seeking to buy, and see if anyone has it for trade. Posting a commission to buy was indeed an option, but he didn't know what he wanted yet. The group chatted a bit more about team matters. Currently the team had 4 members. Once Ayatollah and Ka Weina recovered from their injuries, they planned to take on some ordinary commissions to earn money and hone the team's coordination. Earning money held little appeal for Wu Heng, who had just looted a gold shop, but he would still participate in team missions. After all, the team atmosphere was quite pleasant so far. Leaving the association, Wu Heng returned directly to his residence. After finishing dinner, he was about to take out a corpse core and swallow it when a sudden knock came at the door. Then a girl's voice came through. Wu Heng, are you home? My aunt is looking for you. Wu Heng opened the door and saw Yuli standing there with her arms crossed. He had only met this young girl today. How did she find his home? Who's your aunt? The deputy executive, of course. Yuli said with a hint of pride. A Silite. No wonder they had the same hair color. Damn, this little girl had gotten in through connections. No wonder she spoke so arrogantly. The deputy executive wants to see me. Yes, she's waiting outside. Wu Heng thought for a moment, went back to grab his belongings, and left with Basin. Stepping out of the crowded area onto the main street, he saw a carriage parked by the roadside. Getting inside, the mature and alluring Silite sat opposite him. Before Wu Heng could ask, Silite tapped the carriage wall. Let's go. The carriage slowly moved, heading toward the western part of the city. A faint fragrance permeated the carriage. Silite, clad in a form-fitting purple gown, reclined sideways on the wooden couch, her voluptuous figure accentuated. In contrast to Yuli, who sat beside her, an air of difference pervaded. At their feet lay the leopard, yawning lazily, glancing up before closing its eyes once more. Feeling the carriage begin to move slowly, Wu Heng inquired with confusion, Mrs. Silite, where are we heading? Silite bent down, retrieved a new wine glass from under the couch, filled it with fruit wine for him, and said casually, afraid that we 2 women might abduct you. But I still need to know our destination. In Haishi Town, he was not particularly worried about any ill intentions from them. Yet he still needed to know where they were going. Allowing a woman to take the reins completely was not a wise move. We'll take a spin around the town, then drop you off, Silite said with a smile. Wu Heng continued to gaze at her, puzzled by her intentions. The carriage still trundled along the road, gently swaying. Silite continued, I heard from Yuli that you're looking for ways to buy some items or skill books. Wu Heng glanced at the curly-haired girl opposite him. He saw her struggling to pull the drowsy leopard into her arms, its body stretched long. Yeah, I asked during casual conversation. There are generally 2 channels to obtain skill books and items: commission quests from the professional association, some merchant channels, and... Silite took a sip of the fruit wine and continued, and some underground markets, also known as the black market. Black market. Haishi Town actually had such a place. If you can't find what you want on the open market or need to dispose of something illicit, the black market is the best choice. Wu Heng frowned at her. Making acquaintances with a mystic speaker seemed to yield unexpected intelligence. Does Haishi Town not regulate it? Of course Haishi Town doesn't permit it, but such places are not fully open to the public, few people can access them. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and felt it was indeed worth a visit. Then how do I get to this black market? Silite took another drink, and then continued, outsiders can't enter that place. Tomorrow I'll take Yuli to have a look. If you want to go, you can come along. Wu Heng pondered, and after confirming there was no reason for her to deceive him, nodded. Silite smiled. We need to be early tomorrow. Don't forget to bring money. I won't be covering your expenses. Okay. Soon the carriage slowed down. Through the gap in the curtain, he could see the carriage stop in front of a fabric shop. Madam, the item you requested has been obtained. Let's head back. The carriage turned around and started back the way they came. At the intersection of the crowded district, they dropped off Wu Heng and Ba Sun, and the carriage slowly drove away. Wu Heng watched the departing carriage and then walked toward his lodging. Conducting business in the carriage seemed quite convenient. On the departing carriage, Yuli held the leopard's front leg, muttering, "Humph, ugly necromancer." Silate shot her a displeased look and continued, "You are both newcomers and in the same team, so you should get along well." Me? With a necromancer? What's there to get along about? Yuli's eyes widened as she pointed at herself. Silate smiled. Then help me gather intelligence. You're so curious about him. He's just an ordinary person, Yuli said curiously. Silate hummed in acknowledgement, then leaned back on the wooden couch and fell silent. Wu Heng returned to his lodging and locked the door tightly. The trip with Silate was not without gains. At least he had learned about one place, the black market. A market with few restrictions where one need not worry about leaving traces. This was exactly what he needed. As the sky gradually darkened, after confirming no one else would come, he took out the corpse core and the potion he had obtained. After disinfecting the corpse core with white liquor, he directly swallowed it. Constitution 1, Agility 2. The corpse core dissolved upon entering his stomach, followed immediately by a system prompt. This delighted Wu Heng. It could indeed be used repeatedly. The mutated zombies of the zombie world had truly become a hunting ground for extracting attributes, achieving a tangible increase in attributes. As he thought this, the burning sensation from the virus rose again from his abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body. With experience from the previous time, he was not as flustered. He quickly grabbed the potion beside him, uncorked it, and drank it straight. The burning sensation gradually faded, and the signs of poisoning in his body also subsided. After a while, all symptoms completely disappeared. Even so, Wu Hong was drenched in sweat, gasping for air. This is really not an easy thing. The attributes had indeed increased, but the pain inflicted on his body was truly unbearable. It was not the pain of flesh wounds, but rather a tearing pain inside his body, as if his marrow cells were being ripped apart. After about half an hour of recuperation, Wu Hong opened the second one and repeated the same procedure. Disinfect with white liquor, then swallow. Strength 2, agility 2. The attribute prompt appeared again, and Wu Hong immediately opened the potion and drank it. After resting for another half hour, he continued with the third corpse core. Stamina 2, agility 2. He drank the potion again. After consuming all three, Wu Hong felt that his body had reached its limit. Although there was no prompt, he could sense the devastation his body had endured from the 3 consecutive doses. It seems that the corpse core cannot be used consecutively, a one must allow time for recovery. He opened the attribute panel. Name Wu Hong, class Necromancer, level 4, 876, 6500, attributes strength 12, agility 19, constitution 19, intelligence 17, perception 10, charisma 13. Specialty short spear proficiency, beginner skills, bone servitude, acid splash, grease dancing lights. Looking at his attributes, Wu Hong furrowed his brow. The several consecutive corpse core consumptions had boosted his agility and constitution, making them his highest attributes. A mage like himself had these 2 attributes higher than intelligence. He went to the mirror, took off his shirt, and found his upper body covered in muscle, especially his abs and pecs clearly defined. I have abs too. Wu Hong touched his abdominal muscles. Not only his physique, but his attributes were also on par with melee classes of the same level. This was a good thing, helping him survive better. After admiring himself for a while, he went to bed to rest. After taking the potion, he was still in a state of fatigue, so he canceled today's sword training for now. The next morning after breakfast, Wu Hong headed straight to the zombie world. As soon as he stepped onto the rooftop, he saw a ghost in the form of a little girl floating in the air, incessantly saying something. Meanwhile, the horde of skeletons that had been standing by on the rooftop were holding cleavers and following the ghost around. How did it follow him? Wu Hong was astonished that the ghost dared to come back. As he approached, he heard the ghost's tearful voice. Grandpa, Daddy, don't move around. Oh, I can't find you. The number of skeletons had reached nearly 700. They were chasing the ghost on the rooftop, creating a mess. Fortunately, the rooftop had barriers along the edges, or else a large number would have fallen off. Wu Hong, holding his wooden staff, quickened his pace. Just as he was about to cast a spell, the little girl ghost, as if seeing a monster, burst into wails and dove into the adjacent building, disappearing. Wu Hong immediately ordered the skeletons, stand by. Wu Hong issued a standby command, and the chaotic skeletons halted their steps, standing still in a daze. He quickly walked to the edge and looked down, confirming that no skeletons had fallen due to crowding, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. This wraith was truly tenacious, having followed all the way here. Fortunately, it caused no damage. He asked Jian Yi about the situation, but Jian Yi could not communicate, so he learned nothing. All he knew was that the wraith had appeared suddenly last night, but showed no great malice. After confirming nothing was wrong, Wu Hong went downstairs to the untransformed corpses and began to cast the bone subjugation art. The necromantic magic was released. A pale white skeleton rose from the ground, took a cleaver from Jian Yi beside it, and walked into the ranks of skeletons behind. Just as one skeleton after another was rising, the wraith poked its little head out from the wall on one side, looking at him curiously. Still daring to come cause trouble, are you? Wu Hong raised his staff to scare her. Uncle, I'm not here to cause trouble. The wraith shrank its neck, but did not flee. Then why are you here? According to what he had learned from Haishizen, wraiths were very hard to form, and even if they did, they could not exist independently for long. Like this wraith before him running around in broad daylight, its body was already almost completely transparent. It probably wouldn't last much longer. Uncle, are you Yen Luo Wang? Huh. Wu Hong didn't understand. The little girl emerged directly from the wall, knelt obediently on the ground, and said, Uncle, can you please release my grandfather and father? Wu Hong glanced at the group of skeletons behind him. Now he couldn't tell which were her grandfather and father. Your grandfather and father are already dead. I know, but can you bring them back to life? The little girl continued. Wu Hong frowned, roughly understanding her thoughts. I can't do that. Then why did you kill them? You could have waited for a doctor to save them. The little girl sobbed, but no tears flowed. Wasn't it you who tricked me into going there? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly do you want? If you come to cause trouble again, I'll have to hit you. Wu Hong threatened. The little girl hesitated, then continued. Uncle, will you let my grandfather and father reincarnate? They were just too hungry. They never ate people before. He let out a silent curse. This kid was so persistent. After thinking, he said, they have already reincarnated into a very good family, and they will have a good life from now on. What about me? Can I follow them? The little girl immediately pressed. Wu Heng shook his head. Wait for the next opportunity. The little girl was a bit disappointed, but seemed to have resolved some knot in her heart. She stood up and floated in the air, spinning once. After thinking, she continued, Then Uncle Yinwang, can I stay by your side? I feel very comfortable around you, especially when you turn them into skeletons. After 2 wraith incidents, it seemed that necromancers had a special attraction to the undead. The ghost infant from Kwangshanken, when it first appeared before everyone, was crouching on his shoulder. It showed no interest in others, only willing to approach him. Follow me, so you can trick me again. I won't be fooled twice. I've already apologized, I promise I won't trick you again. Please, uncle, my grandfather and father are not here, I'm scared alone. The wraith circled above his head. Wu Heng watched the wraith drifting in the air, spinning incessantly, and suddenly recalled what the captain had said. Necromancers could command wraiths to work for them. The little girl before him seemed like a good candidate. Then you must listen to me from now on. Okay, I promise I'll listen to you from now on, the wraith readily agreed. Then come down first. The wraith obediently floated down, but with a wary look in her eyes, as if afraid he might suddenly hit her. Wu Heng tried to use his spiritual power to envelop her. Soul imprint failed. In an instant, the spiritual energy that had surrounded her was repelled. He glanced at the little girl, who was a bit nervous, and said, Don't be nervous, relax. The little girl didn't quite understand, but nodded anyway. Wu Heng released his spiritual power again, and this time it was much easier. Then it seemed he left a part of his own soul imprint within the little girl's soul body. Successfully contracted a wraith. Wu Heng was overjoyed and immediately checked the wraith's attributes. Wraith. Level 2 0 300. Attributes: Agility 14, Constitution 10, Intelligence 8, Perception 12, Charisma 12. Traits: Invisibility, Incorporeal Movement, Telekinetic Push. Invisibility: the haunting wraith can make its spirit body completely invisible. Incorporeal movement: enter an incorporeal state, able to pass through other creatures and objects. Telekinetic push can affect objects within range with telekinetic force. The little wraith before him was only level 2. It had no offensive abilities. Invisibility allowed it to be completely invisible. The other trait, incorporeal movement, was a trick for escaping through walls, and telekinetic push seemed quite useful. Could it possibly control a sword or something? Watching the little girl, an idea struck him. The little girl's wraith body turned into a ball of light and drilled into his body. At the same time, he felt that a special, independent yet connected consciousness had appeared in his own mind. His necromantic mana was automatically gathering toward this consciousness, nourishing her already faint soul body. Indeed, it had succeeded. With a thought, the little girl's wraith appeared again. She stared with wide eyes, somewhat surprised at everything. Uncle, I feel a bit different. The little girl's body was much more solid than before, no longer looking like it might dissipate at any moment. From now on you can stay with me, but you must be a good child, Wu Heng said with a smile. Then are we family now? The little girl looked at him with eager anticipation. Well, I suppose so. Then you must not let your family be in danger, right, uncle? Wu Heng looked at her again. What do you mean? Uncle, can you go save my mother? She's at the house in the city. Geez, this little girl was quite precocious. She had said all that just to set this up. Not to mention whether her mother was still alive. The journey to the city was not something that could be undertaken lightly. You know how things are outside. We can't get to the city right now, but when the opportunity arises, I'll find a way to take you back to find your mother, Wu Heng said directly. This little girl was much smarter than an ordinary child. For some things it was better to be straightforward. Okay, thank you, uncle. Wu Heng nodded and continued casting the bone subjugation art, then asked, What's your name? Lan Xiaoxin, but Xiaoxin doesn't sound good, so everyone calls me Xiao Xiao. The little girl floated over and naturally lay on his shoulder. Unlike the cold feeling of the ghost infant on his shoulder after they formed the contract, there was no discomfort. Your father's surname is Lan? Wu Heng asked curiously. Yes, what's wrong, uncle? Nothing, it's a rare surname. I'll call you Xiao Xiao from now on, but sounds quite nice. Uncle, what about you? Wu Heng. Is it the Wu from Sun Wukong? It's the Wu from martial arts. In this zombie world, having someone to talk to was actually not bad. Although the other skeletons had souls, they couldn't communicate much. Just as the transformation was complete, and he was about to proceed with the next plan. Boom. A loud crash suddenly erupted outside the residential area. Wu Heng was startled, and the wraith Xiao Xiao also shrank in fear, about to drill through the wall and flee. But then she thought better of it, and couldn't run away, so she returned to Wu Heng's side, and lay on his shoulder. The sound had come from outside the residential area. Wu Heng quickly ran to the rooftop, leaned over the edge, and looked toward the direction of the sound. At the eastern intersection, inside a pharmacy, with shattered glass windows, continuous loud booms sounded. Zombies from all around surged toward the shop in droves. Another survivor. And at this intersection again. This intersection was the same spot where the bus had been overturned last time. He glanced at the wraith, who was also curious. Xiao Xiao, go see what's happening. The ghost nodded and drifted directly toward the pharmacy. Its body gradually faded into thin air, becoming completely invisible to the naked eye. However, Wu Heng could still detect her position. Xiao Xiao passed directly through the wall and entered the pharmacy. Throughout the area, zombies continuously gathered around the pharmacy and surged inside. At present, even if survivors had truly appeared, they would be unable to withstand such a large number of zombies. Soon Xiao Xiao flew back from below. It then directly entered his body. The moment the ghost merged with him, Wu Hang's mind replayed everything that had just happened like a film. Inside the pharmacy, a massively mutated zombie with exaggerated musculature was engaged in combat with a gray cat of equally imposing size. The giant zombie's fighting prowess was formidable. Its swinging fists left craters in the walls as rubble exploded in every direction. The mutated gray cat, already outmatched and confined to the cramped space, was being driven back relentlessly. So two mutants are fighting each other. That's perfect. Kill one, and there's one less, then I'll convert the corpse. Wu Hong was quite willing to watch them slaughter each other. Ideally, they would both perish there in mutual destruction. A deafening explosion shook the building. Looking downstairs, the massive gray feline, lion-like in appearance, staggered out of the shop. Behind it trailed the enormous zombie alongside a horde of ordinary zombies. From their conditions alone, one could tell who held the advantage. The colossal zombie bore no visible wounds, while the gray cat zombie limped unsteadily, its body swaying. The massive cat zombie let out a roaring shriek toward those behind it, then turned and fled. The zombie horde issued angry growls and gave chase. Damn it! Seeing the direction they were coming from, Wu Hong cursed under his breath. That gray cat was heading straight for this residential compound, and judging by their path, they would definitely pass through the complex where he lived. Wu Hong rushed downstairs quickly and ordered, "Go upstairs, everyone retreat." All the skeletons below climbed to the rooftop. He firmly closed the stairwell door once more. He would sit back and watch the tigers fight, refusing to get involved at this moment. The two mutated beings were already engaged in fierce combat. If he interfered now and caused them to unite against him, that would be disastrous. The moment the gate was secured, the gray mutated cat and the zombie horde flooded into the residential complex. Their numbers had reached a terrifying magnitude. Yet the gray cat's speed gave it the advantage, and across this open terrain it began to maneuver constantly. Wu Hong stood on the upper floor watching, also keeping track of time. Today was the day he had agreed with Slater to visit the black market. He could not afford any delays. Enter the corridors. Wu Hong began directing the skeletons to move into the hallways and individual rooms. Especially the 4 skeleton dogs. He must not allow them to run freely on the rooftop and attract the zombies' attention, which would only create trouble. Feeling that enough time had passed, he noticed the zombies outside were growing ever more numerous. Wu Hong brought Basin directly back to Blackstone Town. Standing by the roadside with Basin, he waited. Before long, a horse-drawn carriage came to a gradual halt. Wu Hong pulled the carriage door and entered, while Basin followed the driver and sat outside. Inside the carriage, Slater and Yoli were seated together, but the golden leopard was nowhere to be seen. "Why do you feel different from yesterday?" Slater stared at him intently. "What's wrong?" Wu Hong was somewhat curious as well. Could it be that having subjugated the ghost, the change was visible from the outside? "You seem to have grown much stronger," Slater remarked. Yoli snorted. "A mage training like a warrior." So that was what she meant, his muscles. Last night, after consuming 3 corpse cores in succession, his physique had improved dramatically. The effect was even more pronounced than he had anticipated, as both women had noticed immediately. "I've been studying swordsmanship with the captain recently, which might be why I appear stronger," Wu Hong explained. "Such a significant change in one day." "I'm wearing additional armor underneath," Wu Hong offered as an excuse. Slater nodded and did not press the matter further. The 3 then chatted intermittently. It was all trivial matters. Wu Hong remained somewhat wary of them, and Yoli's attitude toward him was not particularly friendly. The carriage drove directly out of the city and was exchanged for another bearing a blank wooden sign, continuing onward into the distance. The carriage creaked along its journey, gradually moving beyond the town's boundaries. Soon other carriages began appearing all around. Same design, same direction, maintaining roughly comparable speeds. Inside there were likely people similar to themselves. Before long the carriage began to slow, and an estate nestled among the trees appeared ahead. Slater retrieved several thick cloak capes from beneath the carriage seat and said, "Speak less and observe more. Tell me what you wish to purchase." The group donned black cloaks, covering themselves completely. Wu Hong had actually prepared a few bandit masks as well, but after glancing at the 2 women opposite him, he simply put one on for himself. The carriage came to a halt, and Yoli was the first to leap out. "Hurry up, why are you so slow?" Wu Hong calmly fitted a mask onto Basin and tied on a loose coat. His movements remained unhurried. Only after the ghost Xiao Xiao returned to his body and shared what she had witnessed did he finally step out of the carriage. Through Xiao Xiao's investigation, the stone fortress within the estate was indeed an indoor marketplace. Inside, quite a few people wearing similar black cloaks had gathered. The 3 people and 1 skeleton made their way toward the stone fortress. At the entrance stood 2 burly men. Slater tossed out 8 silver coins and gestured toward the 3 others behind him. The burly men nodded and let them pass without hesitation. They then continued collecting the entrance fee from each person entering afterward. Good lord, it cost 2 silver coins per person just to get inside. Running a black market truly proved to be a thoroughly profitable venture. Upon entering the gate, a chaotic din filled their ears. The interior of the stone fortress was spacious, but once rows of stalls were set up throughout, it became noticeably cramped. "Look around first, and let me know if you need anything," Slater said quietly. The group descended together and blended into the crowd, casually browsing along the way. The merchandise on display was even more diverse than anticipated. There were organism parts such as eyeballs, organs, or furs, weapons and armor, potions, and herbs, magical artifacts, and various books. Here one could essentially find virtually any type of item. "What's this?" Yoli squatted before a stall and pointed at something, asking. "Scales from a scale beast. They're exceptionally tough and can be embedded into armor to protect vital areas," the stall owner explained. "And what about this one?" "That's a magical artifact capable of releasing a burst of flame." "And this one?" The owner stopped answering and glanced at the group accompanying her before asking, "Are you actually going to buy anything, or are you just asking for names without considering prices?" Slater kicked Yuli, who was still squatting on the ground, and she promptly stood up, muttered that she would look around some more, and followed them away. Behind them, the owner's muttering curses could still be heard. "Only ask for prices once you've confirmed you need something," Slater said, then glanced at Wu Hung beside him. "Have you spotted anything you like?" "Not yet, let's keep looking." The group circled about halfway through the castle. As they approached the stairs leading to the second floor, Wu Hang's steps suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Yuli nearly bumped into him. Slater also turned to look. Wu Hung pointed to a sign hanging at the stairway entrance and asked, "Why is there a snake head sign here?" A wooden plaque bearing a ferocious snake head hung at the stairway entrance, suggesting the second floor belonged to some organization. "The Serpent Crest Consortium. Here you can store your valuable items. They only recognize receipts issued by the consortium, not the individuals themselves." "Oh, they only recognize receipts. Only the ticket, not the person." This was consistent with the black market. Here people came to sell stolen goods, or buy prohibited items, all with their faces covered, no one knowing who was who. Recognizing the ticket, not the person, made sense. But it also posed a problem. One could not be certain that the next person to pick up the item would be the same one who deposited it. A conglomerate of this magnitude likely had no issues in this regard. The Shihui conglomerate spans across major kingdoms, wielding significant influence. Slate glanced toward the second floor and continued, "Think of it as the underworld's professional association. If the Adventurers Guild was the platform in the sunlight, then the Shihui conglomerate was the organization in the shadows." The services it provided were highly valued by certain specialized professions and the wealthy, but its methods and operations also led many places to reject its presence. "Come on, let's look around nearby. We need to be back before the city gates close." Slate did not intend to take the two upstairs. Instead, he continued strolling along the stalls. Wu Hung followed behind, casually glancing at the stalls. After passing several, he stopped before one. Enfeeblement Ray description: a ranged attack against targets within range, inflicting enfeeblement on hit. Corpse preservation description: releases necromantic magic to delay the decay of corpses or remains. Units under this spell cannot be converted into undead. 2 necromancy skill books. "How much for this one?" Wu Hung pointed at Enfeeblement Ray. 35 silver coins. "And this one?" 55 silver coins. Both books were expensive, and corpse preservation was even pricier than Enfeeblement Ray. Wu Hung did not decide immediately. Instead, he let his gaze wander over the stall. Organ jar description: a container that preserves organs well. Damn, something to preserve organs. Who would buy that? Contaminated shroud: wondrous item effect, covers the body to conceal the form. If used by living beings, it will infect them with corpse pustules. Description: the shroud shed by an undying ancient after resurrection. Another wondrous item, its effect being invisibility when worn. The downside was that living beings could not use it. Rather useless. He glanced at other items: a rusted short sword, broken shards. In short, nothing sold seemed fit for the living. More like freshly unearthed goods. "How much for this scrap of cloth?" Wu Hung asked, pointing at the shroud. "This is a wondrous item. It conceals the wearer's form." "Don't call it random names if you don't know." 1500 silver coins, the vendor said. Wu Hung shot him a look, but said nothing. The price was exorbitant, and the vendor had only mentioned invisibility, not the side effects for living users. He did not comment further, as he had no intention of buying. "I'll take these 2 skill books." Wu Hung took out his pouch and counted out the coins. In this world, currency was metal coins, which were not always easy to carry in large quantities. Too heavy. The vendor extended a withered hand, counted the coins, and nodded. "Take them yourself." Wu Hung picked up the 2 skill books and stashed them away. As they walked out, Slate said, "Wondrous items are different from magical artifacts. Next time you see one, ask about the cost of using it." "Yeah, okay." They continued wandering. Slate bought a magical necklace for Yuri as a gift for coming to Haishi Town. Its effect was healing wounds, similar to the bracelet among the items Ayachaluk had brought yesterday. The little girl was clearly pleased with the gift, even showing it off to Wu Hung, a far cry from her earlier sour expression. They boarded the carriage and returned to Haishi Town. Slate's carriage had been waiting at the entrance. The driver respectfully opened the door to welcome them. "Say what you will, money commands respect in any world." Back at the lodging, Wu Hung opened the portal and stepped into the zombie world. He glanced out the window. A massive horde of zombies had gathered below. The giant aberrant zombie was nowhere in sight. He couldn't tell if it was still within the compound. He reached into his spiritual sea and the ghost Xiao Xiao materialized beside him looking around. Xiao Xiao checked the area for that giant monster and the gray cat. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao nodded, passed through the wall, and vanished. Wu Heng opened the study drawer and began searching. Finally, tucked between the pages of a notebook, he found the ticket obtained from the wanted criminal. On one side of the ticket was a ferocious snake head. Exactly the same. The snake head on the ticket matched the one at the black market. That meant those wanted criminals had come not to avenge their comrades, but to retrieve this ticket. They had stored something at the Shihui conglomerate. Only with this ticket could they retrieve what was deposited. One revelation after another. As he mused, the ghost Xiao Xiao flew back through the wall, her expression grim. That monster is in that building. The gray cat is dead, really gruesome. Wu Heng followed her gaze. Xiao Xiao pointed to the building diagonally opposite. From the outside nothing seemed amiss, but if Xiao Xiao said so, then the giant zombie was inside. This aberrant zombie was no pushover, and with the dense horde outside, a fight would be uncertain at best. Even if he won, it would likely come at a heavy cost. This is just getting in the way of leveling up. But there was nothing to do now except hope that with the gray cat dead, the zombie would lead the horde away. He retracted Xiao Xiao and returned to Haishi town. The next morning, just after breakfast, Wu Heng saw a guild staff member standing at the door. Seeing him, the staff member smiled. Mr. Wu Heng, Captain Ayachaluk requests your presence. Oh, okay. He arrived at the guild's team lounge. The room held only Ayachaluk. Seeing Wu Heng enter, he said, the matter of the punishment sect's level 12 corpse has been resolved. Wu Heng's expression turned serious. And oi. Ayachaluk looked up at his face and said directly, Haishi Town City Hall rejected your request to convert the level 12 corpse, citing the matter of the Necromancer in Mine Village. The steward also believes it's not the right time for you to have a second undead servant. What? Wu Heng frowned deeply. So not only had the City Hall refused, but the guild had also denied the conversion of the level 12 corpse. The steward disagreed too. Steward Yazid had always been favorable toward him, and Wu Heng was personally recruited by him. They had a closer relationship. Yet even the steward had rejected this request. Was a level 12 skeleton that terrifying? Or was there something else afoot? What will happen to the corpse? Tonight it will be cremated by the adventurer team and the Haishi Town Guard. Not a burial. Direct cremation. Doesn't this seem a bit targeted? Cremate them together with the other corpses of the Shinnet sect. Seeing his serious expression, Outlook continued. Not converting it will save you from a lot of trouble. Wait a few years, earn your merit, become a captain, and there will be plenty of opportunities later. Everyone could see how Blackstone Town treated necromancers. Making him convert a level 12 corpse would only raise more suspicions about something special. Moreover, Wu Heng had only been a professional for a short time, yet already held a level 3 merit. When he was later assigned as a captain to a place with looser regulations, he would have ample opportunities to acquire skeletons. There was no need to insist on such matters. In some things a person can change very little, and it is more about adaptation and acceptance. And if they won't allow it, then so be it. Wu Heng sat down nearby, and continued asking, where will the cremation take place? That is our mission tonight. Kavina will continue to recover while you, Yoli, and I will coordinate with the guards to cremate one of the corpses. One of them. Separate cremations. First squad and second squad are responsible for the elder's body, while we handle the one controlled by the crow among the 2 key members along with the 2 ordinary members' corpses. I see, I understand. Wu Heng nodded. The cremation is at dusk. I will have someone notify you at your residence. Do not forget. Good, I understand, Captain. Leaving the association, Wu Heng headed straight home, his thoughts consumed by the matter of the corpses. Neither Blackstone Town nor the association agreed to let him convert the bodies. He had 2 options now, either accept this and move on, as the captain suggested, waiting for future opportunities. Besides, high-level skeletons were not difficult to obtain later. That giant mutant zombie had displayed combat power comparable to a level 12 elder. The second option was to figure something out before the cremation. As long as he could get the corpses to the zombie world, they would not find any evidence. But he must be careful and not let anyone discover anything. Thinking through his strategy, he returned to his residence, tidied up his belongings, and set out again with Basin. Arriving outside the city, he boarded a horse-drawn carriage displaying an empty sign and traveled toward the distance. The carriage entered the same manner from yesterday. Paying the entrance fee at the door, he entered the main hall directly. At this hour the black market was not crowded, and there were few stalls. Wu Heng casually browsed through the stalls without finding anything he particularly needed, but spotted the vendor who had sold the burial shroud the previous night. Still in the same posture as yesterday, as if frozen rigid. He glanced around casually and headed straight up to the second floor. The layout of the second floor was somewhat similar to the Professionals Association. In front was a bar counter with a middle-aged man standing behind it. To the side were resting areas and a notice board. Posted on it were various bounty commissions, some for contraband items, others for intelligence. Good heavens, this was essentially an underground professionals association. The format was nearly identical. And unlike the association, it had fewer restrictions, making it a more open platform. After a quick glance, Wu Hong walked directly to the front desk. The middle-aged man adjusted his collar, stood up, and said respectfully, "Hello, guest." Wu Hong gave a slight nod, took out the receipt from his chest, and pushed it across the counter. "Please withdraw everything." "Oh, certainly. Please wait in the rest area." The middle-aged man escorted him into a room for waiting. After a short while, the door opened again, and two tall women entered, each carrying a wooden box. One was narrow and flat, roughly the size of a cosmetic gift box, while the other was long and slender, likely containing scrolls, a staff, or a long sword. "Sir, these are the goods you stored here." The woman placed the wooden boxes on the table, bowed again, and left the room directly. After they departed, Wu Hong first opened the narrow, flat wooden box. On top was a book. Gray Falcon Sword Technique Description, a book recording an inherited sword technique. A sword technique book. So this world did have such things. He had assumed that swordsmen and warriors in this world relied solely on combat experience and wild slashing. He never thought there would actually be formal sword techniques. He wondered if sword techniques counted as skills. Beneath the book were neatly stacked silver coins. Counting roughly, there were probably 300 or 400 pieces. Speaking of which, it was quite a sum of money. Then he continued to open the other long, slender wooden box, revealing a long, thin metal sword. The blade bore water-like patterns, while the guard part was shaped like feathers, looking quite magnificent. Silver wing water pattern sword description grants the user the swift effect, making the body light and perception keen. No wonder those wanted criminals were determined to retrieve this item. Magic tools were expensive enough on their own, and combined with it being a long sword, the most widely used weapon, it could probably fetch an astronomical price. Putting away the two items, Wu Hong pulled the rope beside him again, and a copper bell sounded at the door. A female staff member walked in again, bowed, and asked, "Guest, how may I assist you?" "I want to exchange for some silver coins." "Guest, artifact exchange, or currency equivalent exchange?" "Gold." The woman was clearly startled, looked up in surprise for a moment, then quickly lowered her head. "Very well, sir, please wait." The door closed and soon opened again. The previous middle-aged man walked in carrying some tools. "Guest, you wish to exchange for silver coins. Our exchange rate is 1 gold coin for 1,000 silver coins." The currency ratio in this world was 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin and 1,000 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. In normal life, silver coins could handle the vast majority of monetary expenses. Even ordinary people might never see a gold coin in their lifetime. But gold coins still existed, and shops and financial groups were willing to provide convenient exchange services. Very well. Wu Hong took out a 30-gram gold bar and placed it on the table, pushing it forward. He had only seen what gold bars looked like at the gold shop. A 30-gram gold bar was much smaller than expected. Normally, a kingdom-issued gold coin weighed 33 grams. "Please wait, guest." The middle-aged man began to inspect and weigh the gold bar. After confirming it was correct, he continued, "The gold is fine. We will make up the price difference and give you 1,000 silver coins." The implication was that the gold's weight was slightly light, but they would still exchange it based on 33 grams. It seemed the financial groups preferred gold. Soon the silver coins were ready. A small full box, and at the same time the middle-aged man handed over a badge, saying softly, "Guess these are the silver coins you exchanged. You can also enjoy some special privileges with this badge." "What kind of privileges are there?" "For example, if you have something inconvenient to handle, you can post a commission for us to process, or if you need any props and materials, we can arrange them from outside." Wu Hong felt it was quite good, not as rigid as the association. Putting away the badge, Basin took the wooden box from the other party's hands. Under the respectful attitude of the staff, he went down the second floor. Arriving in front of the person selling a pile of excavated items, he asked, "What is this?" "Burial shrouds. The effect is to conceal one's figure." "What is the cost?" Wu Hong asked deliberately. "Living beings using it will feel some discomfort, not severe." "How much?" 1,500 silver coins. "All right, I will take it." Let Basin put down the money and hand it to the other party. The black-robed stall owner counted the silver coins, nodded, and said, "Take it away." "Take it." Basin bent down and picked up the burial shroud. After browsing the black market again, he turned and left. Dust Professionals Association. Underground morgue. After each squad confirmed the appearance of the corpses, they retightened the wrapped linen cloth. Then, roughly carrying the corpses, they walked out. Wu Hong glanced at the direction where the first squad left. Little Soul detached from his body and followed in the direction of departure. The primary duty of the professional squads was to provide escort and supervision. In a world without surveillance monitoring, critical matters required deploying substantial manpower. Assigning both a professional squad and the guard force served as mutual oversight. This arrangement made it clear how much the city hall and the association valued this corpse. This made Wu Hong feel uneasy. It felt as though he was being singled out. The corpse was loaded onto a cart, and they set off toward the crematorium. The city had designated cremation sites, not public pyres in the town center like those depicted in plays. The direction taken by the first and second squads carrying the corpse aligned perfectly with his deduction. They were headed to a separate crematorium, while the third squad's corpse would go to a facility capable of burning multiple bodies simultaneously. Wu Hong walked alongside the crowd toward the exit. He grew somewhat anxious about his plan. Yuli leaned over and asked, "My aunt told me you killed all of them alone." "It was a team effort. I delivered the final blow," Wu Hong said. Yuli furrowed her brows. "What do you mean?" "Meaning the others handled most of the fight. I just finished them off." "Oh, you're quite formidable then." Yuli offered a compliment, then added, "Were those snacks in the lounge brought by you?" "Yes." "Do you have any more?" "I can pay." Wu Hong glanced at her. "Those were for my friends. There weren't many to begin with." "I can pay. Not for sale." The girl's eyes darted about, then she said, "I can be your friend. Didn't we go out together yesterday? Don't tell me you've forgotten." Ao Telyuk turned his head at the sound and glanced at the two. Seeing Yuli frantically signaling, Wu Hong nodded and said, "To be friends we need to support each other." Alright. Then fine, tomorrow I'll bring some rare and delicious treats for you. Deal? That's what friends do. On the other side, the cart carrying the corpse moved slowly toward the DC district. The escorting professional squad and the guard force flanked the cart on both sides. Captain Tu Lisha of the second squad glanced aside and spoke. "The city hall and the steward are taking this corpse quite seriously. Having both the association and the guard force handle it together was excessive even for a divine punishment sect elder. We mainly need to be cautious about the necromancer connected to the Mind Village incident." Captain Anair of the first squad, one hand resting on the long sword at his waist, responded, and then added, "I heard the necromancer from the fourth squad also wanted to transform this corpse." Tu Lisha and the other squad members turned to look. If they had truly converted this corpse into a skeleton, the fourth squad's strength would have surged dramatically. Even with the fewest members, they could have reached the rank of a top-tier squad. But clearly they had failed. Otherwise they would not have resorted to cremation. Did the city hall refuse? Tu Lisha continued. Neither the city hall nor the steward agreed. The necromancer profession is already highly controversial. How could they hand this corpse over to him? Anair sneered. How long has he been with the association, and already he dares to make such demands? He probably believes that since his team killed them, ownership should fall to the fourth squad. Haha, young and bold. Daring to propose conditions like that. The squad members joined in the laughter and murmured amongst themselves. Anair shot them a look, and everyone fell silent immediately. Keep it down. Don't let the guard force hear, or we'll become a joke. Anair warned. The members laughed again and continued their low conversations. Captain Tu Lisha of the second squad did not join in. She returned to her squad and casually chatted with her members. The procession moved forward and entered a small courtyard enclosed by a half-height wall. In the center stood an ordinary stone house with firewood stacked along one side of the courtyard wall. The group efficiently searched the courtyard. Anair said, "Prepare the woodpile." The corpse was pushed into the stone house. Two guards stood watch at the door while the others began hauling firewood to build the pyre. Just as the pyre was nearly ready, a little girl's voice suddenly rang out from beyond the courtyard wall. Incomprehensible language, yet crystal clear. Swish, swish, swish. Their beast companions took to the sky. The group drew their weapons and quickly moved toward the source of the sound, scanning their surroundings. Anair ordered, "Split up and search." They fanned out across the nearby areas, searched thoroughly, and quickly returned. No one. Nothing on this side either. They exchanged glances. Anair's expression darkened. Back now. They rushed into the stone house and saw the linen-wrapped corpse still lying where it had been placed. Tu Lisha stepped forward to inspect, but Anair cut in. "Skip the preparation. Something feels off here. Cremate it now." Two members tossed the corpse onto the woodpile, and a torch ignited the base. Flames roared to life. The fire consumed the corpse completely. Once everything was reduced to ash, the group breathed a collective sigh of relief. They followed the cart back to the association to report. The cremation work was finished. Wu Hong, accompanied by Basin, headed toward the crowded district. Halfway there, he sensed the phantom Xiao Xiao flying back toward him, directly entering his body. At the same time, events from the other crematorium flooded into his mind. Xiao Yu had created a disturbance outside. Jian Yi, draped in a burial shroud, took the opportunity to slip into the stone house and swap the corpse with another of similar build. The operation was simpler than anticipated. Prompted by the first squad captain, they hadn't even verified the corpse before cremation, burning it completely. The mission had succeeded flawlessly, leaving no evidence or leverage. Confirming everything had proceeded smoothly, Wu Hong changed direction and headed toward that crematorium. At a concealed spot outside the courtyard, he located Jian Yi, still draped in a burial shroud, along with the corpse. After confirming no one else was nearby, Wu Hong entered the stone house in the center. Using a bronze key on an inner wardrobe, he sent both Jian Yi and the corpse into the zombie world. He himself retraced his steps back to the crowded district with light footsteps. Back at his residence, Wu Hong once again passed through the boundary gate to the zombie world. The corpse of the divine punishment sect elder lay straight on the living room floor, covered by a floral cloth. He approached the body. "Uncle, why are you stealing someone's corpse?" Xiao Xiao floated in the air, looking at Wu Hong, then at the corpse. She couldn't understand why they had gone through such trouble merely to steal a dead body. The corpses downstairs had already piled into a small mountain. "This one is different." "Your friend?" "No. Your grandfather or father." "Don't be absurd." Wu Hong felt she was deliberately insulting him, yet he had no proof. "Tell me about it. I helped a lot." Xiao Xiao circled around and perched on his shoulder. In truth, this mission hadn't been as difficult as expected. But Xiao Xiao had indeed played a significant role. He was a formidable person in life. I intend to turn him into a skeleton to strengthen our own forces, Wu Hong explained simply. Oh, the girl acknowledged, signaling she understood. Xiao Xiao fell silent, and Wu Hong turned to the nearby skeleton. Take the corpse to the stairwell. After all, the release of the bone servant art would cause flesh to detach, making cleanup rather troublesome. The two skeletons bent down and lifted the corpse. They carried it directly into the stairwell. Setting it back on the ground, the floral cloth covering the body slipped away, revealing skin that had already turned pallid. The corpse had likely been dead for at least 3 or 4 days, showing signs of early decomposition. But Wu Hang's gaze fell upon the chest and abdomen area. A long, narrow incision stitched shut with cotton thread ran across the entire thoracic cavity. What was this? Had someone performed an autopsy on the dead? Cut the threads open, Wu Hong said. Basin, standing nearby, crouched down, drew a short blade from his waist, and snipped each white stitching thread one by one. The sutured wound gradually opened, revealing an empty, hollow chest cavity within. Transforming skeletons did not require such high standards. Even if the corpse had lost its internal organs, it did not hinder the transformation process. However, the fact that the organs had been removed after death still aroused his curiosity and astonishment. In other words, someone else besides himself had set their sights on this corpse and had acted even earlier. What could they possibly want with the internal organs of a dead body? Could transplantation be possible in this world? At the time, they had already killed the person, and the organs of a corpse would hardly be viable for transplant. Of course, discovering this was of no use. He could not notify the association, for that would be walking right into a trap. After all, each sought what they needed and no one interfered with the other. There was no need to pursue the matter further. All right, stop dismantling, Wu Hong said. Boston ceased cutting the cotton threads and stood aside once more. Wu Hong directly unleashed the bone control art. The summoned creature exceeds the summoner's capacity, increasing instability factors. The warning of instability appeared again, and his spiritual energy began to drain rapidly. The flesh and blood on the corpse gradually sloughed away, revealing the skeleton beneath. But the transformation was slower than any previous one, and his spiritual energy drained exponentially. He continued casting, holding his staff. He quickly opened his backpack with one hand, pulled out a spirit potion, and drank it in one gulp to replenish his depleted spiritual energy. Amid the sustained expenditure, the flesh and blood completely fell away from the corpse, and a tall, iron-gray skeletal figure stood up. In the hollow eye sockets, ghostly blue flames flickered. The skeleton surveyed its surroundings and gave a slight bow to Wu Hong. Wu Hong looked at it and nodded. This skeleton was different from the previous ones. Not only were its bones thick and sturdy, but they were also iron-gray rather than white. Even up close, it resembled a metallic frame. From now on, you shall continue to be called Ba Wudong. Stand aside for now, Wu Hong said to the newly risen skeleton. The skeleton immediately moved to the side and entered standby mode. Little Xiao, who had been somewhat frightened moments ago, quickly adapted and floated in the air, circling the new Ba Wudong to observe it closely. Wu Hong, meanwhile, opened its attribute panel to inspect its stats. Skeleton Boxer, level 12-0700, attributes: Constitution 26, Strength 25, Agility 29, Intelligence 14, Perception 19, Charisma 5. Traits: Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul, Iron Bones, Chi. Feats: Unarmored Defense, Unarmored Movement, Danger Sense. Abilities: Shock Punch, Light Body Drop, Catch Arrow, Combat Proficiency, Advanced Iron Bones, Constitution 5. Chi, proficient in utilizing Chi, with sufficient Chi attacks, are relentless. Unarmored Defense when not wearing any armor or shield, Agility 3, Perception 2. Unarmored Movement when not wearing any armor or shield, movement speed increased by 20, can briefly maintain high-speed movement on vertical surfaces and water surfaces. Shock Punch, striking a target inflicts a shock effect. Light Body Drop minimizes damage from falling from heights. Catch Arrow deflects incoming projectiles and sends them back at the source. Holy crap! Wu Hong was astonished by the attributes. He had to admit this character's attributes and abilities were quite impressive. All primary attributes were above 25. The feats and abilities were also excellent. Moreover, Ba Wudong fought without clothes not because he was an exhibitionist, but because his unarmored defense and unarmored movement greatly enhanced his stats. The feats and abilities were completely different from the chaotic set of Ba Sin Jian E and Jian Air. His attributes were far more unified and complete. Each element complemented the others, resembling a complete inheritance with systematically acquired abilities. Clearly, the Divine Punishment sect was no ordinary folk cult. It could be said that among the skeletons by his side, this was the strongest. Hey, why isn't the scale-covered skill here? He reviewed the attributes again and examined the skeleton's body. There was indeed no information about scales. Was his memory faulty? Or had that ability disappeared after being transformed into a skeleton? He studied it for a while without reaching any conclusion. He then had the skeletons remain in the room while he returned to Blackstone Town to rest. Back in Blackstone Town, he brewed himself a cup of instant noodles. While waiting for the noodles to cook, he flipped through the sword technique he had acquired that day. Unlike the previous mage skill books, this one consisted mostly of illustrated stances and simple descriptions. He quickly leafed through it, reaching the last page. No skill unlock prompt appeared. This gave Wu Hong a bad feeling. Was he really going to have to start learning and training? The noodles were almost ready. He ate while continuing to browse. After finishing, he called Jian Yi over to study the newly acquired sword technique together. Until late into the night, he went to bed. The next day, in the zombie world, roars echoed from outside the window, and the crunching sound of broken glass under dense zombie footsteps filled the air. Another day had passed, and the zombies showed no signs of leaving. Moreover, he couldn't wait indefinitely. If they never left, he would be trapped forever. Just as he was about to send Little Xiao to check if the giant mutated zombie was still around, a massive figure appeared in his line of sight. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, with dark red skin and muscles bulging like tumors. Ugly yet brimming with power. The giant zombie was slowly approaching, its gaze occasionally sweeping over the windows above the staircase, as if searching for prey. Damn that wretched monster. Wu Hong cursed, then called out to his companion, Ba Wudong, come here. The broad-boned Ba Wudong approached and looked down through the window together. When the time comes, I need you to deal with it. If it proves difficult, hold it off as long as you can. Ba Wudong continued to gaze downstairs, the soul fire in his eye sockets flickering with a ghostly blue light. At noon, the sun hung directly overhead. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 staircase doors burst open simultaneously, revealing orderly rows of skeleton warriors wielding spears and cleavers. The heavy door sounds startled the wandering zombies for a moment. Then came a chorus of furious roars. Whoosh. The zombie horde surged like a tide toward the building, crowding and pushing into the open stairwells. Yet the more crowded they became, the harder it was for them to enter. Inside the stairwells, the already positioned skeleton warriors began swinging their weapons, incessantly attacking the advancing zombies. Wu Hong watched the surging sea of zombies, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The numbers were overwhelming. As the undead and zombies clashed, rumble, a tremendous roar erupted not far away. The giant mutated zombie burst out from a stairwell ahead, its eyes fixed directly on the combat zone. Letting out a furious bellow, it charged over with the speed of a runaway truck, smashing through the zombies in its path and crashing into the stairwell. Wu Hong stood upstairs watching the mutated zombie storm into the stairwell. Ba Wudong, it's yours. The iron door on the rooftop leading to the stairs opened, and the iron-gray skeleton Ba Wudong, hands clasped behind his back, walked down toward the ground floor. Ba Wudong stepped into the stairwell, while Wu Hong glanced down from the rooftop. He cast Grease Spell at the first staircase landing. The coalesced oil drifted down from the air, scattering somewhat, and the remainder drenched the zombies gathered below. Lighting a cloth bundle, he hurled it directly toward where the grease spell had fallen. The bundle struck a zombie's shoulder, sending sparks flying, and with a whoosh, a blaze erupted. The fire spread to the zombies on either side, forming a conflagration 3 to 4 meters wide. Meanwhile, atop the building, rows of skeletal warriors stood at the edge as crossbow 1 and crossbow 2 continuously fired bolts downward. At Wu Hong's command, the remaining skeletons began heaving furniture and objects from behind them, tossing them down. Tables, chairs, stools, monitors, computer cases, anything that could serve as a projectile had been gathered beforehand. These were flung directly into the zombie horde. For a time, all manner of furniture and implements rained down from the rooftop, toppling swaths of zombies below. Roaring, the zombie horde discovered the enemies above and tilted their heads, bellowing in fury. Then they pressed together, clustering like ants, building a ladder, crawling up the outer wall. They reached the second floor, smashed through the windows, and charged into the rooms. But the apartment doors were all shut tight, so the zombies quickly rushed back out and continued climbing with the horde. Wu Hong stood on the rooftop, staring in astonishment at the scene. So many zombies could actually scale the wall like this. Quick, hurl things at the ones climbing up. He shouted to the skeletons beside him while casting Witch Arrow. The arrow, upon hitting its target, rapidly expanded outward, collapsing the clustered zombies. The skeleton horde kept hurling objects, preventing the zombies from climbing higher. In the stairwell of Unit 1, a rumbling crash echoed. Deafening blasts with debris flying. The giant mutated zombie swung its fists, chasing and pounding the retreating Ba Wudong, driving him from the second floor to the third and onward to the fourth. The dark red muscles erupted with terrifying power, shattering walls and breaking stair railings. Ba Wudong ducked to avoid a straight punch, then his right fist whistled through the air and slammed into the zombie's abdomen. Bang! A shockwave rippled outward, and the dark red muscular body shuddered violently, as if struck. The zombie stepped back, clasped its hands together, and smashed downward. Crash! A heavy, powerful blow landed just in front of Ba Wudong, gouging a huge gap in the step beneath him. Ba Wudong retreated half a step, delivered a sidekick, and the zombie tensed its muscles, took the hit, then raised its arms again and kept pounding its target. Its arms rose and fell, relentlessly, smashing everything in pursuit. Dust and smoke billowed, covering the entire stairwell. Ba Wudong employed combat techniques, dodging attacks while countering. The mutated zombies' fighting was far more brutal and straightforward. overwhelming all flashiness. With sheer power, its movements wide and heavy. Only the giant zombie and Ba Wudong were locked in combat in the stairwell. Wu Heng's worry about interference from the horde was entirely unnecessary. Their battle had not only kept out any incoming zombies, but had even reduced the pre-positioned skeletons to a heap of bones. Only two figures, one tall, one short, continued to fight in the stairwell. Thud! A giant fist dented the security door beside it, while the other fist followed the figure in the smoke and struck again. Soil and stone flew like bullets in all directions. Ba Wudong pivoted, vaulted down a floor, and circled behind the zombie. He swept a kick directly at the zombie's knee. The heavy sweep tilted the zombie's body to one side, and Ba Wudong seized the momentum with a straight kick, sending the zombie tumbling down. The body rolled down the stairs and slammed against the wall with a bang. Ba Wudong leaped down, driving his knee into the skull. Another bang. The zombie's head was pinned against the wall by the knee. Before it could react, a rain of fists descended, battering the giant zombie, until blood and gore splattered, its head split open. On the rooftop, keep throwing. Wu Heng urged the skeletons, ordering them to toss all the piled debris behind them down below. At the same time, he cast Grease Spell and dropped a lit flame, igniting a blaze. As it turned out, the number of zombies before them was still insufficient to scale a 6-story residential building by forming a human ladder. At most, they reached the 4th floor before collapsing under the interference. A large number of zombies were killed or crippled from the falls. With the continuous bombardment, the ground floor was piled with debris, making it difficult for the horde to move. Smash! Suddenly, a heavy impact sounded. The giant zombie burst out of the stairwell, sending zombies flying and shattering obstacles in its path. It rampaged like an enraged bull. Seeing the giant zombie break out, Wu Heng's eyes widened in surprise. Did Ba Wudong fail? No sooner had he spoken than another crash rang out. The iron-gray skeleton Ba Wudong leaped from a 3rd-floor window and gave chase to the fleeing giant zombie. Holy crap, he's chasing the giant zombie. It seemed Ba Wudong's strength surpassed that of the giant zombie. He dashed straight after the giant zombie. Wu Heng raised his staff and cast witch arrow at the giant zombie that had burst out. A blue energy spear condensed in the air and howled toward the target. But the distance exceeded the spell's range, and it dissipated in midair. Wu Heng immediately cast the newly learned weakening ray. A black beam of energy struck the giant zombie squarely. The robust, frenzied body instantly appeared somewhat enervated. At that moment, Ba Wudong swiftly caught up and delivered a flying kick, sending the zombie stumbling. The giant zombie halted, turned, and swung its fists again at the pursuing Ba Wudong, hammering down blow after blow, raising clouds of dust. Meanwhile, the zombie horde that had been surging into the stairwell stopped pushing and crowding. Instead, they turned and fixed their gazes on Ba Wudong, who had emerged. The next second, they all charged backward, rushing at the iron-gray skeleton left outside. Seeing the horde change targets, Wu Heng's expression grew more serious. In a one-on-one fight, Ba Wudong and the giant zombie were evenly matched. But if the horde joined in, the outcome was uncertain. Wu Heng hurried into the stairwell and ordered, "Attack. Fight your way out." Then he entered the next stairwell and gave the same command. At his order, Sword 1, Sword 2, Ba Sun, and the 4 skeleton dogs along with the skeletal warriors charged out of the stairwells and launched a fierce counterattack. A more intense battle unfolded downstairs. Wu Heng, standing at a 3rd-floor window alongside Crossbow 1 and Crossbow 2, cast witch arrows and Grease Spell downward. They coordinated with the skeleton horde to provide support. Though his own attributes had improved, he knew he was not capable of close-quarters combat with the zombie horde. Not to mention the question of whether he could win in a fight. If he got scratched or bitten, he would die a senseless death. Glancing at the two figures locked in hand-to-hand combat ahead, Wu Heng continued shouting, "Ba Sun, go help Ba Wudong." Ba Sun turned back, killed a zombie that lunged at him with a short blade, then swiftly skirted around the enemies ahead and sprinted toward Ba Wudong and the giant zombie. Ba Dong and the giant zombie continued their fierce struggle, heavy fists swinging wildly in all directions. Ba Dong moved with light, agile steps, launching fists and kicks in rapid succession, sending the ordinary zombies surging from all sides, flying, while dodging the relentless heavy strikes of the giant zombie. A massive fist bearing down with a howling wind swept toward him. Ba Dong arched his back, evading the strike, and simultaneously spun his body like a top, delivering a sweeping kick with his right leg. A heavy thud resounded. The giant zombie was forced 2 steps sideways, its frame staggering. Ba Dong quickly closed the distance. Palm thrust upward into the jaw, steps pressing forward, left fist striking the ribs, right hook smashing into the abdomen, then the left fist struck again, followed immediately by the right. The punches were ferocious and unrelenting. Meanwhile, Basin constantly flitted about, providing support. His twin short blades spun continuously, carving bloody gashes across the lower body of the giant zombie. Ba Dong leaped and drove a straight punch into the zombie's throat. The giant zombie staggered backward and collapsed. Ba Dong gave it no chance to recover, charging forward and raining punches upon its head. The heavy, muffled impacts fell like a great hammer, resonating relentlessly. Taking advantage of the opening, Basin drove his short sword into the target's chest. By the time Badong rose to his feet, the giant zombie remained sprawled on its back, utterly incapable of rising. Experience points 143. The summoned creature skeleton boxer gained 22 experience points. The appearance of experience confirmed that the target had been killed by Badong. It was finally dead. Wu Hong had genuinely feared the giant zombie might escape. If it returned for revenge later, it would be a serious problem. After the giant zombie's demise, Badong and Basin, the two skeleton warriors, returned to the main battlefield and began attacking the zombie horde from the opposite flank. The battle continued, and the number of zombies gradually diminished. After the last one fell, silence reclaimed the entire area. The skeleton warriors stood coated in blood, their hollow frames adorned with fragments of flesh and matted strands of hair, standing motionless as they entered standby mode. Several soul-endowed skeletons walked toward Wu Hong. Wu Hong found a mask and stepped out from the stairwell. The area below was littered with zombie corpses and skeletal remains, leaving no patch of bare ground visible. "Bring over that giant zombie's corpse," Wu Hong said. Jian Yi and Jian Er hurried forward and dragged the massive corpse from a distance. The deformed zombie, with its grotesquely exaggerated musculature, bore a harrowing appearance. Its eyeballs had burst, and its head was twisted backward at an unnatural angle. The body was crisscrossed with countless blade wounds. Those two skeletons had shown no mercy. After tilting his head back and downing a mental elixir, he felt his spiritual energy begin to replenish slightly. Facing the massive zombie, he directly unleashed Bone Command. Necromantic magic enveloped the corpse before him. Flesh peeled away in layers as the colossal skeletal figure slowly sat upright. Skeleton Warrior, Level 11, Level 11-065000. Attributes: Constitution 28, Strength 29, Dexterity 17, Intelligence 6, Perception 12, Charm 5. Traits: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Specialization: Biological Mutation. Biological Mutation, Constitution 3. An 11th level zombie after all. In terms of level, it fell just one tier below Badong, yet its attribute distribution clearly showcased individual strengths. Constitution stood at 28 and Strength at 29. Badong's strength was only 25. Even after all the muscle tissue had sloughed away, its strength remained the highest among the skeletons. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent: low agility, low intelligence, and low perception. In essence, despite the mutation, it had retained many of the inherent weaknesses of ordinary zombies. Furthermore, this skeleton's name remained Skeleton Warrior, possessing only a single specialization called Biological Mutation, which increased Constitution by 3. There were no other specializations or abilities remaining. This stood in stark contrast to the professional soldier types obtained in Blackstone Town. Professional units retained their original abilities even after transformation. If two skeletons of the same level were compared, the one with a profession would undoubtedly prove stronger. But there was no alternative. One could hardly expect zombies to change professions before being eliminated. Wielding a short spear, he probed through the rotting flesh. A gelatinous meat-like corpse core came into view. Wu Hong felt a surge of excitement, quickly followed by confusion. A new type of corpse core. He found a plastic bag, extracted the corpse core, and examined it closely. The size had not changed. It remained roughly the dimensions of a fingernail, but its white fleshy interior was threaded with crimson capillaries. It resembled either an intricate network of blood vessels or nerve tissue. Though he lacked expertise in biology, the sight struck him as peculiar. This was markedly different from the corpse cores dropped by mutated dogs. It appeared to be a novel variant of corpse core. He wondered whether the antidote he had previously concocted would still be effective. As he leaned down to examine the corpse core, the newly recruited 3-meter skeleton beside him also crouched to get a better look. Wu Hong glanced at it, wrapped the corpse core carefully, and stowed it away. "From now on, you'll be called Big Guy." The 3-meter skeleton looked left and right, appearing rather dull-witted. Wu Hong did not dwell on it further. After scanning his surroundings, he issued his next command. "All right, gather the corpses together and clear away all the debris." The soul-endowed skeletons immediately took charge, directing the ordinary ones into action. They hauled corpses and swept up the scattered refuse. This battle had consumed nearly everything in the building. Televisions, computers, tables, chairs, and all manner of furniture lay strewn across the floor. Moreover, it was probably time to find a new base. The current building had seen better days. With a mere thought, the spectral entity Xiao Xiao emerged from within him. Surveying the devastation around them, her expression registered pure terror. "Uncle, did you kill so many people, eh? They're not human anymore." Wu Hong continued. "It's so scary." Wu Hong felt somewhat at a loss for words. After all, these zombies had been infected with a genetic virus. They were essentially the walking dead. As a ghost, did she really need to be afraid of them? Given that Xiao Xiao had been young when she died, Wu Hong hesitated to burden her with such grim explanations. Instead, he simply instructed Xiao Xiao, "There's a bus at that intersection ahead. Check if there are any zombies nearby." "Okay." Xiao Xiao nodded and phased straight through the wall. She soon returned, reporting none left. "Just a few that can't walk. They're slowly crawling along the road." Wu Hong double-checked Xiao Xiao's memories to be certain. The wide street stretched empty save for a handful of torsos without legs inching their way along the pavement. After a moment's consideration, Wu Heng decided to investigate before darkness fell. Basin Bodong, he called out, then summoned additional skeleton warriors to accompany him as they headed outside. They cleared several zombies along the way and soon reached the survivors' bus that had been unable to escape. The vehicle was badly damaged. The iron grate had been smashed aside and the body was riddled with dents. Inside the bus, he inspected their supplies. The survivors had armed themselves with sharpened iron pipes, kitchen knives, and gathered food stores. Their preparations had been adequate, but they had ultimately failed to escape. Wu Heng's gaze then fell upon an iron box welded from white steel sheeting. It was unlocked. Inside was an old-fashioned rectangular cassette recorder that had been modified with tape and various components, complete with a thin extended antenna. What is this? He pressed the play button. Harsh static crackled through the air, followed by a familiar voice. Don't give up hope. Find every way to survive, hold on. That recognizable voice emanated from the recorder. Vaccines are under development and rescue operations are being organized effectively in all regions. Please do not give up hope. A victory will always be ours. Avoid densely populated areas, avoid making loud noises, and be cautious about whether drinking water sources are contaminated by the virus. This is not the apocalypse, not the end of humanity. Do not give up hope, we can rebuild our homeland. Amidst the crackling static, the words were repeated incessantly, encouraging everyone to survive, not to give up. Seek every means to keep alive and wait for rescue. Wu Heng looked at the modified tape recorder in front of him with some surprise. He naturally knew that this was not a recording, but information received via radio. Normal communications had long failed, only this method could connect with the outside world. They indeed have a clear destination. That is to say, the reason these survivors risked going out was that they must have contacted some settlement outside. There was a better living environment. But obviously they failed at this crossroads. Are they the army uncles? Xiao Xiao circled around and asked curiously. Wu Heng nodded. Should we go find them? They will protect us then. Xiao Xiao floated down and lay on his shoulder, saying, This. Wu Heng glanced at the skeletons outside the bus and wasn't sure how to answer. If it were only himself, without having become a necromancer, he would naturally hope for the protection of rescue teams or the military. But now it was hard to say. How to explain these skeletons of his? How to explain the other space? Even if he arrived at a human settlement, wouldn't they treat him like a suspect, just like in Blackstone Town, enacting restrictive laws or directly dissecting him to study the principles of spellcasting? He couldn't be sure, but it was possible. We'll see when the time comes. We can protect ourselves now. Wu Heng closed the iron box, picked it up, and walked out of the bus. Xiao Xiao followed behind. How does this make sound? Can I watch TV? It runs on batteries, can't watch TV. They returned to the residential area. Wu Heng turned on the tape recorder, listening to the repeated words encouraging survivors, while casting bone control to convert the corpses before him. The number of corpses this time, if not 1,000, was 700 or 800. The corpses were piled into a mountain. The remaining work fell entirely on him. Even if he converted every day, it would take several days. Moreover, with this weather, storing the corpses was a real problem. Among his skills, he had learned corpse preservation, but preserved corpses could not be converted into skeletons. It was a quite useless skill. He could only try to speed up the conversion as much as possible to finish converting these corpses early. It wasn't until dusk that Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to return to the rooftop. He himself took basin and returned to Blackstone Town. After washing up, he made himself a bowl of instant noodles. Sitting at the table, he took out the Grey Eagle sword art and casually flipped through it. The content was not difficult, but just reading was useless. A practice was needed. As for practice, Wu Heng felt he had the perseverance, but his foundation was too poor. It would take some effort. Similarly, Wu Heng thought of another possibility. Not unlocking the sword art after reading it through could be due to his class. As a mage, could it be that he couldn't unlock sword arts at all? Very likely. Bang bang bang. While he was casually flipping through, someone knocked on the door. After a few knocks, Yuli's voice came. Wu Heng, are you home? Opening the door, Yuli, with shoulder-length curly hair, stood at the entrance. What's up? Wu Heng asked. My aunt went out, so I came to see you, she said, then tilted her head to look inside. What's that smell? So fragrant. My dinner. Wu Heng replied, then noticed her staring at him with big eyes, as if expecting him to say the next line. Wanna eat together? Sure, thanks. Yuli grinned and squeezed into the room. Coming to the table, she moved the spoon, pressing down the lid of the instant noodles, and a richer aroma hit her face. So fragrant. Yuli fanned her hand toward her nose. Wu Heng glanced at the door, closed it, and took out another cup of instant noodles to prepare for her. He asked, where did the vice deacon go? I heard there was some sort of mission, so he went out, Yuli said, propping her chin on her hand as she watched him prepare the noodles. Why didn't you go along? No, it's not for fun. What's there to see? True. Wu Heng placed the noodles in front of her. It needs to steep a bit, wait a moment. Oh, Yuli acknowledged. You just came to see me. Wu Heng continued. Were they really that close? I wanted to ask you to go to the black market. Let's talk after dinner. Yuli said, then asked curiously, did you make all this delicious food yourself? The ingredients were ordinary, but the food Wu Heng brought was delicious. She had visited taverns and shops in the city, but hadn't found anything with a similar taste. This made her suspect that the necromancer before her was actually a chef, an amazing chef. I don't have that skill. Everything is brought from my hometown. Wu Hong also sat down at the table. Oh, where is your hometown? Is it far? Far, very far. It's pretty difficult to go there. Yuli looked at him. From his hair color and appearance, Wu Hong indeed didn't have the characteristics of a native. His claim of a distant hometown was plausible. They chatted a bit, and the noodles were almost ready. It's ready to eat. Wu Hong took out several snacks and placed them on the table. A smile unconsciously appeared on Yuli's face. She opened the lid, picked up the fork, and started eating directly. While eating, she mumbled about how delicious it was, and that if he opened a tavern it would definitely be a hit. Wu Hong also opened his, and started eating her. It had been steeping a bit long, so the noodles were soft. After wolfing it down, they finished the noodles clean. Then they started eating the snacks on the table. They say druids can shapeshift, Wu Hong asked her. Of course. What can you turn into? Yuli glanced at him and said, my aunt said I shouldn't tell others casually. But we're teammates. Knowing each other's abilities will help us coordinate better on missions. Then you first tell me, what can you do? Me? I can summon skeletons. Anything else? For spells I have acid splash, grease ray of enfeeblement, and corpse preservation. What sinister and evil spells these are. Yuli remarked, then added, but they suit your class. Your turn. I can turn into many things like a wolf, a bear, a dire crow. Can you transform now? What do you want to see? Wu Hong looked at his small living room and said, dire crow. Alright, I'll show you. The next second, Yuli, still sitting on the seat, suddenly transformed into a black feathered crow-like creature, flapped its wings, circled the room, and landed on the table. She had turned into a dire crow, still wearing a shrunken leather armor that fits snugly on the crow. Tap, tap, tap. The sharp beak pecked at the peanuts on the table, eating 2 grains. Then the dire crow landed and turned into a brown-furred wolf, pacing back and forth a couple of times. The wolf still wore that same leather armor. It seemed that the armor on the druid was also a kind of item. Earlier, he had wondered what happened to the clothes and equipment when a druid transformed. Would they have to put them back on when turning back? A class that had been passed down had already considered this. No need to change into a bear. Wu Hong said. After all, the room was small, breaking something would require compensation. The wolf leaped back to the table and shared, turning back into human form. How was that? Yuli asked, tilting her head up with a hint of pride. Pretty impressive. Of course we are balanced in combat power, basically no weaknesses. Yuli said herself. Actually, it was easy to analyze. The wolf is fast and aggressive, the dire crow can scout and gather intelligence, the bear is for strength. She had mentioned 3 forms, all useful. The idea was good, but she wondered if they could withstand bullets. Can you do ranged attacks? Yes, but I'm not very good at it. Yuli said, vaguely pointing at the chips. Do you have more of these? Wu Hong took out some more and placed them in front of her. They chatted a little longer, then Yuli stood up to leave. Are you going to the black market tomorrow? Yuli asked at the door, not forgetting. She had come to ask him to go to the black market, but chatting made her forget. I have things to do tomorrow, so I won't go. You can go to District DC in the city, it's also lively. Alright, I'll come find you again sometime. Yuli said and left bouncingly. Wu Hong watched her back, then closed the door tightly and began studying the sword art. The next day, in the zombie world, Wu Hong sat on a wooden chair with basin and bodong hands behind his back, standing behind him. The tape recorder had new batteries playing words of encouragement to keep everyone alive, along with emergency methods and ways to take shelter in danger. But from the words, it could be heard that there was no significant progress or solution to this disaster. It was still mainly about taking shelter and waiting. Wu Hong, while listening, began to cast bone control to convert the pile of corpses before him. For him, as a necromancer, corpses were no longer a problem. The main issue was his own conversion speed, seriously lagging behind. Even doing nothing else but converting it would probably take several days to finish. But he had no good solution. He couldn't just bury them all, he had fought hard to kill them. At this moment, the content in the tape recorder changed. It began to explain the white matter in the mutated zombies' bodies, systematically named corpse core. First level white matter, entirely white, can enhance human physical strength and is highly infectious. Second level white matter, covered with fine bloodlines on the surface, enhances physical strength while offering a chance to gain special abilities, but the possibility of resisting infection is extremely low. What the hell? Wu Heng's casting motion paused. Second level white matter. Special abilities. Infectiousness. Based on the message from the recorder, the white matter body was the corpse core within the brains of mutated creatures. The people here had long since discovered that the corpse core could enhance human physical constitution. In other words, a group of people in this world would also possess physical attributes exceeding the normal standard. This world's people were beginning to enter an era of breaking through their limitations and transforming their physiques. More importantly, it mentioned that Tier 2 white matter bodies had a chance to grant special abilities. When he had killed the giant zombie the previous day, he had obtained such a Tier 2 white matter body, the corpse core. Could there be effects beyond simply enhancing one's physical constitution? Wu Hong continued listening. The recorder kept explaining about corpse cores and the methods for consuming them. Corpse cores were currently divided into 3 tiers. Common corpse cores, a second type with faint blood veins, and a third type, though no one had yet successfully absorbed them or resisted the virus. The higher the tier of corpse core, the greater the infection rate. The recorder recommended that ordinary people, if given the chance to obtain a white matter body, should try consuming common tier ones to attempt improving their physique. Physical condition was also a crucial factor for survival. They haven't developed an antidote. According to the recording, before consuming a common corpse core, one needed only sterilization and maintaining a good physical state. There was no mention of any detoxification measures. Most likely they had not yet researched an effective vaccine or medication, or perhaps they had, but could not mass produce it. The former possibility was greater. Otherwise, they would have proposed relevant countermeasures, such as collecting certain herbs to increase success rates. Not a word about it, meaning they hadn't developed one. The antidote in his possession had become unique. The potion's formulation requirements were not particularly high. Unfortunately, the current situation made it useless. The sole survivor he had encountered had perished in the carriage accident. The Tier 2 corpse core in his hands should be sent to the Association for research so the potion and formula could be developed as soon as possible. Crackle. The sound of something scraping against the ground echoed. Xiao Xiao floated in the air while Jian Yi and Jian Er dragged a massive gray cat carcass toward him. This was the mutated cat killed by the giant zombie, its size now approaching that of a lion. This is the one, Xiao Xiao said. Well done. Xiao Xiao chuckled and looped in the air. The gray cat carcass was dropped nearby. Aside from the distorted joints on its body, the most obvious mark was the sunken wound on its skull, as though its brain had been dug out. He directly activated Bone Servant technique. The flesh separated, and a skeletal cat stood up. Skeleton leopard cat, level 5, leopard cat. What kind of name was that? Mentioning leopards reminded him of the golden leopard beneath Slater's command. The two were nearly the same size. He wondered which would be stronger in a fight. This skeleton cat was only level 5 with no particularly special attributes. Wu Heng took out his short spear and searched the area where the skull had been, but found no corpse core. No corpse core. He pondered briefly and thought of a possibility. After the giant zombie killed the mutated cat, it had taken the corpse core. At this thought, Wu Heng was startled again. Could zombies also devour corpse cores to evolve? If this were possible, then a tier 3 corpse core zombie would not be the end. Far more powerful zombies would emerge sooner or later. Humanity's danger ran far deeper than this. After naming the skeleton cat Little Gray and sending it to rest elsewhere, Xiao Xiao wandered around the area with 4 dogs and the cat. Wu Heng continued his tedious transformation work, skeleton after skeleton rising and joining the queue behind him. When his mental energy depleted, he rested briefly before resuming. In the afternoon, Wu Heng led the skeleton group toward the intersection to the east, the very crossroads where the giant zombie had overturned the survivors' bus. He had already made one pass the day before, but had only retrieved the modified recorder without thoroughly searching the rest. After resting, he also took the opportunity to loot the nearby shops. There were quite a few shops at the intersection, mostly restaurants. Others included a pharmacy, a barbershop, and a grocery store. Wu Heng led the skeletons into the pharmacy and carried out all the medicines inside. He did not know what they were for, so he decided to take them back for now. Besides medicines, he also found a wheelchair, a weighing scale, and a decoction machine in the pharmacy, with a label stating they could be redeemed for 6,500 points. After clearing the pharmacy, Wu Heng led the skeletons into the grocery store and other shops. They carried out large quantities of rice flour, soybean oil, and various kitchen knives and bone cleavers found in the restaurants. He gathered everything together and had the skeletons carry it back toward the residential compound. After returning and settling all the items, he used the neighboring building as a base, and then returned to Blackstone Town. Professional Association. Mr. Wu Heng, how may we assist you? The staff member asked with a smile. Wu Heng took out the filled form and a small piece of corpse core. I need to place a commission. Please test this material and produce an antidote potion. Oh, very well. The staff member first checked the form, confirmed everything was in order, and then took out a container to collect the material. Alchemy in this world was still quite advanced, capable of producing potions that modern society had not yet developed. It was not necessarily that modern society lacked the technology. Most people had been infected while the rest were scattered across different locations, hiding carefully. It was difficult to gather relevant technical personnel for research. That was surely a major factor as well. After placing the commission and paying the deposit, Wu Heng left the city with Basin and hired an unmarked carriage, heading toward the black market. After paying the entrance fee, Wu Heng and Basin entered the black market. It was still noisy and chaotic, filled with people in black cloaks, as though entering a cult gathering. And he was one of them now. Not lingering in the main hall, he went directly upstairs. A few robed figures were chatting quietly at the front desk on the second floor. Wu Heng flashed his token at a staff member and was respectfully led to a room along the inner corridor. After a young maid served dried fruits and fragrant tea, a middle-aged man with thin sideburns entered. He bowed with a smile and said respectfully, "What assistance does the guest require?" Wu Heng thought for a moment and asked, "I wish to place a commission asking you to collect something." "That is no problem. What do you need?" "Corpses. Alchemist's corpses." "A corpse?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly, falling into a brief silence. Wu Heng glanced at him and asked with curiosity, For the Shihui Consortium, it shouldn't be too difficult, should it? According to Sub-Executor Slater, the Shihui Consortium was a massive organization that pursued profit relentlessly. Acquiring a corpse shouldn't be that hard, should it? Why the silence then? If they couldn't even handle a corpse, what kind of consortium were they? Of course, no problem. The middle-aged man smiled and responded first, then added, however, due to certain reasons it might take a bit longer. It depends on whether you, sir, are willing to wait. Why is that? Haishi Town has been intensifying its investigations in this area recently, so there may be a delay. Of course, if an opportunity arises, we will do our utmost to complete this commission for you. The middle-aged man gave a rough explanation. Others might have found it vague, but Wu Heng understood the reason behind it. Haishi Town was investigating the matter of the Necromancer, and even the burning of corpses required the mutual supervision of professional squads and guards, a clear sign of how seriously they took it. This area was part of the black market, but it wasn't far from Haishi Town, essentially a semi-underground bazaar. Thus, the Shihui Consortium would not refuse a client's commission, but they also didn't want to drag themselves into trouble at this time. Perhaps when he proposed buying a corpse, the other party had already guessed that he was the Necromancer wanted by Haishi Town. The fact that they accepted the commission already proved the consortium's audacity. Agreed, Wu Heng replied. He didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble over buying a corpse either. Frankly, he could have spent money on alchemical research at the association. He only came here to ask on a whim. Very well, sir. Please wait a moment. The middle-aged man stepped out and returned with a blank commission form. He continued, sir, do you have any requirements for the corpse? For example, its rank, race before death, or gender? Wu Heng thought for a moment. Race and gender seemed unnecessary. Alchemy was primarily about knowledge, not closely tied to race. And imposing too many restrictions would make the corpse harder to find and take longer. Preferably one with some expertise in alchemy. Other than that, I don't mind, Wu Heng added. The middle-aged man recorded the commission details on the paper. Sir, due to the special nature of this commission, the deposit will be about 50 higher than usual. I see. How much? 300 silver coins. The final payment will be reassessed based on the corpse's rank and preservation. Damn, that's a hefty deposit. Was he buying a corpse made of gold? That was enough to commission alchemy from the association 5 or 6 times. But since they had already discussed it, it would be awkward to back out now, and he truly needed a corpse. He took out his money pouch, counted out 300 silver coins, and handed them over. The middle-aged man nodded. Sir, may I have your insignia? Wu Heng handed over the insignia. The man took out something resembling an ink pad, pressed the insignia into it, and stamped it onto the completed commission form. When he lifted it, a clear pattern remained. The insignia also served as a seal. Sir, it's done. The man returned the cleaned insignia, and continued, when the corpse arrives, a notice will be posted on the bulletin board by the entrance. Good. Wu Heng rose and headed outside. Leaving the room, he descended the stairs. Mingling with the crowd, he continued browsing the black market stalls. There were still many types of goods for sale, but nothing he could use. The only stall that caught his attention was the one where he had bought the strange item, the shroud. It still had the same items, and the stall owner hadn't even changed his sitting posture. When someone came to ask the price, a voice came from under the black robe, without the robe even stirring. He could really sit still. If it were him, he'd definitely have a sore back by now. After a full round, he bought 2 bundles of crossbow bolts and walked straight out of the black market. He took a carriage back to his lodgings. Waking up in the morning, Wu Heng washed up and had breakfast. He headed to the professional association. Pushing open the door of the team's break room, he saw the captain Ao Luke sitting alone in the room. Morning, Captain, Wu Heng greeted. Just in time. A mission? Wu Heng asked curiously. Not exactly a mission. Ao Luke gestured for him to sit, and continued. I discussed it with Ka Weina and Yuli. We plan to take on a commission soon to build up the team's synergy. What do you think? Ever since the team members were injured while fighting the Punishment Church members, the association hadn't assigned them any new tasks. Those who were hurt were recovering, those who weren't were resting. Among the 4 professional squads, theirs was the most laid back. And within the team, Wu Heng was the laziest. He rarely came to the association, sometimes even disappearing entirely. So seeing Wu Heng today, the captain brought it up early to gauge his thoughts. Sure, what kind of commission? Preferably not too dangerous. Wu Heng said. He had already cleaned out the jewelry store, so he didn't have to worry about survival. But the other team members still had to make a living. No rush for now. Yuli is gathering information, and we'll pick something suitable. Yuli. She had just arrived at Haishi Town. What kind of information could she gather? At most, she could find out where the best food was. Oh, all right, Wu Heng replied, then asked, anything going on at the association lately? Nothing major. The main focus is still on the Necromancer in the mine village. Apart from that, it's quiet. Peace is best. Coming from you, that doesn't sound like something a Necromancer would say. Leaving the association, he dropped by the Deer Antler shop to buy some potions. He bought some mental potions, healing potions, antidotes, and the like, just in case. Returning to his lodgings, he closed the door and immediately went to the zombie world. Appearing in the zombie world, he climbed to the rooftop to check on the skeletons. Confirming everything was fine, he gathered all the skeletons' weapons in hand and headed downstairs. Last night, he had reorganized his plans. He couldn't spend all his time converting corpses. His main focus should be on killing zombies and use the remaining time for conversion. Accumulating experience was one thing, but he also suspected the zombies were slowly evolving, afraid they'd become harder to kill later. Wu Heng led the skeleton squad out the north gate of the residential area. Following the crossroads where the survivor bus had crashed, they headed north along the road. The nearby zombies had already been cleared, the occasional straggler posed no threat. They charged in only to be cut down by the skeleton's cleavers. "Uncle, where are we going?" Xiao Xiao floated in the air, asking curiously. "To the hardware store." "What for?" "To see if there's anything useful inside." He remembered there was a large hardware store in this direction. If there was any place nearby that might have iron pipes and tools, this was the only one he could think of. "Oh." Xiao Xiao let out an "oh," and then leaned on his shoulder again, silent. As they advanced along the road, the number of zombies gradually increased. The clatter of fighting grew louder, and more zombies surged out from the surroundings. "Attack!" Wu Heng gave the order. The cleaver-wielding skeletons flanked the spear-bearers and charged at the zombies ahead. Blood splattered, and the sound of cleavers hacking bones echoed through the entire area. In the distance, atop a shop near the road, a figure stood at the edge looking ahead. His face was pale, marked by barely concealed terror. Below, a large horde of zombies poured out of alleys converging on the same spot. Across the street, a group of weapon-wielding skeletons could be seen locked in battle with the zombies. Blood and severed limbs flew everywhere. "What the hell is going on?" At that moment, a stern voice came through the earphone connected to the walkie-talkie. "What's happening out there?" "It feels like we're surrounded by zombies." The voice was very low, as if afraid the zombies would hear. The man on the roof swallowed hard and pressed the talk button. "Chow, the underworld's having a civil war. Skeletons and zombies are fighting." "What nonsense are you spouting? Speak properly." A curse came through the walkie-talkie. "Truly, there's a group of skeletons and zombies fighting outside. Don't make any noise." The man on the rooftop pressed his body flat against the ground and continued speaking. "Skeletons? What skeletons? How should I know? These skeletons are far more ferocious than zombies. If they spot us, we're dead." The man's voice trembled slightly. The other end fell into a brief silence, then the voice continued. "Can we escape from our position? Which route is safer?" The man quickly scanned across to the opposite side, double-checked, and said, "Go to the rooftop, then head north. Stay quiet, and withdraw first." "All right." Water Supply Management Office. Zombies poured out from every alleyway, charging toward the skeleton's location. Wu Heng led the skeletons back into the courtyard of the Water Supply Management Office. Pressing his back against the building, he engaged the lunging zombies in combat. The skeleton horde wielded their weapons, cleaving the attacking zombies to the ground and slashing them into pulpy messes. Likewise, some skeletons were tackled by zombies and torn apart into scattered bones across the ground. Ba Wu Dong, the hulking brute, along with two high-level skeletons, also engaged in the killing. With each punch and kick, zombies were sent flying backward, crashing into and toppling the others. Wu Heng gripped his staff, releasing witch arrow and grease spell at opportune moments, boosting their offensive output. However, he only cast grease without igniting it. Now both sides were tangled together, and it would be far too easy to burn himself. Experience 4. Summon. Skeleton Warrior Experience 5. Experience 4. Summon. Skeleton Warrior level up to 4. Constitution 1. Summon. Skeleton Warrior level up to 5. Unlock trait Basic Soul. Strength 1. Perception 7. Intelligence 7. Charm 4. Experience. As the battle continued, Wu Heng and the skeletons began gaining experience. The casualties on both sides gradually increased. Yet the skeletons still outnumbered the zombies, holding a clear advantage. Gradually, the number of zombies began to dwindle, when the last snarling zombie had its skull shattered by Ba Wu Dong's punch. The courtyard of the water supply office fell silent once more. Roughly 200 corpses lay scattered across the ground, and Wu Heng's side had also lost some skeletons. But the losses were manageable, still within acceptable limits. He did not advance immediately. Instead, he examined the skeleton warrior that had reached level 5. This skeleton was the very first one Wu Heng had summoned. While other skeletons were continuously replaced, this one had persisted until now. Skeleton Warrior. Level 5, 383,000. Attributes: Constitution 12, Strength 13, Agility 10, Perception 7, Intelligence 7, Charm 4. Traits: Hollow Bone, Basic Soul. After reaching level 5, the trait Basic Soul unlocked, and Perception, Intelligence, and Charm also appeared. In other words, the skeleton now possessed a soul. Wu Heng examined it closely and saw a ghostly blue soul flame flickering within its hollow eye sockets. "From now on, you'll be called Mao," Wu Heng casually named it. There was no way around it. The skeletons kept multiplying, and overly complex names would become impossible to remember. Organizing them by weapon type would be easier to recall. Mao stood to the side, gripping his long spear. Wu Heng then turned and glanced back at the management office. "Let's go in and take a look." Inside, there were only some tables, chairs, and scattered debris. Nothing of particular importance. One room housed large equipment that was immovable and unportable. Not a single useful item was found. "Uncle, I just saw someone escaping from the rooftop over there," Xiao Xiao said, excitedly phasing through the roof. "A person." "Yes, a person. 2 uncles." "Let me see." Xiao Xiao slipped into his body, and the scene he had just witnessed immediately surfaced in his mind. On the rooftop, two men were cautiously moving northward. They wore leather jackets, had magazines taped to their forearms with adhesive tape, and carried long spears made from steel pipes. They looked more like hunters out seeking prey. Wu Heng fixed his attention on their spears. Unlike Wu Heng's makeshift spear, fruit knives wrapped with tape, their version featured metal-sharpened spearheads with screws connecting the steel pipe to the tip. They appeared far sturdier than what Wu Heng was using. There really are survivors, Wu Heng said, somewhat surprised at how these people had managed to stay alive. Xiao Xiao flew back out of his body and said, "Right? There are people out there." Wu Heng nodded, pondered for a moment, and continued, "Let's follow and see where their settlement is." All right. Xiao Xiao hovered in the air, while Wu Heng directed the skeletons to move the items inside out. Afterward, he followed the direction the survivors had fled. Xiao Dong auto repair. Are you absolutely certain you didn't miss-see it? Skeletons and zombies fighting each other. The window-sealed room was stifling, the light bulb casting a dim glow. A woman with bandages wrapped around her shoulders sat on the sofa, questioning the three people before her. The three looked grim. One of them spoke up. Yes, there were many skeletons, and they could use weapons. The woman's brows furrowed even deeper. Skeletons can stand up too. Zombies could be explained by a genetic virus, but animated bones completely defied explanation. At least based on the information they had encountered, it was utterly incomprehensible. Perhaps spiritual energy has revived, said the relatively younger man. No one knew how to respond to that statement. Nor did anyone know what to say. One of the men thought for a moment and continued. Actually, having these new monster groups might not necessarily be a bad thing. Let them fight the zombies while we scavenge supplies from the shadows. Once we have enough resources, we'll leave this place and head to the settlement. Another man interjected. What if they discover us first? That's impossible. Zombies are everywhere. They can't possibly have time to deal with us. Still, it remains a danger. The woman on the sofa waved her hand, signaling the three to hush, then continued. Is it possible that it's an Esper? One of those who can control skeletons as mentioned on the radio? I doubt it. I didn't see any humans, only some skeleton figures wearing leather armor, another one said. The woman said, enough. Whether it's new monsters or espers, it doesn't concern us. Once we've gathered supplies and finished welding the train car, we'll leave this damn place. All right, go rest below first. Stay alert to anything nearby. The three nodded and exited the room. The woman remained alone in the room. As she prepared to remove her bandages for a dressing change, a nearly transparent figure phased through the wall. It stared directly at the woman, whose face had gone pale with terror. Are you the boss here? My uncle sent me to speak with you. The woman's body tensed, and she snatched the kitchen knife from the table, holding it before her. Her face was etched with terror as she stared at the translucent ghost drifting in the air. She could not fathom it. Apart from the skeletal figures that had risen, how had a ghost also appeared? And it now stood directly before her. Annie, don't be nervous. Xiao Xiao won't hurt you, the ghost child spoke. What are you? My name is Xiao Xiao. The Fuhing Silver Shop is run by my family. Xiao Xiao. Fuhing Silver Shop. What nonsense is this? What do you want with me? The woman continued, carefully shuffling toward the door. Xiao Xiao circled the room once and continued. Uncle asked me to talk with you. Your uncle? What does he want to discuss? The woman pressed on. Though the situation was eerie, the ghost before her did not seem poised to harm her immediately. It's about the person you mentioned, the one with the skeletons. So it was indeed someone controlling the skeleton horde. Is your uncle a superhuman? What's a superhuman? I don't know. He's the Yanlua Wang. The woman furrowed her brow. Yanlua Wang. Now there was a Yanlua Wang in the mix. What does he want you to talk about? She had already retreated to the doorway and stood there asking. Let me think. Xiao Xiao made another small circle in the room before continuing. Uncle said he wants you to follow him. Follow him? What does that mean? Just like Xiao Xiao follows uncle. Damn it. Who would want to be like you? You're clearly no longer human. Ghosts and skeletons. If she followed that Yanlua Wang, would she even survive? Zzz. Just as the woman was about to speak, the walkie-talkie in her pocket crackled to life. Sister Hong, it's bad. The skeletons are coming, heading this way. We need to leave. The woman glanced warily at the ghost in the air, then pulled out the walkie-talkie and said, pack up. We're pulling out. Got it. The woman finished and turned to the little ghost girl, asking, what if we don't want to follow him? What happens then? Xiao Xiao thought for a moment. Uncle didn't say. I think he might kill you. He killed my grandfather and father. Hearing this, the woman's body trembled. Damn, this was a real king of hell. We need to think it over. We'll get back to you, the woman said. Okay, I'll go tell uncle. With that, Xiao Xiao passed through the wall and vanished. The woman stood still for a few seconds. Seeing nothing unusual, she opened the door and rushed out. She climbed onto the rooftop, laid down beside the man on lookout, and peered ahead. In the distance, a procession of gleaming white skeletons wielding various weapons swaggered down the road. Any zombies that lunged at them were hacked down like cabbages, then rose again as skeletons. It was as eerie and sinister as a ghostly army passing through. Damn it. They must have followed us back. Those cursed things, the lookout man cursed. The woman remained grim-faced, saying nothing. In the middle of the skeleton procession, Xiao Xiao flew back from afar and recounted the conversation. When he heard that the leader of the other group was a woman, he was somewhat surprised. Not that women were inferior to men, but in this environment men's physical advantages tended to dominate. Even for a small survivor group, it was still remarkable. After listening to Xiao Xiao's account of the dialogue, Wu Heng decided to see for himself. Xiao Xiao re-entered his body, and the scene inside the auto repair shop appeared in his mind. A simple cluttered room, a dim light bulb, a walkie-talkie on the table, and a modest amount of food. Even if they had sent people out to scavenge, resources were bound to be scarce. If the half bag of rice in the corner was all their food stock, they wouldn't last more than a few days. He had already guessed they had electricity. The spears they carried required drilling and grinding, which would be difficult without power tools. They must have a diesel or gasoline generator. He released Xiao Xiao again, and said, Xiao Xiao, take Xiao Hui and ask her for a walkie-talkie. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao called behind him. Xiao Hui. Clatter. For dogs and a cat came running together. Follow me. Xiao Xiao flew ahead, and the 5 animal skeletons trotted after him. On the roof of the auto repair shop, Liang recounted what had happened in the room. When they heard that the skeleton controller claimed to be the king of hell and had killed the little ghost's grandfather and father, their faces paled. This fear was even stronger than facing zombies. It no longer mattered whether the other party was a superhuman or something else. What mattered was that they had been targeted. They whispered plans among themselves when suddenly one of them cried out, the skeletons are charging. They all looked up and gazed ahead. They saw several animal skeletons sprinting toward them. Damn. Skeletons are coming. We have to run or we're done for. What do? We can't fight them. If we leave now, we might still break out. Liang bandaged the wound on her shoulder and said, let's go. Leave everything else. We'll escape via the rooftop. Okay. They grabbed their essential items and were about to leave. But just as Liang was about to go, the little ghost girl emerged from the floorboards beneath her feet. Annie, there you are. My uncle wants you to give him a walkie-talkie so he can talk to you himself. A walkie-talkie. Liahong's foot mid-step froze as if glued to the ground, her legs still raised. She turned and said, give me a walkie-talkie. One of them took off a walkie-talkie and handed it over. Liang placed it on the table. Can you take it? Xiao Hui. Xiao Xiao called down again. The skeleton cat leaped up from below and landed on the roof. Take this. The skeleton cat grabbed the walkie-talkie in its mouth, jumped back down, and scurried off. In the rear of the procession, Wu Heng pressed the talk button on the walkie-talkie. Can you hear me? Amid a faint static, a woman's voice replied, yes. What do you want? Wu Heng said directly, I can provide you with a safe place to live. In return, you'll work for me. There was no immediate response. After a moment, static crackled again, and the woman's voice came through, thank you for the offer, but we won't be staying here long. We'll probably leave soon. Leave? Wu Heng glanced at the buildings in the distance. Under these circumstances, refusing his offer of shelter meant they must have already planned a destination. Where are you headed? Wu Heng asked. A human settlement. You humans. Wu Heng frowned, sensing something off in the phrasing. Before he could press further, the other side spoke. First, we mean no harm. We hope to maintain a peaceful relationship with you. Wu Heng did not answer, lost in thought. His original plan had not included human survivors, but having them could help with tasks skeletons couldn't handle. For instance, generators, cutting, and welding. He couldn't do them, and skeletons certainly couldn't. But now it seemed they had no intention of working for him. 2 options remained. One was to capture them and force them to work as prisoners. The second was to find a way to cooperate, reaching a trade agreement. Exchange goods to have them fulfill his requirements. The first option was the most efficient and quickest, but it would leave many problems. The survivors would feel exploited and constantly think of rebellion. And by doing so, he would be crossing certain lines. Though it was the apocalypse, his situation didn't require him to harm others unnecessarily. The second option, trading with them, was essentially the same as the first. The only difference was giving them some benefits, so they saw it as fair compensation. In truth, there was little difference between the two. After a quick deliberation, Wu Heng continued, since you have plans, I won't force you. But before you leave, we could make some trades to give you more resources. A sigh of relief came through the walkie-talkie, then the woman asked, what kind of trade? I'll trade food for iron spears, the kind you use. How many? 1 bag of food for 100 spears. That's too many. It's unfair to us. Wu Heng continued, in this environment, food holds greater value in any human settlement. Even if you go to a settlement, food will be the only hard currency. That was Wu Heng's guess. The only reason survivors went out to scavenge was food scarcity. Too many. And we don't have enough iron pipes and materials. The woman said. Wu Heng replied, 100 spears. You have a generator, so you're not making them by hand. It's not that difficult. I'll provide the iron pipes and materials. There was another brief silence. But this time her tone was less resolute. 100 spears for 1 bag of rice, 500-gram bags of sugar, and some antibiotics. Wu Heng thought it over. There was no need to haggle. He had plenty of these supplies. They were practically overflowing. Besides, whether they chose option 1 or 2 didn't matter much. He provided food and materials, they made the spears. It was just a different form. Fine. If the workmanship is good, I'll throw in 5 cans of meat. Deal, but we only have enough material for about 20 of those spears. We need steel pipes and welding rods. I'll supply them in a couple of days. Work on what you have for now. Okay. After the conversation, Wu Heng looked at the auto repair shop once more. He He led the procession back to the water supply office they had just passed, scavenged the nearby shops, and then returned with the corpses and loot to the residential compound where they were staying. Only after the skeleton army had marched away did the people on the auto repair shop roof breathe a sigh of relief. A light breeze made them all shiver. Only then did they realize their clothes were soaked with sweat. Sister Hong, are we really going to cooperate with skeletons? The younger one asked. Do you have a better idea? Besides, what he said makes sense. Food is hard currency. Taking more to the settlement will benefit us. Liang clapped her hands. All right, start the generator. Let's make those iron spears. Returning to the residential area, Wu Hong cast the bone manipulation art on the corpse. Before long, Xiao Xiao floated back and said, Uncle, they haven't left. They've started preparing to make iron spears. It seemed the other party was also clever. They hadn't taken advantage of his absence to flee directly. The most likely outcome of running away would be death by zombies, while staying to make iron spears gave them a chance to obtain food. Well done, Wu Hong praised. Hee, when can I watch TV? I really want to watch TV. Xiao Xiao leaned on his shoulder and asked. Nowadays TV is all ads, what's there to watch? Even if he could generate electricity, he wasn't sure if the TV would still work, and besides, the TV stations were probably deserted. What could they watch? Anything, I just want to watch. Let's solve the power generation problem first, then I'll let you watch. Okay. The man and the spirit chatted casually as they continued casting the bone manipulation art. Haishi Town. After tidying up, Wu Hong planned to go out for a meal. Walking out of the alley, he saw the landlord chatting with neighbors at the entrance. Seeing Wu Hong come out, you're home. What's up? Someone came looking for you this afternoon, kicking the door at the entrance. If I hadn't seen it, the door would probably have been broken, the landlord complained. Who was it so rude? A short young girl with curly hair. With that description, Wu Hong knew who it was. Yuli. Did she say what she wanted? Wu Hong continued. She told you to go to the Adventurers Association. Okay. Tell that young lady she mustn't kick the door anymore. If it breaks, it'll need repairs, which is very troublesome, the landlord called after him. Wu Hong waved his hand, indicating he understood. He went all the way to the Adventurers Association, passed through the corridor, and arrived at the 4th Squad's lounge. He pushed open the door. Captain Ayat, Kawina, and Yu Li were all in the lounge. Kawina's injuries seemed to have healed, the bandages on her arm had been removed. Seeing Wu Hong enter, Yu Li raised an eyebrow. Wu Hong, where did you go? Why weren't you home? Do I need to report to you wherever I go? Sitting down. Also, the landlord said if you kick the door again, she'll report to the association for destroying residents' furniture. Nonsense, I knocked with my hand. With your foot, you mean? Ayat and Kawina looked at the two in surprise. They wondered when the two had become so close. At their first meeting, they hadn't said a single word to each other. Cough, cough. Ayat coughed twice, signaling the bickering pair to wait, then continued. Let's talk business first, then discuss the knocking. I didn't kick. Yuli turned away angrily. Ayat continued. Wu Hong, Yuli has obtained accurate intelligence. We'll carry out the commission tonight, and also hone the squad's coordination. Yesterday when he came to the association, Ayat had told him they would take on some commissions to train squad coordination. He hadn't expected the intelligence to come so quickly. No, it was possible they had been planning this for a while, and only informed him late. I have no problem. What kind of commission? Wu Hong continued. These 3 men. Ayat took out 3 wanted posters and handed them to Wu Hong. The 3 men in the portraits were unshaven and dirty. What did they do? Robbery, murder. They went on the run and came to Haishi Town. But where do we catch them? Alive or dead? According to intelligence, they are currently staying at the Blushing Mermaid Inn in DC District, a gathering place for mercenaries. Be careful when we go, dead or alive doesn't matter. The Blushing Mermaid Inn was quite famous in DC District. It was not only an inn, but also a tavern on the 1st floor, a common gathering spot for mercenaries. If a riot broke out, the prestige of the Adventurers Association might not intimidate everyone. So what's the plan? Wu Hong continued. Ayat glanced at the other 2 members and continued. First confirm the target's location, then we'll discuss the plan. Okay. Actually, there was nothing special about it. Just an ordinary operation to capture wanted criminals. The source of the intelligence was also simple, obtained from Sub-Executor Silite. It would be difficult to rely on Yuli, a newcomer to Haishi Town, to gather such information. DC District, Blushing Mermaid Inn. At the entrance, groups of half-drunk patrons were gathered. In the dark alley, a seductive woman, with her clothes partly undone, was passionately kissing a man. Alcohol and beauties attracted mercenaries here to vent their excess energy. In a building diagonally opposite, the members of the 4th Squad sat by the window chatting and waiting. Before long, a black feathered crow flew in through the window. After landing on a seat, it directly transformed into Yu Li's original form. She picked up a glass of water, took a big gulp, and said, I flew around the 2nd floor windows, but didn't see anyone matching the description. They must be in disguise, Kawina said. Wu Hong nodded in agreement. The people of this world had few forms of entertainment, so coming to the tavern to drink and find women was the most popular pastime. With so many people, it was naturally chaotic and hard to find them. Yuli looked at Ayat and said, Captain, what next? Should I fly around again? I'll go in and take a look. Wait for my signal, Ayat said directly. That's not good. Wu Hong shook his head and said while the others looked puzzled, Captain, once you enter the tavern, many mercenaries will recognize you. Then the wanted criminals will hide, making it even harder to find them. Then what better idea do you have? Aitlook looked at him. I'll go. Wait for my signal. He rarely showed up at the Adventurers Association, so aside from squad members and staff, few people knew who he was. Among mercenaries, virtually no one knew him. The main reason was that Xiao Xiao had already spotted someone in the tavern who resembled the wanted criminals. If he didn't go in, he had no reason to tell the squad that he had found the target. He also couldn't reveal Xiao Xiao's existence. Okay, be careful then. Aitlook said. Wu Hung nodded and went downstairs directly. He walked out of the building and headed straight for the tavern across the street. As he approached, a thin, shifty-eyed man quickly came over. Wu Hung gestured to Basin not to stop him. The man approached and said mysteriously, "Friend, you look new here. First time. Want to try this? Heaven potion. After taking it, you'll feel very comfortable, very happy. It'll give you an unprecedented pleasure, and the price is not expensive." The development of potions in this world was no worse than the modern world, perhaps even superior. Wu Hung, dressed in decent clothes and accompanied by a man who clearly acted as a bodyguard, seemed like a good customer to the locals. Ignoring him, he pushed past and continued forward. Entering the tavern, the noise, the strong smell of alcohol, and sweat hit him. Besides the people drinking at tables, there were a few armed men keeping watch. Wu Hing found a seat and sat down. Immediately, a scantily clad woman approached. "Guess what would you like?" "Mist cocktail." The woman glanced at Basin, who sat upright wearing a round helmet. "And this gentleman? Anything to drink?" "He doesn't need anything. 55 copper coins." The woman said with a smile, bending slightly to lower her neckline further. Although Wu Hung usually frequented the crowded district taverns, he knew the ropes. He took out a silver coin and casually slipped it into her cleavage. "Keep the change." The woman went to fetch the drink while Wu Hung turned his gaze to the second floor. A man wearing a hat with a full beard was leaning on the railing looking down. Soon the glamorous woman returned with the cocktails. The mist-condensing cocktail was a distinctive drink, releasing a faint white vapor and emitting a subtle fragrance. "Would the guest like anything else?" the woman continued to ask. "Not at the moment," Wu Hung replied with a gentle shake of his head and a smile. The woman glanced around at the patrons in the establishment. Seeing no new customers had arrived, she sat down beside the sofa and asked with a warm smile, "Is this your first time here?" "Yes, I'm not usually in this area." "Then you must live in the central district." "You're nothing like those mercenaries," the woman observed. "Oh, how can you tell?" Wu Hung turned to look at her. The woman leaned in closer, pressing against him and whispering, "Look at them. Their tone of voice, their mannerisms, even their skin. You clearly don't belong to the same crowd." "Having heard you say that, it does seem rather accurate," Wu Hung said, raising his glass for a sip. Then he asked, "What's your name?" "Vinay. A lovely name, isn't it?" "It sounds quite pleasant and suits you well." "Thank you. And how should I address you, guest?" "Rudich." The two chatted for a while and grew somewhat familiar with each other. Wu Hang's gaze drifted casually toward the staircase and he asked, "What does that person do over there?" "I've noticed him standing in the same spot the entire time." Vinay followed his gaze and spotted the bearded man by the staircase, replying softly, "A boarder. He's rather slovenly, but quite wealthy. He's been staying at the inn for several days." "Oh, he's wearing leather armor, even in a tavern. I thought he was a bouncer." "No, he's just an ordinary guest. He'll check out in a couple of days. No one bothers him, and he just likes to stand there." Vinay explained. "Oh, I see." At that moment, new customers entered, and Vinay immediately rose to attend to them. Wu Hung took out another silver coin and slipped it into her hand. Sensing the coin in her palm, the woman's smile deepened even further. "Guest, wait until I'm done with my duties." With that, she turned and went to welcome the new arrivals. Wu Hung took another sip of his drink, then signaled to Basin, and the two rose to leave. Outside the tavern, Wu Hung returned to the second-floor room across the way. Upon entering the room, all three turned to look at him. Atluk asked, "Well, did you spot the target?" "Yes. All three are in the tavern. One is guarding the staircase, and the other two are in the second room, to the right upon ascending the stairs." Wu Hung answered directly. He had already spotted the man stationed by the staircase inside the tavern. The other two were seen through Xiao Zhao's vision, confirming all three were present in the establishment. After hearing this, all three furrowed their brows. "How do you know so much?" Yuli asked. She had transformed into a dread raven and flown an enormous distance, yet failed to locate them while you entered for only a few minutes, and already knew what was happening inside the rooms. "I gave a little tip and gathered information from the staff. They also mentioned that the targets will check out in a couple of days. Catching them then will be much more difficult." Wu Hung explained. Spending money to acquire intelligence was indeed a viable method. Atluk continued. "Yuli, you'll keep watch outside, and be careful that they don't escape. Wu Hing, you'll come with me into the tavern to make the arrest." "Wait, why can't I go in and apprehend them?" Yuli raised her hand and protested. Kavina smiled and explained, "In case anyone tries to flee, it'll be easier for you to catch them." Someone had to remain outside as lookout. The tavern was chaotic and crowded, making it far more difficult to identify targets within a throng of people than simply watching the entrance. They needed Wu Hung to identify the targets immediately and make the arrest on the spot. As for assigning Yuli to stay outside, Wu Hong suspected it was because the captain didn't want this girl to get hurt during her first operation, especially since she had been brought in through connections. This mission had been accepted by them personally, not commissioned by the association. Alright then. Yuli nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I'll have Basin accompany you. Wu Hong began changing into his leather armor, then pulled on a bandit mask and a leather helmet. Having shown his face at the tavern earlier, going in again to make arrests would feel somewhat awkward. It's not necessary. Let's follow the captain's plan. Atluk did not wish to delay further and stated directly, very well. Let's head downstairs first. Stay safe. Understood. The three nodded in unison. Once prepared, the group proceeded directly downstairs and crossed over toward the tavern. As they drew near, the man who had been peddling potions approached them once again with a grin. Upon seeing Atluk clad in silver armor, the man immediately lowered his head, pretended to scan the surroundings, and quickly turned to leave. No one bothered to stop him, and they entered the tavern without hesitation. The moment they pushed open the door, the wanted fugitive leaning against the stair railing suddenly paled and immediately turned to flee. Wu Hong pointed at once. Captain, that man is trying to run. Apprehend him. Rustling sounds echoed as the group pushed through the crowd and charged toward the second floor. Basin and Kavina were the fastest, striding up the stairs and ascending to the second floor while gripping the handrail. Bang! The fleeing man kicked open a door and shouted, "Association people, quick!" Before he could finish his sentence, he was tripped and slammed to the ground. The fugitive rolled across the floor, and a short blade appeared in his hand as he glared coldly ahead. Kavina charged forward first, her longsword flashing like lightning as she struck at him. Clang! The fugitive parried with his blade, the sound of clashing metal ringing through the room. Meanwhile, Basin wielded dual blades and rushed toward the other man, and the two engaged in combat instantly. The third fugitive drew a long sword from beneath the bed, intending to reinforce his companion when he saw Atluk and Wu Hong entering the room. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted. Orange bullets streaked toward two of them, piercing their bodies and sending them crashing to the ground. The last man, seeing the situation turn dire, flipped over and leaped toward the stairs. Bang, bang. The bullets missed their target. Wu Hong quickly approached the window, but there were other people downstairs, so he dared not fire downward. He raised his hand and cast dancing light art at the target. Instantly, 4 suspended orbs of light spiraled around the fleeing fugitive. This was a technique Wu Hong had later researched and discovered. Dancing light art could also be targeted at specific objects provided the target remained within a certain distance from the caster. The fugitive landed but stumbled, swinging his sword wildly at the glowing orbs encircling him. Seeing no effect, he continued to flee. In the dim surroundings, he resembled a walking lantern. Yuli, got it, but I'm not sure if I can handle this. It's my first live combat. Before she finished speaking, a wolf was already seen sprinting after the fugitive. Wu Hong glanced behind him, signaled Basin, and the two leaped down together. The dancing light art had a limited range, and the target could not stray too far. Since the first floor was the tavern, and the second floor was quite high, Basin landed smoothly, while Wu Hong staggered slightly. However, his base attributes held up, and aside from numbness in his feet, he suffered no injury. Atluk and Kavina slit the throats of the two fugitives, and were about to leap down when a large group of mercenaries burst through the doorway. The tavern owner glared at them with an furious expression. Atluk glanced at Kavina. You go assist them. Kavina nodded and jumped out the window as well. The owner narrowed his eyes, forcing back his anger as he said, Captain Atluk, I demand an explanation. Wu Hong and Ba Sun ran swiftly forward, attempting to catch up with their fleeing target. The residential area was a maze of intricate roads, making progress extremely difficult. As they pursued into an alley entrance, they heard violent hammering sounds from within. Wu Hong stepped into the narrow lane and saw a massive brown bear gripping the wanted criminal, dragging him heavily across the ground. One strike, then 3 more rapid blows in quick succession. The criminal was then hurled forcefully against the wall. He slid down the surface and did not rise again. A deep breath escaped. The next moment, the brown bear reverted to Yu Li's human form, her forehead glistening with sweat that pressed her slightly curled bangs against her skin. Got it. Yu Li gave a thumbs up. Impressive, worthy of my teammate. Wu Hong returned the gesture. Obviously. Wu Hong glanced toward the wanted criminal's corpse, and Ba Sun stepped forward to deliver a finishing strike. No experience points appeared. He had been killed outright by Yu Li. How should we handle this body? Yu Li continued. We should bring it back to the Adventurers Association. They'll verify the identity and then pay us our bounty. Once the bounty comes through, what do you plan to spend it on? Haven't decided yet. You. First, I'll eat my way through every tavern in the city, then hit the black market for something I actually want. Yu Li crossed her arms, discussing how she would distribute her bounty. Wu Hong glanced at her, then back at the corpse. This is just a regular wanted criminal. There won't be much bounty. Alright, let's start with the taverns then. The two kept watch over the corpse while chatting. Kavina hurried over and also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the body on the ground. Let's talk when we get back. Bring the body with us first. Ba Sun, you carry the body. Ba Sun hoisted the corpse onto his shoulders, and the three headed toward the tavern together. Back at the Mermaid Tavern, a crowd had gathered at the entrance, including patrol guards securing the area. Otluk stood at the doorway, 2 wanted criminals' corpses at his feet. Spotting his members returning, he nodded. Let's go back to the association first. The bodies were loaded onto a cart, and they departed together. Returning to the association, the three chatted in the break room. Catching 3 wanted criminals so quickly and efficiently was certainly a good thing. Not only did it increase their income, but it also proved the squad's capabilities were quite solid. Although the pursuit and capture had seemed somewhat disorganized, but the outcome was favorable. They had successfully eliminated their targets. Shortly after Captain Oatluck returned from outside carrying several money pouches. Identities have been verified. All 3 were wanted criminals. Here is the bounty along with the cash found on them. Each person should receive over 120 silver coins. Yuli, for providing valid intelligence, receives an additional 10%. That wanted criminal had been quite busy. The combined bounty for all 3 was just over 100 silver coins. Divided among the 4 of them, each would receive 100 or so. Unfortunately, he hadn't spent much of it either, had been careful at the tavern, before ultimately being killed by them. No need for that. Let's just split it equally. Yuli scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed. This is how the distribution works. Next time someone provides accurate intelligence, they'll receive more as well, Kavina said, placing her arm around Yuli's shoulders. Then thank you all. Yuli happily collected her share. Wu Heng felt she probably wasn't short on money. Not to mention her aunt ran the Money Cat establishment herself, and she was said to have a mercenary group under her command. Yuli had only just joined the association, yet her protective gear was already magical equipment. Her background must be quite extraordinary. But this was the first money the young girl had earned with her own hands. She should be quite pleased. Oatluck continued, this operation also exposed our shortcomings. Insufficient reconnaissance capability, attack patterns that are easily read by enemies, and a lack of means to restrict or control targets. Good heavens, there was even a post-battle debriefing. Regarding reconnaissance ability, Xiao Xiao was quite capable as a scout, but she couldn't reveal that. And Yuli's Dreadcrow could also scout. But when it was out, the team lost a member, making it impossible to ensure both combat and reconnaissance simultaneously. Moreover, Yuli's scouting skills still needed more practice. As for offensive means, both Oatluck and Kavina were ordinary melee fighters. Wu Heng's pistol counted as one option, and Yuli's animal transformation was actually acceptable as well. The matter of restricting targets likely referred to the wanted criminals' escape. They indeed lacked effective means of controlling people. No one spoke, continuing to listen. In future missions, we'll need to pay attention to these points and find ways to address our weaknesses. Understood, Captain. Several people nodded. Oatluck also smiled. Alright, today's squad operation was successful overall. It's getting late. Everyone should go rest. We can conduct similar operations more frequently in the future. Yes. Everyone rose and headed outside. They parted at the association's entrance. Wu Heng called a carriage which stopped at the edge of the congested district, and he walked the rest of the way back to his residence. Returning to his quarters, he ate something. Then he took out his sword techniques and began practicing according to them. The next day, on the rooftop in the zombie world, Wu Heng stood on the rooftop beginning to assess the skeletal ranks. Besides Basen's swords Jian E and Jian Air, skulls brought back from Blackstone Town. The skulls from this world had all been significantly enhanced. 1 5th level skull, 18 4th level, 77 3rd level, with the remainder being 2nd and 1st level, over 500 in total. Several of those 4th level skulls would soon advance to 5th level, at which point the basic soul trait could also be unlocked. They would be able to understand commands more effectively, and their movements would no longer seem so rigid. After confirming the number and condition of the skulls, he led the skeletal force downstairs and exited the residential compound directly. The path to the hardware store had only been cleared halfway, delayed by the survivors' matters. Today he needed to continue onward and retrieve the steel materials inside. Yesterday, he had cleared the road northward, and today would finish the remaining sections. Xiaodong Auto Repair Rooftop. Li Yong and others lay carefully on the rooftop, watching the skull procession pass by. One person remarked, "Who are these guys? That gear they're wearing looks like something from a movie. They don't seem like an Esper team. If they have Espers, how could they produce armor and weapons like that? I remember there's a Taoist temple on Suhua Mountain behind us. I wonder if it could counter these skulls." No one responded to him. Someone nearby spoke up. They seemed to be heading toward the building material street. Didn't Xiangzi escape from that direction? He said there are tons of zombies there. The person called Xiangzi immediately turned around and said, "Yeah, those places naturally have more zombies. I wonder if they can win if they go there." After a brief silence, someone else asked, "Sister Hong, they might not come back. Should we still make iron spears?" Liang watched the distant skull procession and said yes. Building material street. Both sides were lined with hardware stores, paint, and board shops. The skeleton formation with their backs against the shops held off the zombie horde surging forward like tidal waves. Under the protection of the skeletons, Wu Heng seized the opportune moment and cast grease. A large number of zombies toppled backward, and before they could rise they were trampled underfoot by the zombies behind them. Wu Heng lit a cloth bundle and threw it into the grease. Whoosh! Flames erupted, suddenly engulfing the fallen zombies. Thud thud thud. The sprinting and snarling didn't cease. After a brief pause, numerous zombies burst from the flames, their bodies ablaze, continuing to charge toward the skeleton formation. Thud thud thud. Their desiccated and rotting frames collided with the spears, pushing and shoving, roaring and clawing like vengeful spirits. Spear skeletons thrust and withdrew in relentless succession, while blade-wielding skeletons swung their cleavers at the lunging undead. Though zombies fell in droves, some skeletons were torn apart, reduced to scattered bones. Wu Hong took cover among the skeletons and unleashed witch-fire arrow toward the rear of the zombie horde to augment his side's damage. Magic casting, however, didn't discriminate between friend and foe as it did in games. Grease spells could trip up the skeletons too, and witch-fire arrows might ricochet and strike their own bones. So maintaining proper distance during casting was essential. Otherwise, one spell could wipe out his own side. Ba Wu Dong De Kwai Tu Ba Sun and other higher-level skeletons were deployed within the formation to eliminate any zombies that breached the defenses. 2 skeletons above level 10 demonstrated exceptional combat prowess. De Kwai Tu in particular could send a zombie flying 4 or 5 meters with a single backhand swipe. Even if they survived the impact, they were crippled and crawled forward with difficulty. Obtained EXP 4. Summon. Skeleton Warrior obtained EXP 2. Summon. Summon. Skeleton Warrior has reached level 5, unlocking the trait Basic Soul. Strength 1, Perception 6, Intelligence 8, Charisma 4. Summon. Skeleton Warrior has reached level 5. As the battle dragged on, both Wu Hong and the skeletons gained experience rapidly. Several skeleton warriors reached level 5 in succession, unlocking Basic Soul. Amidst the roars and clashing of combat, the number of zombies began to dwindle. Wu Hong surveyed the remaining numbers ahead and issued the command, directly attack. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The waiting skeleton formation charged forward. Like a meat grinder, they crashed into the remaining zombies, weapons raining down upon them until all were slain. When the last crawling zombie fell, the entire street fell silent. The skeleton group also returned to their standby position, standing motionless. Wu Hong looked at the corpses strewn across the ground and asked curiously, Xiao Xiao, where are the dogs you mentioned? Xiao Xiao, somewhat frightened, perched on his shoulder and replied, I don't know. They were here on this street just now. They might have been scared away. Before entering this street, Wu Hong had Xiao Xiao scout ahead. Besides the horde of zombies, 2 dogs were spotted, mutated hounds. But after the battle, not even a trace of the dogs could be seen. They should be gone. Mutated hounds possess a certain level of intelligence. The recent clash likely made them sense danger, prompting them to flee. This dashed Wu Hong's hope of killing them to obtain their corpse cores. With his antidote, corpse cores were like miracle medicine. Consuming them directly boosted his attributes. Unfortunately, not this time. After confirming all surrounding zombies were dead, Wu Hong led Ba Wu Dong and several skeletons into the hardware store. The shop was in disarray. Shelves had toppled over, and the floor was littered with shattered glass and scattered screws, kettles, and other items. They crunched beneath foot with every step. Soon various tools came into view along with the metal pipes and welding rods he needed. The store's inventory was sufficient for the auto repair shop crew to forge a decent supply of weapons. Scouring the shop, he discovered boxes of gas masks tucked beneath a shelf on one side. Filter mesh at the base with transparent face shields on top. The label read specialized for chemical pesticides, filtration efficiency over 95. This reminded Wu Hong of the beaked mask Ka Wei Na had chosen. It also filtered toxic gases, but with the drawback that the wearer would still be poisoned. He felt these gas masks were far superior. At least filtration meant purification, not something that claimed to filter poison while being poisonous itself. The quantity of gas masks was abundant. He found a large box of them. Uncle, did you find what you were looking for? Xiao Xiao flew down from the roof and asked, glancing around. Yes, quite a lot. Is this everything? Yeah, just tools for the auto repair shop, folks. Oh. Xiao Xiao circled around and continued. If they don't work properly, will you kill them? Wu Hong paused. Why do you think that? Then what if they refuse to work? They need to work to exchange for food. Otherwise they'll starve, Wu Hong explained. They wouldn't be that stubborn, would they, eh? Wu Hong walked around the shop, pondering how to transport everything back. After checking inside and out, he spotted a few tricycles parked by the roadside. The road was littered with wrecked cars, making driving back impractical. These tricycles, however, seemed like a viable option. He ordered several skeletons to push the tricycles to the shop front and directed them to start loading. A few carts were filled with goods while the rest carried corpses. Once everything was arranged, he had De Kwai Tu clear away the wrecked vehicles to create a path, then led the procession of skeletons, pushing carts and carrying corpses as they departed in force. As the skeleton column gradually disappeared, a massive humanoid zombie on all fours emerged slowly from the distance. One of its colossal claws dragged 2 limp mutated hounds. Its gaze fixed on the direction the skeletons had departed, pacing back and forth twice. Its sharp claws crushed the mutated hound's skull, blood and flesh oozing through its fingers. Swallowing the corpse core whole, it tilted its head back and swallowed it down. At Xiaodong Auto Repair Shop, someone remarked, "Those skeletons still haven't returned. Have they all been killed?" "Better they don't all die," another replied. "He hasn't given us food yet. If he dies like this, who are we supposed to turn to?" With so many zombies, even if they survive, they'll definitely lose a large number of skeletons. They discussed and speculated. The skeleton formation would either be wiped out or forced to retreat with heavy losses. At that moment the walkie-talkie on the table crackled to life. Everyone froze, holding their breath instinctively. Is this Shoutong Auto Repair Shop? Come to the roadside to unload cargo. Take whatever you need. Hello? Can you hear me? It wasn't until the second inquiry that Li Yahong and the others snapped out of their daze. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They had actually succeeded in retrieving the cargo. Picking up the walkie-talkie, Li Yahong asked, "Is everything all right on your end?" "No problem, I'm almost there. Get ready. You come over too. I need to speak with you about something." Li Yahong's expression shifted, but she replied, "Oh, okay." No sooner had the walkie-talkie been hung up than the lookout hurried down the stairs. "Sister Hong, the skeletons are back. They're pushing several tricycles." The group quickly climbed to the rooftop and saw the skeletons escorting a line of tricycles approaching slowly. Beyond the steel pipes and tools on the carts, the most striking sight was the mounds of charred corpses piled on the tricycles. Roadside, the folks from Shoutong Auto Repair Shop nervously unloaded the cargo. Eyes carefully scanning the skeletons on both sides, their legs trembled. Being watched by so many undead filling their hearts with unease. Not far away, Li Yahong caught sight of Wu Hong, and Xiao Xiao, the wisp of a ghost, perched on his shoulder. Seeing he was truly human somehow felt surreal. "Good day, sir. I'm Li Yahong. Whatever you need done, please command us." Li Yahong's manner was humble, offering a slight bow upon meeting him. Wu Hong glanced at her. She looked younger than expected. In her mid-20s to late 20s, with short hair, slightly tanned skin, and a competent bearing that suited her well. "I'll assign 2 helpers to assist you with your work." "Huh. Oh, all right." Li Yahong was taken aback before instinctively agreeing. Mao Yi and Mao Air follow her over and help with some tasks. A skeleton wielding a pitchfork stepped forward and positioned itself beside Wu Hong. Li Yahong stared at the skeleton, brandishing an iron spear, blue light flickering within its skull. Her legs trembled. Skull. In this battle, a total of 6 skeletons reached level 5, unlocking the basic soul ability. Including the previous spear one who had already reached level 5, they now possessed 7 level 5 skeleton warriors. For convenience, the newly joined skeletons were named Spear 2, Spear 3, Spear 4, and so on up to Spear 7. Using spray paint sourced from a hardware store, they painted identification numbers onto the skeletal frames. This way they could address them by their numbers to avoid confusion when there were many. After a brief moment of daze, Li Yong also snapped back to reality. She hurriedly said, "Ahem. Well, we can complete the work you requested. Those 2 friends don't need to assist." Arranging 2 skeleton warriors near her residence made her fear she would have nightmares every night. Wu Hong glanced at the skeletons, then at Li Yahong, and said, "You can have them do hard labor, but you must also teach them how to use tools, such as generators and angle grinders." This was Wu Heng's plan. Skeletons with basic souls had comprehension levels not far different from normal humans. Wu Hong was wondering whether he could teach the skeletons to operate these tools. Even if the people at the auto repair shop might leave someday, he still needed individuals who could use these tools. Human physical strength could not compare with that of skeletons. Once the skeletons learned to use these tools to craft weapons, they could work around the clock without sleep. They were excellent laborers. "Boss, I don't think this is necessary." Li Yong forced a stiff smile and said, "It is necessary. Those 2 skeletons are your responsibility." Wu Hong stated it directly. Level 5 skeleton warriors possessed attributes superior to ordinary humans. He was not afraid these people would harm the skeletons. There was no need unless they wanted to invite trouble upon themselves. Seeing Wu Heng's resolute tone, Li Yong had no choice but to comply. "Then you must guarantee they won't harm us or lose control." "Yes. As long as you do not attack them, they will not do anything." Then all right." Li Yong could only nod and agree. Wu Hong continued, "How many iron spears have been produced?" 11 finished products already. "So slow. Once we get welding rods back, we can go faster." Li Yong glanced at the group carrying materials. "Yes, hurry up." Wu Hong gave a reminder, then continued. "Do you know where mutated creatures are? I mean mutated zombies. You're looking for mutated zombies. I heard Zhang Zi say there is a very powerful mutated zombie near the hardware store. He saw it when fleeing from there." "Mutated dog." "No, it is a humanoid mutated zombie with a strange physique. You haven't seen it." Wu Hong frowned and shook his head. "I haven't." "Then it may have left." Li Yong thought for a moment and said, "Are you planning to collect white substance bodies from zombies?" The matter of white substance bodies was known anywhere that could receive radio signals. Moreover, Wu Hong suspected that Li Yahong's rise to become leader of the Shoutong Auto Repair Shop was due to consuming white substance bodies. "Yes. If you discover information about mutated zombies in the future, please notify me. If the intelligence is accurate, I will reward you with grain." Wu Hong said directly. "All right." The 2 continued chatting. In the distance a shout came, "Sister Hong, we're done over here." Li Yong turned and said, "Then I'll head back first." Wu Hong nodded. The others saw Li Yong returning with 2 skeletons, their eyes filled with terror. Returning to the residential compound, Wu Hong had the skeletons carry the scavenged tools upstairs and pile the corpses at a distant location. With each battle, the number of corpses kept increasing. However, Wu Heng's transformation efficiency was growing lower. He turned on the radio and listened to the broadcast while continuing to cast Bone Dominion to convert corpses into skeletons. Night fell. Wu Hong led the skeletons back to the rooftop and returned to Blackstone Town to rest. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Hong began converting skeletons when the walkie-talkie crackled with static. Wu Hong picked it up and heard Li Yahong's voice. "Boss, we brought some iron spears and would like to exchange them for grain and antibiotics." Wu Hong picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, "How many did you bring?" 35. "All right, I'll come meet you." Wu Hong led the skeletons out of the compound. Ordinary skeleton warriors lacked intelligence and would attack any non-allied unit. Therefore, Li Yahong's group could not approach. Leading Bom Mudong and several skeletons out through the north gate, they saw steel pipe spears arranged on carts. Some were secured with drilled screws and fasteners, while most were simply welded on. Wu Hong inspected 2 of them and found them quite satisfactory. They were far sturdier than his own tape-wrapped versions. Fine. Spear one hand over the goods to them. Spear one handed over half a bag of rice, 2 packs of sugar, and a box of antibiotics. This is for now. We'll make up the rest later. Although he did not lack these supplies, the agreed trade standards should not be easily broken. Seeing the rice and sugar placed on the cart, relief washed over their faces. This proved the other party kept their word. In the future, they could rely on making iron spears to eat their fill. No more rationing. Good. We'll go back and start working immediately, Li Yong said. This work was not difficult. Machines handled most of it. The most troublesome parts were crafting the spear tips, sharpening them, and welding them onto iron pipes. Yes, go back. The 2 parties parted. Wu Hong carried the iron spears back to the compound himself and distributed them to the level 5 and level 4 skeleton warriors. The replaced daggers and short spears were given to the remaining skeletons. The number of spear-armed skeletons increased. Leading the skeleton formation, Wu Hong patrolled around the compound and eliminated all wandering zombies. This both gained experience and eliminated potential threats. During the remaining time, Wu Hong performed the monotonous task of skeleton conversion. Corpse after corpse rose from the ground, took the butcher knives offered to them, and stood among the skeleton ranks. Blackstone Town Professionals Association. Wu Hong approached the front desk and asked the staff member, "Please check if my commission request has been completed." The one regarding antidote potions. After obtaining a level 2 corpse core last time, he had submitted it to the association for antidote production. Today he came to check if it was ready. All right. The staff member began searching through the records on the desk. Flipping from beginning to end, they shook their head. There are no records of completion yet. Thank you. Wu Hong turned and walked out. This commission was taking longer than expected, likely due to the difficulty of the level 2 corpse core. He himself was not in a hurry, but if the corpse core remained in his possession for too many more days, it might rot. Once spoiled, it could potentially create a new type of poison. Though anxious in heart, there was nothing he could do. Halfway there, Wu Hong stopped. He turned around and headed straight out of the city, boarding an empty marked carriage bound for the black market. The carriage sped along and entered the black market estate. Wu Hong paid the entrance fee and entered the castle with Ba San. Climbing to the 2nd floor, he stood beneath the bulletin board reading the posted commissions. His alchemist corpse commission was still incomplete, so he descended the stairs and browsed the stalls below. Today there were more people than usual, a chaotic scene of figures draped in black cloaks. Wu Hong walked aimlessly, glancing at various items. Then he crouched down before a familiar stall. His gaze fell upon a book resting on a worn cloth. Dead Conversations description: within casting range, grant a corpse a measure of life and intelligence, allowing it to answer up to 5 questions. The corpse must possess a mouth and cannot be an undead creature. After casting, this unit cannot be further converted into a death knight. Can make a corpse come alive and answer 5 questions. What kind of morbid skill is this? But it's also clear that this book belongs to the necromancy system. As he studied necromancy, he had developed some conjectures about this school of magic. For now, necromancers felt to him more like a summoner and support class. Necromantic summons engage enemies head-on, while the caster stays behind, releasing spells like weakness ray to debuff foes. Of course, this was just his current speculation. After all, he had only learned a few skills and had no one to answer his questions. And the speak with dead before him should also be categorized as a support skill. Making the dead speak. Felt like there was no practical use for it. But on second thought, it might be useful. After all, he was a member of an adventurer team, unlike some interworld international police. Maybe one day he would encounter a murder case. When others couldn't solve it, he could just show up and let the corpse identify the killer. No need to gather evidence, simple and efficient. He could easily earn merits and bounties. Thinking about it this way, it was actually pretty good. A magic that allows the dead to speak briefly, the stall owner said as he saw Wu Hong crouching and looking. How much? 55 silver. The price was acceptable. Wu Hong didn't buy it immediately, but instead looked at the organ jar beside it. Organ jar description: a container that can preserve organs well. This organ jar had been sitting here all along, never sold. What's this? Wu Hong asked deliberately. Organ jar can store organs, 220 silver coins. The voice came from beneath the black robe. Wu Hong frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, besides organs, can it store other things? What do you mean? Can it store meat, for example? Keep it from spoiling? The black-robed figure made no reply. Wu Hong continued, I really intend to buy it. Yes, it's a magical item, the black-robed person said. Can I open it and take a look? Go ahead. Overall, it resembled a clay pot about 25 centimeters in height, with colorful patterns and symbols painted on its body. The lid was shaped like a skull about the size of a walnut and opened like a normal clay pot. Just hold the skull lid and lift it. The inside of the jar was empty and very dry. Alright, I'll take this jar and the skill book. 275 silver coins. The stall owner's tone remained calm. Wu Hong had Ba-sun pay while his eyes roamed over the other items. He casually asked, do you have anything else? If there's something I need, I'll buy it too. What do you need? Skill books or some special artifacts? The stall owner's black robe shifted slightly, as if he looked up at him. But Wu Hong was wearing a black cloak from the black market and a bandit mask, so he wasn't afraid of being seen. After a brief silence, the other party fumbled under his robe and pulled out a black old book. The cover appeared to be leather, very worn, with many creases on its surface. The name translated to Necronomicon. Wu Hong frowned, his gaze falling on it. No system prompt appeared, meaning it was neither a skill book nor an item. Wu Hong took it casually, flipped it open, and glanced through it. The entire book was made of fine parchment pages yellowed with rough fuzzy edges, and the handwriting was deep. But the content was still clear. The page he randomly opened was covered with dense text and some illustrations. It recorded the armor crafting for skeleton warriors. According to the text, skeletons only had bones and couldn't wear armor like normal people, so the armor was a type of upper body armor connected to a skirt-like lower piece. Similar to a lady's dress, the lower armor was attached to the upper body, worn by supporting it from the upper part. Wu Hong found this quite reasonable. Ba-sun and Jian-e and Jian-er's pants were tied to their skeletons. They looked like they were wearing pants, but inside they were fastened with straps. However, the book described armor which was different from ordinary pants. He turned another page, which introduced information about wraiths. In other words, this was an encyclopedia of necromancy recording related knowledge. What a good find. For other professions or necromancers with inheritance, this book had little value. But in Wu Hong's eyes, it was truly valuable. Need it? The stall owner asked. How much? 200 silver coins. Wu Hong was startled and said, that's a bit expensive. If you don't need it, put it down. The other reached out to take the book back. Wu Hong pulled his hand back and said, I'll take it. Ba-sun took out another money pouch and handed it directly to the other. The stall owner said nothing more, put away the pouch, and resumed his original posture. Wu Hong took the purchased items, led Ba-sun out of the black market, and left by carriage. They had dinner at a tavern in the crowded district. Back at the residence, Wu Hong took out today's gains and placed them all on the table. First, the organ jar. The entire clay pot gave off a strange feeling. He carefully placed the blood-streaked level, 2 corpse core inside. As he covered the mouth, the seal instantly closed, and even the gaps seemed to be sealed with a layer of clay. The connecting seams were almost invisible. I hope it works, Wu Hong said. He hoped it would be effective. In a few days, the corpse core would spoil. He sent the organ jar back to the zombie world. Then he continued flipping through the skill book he had bought. Necromancy was the application of spiritual energy and necrotic energy. Making a corpse rise was not about defying fate to truly revive the dead, but rather using necromancy to create a false life, to retrieve the experiences of the deceased. Therefore, even if the dead came back to life, it was not the same person. Their relatives standing before them would show no emotion. It would only follow the rules, answer 5 questions, and then lie down again. Even so, inventing such magic was remarkable. Wu Hong turned to the last page of the skill book, and a system prompt immediately sounded. Unlocked skill, speak with dead. Indeed, the skill was unlocked, unlike the sword technique book, which had shown no progress after days of reading. He put away the skill book, intending to look at the Necronomicon. But it was late, and he was feeling sleepy. After a quick wash, he went straight to bed, planning to continue tomorrow. The next day, in the zombie world, Wu Hong assigned tasks to the skeletons and began reading the Necronomicon he had bought. Not like yesterday when he had randomly flipped open a page, this time, he started from the beginning and read seriously. According to the book, a novice necromancer's spiritual energy was very weak, limiting their spell casting and control over undead. A novice necromancer could control at most around 20 skeleton warriors. 20. Wu Hong turned around and looked at the dense crowd of skeletons. Wu Hong stared, somewhat dumbfounded to see that a junior necromancer could only control 20 skeletons. Who the hell wrote this? This has to be a pirated book. On his very first day, clearing the hallway, the number had already approached over 20. How could it possibly be so few? Moreover, the book recorded that necromantic transformation of corpses could not exceed 3 levels above one's own, otherwise the corpse would easily collapse, or the spiritual connection could not be established after transformation, causing the corpse to go out of control. But none of these things had occurred for Wu Hong. He was currently at the 4th level, and his strongest skeleton, Ba Wudong, was at the 12th level. This was significantly different from what was recorded in the book. Wu Hing frowned, feeling that something was off. Either the book had errors, or he was exceptionally gifted, a natural necromancy prodigy. But his academic performance had always been so-so, making the possibility of genius rather slim. Just as Wu Hong was about to continue reading, Xiao Xiao floated over from above, pointed northward, and said, Uncle, the lady who makes iron spears is here. Was it Liang? He had indeed asked them to speed up production of the iron spears, but not to the point of delivering every single day. The nearby zombies had been cleared out, but it was impossible to rule out stragglers wandering over from a distance. If they got infected, no one would be left to teach the skeletons how to use these tools. Where are you? Before Xiao Xiao could answer, Li Yahong's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Are you there? I've brought the iron spears made yesterday. Good, I'm heading out now. Wu Hong walked out of the north gate and saw Li Yahong along with the iron tube spears arranged on her tricycle. A total of 35, Li Yang said. I'm reasonably satisfied with this efficiency. Wu Hong gestured behind him, and several skeletons emerged carrying the iron spears toward the rear. Li Yang did not leave, continuing. Do you still need information about mutated zombies? Wu Hong turned to look at her and asked, what news do you have? The day before yesterday, he had mentioned mutated zombies to Li Yang. Could she really have news this quickly? He was quite curious about her source of information. Li Yang nodded and said, survivors in certain areas communicate on fixed frequencies. Last night a survivor reported the presence of mutated zombies. Near us. Yes. That person said several of them were trapped in the pharmacy of the second hospital, and there were mutated zombies outside. They hoped someone would go rescue them. I did not respond to, I merely took note of the matter. Li Yahong, as she spoke, carefully glanced at his expression. The hospital, eh? The second hospital was the only major hospital in their district. In truth, its medical standards were mediocre. Serious illnesses required a trip to the city proper, and this facility could only handle minor ailments. Perhaps it was not entirely unreasonable for mutated zombies to appear in such a place. Wu Hing thought for a moment and decided it was worth checking out. He could also take the opportunity to raise his level as he was about to reach the 5th tier. He said directly, then don't go back. Let us go together. I really shouldn't. I'll just slow you down. Li Yahong's voice trembled, her face filled with terror. She wanted to slap herself for saying such foolish things. Had she just thrown herself into danger? It's fine. Just come inside, and we will go together, Wu Hong continued. Jian Yi and Jian Er had already gone ahead, pushing Li Yahong's tricycle into the residential area. Li Yang could only quicken her pace to follow, carefully dodging the skeletons. The skeleton formation exited through the east gate and headed south onto the main road. Numerous cars had collided with one another, and the entire road resembled an auto graveyard filled with gruesome vehicle wreckage. The skeleton formation advanced along the road. Wu Hong asked Li Yang about the cause of the zombie outbreak. She could not explain it clearly, knowing only that the zombies had appeared suddenly, as if chosen at random. One moment still human, the next transformed into zombies. She had survived merely by chance, since her auto repair shop had no work at the time. Li Yang and the others from the auto shop had also come together later, all surviving through sheer fortune. Once on the main road, the hospital was only about 2 kilometers away, actually closer than the building material street. The skeleton formation did not delay, clearing out zombies that surged from side paths as they advanced. The main road had far fewer zombies than the residential area. Moreover, the scattered groups were not difficult to deal with. When the hospital sign came into view, the skeleton formation stopped and rested in place. At a distance, a large number of zombies could be seen gathered in the open space in front of the hospital building. Unlike the scattered zombies, these appeared to patrol fixed positions, and among them were 2 mutated dogs pacing back and forth in the courtyard. The mutated dogs and the zombies, however, showed no signs of conflict, coexisting in peace. Wu Hong was somewhat surprised, then looked at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, go into the hospital and scout. Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded, her body gradually fading until she disappeared completely. Hospital building storage room. The tightly closed door separated the room from the corridor. Inside the roughly 20 square meter square room, various medicine boxes were piled high along with filthy corners. The already airtight room was filled with a nauseating stench. At this moment, 2 groups of people stood within the room. On one side were a man and 2 women, all wearing somewhat dirty white coats. On the other side were 2 men, one in a black shirt with a gold chain, the other in a security guard uniform. Both groups held scalpels and syringes with needles, glaring angrily at each other. Don't push your luck. We let you in here and kept you from being eaten by zombies, and now you repay kindness with betrayal, a female nurse said furiously. The gold chain man flipped the scalpel in his hand and sneered. Look at the state of things. Still talking about saving lives. By the time this glucose runs out, none of us will survive. We might as well enjoy ourselves before we die. As he spoke, the man eyed the nurses opposite him. Previously, there had still been some food and glucose to barely sustain them. But the radio could not reach anyone, and all edible supplies were exhausted, completely unable to support the people in this room. Since they were all destined to die anyway, he might as well make himself comfortable first. You bastards will die horribly, a female nurse cursed. We will all die anyway. The gold chain man laughed and turned back to say, brothers, let's move together. Don't kill that old man. I want him to watch us have our fun with them. The man behind him hesitated slightly, but still nodded. What mattered now? Move. The gold chain man shouted, charging forward with his scalpel. But barely a step forward, his foot suddenly stopped. His body fell backward, and he quickly retreated, creating distance. A vague figure emerged from the corner. No fighting, okay? Uncle is here to rescue you. Everyone stared in terror at the phantom floating in the air. They never expected that something resembling a ghost would suddenly appear at such a moment. And it could even speak. The man with the gold chain who had just been swaggering and declaring he would indulge himself before dying collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward incessantly. With a clatter, he collided with a shelf behind him and stopped. The nurses on the other side clamped their hands over their mouths, stifling any sound. The entire warehouse fell into silence. Damn it, there really are ghosts in this world, muttered the gold chain man as he propped himself up against a cardboard box and moved to stand beside the other security guard. The three groups formed a triangular standoff in the cramped warehouse. The nurses huddled together, crouching in the southeast corner. The gold chain man and the security guard stood in the northeast corner. Xiao Xiao floated near the west side. They all kept their distance, eyes wary. What are you doing? Xiao Xiao asked curiously, sensing the tense atmosphere. What are you? The gold chain man asked, his hand gripping the scalpel slick with sweat. Xiao Xiao looked at him and said, my name is Xiao Xiao, and the Fuhing Silver Shop is my family's business. Oh, the man replied casually, then lunged forward 2 steps, driving the scalpel toward the phantom. The blade pierced it like a balloon, and the phantom dispersed instantly. The gold chain man's face lit up with joy. He turned and shouted, it's a projection they rigged. Don't be fooled. Let's move. You pick first. Fine. The security guard replied, glancing at the phantom before charging forward. Fight them, the doctor on the opposite side yelled, leading the nurses as they rushed in. Xiao Xiao's form reassembled nearby. Meanwhile, the two groups had already locked in a brawl. Clang. Thump thump thump. The fighting toppled shelves on both sides, scattering countless items. Glass medicine bottles shattered on the floor, their breaking sounds merging into a continuous crackle. Roar. From the corridor outside came the growls of zombies. Growing footsteps converged toward the area, pounding against the locked doors and windows. Both groups were startled. The same thought flashed through their minds, it's over. Hold on, you guys. I'll go find Uncle to save you. Xiao Xiao shouted, then turned and passed through the wall. Outside the hospital, the skeleton army had not moved. Some zombies that rushed in were killed one by the skeleton horde. How did you receive the radio message? Wu Heng asked Liang. He himself had only discovered the radio receiver after checking the bus, and was curious how others got the message. He really didn't know much about that. Liang said, my father liked to modify his old car and installed a radio that could pick up stations. You heard the distress call on the car. With the world like this, everyone is trying to contact the outside, waiting for rescue, or seeing if others survived. Liang continued. Those who survived were lucky, but persevering in misery was also a torment. Things will get better. Wu Heng offered a gentle comfort. Just then Xiao Xiao drifted over from afar, shouting, Uncle, I found living people. They're fighting, and there are lots of zombies outside. Wu Heng and Liang were both taken aback. Then they instantly understood. The survivors were fighting among themselves. Let me see. Wu Heng beckoned and Xiao Xiao merged into his body. Images appeared in his mind. First, the zombie swarm outside the hospital. There were at least 200 or 300 zombies outside, and inside, he could see 2 mutated dogs. Once fighting broke out, their numbers would only multiply, just as Wu Heng had observed from afar. The ordinary zombies and mutated dogs weren't hostile to each other. They coexisted peacefully. It gave him the same feeling as the relationship between skeletons and skeletal dogs. That was not a good sign. Then Xiao Xiao's perspective became chaotic, plunging into the hospital building, rapidly passing through walls, revealing zombies roaming the corridors and inside rooms. He didn't know which floor, but then images of survivors appeared. Xiao Xiao's sudden appearance startled them. Then the survivors started fighting, drawing the zombies' attention. Even if he led his troops in now, it would take time, and by then the people would surely be dead. What happened? Liang hesitated, but still asked cautiously. Having traveled with him, she felt the man wasn't as hard to approach as she had imagined. At least not as terrifying as she had thought. A few survivors started fighting and attracted the zombies. They probably won't make it, Wu Heng replied. Liang wanted to say something, but held back. What rotten luck. The skeleton army was already at the hospital gate, and they chose that moment to quarrel. They had endured so long, only one step away from continuing to live. She sighed, but there was nothing she could do. Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao and had him hover in the air to keep watch. Then he had the skeletons advance cautiously for a distance before deploying. The number of zombies in the hospital was indeed considerable. Rushing straight in would cause some losses, so a simple arrangement was necessary. He found a building backed against the wall with spears pointed forward. After preparations were ready, he said directly, Boss Sun, go lure those zombies over. Be careful. Boss Sun squeezed out of the skeleton ranks and walked toward the opposite side. Soon, dense footsteps and zombie roars came from ahead. Behind Boss Sun followed a massive horde of zombies. They howled and charged, their forms hideous. Wu Heng gripped his staff tightly, ready for battle. Beside him, Li Yahong's face turned pale and her legs began to tremble involuntarily. As they approached, Boss Sun squeezed back into the skeleton ranks and quickly moved to the rear. Wu Heng raised his staff and cast grease spell, instantly coating the ground with sticky oil. He threw a burning object, and with a whoosh, a great fire separated the two sides. The flames engulfed the zombies. But soon zombies with burning bodies burst through, crashing into the arranged spears. More and more zombies rushed out, plunging into the skeleton ranks. The two sides immediately clashed. The sounds of battle cries, chopping flesh, and crackling flames filled the entire area. The noise of combat also attracted more zombies to converge. Endless waves. After releasing a witchcraft arrow, Wu Heng caught sight of the two mutated dogs on the flank, grabbing a skeleton and dragging it out of the formation. They wildly shook their heads, tearing the skeleton warrior apart. It became a pile of bones. Then they continued to seek another opportunity, darting in when the skeletons were distracted, grabbing another skeleton and pulling it outward. Then they resumed tearing. You're the ones I'm after. Wu Heng's goal on this trip was the mutated zombies. He had been afraid the two mutated dogs would flee as soon as the battle started. He glanced at the skeleton dogs and cats beside him and said, "Go kill those zombie dogs and bring the bodies back." 4 dogs and 1 cat dashed out from the skeleton crowd. The mutated dogs, which had been dragging and tearing a skeleton, heard the approaching footsteps. Lifting their heads, they saw the skeleton dogs pouncing on them. Before they could react, the skeleton dogs tackled them, and they locked in a fierce struggle, rolling into a tangle. Li Yong watched the scene before her in astonishment. This was the first time she had ever witnessed a battle between a horde of skeletons and an army of zombies. The scene was gruesome and terrifying. Zombie arms hung from the rib cages of skeletons, while the zombies frantically gnawed at the exposed bones. The visual impact was far more intense than anything on screen. Survivors who had managed to endure had already accepted this apocalyptic reality, both physically and mentally. Yet what unfolded before them still sent shivers of dread down their spines. Wu Heng cast grease, once more igniting a blazing inferno. The zombie assault grew even more ferocious, crashing against the skeleton ranks like an overwhelming tidal wave. The skeletons fought back, relentlessly felling wave after wave of attacking zombies. At the clash point between the two forces, a grim boundary of corpses and bleached bones slowly took shape. Just as Wu Heng believed they could hold steady and prevail, the attacking zombies suddenly changed tactics. The zombie horde bypassed the flames ahead and even avoided the spearmen maneuvering around the flanks to launch fierce attacks from both sides. Like a tightening vice, they compressed the skeleton formation from both ends. Meanwhile, other zombies rushed into the stairwells of buildings on either side, smashing through windows and leaping directly into the heart of the skeleton ranks from above. They crashed down upon the skeletons, killing several in the initial impact. In an instant, the skeleton formation descended into chaos. Both Wu Heng and Li Yong stared at the unfolding scene in shock. The zombies were employing tactics now. How is that possible? There must be something influencing these zombies. Wu Heng's gaze swept rapidly across the entire battlefield, searching for the cause of the sudden change. He had clashed with zombies countless times. If zombies could truly strategize, he would not have survived this long. Something must have gone wrong. As Wu Heng scanned the area, his expression suddenly tightened. Behind the main body of the zombie horde, a small cluster of zombies surrounded a particularly strange specimen. Its body size was similar to a human's, but its enormously enlarged head made it look bizarre. It resembled an inverted gourd perched atop a person's head. "That is a commander zombie," Li Yong suddenly spoke from beside him. "What commander?" According to the radio broadcast, there is a variant of zombie with an unusually large head. It has the ability to control a certain number of other zombies. Li Yong relayed the information quickly. Wu Heng understood immediately. In other words, the actions of this entire zombie horde were being orchestrated by that one massive-headed creature. To change the tide of battle, they needed to eliminate that oversized headed zombie. But the creature was surprisingly cunning, maintaining a considerable distance beyond the range of both Wu Heng's spells and his pistol. "Ba Wudong, can you take it out?" Wu Heng asked. Ba Wudong glanced around and darted into the building behind them. Then with a loud bang, he smashed directly through the third-floor window, launching himself from midair well beyond the main body of the horde. Fists and feet flew as he sent surrounding zombies flying. Then he charged straight toward the commander zombie. Though its abilities were peculiar, its courage was lacking. Seeing the towering skeleton close, and it instantly grew restless. The surrounding zombies attempted to hinder Ba Wudong's approach, but all were swatted aside. The commander zombie slowly began retreating. It planned to flee, but its movements were painfully slow, its gait unsteady and staggering as though off balance. In a hurry, an ordinary zombie crouched down and hoisted the commander onto its back. Turning, it fled into the distance. The moment the commander retreated, the attacking horde fell into instant disarray. Wu Heng immediately issued his order. "Attack! Rattle!" The skeleton ranks surged from their positions, charging directly at the retreating zombie horde. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos once more. The largest skeleton charged to the forefront, its arms swinging relentlessly as it led the charge. The skeletons gripped the rear of the zombie horde tightly, like plaster, pressing harder the further the zombies retreated. The zombies seemed fixated on escape, sprinting forward without a single backward glance. Only when struck did they pause to fight back. Li Yong charged alongside the skeleton ranks. Her mind struggled to process what was happening. Pursuing the zombie horde. Was that really necessary? Wu Heng followed behind and checked his status panel. Level 4 645465500. Give chase. Wu Heng shouted. Ahead, a zombie carried the commander on its back, while fleeing with Ba Wudong hot on their heels. Behind Ba Wudong came the panicked zombie horde, and behind them trailed the skeleton warriors, their bones clattering as they brandished kitchen knives. A vast mass surged forward along the roadway. Experience 4. Your level has increased to 5. Intelligence 1, A Constitution 1. New specialty unlocked, arcane training. Spiritual power enhanced. Finally reaching level 5. Wu Heng felt a surge of excitement and immediately ordered defensive positions. Rattle. The advancing skeletons halted their pursuit and turned to engage zombies bursting from the side alleys. They had chased this far that even the hospital was no longer in sight. Pushing further would have led them somewhere unknown. After eliminating the remaining zombies that emerged from the alleys, Ba Wudong walked back from a distance. Judging from his direction, he had taken a detour to avoid the zombies behind. He had simply failed to kill that commander zombie. They needed to be more careful in the future. Its abilities were far too peculiar. Wu Heng gestured, and the skeletons began clearing the battlefield, carrying the corpses back the way they had come. Hospital. The courtyard in front of the building no longer showed any signs of zombies. Entering the registration hall, scattered zombies that had been lingering were swiftly eliminated by the skeletons. Wu Heng glanced around and asked, what can be scavenged from this hospital? Li Yong replied, medicine. Medicine is crucial in this era along with alcohol. You need alcohol to disinfect corpse cores. Anything besides medicine. Besides medicine. Some equipment and the like. Wu Heng nodded and turned his gaze toward Xiao Xiao, asking Xiao Xiao, where are the survivors you mentioned? Upstairs. Let's go take a look. The group climbed the stairs and entered the storage room Xiao Xiao had described. The door stood wide open, revealing a space cluttered with scattered items and stained with blood. Leading the skeletons inside, the sound of crushing medicine bottles and cardboard echoed beneath their steps. Check where the radio is, Wu Heng instructed. Li Yong nodded and began searching the area. Just as the two were examining their surroundings, crash. A sudden noise made everyone spin around. Wu Heng gestured toward Ba Sun nearby, who stepped forward and moved aside a large pile of debris. Beneath it lay what appeared to be a freezer unit. Open it. Creak. As the lid lifted, a girl dressed in a nurse's uniform curled up inside was revealed. She opened her mouth to speak, but froze upon seeing a skull peering down at her. Her eyes widened in sheer horror, filled with utter despair. Xiao Xiao floated down from above, pointing at the cabinet and calling out, Uncle, there's still a living person in there. Living person. Basin stepped back a bit. Basin stepped back to a safe distance. Wu Heng continued, are you still alive? If so, come out. I'm still alive. A trembling voice came from inside the cabinet. Then a petite female nurse stood up. She crossed her arms and cautiously eyed the people and skeletons standing in the room, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Wu Heng scrutinized her from head to toe and asked, are you injured? Not just from bites or scratches by zombies. Any wound that came into contact with zombie blood or decaying flesh could become infected. So he had to be cautious. No. When the zombies broke and I hid in here. Then the shelf collapsed and pinned me underneath. Come out. The little nurse stepped out. Turn around. She obediently did another full turn. Apparently there were no visible signs of injury. Wu Heng continued, Li Yong, Basin, take her aside and check if she's hurt. Oh, all right. Li Yong nodded and said to the nurse, come on, follow me this way. A short while later, Li Yong returned with the nurse. She reported, we've checked her. She's not injured. Wu Heng nodded and asked, what's your name? Wang Kup. Where are your communication devices? The nurse pointed to beneath the collapsed shelving nearby and said, they were over there. Let's go take a look. Basin stepped forward and began moving aside broken boxes and jars, revealing the equipment underneath. It was that military green equipment that looked like it had seen better days. This one? Wu Heng asked. Yes. Take it out. Wu Heng continued. You know how to identify medications, right? Take Li Yong and get some common medicines. We'll be leaving shortly. The two women left for the pharmacy to gather the supplies. Wu Heng found a cardboard box and packed the radio equipment inside. He had the skeleton carry it and continued to browse the hospital. There was plenty of stuff here, but very little of it would be useful to him, unless he actually intended to open a hospital. After circling the place twice, the two women returned carrying 2 cardboard boxes. Once they confirmed there was nothing else they needed, everyone headed downstairs together. They stepped out of the hospital building. Wu Heng had the skeleton carry the corpses as they began the journey back. They made their way straight back to the residential complex. All the bodies were tossed onto a growing pile nearby. Wu Heng continued, the information this time was quite accurate. What do you need? Let me see what I have available. If someone contributed, he still needed to offer some form of reward. Li Yong didn't hold back. She had already made up her mind. Give me some rations instead. Wu Heng nodded and instructed the skeleton to bring over a bag of rice, a case of beer, and several pouches of pickled vegetables and canned fish. He placed them on her tricycle. At the sight of the food, Li Yong's eyes widened. Swallowing hard, she immediately said, thank you. In truth, she hadn't done much on this trip. She'd merely acted as a guide and chased after some zombies alongside the skeleton for a stretch. Aside from being thoroughly frightened, nothing much had happened. Getting so much food now was an incredible windfall. Wu Heng glanced at the delighted Li Yong and went on, "Keep this radio equipment at your place for now. You can use it to communicate with the outside and gather intel on the mutated zombies in the area." Li Yong thought about it for a moment and felt there was no downside for herself, so she nodded in agreement. "Alright, do you need intel on all types of mutated zombies? It's best if you can identify the zombie type, but vague reports will do too." Understood. She wasn't surprised anymore by Wu Heng's search for mutated zombies. This was someone who actively hunted mutated zombies and led charges against zombie hordes. He couldn't be compared to ordinary survivors. In his eyes, mutated zombies were the prey. While nodding, Li Yong glanced at the nurse in the distance and asked, "What about her?" "Take her to your place. See what she can do and assign her some tasks." Wu Heng also took a quick look at the rescued nurse. She didn't look very old and her build was rather petite. She wouldn't be able to handle heavy labor. But nursing was actually a fairly important profession. At the very least, she'd know some first aid knowledge. If anyone got injured or caught a fever or cold, she'd come in handy. Wu Heng himself didn't need her. Blackstone Town's medicines worked faster, curing ailments with a single dose. It was Li Yong and the others who would need her. "Alright, I'll head back then," Li Yong said. "Go on back." Li Yong gave a slight bow, called over the nurse, and pushed her tricycle away. After the two of them had left, Wu Heng immediately pulled up his status panel. Name: Wu Heng, class Necromancer, level 5, 261, 4000, attributes strength 12, agility 19, constitution 20, intelligence 18, perception 10, charisma 13. Specialties: short spear mastery, beginner arcane training. Skills: bone command, acid splash, grease, dancing lights, ray of enfeeblement, corpse preservation, speak with dead. Arcane training enhances the caster's skills and reduces mental energy consumption when casting spells. At level 5, he had unlocked a specialty called arcane training. A specialty that could unlock itself was somewhat different from the previous ones. Judging by the description, it enhanced skill potency while reducing the magical energy cost. For himself, it was a very practical specialty. After reviewing the status panel, Wu Heng ordered the skeleton to drag the two mutated hound corpses from the pile. The two mutated dogs were bitten to shreds in a miserable state. He directly cast bone command. Flesh fell away and the two skeletal hounds slowly rose to their feet. Skeletal hound, level 5. They shook off the rotting flesh clinging to their bones and trotted over to the side. Searching through the carrion, he easily found 2 Tier 1 corpse cores. He rinsed them with alcohol and wrapped them directly in plastic bags. Once back in Blackstone Town, he could continue crafting potions to further enhance his physical attributes. Xiao Xiao took the skeletal hounds away to play elsewhere. Wu Heng then took out the Book of the Undead and continued reading. He needed to search the book for explanations on how to convert corpses. Converting them bit by bit, given the population of this planet, would take a lifetime. He wanted to see if there was a faster and more efficient conversion method. Xiaodong auto repair. Li Yong pushed her tricycle back to the repair shop. Several people stared in astonishment at the rice beer and various canned goods and pickled vegetables on the tricycle. They had probably forgotten the taste of canned meat long ago. At the sight of it now, they couldn't help but swallow reflexively. Then the youngest man exclaimed, "Sister Hong, where did all this food come from? You didn't sacrifice yourself to get us these provisions, did you?" Li Yahong's eyes widened, and she slapped him on the back of the neck. "What nonsense. I traded information for this." She then stepped aside and continued, "This is Wang Ko. She'll be living with us from now on. She's a nurse from the second hospital, so we'll be counting on her if any of us get sick or injured. Make sure to take good care of her." "No problem." Several people nodded immediately. Then while asking about the situation, they walked further inside. Blackstone Town. Wu Heng inquired at the professional association about the potion commission he had posted earlier. After confirming there were no results, yet he posted another commission for Tier 1 corpse core potions. Tier 1 corpse cores should be faster to process. Perhaps 1 or 2 days to complete the potion. After posting the commission, Wu Heng headed straight out of the city to the black market. Cloaked in black, crouching before a familiar stall, Wu Heng asked directly, "I want to buy the Carrion Battlefield skill tome." While browsing the Book of the Dead, Wu Heng had found the information he needed. In addition to casting bone command individually, there were 2 other methods for converting corpses. One was a skill called Carrion Battlefield. Once activated, it could directly convert corpses within a certain range around the caster into skeletal soldiers. It was a mass conversion skill. The skill was developed because during racial wars it was inefficient to convert corpses one by one. After all, on a battlefield where 2 armies clashed, corpses were the least scarce thing. Converting them one by one would serve no purpose. They couldn't convert them as fast as enemies could kill them. So necromancers developed this skill, which could be learned at level 5. Coincidentally, he had just reached level 5 today. The other method was a special structure blessed by necromantic magic called ossuary. Once corpses were thrown inside, the conversion to skeletons would happen automatically. However, creating such an ossuary had high requirements. It needed many materials and corresponding runes to be inscribed. Comparing the two, purchasing the skill tome for personal study was the quickest option. After all, flipping to the last page would unlock it directly, which was far faster than constructing a conversion building. The black robe stall owner didn't even look up. A raspy voice came out, I don't have that. Don't joke around. I'm serious about buying it. The other party remained silent, maintaining their gloom. Wu Hung furrowed his brow and pressed, really nothing. Nothing. Then where can I buy some? How would I know? Damn it. If he didn't have it, where else in Blackstone Town could he possibly acquire one? His gaze swept across the entire black market and landed on the Snake Emblem Consortium stall. Rising to his feet, he strolled through the crowd and made his way straight to the second floor. Inside the private room, a middle-aged man with a thick mustache smiled and bowed. Guest, how may I be of service? I wish to acquire a skill book. Do you know its name, guest? The middle-aged man continued to ask. Wu Hung nodded. Undead Battlefield and Necromancy Spellbook. Very well, sir. I will record your request and conduct a search through our nearby branches as soon as possible. If it is unavailable locally, I will arrange for it to be transferred directly from headquarters. How long? Don't let this drag on like the corpses I purchased. No news for so long. Skill books are not difficult to transport and do not require special conditions. I will have an answer for you within 3 days. Agreed. Wu Hung nodded with satisfaction. This skill belongs to the high-tier category and is extremely rare on the market, so the price will be somewhat elevated. How much? You will need to pay a deposit of 30 silver coins. The final price depends on transportation and acquisition costs, but it will not exceed 120 silver coins. Very well, I accept. Wu Hung agreed outright. Basin beside him readily handed over the payment. The middle-aged man respectfully received it, skillfully filled out the commission form, and sealed it with an emblem stamp. Once the matter was settled, Wu Hung rose once more and descended to the first floor. Having no intention to continue browsing, he simply walked out and departed from the area. Shoutong Auto Repair Shop. After a hearty meal, several people assembled the radio they had brought back. When the device crackled to life with broadcast signals, they all broke into smiles. After all, this was a task entrusted by Skeleton Faction. If they performed poorly, deducting their food rations was one thing, but they did not want to anger him and end up killed themselves. That day, Li Yuhong had recounted how that man had led skeletons to hunt down mutated zombies and zombie hordes. It was truly terrifying. Alright, get back to your tasks. Finish producing the iron spears quickly so we can trade them for more grain and none of us will have to go hungry. Li Yuhong clapped her hands lightly and spoke immediately. Several men rose to their feet, and one suddenly spoke up. Sister Hong, we're running low on gasoline. Use what we have for now. When it runs out, we'll go find some. Alright. After the others had walked out, Li Yuhong turned back to Wang Ku and said, we are only 5 people here. Tonight you will stay with me and the elder sister who just arrived. The conditions are basic, so we will figure out what we can contribute as we go. Help where we can, or at least keep an eye on the radio. Alright, thank you, Sister Hong, Wang Ku said somewhat tentatively. No one bothered to ask about family anymore. After surviving in the apocalypse for so long, everyone knew the truth in their hearts. Asking would only reopen old wounds. Sister Hong is the person who commands skeletons, the ability user from the radio broadcast. Wang Ku asked softly. Probably. Li Yuhong answered. Were you rescued by him as well? Rescued? Li Yuhong shook her head. No. We simply encountered each other. He provides us with food, and we craft tools for him. It is more of a cooperative arrangement. Would he hurt us? Likely not, but we should maintain a peaceful relationship. We still depend on him for food. Oh. As the two whispered, a sudden inquiry crackled through one of the radio frequencies. Is anyone from Second Hospital still there? If you can leave the hospital building and head east to the alley 500 meters away, we can extract you. The two fell silent. It seemed the hospital's distress call from the previous day had achieved some effect. Doctors in the current environment remained a vital profession, and some survivor groups were willing to risk danger to extract them. Of course, the first requirement was to leave the hospital alive. Unless the military intervened, no one could breach the hospital's interior. Silence greeted them from the other end, and a man's voice emerged from the device. No response. Something may have happened. In a place like that, hospital with such dense population, survival is nearly impossible. Ugh, what a cursed world. Another woman's voice chimed in. Wang Ku glanced at Li Yuhong, who nodded. Wang Ku picked up the vintage microphone and spoke. This is Second Hospital. We have been rescued. She did not say we, only I. She did not know how to explain that several others had been with her during the distress call, but now only she had been rescued. Rescued? You escaped? Yes. How did you get out? That place is impossible to escape from. Are you certain you are the ones who issued the distress call yesterday? This is no time for jokes. Wang Ku glanced at Li Yuhong beside her and spoke into the radio. Someone entered the hospital to rescue us. They went into the hospital. How is that possible? Did a rescue team arrive? No, just other survivors. That remarkable. Would you mind introducing yourselves? We might need to look out for one another in the future. Wang Ku kept glancing at Li Yuhong, uncertain whether to disclose the information, and she did not even know the caller's name. Li Yuhong whispered, I only know he is called Yanluo Wang. Wang Ku frowned, but recalling the skeletons and wraiths surrounding him, the name felt remarkably fitting. Still, she picked up the microphone and said, people call him the King of Hell. The radio fell silent. Every survivor listening on that frequency froze in their seats. Yanluo Wang. Someone had actually chosen that name. Seeing no response from the radio, Li Yuhong took the microphone and spoke. A giant-headed commander zombie has been spotted east of 2nd Hospital. Friends in the area, please exercise caution. If anyone has intelligence on mutated zombies, please share it and stay connected. Understood. Roger that. Let us all survive together. The next day, Wu Hong finished breakfast at the tavern and began walking home. He spotted his landlord Ladage waiting at the doorway, accompanied by a middle-aged woman in a beige linen robe and apron. Unlike the mature, alluring women of Slate District, the woman by the landlord's side clearly came from the common district, simple and cautious. At the sound of footsteps, both the landlord and the woman turned to face him. Good morning, Mr. Ladage, Wu Hong said with a smile. As for his landlord, Wu Hong felt he was acceptable enough. Not because of any particular virtue, but because the man rarely interfered with the properties here and seldom sought him out unless absolutely necessary. On previous occasions, it was only because matters had grown too serious that he had come to speak with him. Otherwise, he almost never appeared and showed no interest in managing the place. Good morning, the landlord replied, then quickly added, I need to discuss something with you. Let us go inside. Wu Hong opened the door and invited the two inside. He unscrewed a bottle of iced tea and poured 2 glasses, offering them. Before he could even ask, the landlord spoke first. This is Mrs. Bukemala. She lives north of the crowded district and works as a helper at the textile mill. Wu Hong regarded his landlord with a puzzled expression. He wondered inwardly why the man had brought a woman along. After introducing the woman, the landlord continued, This is the Wu Hong I mentioned, a core member of the professional guild. The stability of the crowded district today is precisely because he resides here. Think about it, anyone else would have moved out long ago. He stayed to protect people like us. Entirely trustworthy. The landlord was about to continue, but catching Wu Hong's steady gaze, he swallowed his words. Turning to the woman beside him, he said, You speak with Wu Hong now. The woman rose and bowed respectfully. When she looked up, her eyes were red, filled with pleading and anxiety. Mr. Wu Hong, I pray you will help me. I truly have no other options. As expected, he had something to ask of me. What's the matter? Tell me, and I'll help if I can. Wu Hong said directly. My son has gone missing. He left the day before yesterday and never returned. I've searched all the places he usually goes. Some other children said they saw a bearded man with a red mark behind his ear take him away. The woman spoke rapidly, her words jumbled due to anxiety. But the gist was clear: someone had abducted a child. Because of the professional team, Wu Hong was no longer as cautious as before, but that didn't mean the security in the crowded district had improved. The crowded district remained chaotic, with fights, robberies, and thefts occurring frequently. However, now that he possessed some strength, such incidents rarely happened to him. With everyone being a professional and the lack of proper law enforcement, the area stayed turbulent. What about the patrol guards? Today the patrol guards contacted me. They said they found the man. He was wanted by the city hall. During the arrest, he was killed, and the trail to my son went cold. How do you want me to help you? Wu Hong continued. The woman carefully took out a money pouch and placed it on the table, pushing it toward him. Could you please inquire about this for me? See if you can find my son. If not, even knowing whether he's alive or dead would be something. Wu Hong glanced at the money pouch on the table and pushed it back. I can ask around, but I can't guarantee the outcome. Keep the money for now. We'll talk when I have news. Thank you so much. The woman stood up and bowed again. Wu Hong nodded. You two go back for now. If I have any news, I'll inform Mr. Roger and he'll let you know. All right. The woman expressed her gratitude repeatedly and left the room with the landlord. Wu Hong thought for a moment, packed up his things, and left with Basin. To be honest, he really didn't want to get involved in such matters, as they often brought trouble and danger. But when something happened right before his eyes, he couldn't bear to do nothing. At the very least, he should see what he could do about this. In the central district, beside the flower bed in front of the association, Yuri, carrying a small leather bag, ran over quickly. She frowned at him. You need me for something? I brought you some snacks. Wu Hong handed her some treats. Yuri's expression first brightened, then grew wary. What's the catch? If you don't explain, I won't take them. As she spoke, she licked her lips. Wu Hong glanced around and lowered his voice. Actually, I do need something. I need a partner. What do you mean by partner? Let me explain. Today my landlord, the one you kicked the door last time, came to me with someone and asked me to investigate something. Wu Hong roughly recounted the situation, then continued, You know me. I'm decent in combat, but investigation isn't my forte. When I thought about the people around me, I felt you were the only one for this job. Yuri took the chips, munching as she asked, What exactly are you getting at? Let's investigate together. Sure, how do we investigate? Yuri agreed readily. Wu Hong leaned closer. Do you have a way into the guard's morgue? What do we need in the morgue? Something important. Just tell me if you can get us in. Fight our way in. I'll turn into a bear and charge straight in. You follow behind and knock them all out. Yuri said directly. Wu Hong was speechless. If it were that simple, I could just wear a mask and charge in myself. Is there any other way that won't cause us trouble afterward? Wu Hong said, then opened another box of yogurt, inserted a straw, and handed it to her mouth. Drink some. It'll boost your brain. Yuri took a sip, then turned her head away. How about I steal a cooperation order from my aunt? Hey, great idea. You really are smart. Wu Hong immediately said. Alright, wait for me. Yuri turned and ran off. Before long she came back. She patted her backpack, signaling him to hurry. Wu Heng nodded, and the two walked away side by side. Guards morgue. Yuri stood in front holding a document. It's stamped by the association. We need to inspect the bodies inside. Two guards at the door looked at them and the strange figure with a round helmet behind them. One of them asked, "Investigate what?" "We haven't received any notice." "Investigate what? Do we need to tell you? Can you make arrests or conduct investigations?" Yuri snapped back. The guards were taken aback by the young woman's sharp tongue. They glanced at the document again. "Fine, go on in. After all, they were just a few corpses. No one would steal them." Yuri puffed out her chest and strode inside with Wu Heng and Basin following. After walking through a cold, dim corridor for a while, they reached the storage area. In a sealed space built of bluestone bricks, several iron beds lay, each bearing a corpse covered with a linen sheet. "Which one is it?" Yuri asked. "The bearded one with a red mark behind the ear." Oh. The two of them and the skeleton began checking one by one. "Over here. Come quick." Wu Heng hurried over and saw the corpse on the wooden bed. A bearded man with a mark behind his ear. "Is it him? It should be. How are you going to investigate? Need an autopsy?" "I have a way. Stand behind me," Wu Heng said. Yuri stood behind him. He immediately cast Speak with the Dead, and the necromantic magic enveloped the body. The next moment the pale corpse suddenly opened its eyes and sat up stiffly. Yuri was startled and grabbed his arm. Wu Heng looked at the corpse and asked directly, "Where did you take the child you stole?" The corpse turned its head toward him. "I sold them to a human trafficker for 100 silver coins each." "Who was the trafficker?" "I don't know. He always wore a mask when we met. I just took the money and didn't care about the details." "How did you communicate?" The corpse replied, "Every time I caught someone I would sit in a tavern for a while. He would send someone to deliver a meeting location." "Which tavern?" "The Blushing Mermaid." "One last question." Wu Heng thought for a moment and continued, "What was distinctive about him? How did you know the person you were meeting was the one?" "He spoke with a southern accent and carried a smoky smell." After speaking, the corpse fell back onto the iron bed with a thud. It lay motionless, devoid of any sign of life. Compared to before, the corpse appeared even more shriveled, but nothing else happened. "What happened to him?" Yuri pointed. Wu Heng said, "It's a necromancy spell that lets the dead answer questions." "You can do that?" "Yeah, let's get out of here." As they left the morgue, the guards called them back. "Hold on. What?" Yuri put her hands on her hips and glared up at him. The guard glanced at his companion. "Watch them. I'll go check inside." He turned and went down. Soon he came back out. "All clear. Nothing wrong. You can go." "Oomph." Yuri snorted, and the two of them and the skeleton walked away. Once they were far enough, Yuri asked, "What's the next step?" Wu Heng thought for a moment. "We did get something. The man has a southern accent and a smoky smell. And then, how do we find him? You go test the vice executive to see if he knows anything. I'll check the tavern. We'll split up and meet at my place for dinner." "All right." They parted ways in the central district and went about their respective tasks. The Blushing Mermaid Tavern. At this hour the tavern was quiet and empty, with the bartender still cleaning. It would only get lively after dusk. Wu Heng pushed open the door and found a seat in the corner. A waitress carrying a tray walked over, but when she saw his face, she turned to leave. It was the familiar waitress Benny. Wu Heng said directly, "2 misty cocktails." He held out 2 silver coins to her. The woman looked suspicious, hesitated for a moment, but still took the coins and went to prepare the drinks. Soon she returned with the drinks. "Here are your cocktails, sir." Wu Heng nodded, and as she was about to leave, he said quickly, "Wait. Stay and talk with me for a bit." "Sir, I have work to do." "Have a drink. You don't want us to make a scene here and draw attention, do you?" The woman hesitated, then finally sat down nearby, speaking with a hint of irritation. "What exactly do you want?" Last time the 4th squad had arrested someone in a tavern. Wu Heng had come to gather intelligence and had obtained some information from her. Though no one knew, she still preferred not to get involved. Providing information to the guard and professional teams would invite hostility from mercenary bands and certain gangs. She would then lose her job at the tavern. "This is your share from last time." A money pouch was slipped into her hand beneath the table. Benny felt the weighty pouch and her eyes widened. "Wow, what do you mean?" "The bounty for the information last time. No one knows, rest assured." Wu Heng leaned in and whispered. Someone noticed the commotion, glanced over, and called out, "Benny, what's wrong?" Benny forced a smile onto her cold face and replied, "Nothing, just a friend. I'll have a drink with him." Hearing that they were acquainted, no one paid further attention. Meanwhile, Benny's hand under the table still clutched the money pouch tightly. "What exactly do you want? Don't get me into trouble." Benny stowed the pouch and said bluntly, "I wouldn't do that." Wu Heng continued, "Have you noticed anyone with a southern accent always carrying a smoky smell, most likely a man?" Benny frowned and shook her head. "Think carefully," Wu Heng pressed. "You know taverns are chaotic places. Aside from ordering a drink, there's little chance to chat, let alone detect any particular scent. In a tavern, all kinds of odors mingle, making it difficult to track someone by smell." Then Benny continued, "But I've heard of a mercenary band from the southern region. They rented a warehouse in the western warehouse district." Wu Heng's eyes lit up. "Any other information?" "No, that's all I know." "Thank you." Wu Heng stood up and headed outside. Benny pocketed the pouch, picked up her tray, and walked toward the newly arrived patrons. Night fell over the western warehouse district. Woohung, Yuri, and Basin swiftly navigated the crisscrossing alleyways. "Are you sure it's here?" asked Yuri. After dinner, they had rushed over based on the information Benny provided. "Not sure, let's check it out." "All right." They exchanged brief words, quickly crossing the alley. But just as they stepped out, a flurry of birds approached, landing on rooftops or circling overhead. "Rangers birds. We've been spotted," Yuri murmured. At the same time, footsteps echoed from one side. Woohung instantly drew his gun, and Yuri readied herself for battle. Under the moonlight, the figure of squad leader Anil came into view. "What are you doing here?" Yuri asked, surprised and frowning. "I should be the one asking you. What are you sneaking around here for?" Anil said. "Why should I tell you?" Anil glanced at them both. "Come on, the vice steward wants to see you." "Vice steward?" Woohung and Yuri exchanged puzzled glances. It seemed they had stumbled into something. Following Anil deeper into the area, they entered a building. In the ground floor hall, members of the other 3 squads aside from the 4th squad along with some guards had gathered. The already cramped room felt even more crowded. Woohung and Yuri followed upstairs. Pushing open the door, they saw the 3 squad leaders, the guard commander and vice steward Slater, who wore leather armor and had a leopard lying at his feet. The door closed. "What are you doing here?" Slater asked sternly. Yuri nudged Woohung. "You speak." "Oh, we received information that someone had stolen children from the residential area, and we tracked them here," Woohung said directly. The other leaders exchanged glances. The 2 newest members were investigating on their own. "What did you find?" Slater continued. "The kidnappers sold the children to someone with a southern accent. We suspect it might be the recently arrived foreign mercenary band, so Yuri and I came." Woohung replied. "Came all this way to rescue people. Investigating, not sure if they're holding them." "How long have you been looking?" "Started this morning." As they exchanged questions and answers, the other leaders looked astonished. Though the cases were different, the target was the same. That same foreign mercenary band. But they had been investigating for a while using many informants and had only just obtained some leads. These 2, the newest members, had tracked down the location in a single day. Slater was about to speak when a voice came from outside the door. "Target located. In the 4th house. Currently known strength 8 people. Good. Prepare, everyone." "Yes." Slater's gaze swept over them. "You 2 don't need to handle this. We'll take care of it. Stay here and wait." "Oh, okay." Clearly leaving it to them was better, sparing them the danger. Slater led the squad leaders out of the room. Woohung and Yuri stood by the window watching as a large number of operatives rapidly assembled from all directions and charged toward a distant building. Woohung pondered, then quietly released Little One, who turned invisible and followed the team. Yuri sat down at the table, yawned, and said, "After all that searching, we ended up bumping into them. That's fine. Otherwise we'd have to risk storming in to rescue people. Now they'll handle it." Woohung was rather relieved. "True." Yuri nodded, then suddenly thought of something, slapping the table. "Wait, why wasn't our squad informed about this joint operation? We're on leave, aren't we? We went after a wanted criminal last time." "What leave? Why didn't they include us?" "Are you crazy? Taking leave is great. They're sidelining us." On the other side, the professional teams and guards moved swiftly through the night. They surrounded the target building, and the guards sealed off all surrounding roads. Bang! Anil kicked open the courtyard gate, and the squad members filed in. From the facing buildings, several armed men stepped out through the open door. The leader was of medium build with gaunt cheeks, standing with his hands behind his back. Even surrounded by so many, he showed no significant fear. "Haishi Town, what do you think you're doing?" Slater stepped forward, scanning the opposition. "The town hall and the local guild suspect you of carrying out dangerous activities in Haishi Town. You'll come with us." The man narrowed his eyes, surveying everyone present. "We're just passing through for some business. There must be a misunderstanding." "We hope it's a misunderstanding too. Just a simple interrogation." Slater continued. The leopard paced back and forth, its eyes fixed on the group like a hunter watching prey. "Fine, we'll cooperate," the man said. Gurgling, 2 round objects rolled forward, their fuses emitting white smoke. Rolling thunder bombs erupted, serving as the signal to commence battle. Whoosh! The crossbowmen, already knocked and drawn, loosed a volley of arrows and bolts. They pierced the night sky, arcing toward the opposing forces. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of flesh being struck rang out, and immediately 3 or 4 mercenaries on the other side were felled by arrows. Before their cries of agony could even echo, they were struck down by several more arrows, falling still. The fuses of the rolling thunderbombs at their feet had burned down to the end. Captain of the 2nd squad, Lisha, stepped forward and swung her staff. 2 orbs of chi instantly encased the thunderbombs, and in the next breath they froze into thick solid ice. Boom! Creak! The thunderbombs detonated with a muffled thud, as though dampened, shattering the ice into a web of cracks. A faint wisp of smoke seeped from the fissures. It had no impact whatsoever on the battlefield. "You have made a grave mistake. My current displeasure bodes ill for your city." His voice came from within the room. Whoosh! From the opposing chamber, the whistling of incoming arrows could be heard. The squad members dodged while simultaneously returning fire. "Prepare the poison mist bombs," shouted 1st Squad Captain A. Nair. Slater cast a glance their way and shook his head slightly. According to intelligence from Wu Hang's side, there might still be children inside, and poison mist bombs could inflict irreversible harm on the young. Yet the shout still instilled a measure of fear in those within the room. Darlings, drain the blood of those men outside. Go quickly, release them all. The man's whispered reply echoed from inside. Beneath the dim moonlight, a dense plume of smoke surged from the windows and doors opposite, accompanied by a low buzzing that instantly blanketed the entire courtyard overhead. Watch out for poisonous insects. The scout perched atop the wall cried out. Every face paled. The venomous bugs swarmed like a dark cloud, blotting out the moonlight above. In the blink of an eye, the insect swarm engulfed several guards. Oh, it burns. Help. What the hell? They're everywhere. The soldiers fell to the ground, rolling and scratching frantically as they tore off their armor, plucking handfuls of the crawling horrors from their skin. Pull them back. First Squad Captain A. Nair roared. He tore open scroll, and a stream of flame raced up his longsword. With a swift diagonal slash, a crescent blade of fire shot across the sky. Whoosh. Captain Tulisha drew in a deep breath, her chest expanding, and exhaled a plume of white mist toward the heavens. The vapor condensed into countless ice beads that rained down like hail. Within the frozen spheres, countless black flying insects were suspended mid-flight. The remaining members deployed their abilities or activated scrolls, while simultaneously dragging those swarmed by bugs back to the rear lines to help clear the infestation. They're making a break for it, called the ranger, whose vision was shared with his avian companion. Several figures burst from the houses ahead, scattering toward the walls on either side. Whoosh. Arrows were loosed once more, instantly piercing through a few of the fleeing figures. Kulo. Slater called out softly. His spotted leopard, transforming into a streak of light, darted forward with blinding speed. In a flash, it intercepted a man, leapt into the air, tackled him down, and crushed his throat with a single bite. It then sprinted toward a second target, clamped its jaws around an ankle, and violently dragged him down from the wall, tearing out his throat. One got away. The ranger continued. First and second squads with me. Third squad, secure the battlefield and search for children. Russell. The troops sprang into action according to their orders. If Yazida hadn't been suddenly transferred here, my aunt would be the steward of Blackstone Town. Yuli crossed her legs, fuming with resentment. The association appoints its stewards directly from headquarters, Wu Hung stated bluntly. As if you had any say in the matter. It should rightfully have been my aunt. Yazida was just inserted into the position out of nowhere, stealing it from her. You know absolutely nothing. Yuli huffed indignantly. Slater indeed held considerable influence in Blackstone Town, with ties spanning both the underworld and respectable society. Someone like that required an official position. Otherwise letting her run the criminal underworld would only cause trouble. Oh, is that so? Wu Hung replied, dismissively, losing all interest in arguing further. He didn't care who held the stewardship, or it had nothing to do with him. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Yuli leaned in and continued. That skill of yours that lets the dead speak is incredibly useful. Investigating murders must be a breeze now. That may be true, but you must never let it slip. If the killer finds out, destroying the bodies will become useless. Besides, having a pile of minced flesh start talking would be quite horrifying. EW. That's disgusting to say out loud. Just an analogy. We need to keep it quiet and let big things happen in silence. Fine. Just call me next time you solve a case. As they chatted, the small invisible entity flew straight back into his body. The very next moment, the scene of the recent battle replayed vividly in his mind. Thud. At the same time, a heavy thud echoed from outside the window. Wu Hung and Yuli stepped to the windowsill and looked out to see a man of average build vaulting directly into the courtyard. Yuli furrowed her brows. Wu Hung drew his pistol without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The ear-piercing report shattered the night. Thanks to the effect of his hunting ring, his marksmanship had been greatly enhanced. Bullets struck his body instantly. Basin leaped straight down from the second floor, pouncing upon the wounded enemy. Yuli quickly regained her composure, transforming into a fearsome crow to dive down, then shifting into a massive bear to charge toward him. The man stared in terror at the unfolding scene, utterly baffled by the ambush. Thud, thud, thud. The giant bear charged forward and pinned the man against the wall with a powerful shoulder check. The man's body slid slowly down the wall. The bear crouched half on the ground, delivering relentless pounding strikes to the target's chest. At that moment, Slater stormed in with his team, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and gave a slight wave of his hand. Someone immediately stepped forward to inspect. Dead. Slater breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Yuli and Wu Hung, then addressed his team behind him. Secure the perimeter and sweep the battlefield. The entire unit scattered, instantly executing their orders. Soon both the squad and the guard detail had finished their work. Every enemy lay dead and no other suspicious targets were discovered. The enemy corpses were loaded onto stretchers prepared for transport back. Meanwhile, Captain Tulisha led Wu Hung to another carriage nearby, pulled aside the curtain, and revealed 3 figures inside. The 3 children are unharmed. They merely passed out. Tomorrow you can have their parents come to the city hall to claim them. Oh, all right. Thank you, Captain Tulisha. Next time discuss matters with your own captain first. Don't run around recklessly with Yuli. The deputy steward will seek you out tomorrow. Tu Lisha continued. Wu Hong turned back, just in time, to see Yuli being ushered into the carriage. She couldn't resist looking back to wave at him. Wu Hong waved goodbye in return. Tu Lisha lowered the curtain and added, head back safely. Be careful on the road. Understood. The squad escorted the stretcher cart away. Wu Hong also made his way back toward the crowded district with Basin. The following day Wu Hong went to see the landlord first. He informed him that the children had been found, and that they only needed to go to the city hall to pick them up. Moreover, they had found 3. They should check if any other families were missing children and go together. Upon hearing this news, the landlord was somewhat surprised. The guards hadn't been able to find them, and had even advised the families to give up, yet Wu Hong had actually tracked them down. And so quickly, this tenant of his truly was capable. After another round of somewhat awkward praise, the landlord went off to notify the children's mothers. Wu Hong also prepared to return, intending to enter the zombie world. However, as he started back, he spotted Yuli standing at the doorway, her eyes somewhat red. Are you here to find me? My aunt wants to see you. Because of yesterday. Yuli nodded. She hit you. Yuli nodded again. Then she shouldn't hit me, right? Leaving the crowded area, the Golden Cat's carriage waited at the intersection. Wu Hong boarded the carriage, and Yuli slowly followed, placing a thick cushion on the wooden step before wincing as she carefully sat down. Slater glanced at him and spoke softly. You had my child steal something. As expected, he had come to reprimand. Wu Hong coughed lightly and immediately defended himself. It wasn't stealing. The matter was simply urgent, and the deputy director wasn't present at the time, so I took it first. If you had been here, you would have agreed as well. You think you're quite adept at making excuses, eh? Not exactly. Since you took it, tell me what price you're willing to pay. Slater continued. Or perhaps I could simply purchase it. He glanced at him and nodded. The deputy director's cooperation certificate, 500 silver coins. That's hardly expensive, is it? I'll fetch the money, Wu Hong said directly. Slater paused, regarding him with some bewilderment. Given his living conditions and everyday habits, he didn't appear to be someone who could produce such a large sum on the spot. The price has risen to 1,000 silver coins. Wu Hong frowned as he looked at her, gradually understanding the underlying meaning. The demand for money was merely a pretext. She ran a Golden Cat establishment and held the position of deputy director at the association. She certainly wouldn't simply demand money from him. What exactly does the deputy director wish? You'll find out when we arrive. The carriage rolled forward, arriving directly at the association. Passing through the main hall and along the corridor, they reached the association's morgue. Slater's gaze fell upon one of the corpses. I need to ask it a few questions. Wu Hong finally understood. She had planned from the start for him to cast conversation with the dead. He glanced at Yuli, who followed behind. She pointed to her rear and mouthed, no choice. It hurt too much. Understood. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word. Assisting the deputy director is also my duty. You certainly know how to speak. Begin. Only 5 questions may be asked, so think carefully beforehand. With that, she immediately activated the skill. Necromantic magic enveloped the corpse. The next moment, the corpse on the iron bed suddenly sat upright, its hollow gaze fixed upon the figures nearby. Wu Hong gestured, signaling that they could begin. Slater asked directly, what was your purpose in coming to Blackstone Town? To sell an anomalous artifact. What effect does this artifact have? A ceremonial mask that enhances the effects of sacrifice. Hearing this, everyone's expressions grew grave. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. They immediately thought of the children who had gone missing the day before. To whom did you sell the artifact? Slater continued. It was a commission from the Snake Crest Consortium. We only provided the artifact and had no knowledge of the final buyer. The Snake Crest Consortium. Any matter involving the Snake Crest Consortium usually hit a dead end in investigations. Even within the consortium itself, neither the buyers nor sellers knew each other's identities. Both wore masks. Do you have any other plans in Blackstone Town? Nothing. We plan to stay a few days and then leave. That was the 4th question, and everything worth asking had been clarified. Only one remained. Slater thought for a moment and asked, what was your purpose in kidnapping children? I simply prefer boys. With that, the corpse fell back onto the iron bed with a clang. This final answer was somewhat unexpected. It had nothing to do with the ceremonial mask. It was merely a personal preference. Enough. Let's go. Slater led the way outward. It seemed he now had a clear picture of the matter. The group exited the morgue. Slater continued, this matter is now closed. The cases of child trafficking and the killing of criminals will be reported, and the corresponding merit points and rewards will be issued. Thank you, Deputy Director, Wu Hong said. Slater nodded and glanced at Yuli. Don't learn bad habits just because things are going well. With that, he turned and left. Wu Hong and Yuli made their way to the squad's restroom. The moment they entered, Yuli called out, give me a healing potion. My bottom hurts so much. Wu Hong took out a healing potion for her. After downing it in several gulps, she finally sighed in relief. Pouting, she sat aside and glared at Wu Hong. Why did I have to take the beating? I'm a mage. Would you have the mage take damage? What kind of nonsense is that? Why should a druid be the one to get beaten? Alright, I'll bring you something delicious tomorrow to make it up to you, Wu Hong said. Alright then. The two chatted for a while, and Wu Hong listened to her account of what had happened the previous night. By noon, they parted ways to attend to their respective affairs. As Wu Heng stepped out of the association, he suddenly stopped and quickly returned to the front desk, saying to the beautiful staff member, "Has the commission task I posted been completed?" He had almost forgotten the main matter entirely. The staff member began flipping through her records. "It's already done. Please wait a moment." Wu Heng nodded and waited nearby. Soon the staff member returned carrying 2 boxes. "Mr. Wu Heng, both commission tasks have been completed. This one contains a newly formulated potion and its recipe, and the other holds 2 bottles of antidote." Both were completed. A smile of delight appeared on Wu Heng's face. He hadn't expected both potions to be finished at the same time. The first involved analyzing a level 2 corpse core and crafting the potion, which had taken until now to yield results. The second was the antidote potion for a level 1 corpse core, which had proceeded more quickly since the recipe was already available. "Excellent, thank you very much. Based on the ingredients used and the refining difficulty, you still need to pay a total of 115 silver coins, the staff member reminded him. "All right." Wu Heng paid and handed over the money. He then stored the potions and turned to leave the association. Back at his residence, Wu Heng placed the newly crafted potion on the table. Unlike the antidote for the level 1 corpse core, this potion was slightly larger. The bottle was nearly half the size of his palm, and inside, he could see a pale blue liquid. Wisdom-keeping antidotal alchemical mixture description: a compounded potion specifically crafted for fixed toxins, providing mental fortification, toxin purification, and other effects. Unlike the antidote for the level 1 corpse core, this one had a different name. It was called a mixture. Judging by the description, it possessed numerous effects, giving off an aura of impressive power. He traveled to the zombie world and retrieved the level 2 corpse core from the organ preservation jar. After disinfecting it with alcohol, he tilted his head and swallowed it whole. Strength 8, Constitution 5, Agility 2. The system notification appeared instantly. Before he could celebrate, an intense, stinging sensation instantly spread throughout his body, as though countless steel needles pierced his skin and boiling water churned within his marrow. Then came an uncontrollable surge of rage. He could clearly feel his rationality slipping away bit by bit. Without any hesitation, he immediately opened the potion and drank it in one gulp. The instant the potion entered his stomach, energy rapidly spread throughout his body. The pain gradually subsided, and the rage vanished. Wu Heng lay directly on the floor, breathing heavily. After a long while, he leaned against Barson beside him and slowly rose to his feet. This ordeal is truly not something an ordinary person could endure. After standing up, he went to the mirror and looked at his reflection left and right. His muscles had become more defined, radiating a strong sense of power. Even his height seemed to have increased slightly. This stuff actually promotes secondary growth. Looking around at the results, he was quite satisfied. A single dose had directly added 15 attribute points. The effect was simply heaven-defying. But according to the radio broadcast, the appearance of superpowers seemed not to have manifested on himself. ZZZT. Just as Wu Heng was searching through a drawer planning to find a measuring tape to confirm whether he had grown taller, the walkie-talkie beside him emitted a burst of static. Then a female voice came through. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Wu Heng picked up the walkie-talkie. "Yes, who is this?" It was clearly not Li Yahong's voice. "I'm Wangku, a nurse at the second hospital. Sister Hong and the others went out this morning and haven't returned yet. Something may have happened to them." "Wangku, the young nurse rescued from the hospital last time." Wu Heng picked up the walkie-talkie and asked directly, "What's going on?" "The generator's fuel is running low. Sister Hong took some people out to find gasoline this morning. She told me that if she hadn't returned by noon, as something might have gone wrong, and told me to come to you." The voice on the other end explained. Gas stations wouldn't be set up near residential areas, so the best they could do was siphon some gasoline from cars. For Li Yahong, who ran an auto repair shop, extracting fuel from gas tanks shouldn't be difficult. He had already cleared the nearby zombies, so there was no reason for them to encounter any danger. If they were only siphoning fuel nearby, they should have returned by noon. "How many people went?" Wu Heng asked. 4. Sister Hong and 4 other men. "Where did they go to get fuel?" "Do you know the location?" "I only know they went north, saying there was a spot where cars had crashed with many vehicles." Wangku continued. "Going north would lead to the road toward Jinkai Street. There were plenty of wrecked cars along the way, so they must have been searching for gasoline along that route." He continued, speaking into the walkie-talkie. "All right, I understand. Go back and wait. I'll go check it out." "Oh, okay, thank you." Ending the call, Wu Heng began to wonder if Li Yang and the others had run into danger. The repair shop was near the roadside, and even going north shouldn't have taken them so long. Surrounded by zombies. Or some other kind of danger. He sealed the jar of organs again, knowing the 2 remaining level 1 corpse cores would have to wait until he returned. Continuous consumption of corpse cores also placed a burden on the body. Moreover, Li Yang and her group were indeed very useful to him. His skeleton army was growing, and he still needed them to provide weapons. He gave them food in exchange for the iron spears they produced, a good mutually beneficial arrangement. He needed to ensure they didn't fall into danger as much as possible. After a brief preparation, he summoned the skeleton squad from the rooftop and began to descend. He sent Xiao Xiao ahead to search northward for their target, while he led the team out of the residential area, heading north along the road. On the road to Jiankai Street, a section where several wrecked cars had collided in succession, Li Yong and the others had their hands tied behind their backs leaning against the side of a wrecked sedan. Several fuel cans containing some gasoline sat nearby. Not far away, 4 middle-aged men were searching for supplies in the street-side shops. Li Yong glanced at her companions, exchanging ideas with their eyes on how to escape. Just then the men in the distance returned. The leader was a burly man with a fierce face, wearing a blue stab-proof vest, holding a cleaver and with a pistol tucked into his belt. His gaze swept over the bound captives, lingering on Li Yong for a few seconds. He said, "Xiao Dong Auto Repair. Is Old Li still alive? Or did only you survive? Yang Etienne, we're just passing through. This place is yours. Let us go." Li Yong glared at him coldly. She recognized the man. Yang Etienne was a notorious local thug who often got locked up for a few days for various offenses. She never imagined someone like him could survive and even seemed to be doing quite well. "Don't be in such a hurry. We're old acquaintances after all. Meeting in this apocalypse, we should catch up," Yang Etienne said, glancing at the fuel cans. "You're collecting gasoline. Found a shelter and planning to go there." No one answered him. Li Yong turned her gaze away. Bang! Yang Etienne's face hardened, and he lifted his foot, kicking the nearest person square in the head. The man's head snapped back, smashing against the car door behind him with a loud thud. The startling noise made everyone jump, but after confirming no zombies were drawn by the sound, they breathed a sigh of relief. The kicked man groaned and collapsed to the ground. "I ask you answer. Otherwise don't blame me for forgetting old ties and feeding you to the zombies," Yang Etienne said coldly, continuing, "What are you collecting gasoline for?" "There's news about a survivor base," Li Yong answered reluctantly. "Oh, where?" Yang Etienne and the others stared at her. Li Yong said, "There's a rescue point set up south of Inchong Bridge. If we can get there, the military will protect the survivors." "Is that true? Why would I lie to you? Let us go and we can go together." Li Yong glanced at him cautiously and continued. "Go? Haha, why would I go? He's with the military. If I go there, I wouldn't have a good life." Yang Etienne patted the pistol at his waist and said directly. Unlike timid survivors, Yang Etienne was an exceptionally bold man. After gathering a few survivors nearby, he began sending people out to scavenge supplies. While others might see this as an apocalypse, he saw it as breaking free from shackles. With his courage and ability, he thought he might be able to accomplish something. Even if he were to look for a base, he'd find one with similar strength and a chance to be in charge. Going to the military would be suicide. "You're insane," Li Yong cursed. "Damn it." Yang Etienne spat, then continued, "Did you take all the food and supplies around here?" The nearby shops had been completely cleaned out. Apart from some moldy meat and vegetables in the refrigerators, not a grain of food remained. Li Yong looked at him. "Do you think we have that kind of ability? I'm not talking about the zombies here. I'm asking if you took the supplies." "No." "Then how did you know there were few zombies here and came to steal fuel?" Yang Etienne pressed on. "The same way you got here. You son of a bitch." Yang Etienne roared in anger. Anyone could tell she was just messing with him. "Brother Yang, why waste words with her? The brothers are all penned up. Let's take care of business first and sort the rest out when we get back." The men behind him holding cleavers began to urge him on, their eyes fixed on Li Yong. Yang Etienne smirked. "Fine. Hold her down for me. I'll finish first, then you can have your turn." "All right." Several men stepped forward, pulling Li Yong up and pressing her face down onto the car hood. The other members of Xiao Dong Auto Repair turned pale. They immediately tried to resist, but with their hands bound and legs numb from squatting for so long, they were quickly knocked to the ground with a flurry of punches and kicks. "What are you doing? Yang Etienne, you'll die a horrible death." Li Yong struggled and screamed. Still so fiery. "Today let uncle teach you some manners in place of your dead father." Yang Etienne laughed heartily, unbuckling his belt. The other men, beaten black and blue, cursed loudly, but were helpless. Just as his pants dropped to his ankles and he reached for the woman's waist, a dense sound of footsteps came from afar. Everyone turned to look. They saw several skeletal creatures, each the size of a tiger, charging directly from the distance. Their bones clattered noisily. "Damn, what the hell is that?" Yang Etienne and his companions stared in horror at the scene before them. A skeleton was actually running. Instead of zombies, a swarm of skeletons had come. Meanwhile, Li Yong and her group looked at the charging skeletons with delight. Brother Yang, stop staring and run, someone suddenly shouted. Turning back, he saw his underlings had already fled a great distance. Yang Etienne immediately snapped to his senses and prepared to run. As he took a step, his trousers tripped him, causing him to stumble. He steadied himself, hastily grabbed his pants, and continued fleeing while shouting, "Chow, wait for me. Let those guys be bait, we still have time." But when he cast a glance backward, he saw the skeleton monsters bypassing Li Yong and her group entirely, as if they had locked onto a specific prey charging straight toward them. "Chow? What the hell is this?" Yang Etienne cursed, clutching his pants as he quickened his pace. But how could a human outrun a skeleton hound? Soon the distance between them was less than 5 meters. Yang Etienne gritted his teeth, cursed his fleeing underlings, turned off the safety, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out. The bullets clattered through the hollow skeletons, striking the ground. It was his first time using a gun after all. Moreover, a pistol could intimidate survivors, but against zombies and skeletons, if you couldn't hit them, it wasn't even a deterrent. Thud. The first skeleton hound pounced on him, pinning him to the ground. The others swarmed in frenziedly tearing at his body. After a few bites, they continued chasing the remaining fleeing figures. Before long, agonized screams echoed from the distance. Behind them, Wu Hong arrived with his skeleton squad. Looking at the bound captives, he ordered, "Untie them." Several skeletons with basic souls stepped forward and cut the ropes, granting the captives freedom. "Thank you." Liang sighed in relief and straightened her clothes. The others also thanked him and cautiously stepped aside. "How did you encounter them?" Wu Hong glanced into the distance. "We were collecting gasoline here when they suddenly burst out armed with guns. There was nothing we could do," Liang said, her expression grim. If Wu Hong hadn't arrived in time, their fate would have been uncertain. But it certainly wouldn't have been pleasant. "Do you know that man?" Wu Hong continued. "He used to come to my shop for car repairs." "He's a local thug," Liang replied. "I see." Wu Hong nodded and didn't press further. The apocalypse had been going on for a while. Some united to weather the storm, while others unleashed their inner darkness. It wasn't strange, really. Soon several skeleton hounds dragged back bloodied corpses. The men were dead, limbs torn off, only one hand clutching a pistol drenched in blood. Wu Hong glanced at the group and said, "I'll keep watch. Go get the oil and we'll leave soon." Liang nodded and led the others carrying fuel cans toward the vehicles. They began siphoning gasoline from the tanks. Meanwhile, Wu Hong had the skeletons drag the dead man aside and cast Speak with Dead. The corpse suddenly sat up, its gaze fixed on him. "Where did you get the pistol and stab-proof vest?" "Killed 2 zombies and stripped them off." "Only 2 sets?" "Yes." "Are there any others besides those who came with you?" Wu Hong pressed on. "No." Having no more questions, he dismissed the necromancy spell. The corpse thudded back onto the ground. Wu Hong picked up the pistol and said to the skeletons, "Strip off the vest." Jian Yi and Jian Air stepped forward and removed the stab-proof vest from the body. He recalled that when he had looted the security bureau last time, he hadn't seen such vests. Either he had missed them or they weren't in the places he had searched. Soon the remaining skeleton hounds returned, dragging the other corpses. Wu Hong stripped off the second vest and pistol. After waiting a while, Liang and her group returned carrying fuel cans. The amount wasn't much, and it seemed they hadn't taken long. They placed the cans on a cart and headed back the way they came. Wu Hong said, "This vest is for you." "Thank you," Liang replied. "Tomorrow come with me to the gas station for oil." Liang nodded. "Okay." At the intersection, they parted ways. Back in the residential area, Wu Hong took out 2 level 1 zombie cores and an antidote. He disinfected 1 core with alcohol and swallowed it directly. Strength 1, agility 1. There was no piercing pain like last time. The patterns on his arm were also less severe than before. They appeared and then slowly faded. He had a feeling that his improved constitution was reducing the core's impact on his body. In other words, his resistance had grown stronger, weakening the virus's effect. After a moment's thought, he opened the antidote and drank it down, just in case anything went wrong. After all, this was all his speculation. He rested for a while, then took the second level 1 core and swallowed it. Strength 1. Only 1 point. The effect is diminishing too. A level 1 core should grant at least 2 attribute points, but this second one only gave 1. Could it be that once attributes reached a certain threshold, the core's effectiveness decreased? He opened the antidote, drank it, and immediately checked his status panel. Name: Wu Hong, class Necromancer, level 5, 27214000, attribute Strength 22, agility 22, constitution 25, intelligence 18, perception 10, charisma 13. Proficiencies: short spear proficiency, beginner arcane training. Skills: bone manipulation, acid splash, grease, dancing lights, ray of weakness, corpse preservation, Speak with Dead. It seemed the numbers really did matter. Strength, agility, and constitution had all exceeded 20, and the effects of the cores and toxins were weakening accordingly. According to normal logic, constitution determined resistance to harmful toxins. With his constitution at 25, his body was already resisting the poison from level 1 cores. "This is forcing me to kill level 2 zombies." Wu Hong muttered, then turned his attention back to his attributes. His development path seemed skewed. How did a proper mage end up with intelligence ranking 4th? Constitution was the highest instead. Among the existing spell schools, there didn't seem to be a battle mage style. "No, my foundation is still necromancy. I need to focus more on spells," Wu Hong said softly. The Blushing Mermaid Tavern. Benny carried a tray of beers to a customer's table. As she turned away, she overheard a conversation. "Did you hear? The warehouse district in the west was raided by a professional team and the guard. There was a huge fire, quite a commotion. I wonder who they were arresting," a burly, bearded man said, taking a swig of beer. "That place is a bunch of factory warehouses. Must be catching thieves." "No way, they wouldn't send that many people for thieves," his companion countered. At this, a man in leather armor at the next table turned around. "I know a bit about it. Go on, tell us." The man scanned the curious faces with a grin. "Some kids went missing in the crowded district, and the guard couldn't find them. The mother found a member of a professional team, and that very night, they raided the warehouse. The next day, the guard brought the kids back." "Really? They would handle that?" "I'm not lying. Everyone in the crowded district knows about it. Benny, holding her tray, glanced back at the speakers, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Bring it up and secure it against the railing, Wu Heng said. Several skeleton warriors imbued with souls carried the plundered plastic mannequins to the rooftop. Using wire ropes, they fastened them to the railing on one side, forming a row of upright human-shaped targets. You all practice spearmanship against these targets first. Be diligent, Wu Heng stated directly. After the previous battles, the number of skeleton warriors that had reached level 5 had grown to 77. This figure was beyond Wu Heng's expectations. After all, leveling up skeletons had been extremely difficult before. A skeleton would barely rise in level only to be shattered into fragments in the next battle. Consequently, the skeleton warriors' levels kept rising, while they also suffered constant losses, as if trapped in a vicious cycle. However, recently this situation had begun to improve. Skeletons were gradually reaching level 5 and unlocking basic souls. These plastic mannequins had been spotted in a roadside clothing store, so he simply brought them back to train the skeletons. When there weren't enough mannequins, they used scavenged scraps of cloth and curtains tied into human shapes as targets. Weapon proficiency could be unlocked through training and actual combat. Skeleton warriors should find it easier to unlock proficiencies. After all, they needed neither sleep nor rest. Whenever they had free time, they could just practice. After a few days of training, they would likely unlock it. Hearing Wu Heng's command, the level 5 spear-wielding skeleton walked up to the targets and began performing thrusting motions. Thud, thud, thud. The iron spear struck the plastic, producing a faint rustling sound. Wu Heng stood there watching for a while before returning to Blackstone Town to rest. Blackstone Town residence. After eating instant noodles as dinner, he took out the Grey Eagle sword technique and practiced with the sword while reading. After his strength and constitution had been enhanced, he clearly felt many differences from before. When swinging the sword, his arm no longer trembled, and all movements became more precise. Motions that were previously difficult to achieve could now be performed with ease. So this was the missing piece, he murmured. No wonder this sword technique was so hard to progress in. It was because his attribute points were insufficient. He inwardly grumbled that as a mage his strength and physique were so high, but he also knew this was a rare blessing. Strength affected his close combat effectiveness, as well as muscular explosiveness and carrying capacity. Carrying capacity was also very important. He was currently wearing leather armor, but in the future, he could don a full set of heavy armor and stand among the skeleton ranks. It would be somewhat difficult for anyone to kill him. Constitution was even more crucial. It was important for every class. It represented the body state and its resistance to various negative conditions. The higher the constitution, the better the resistance to toxins. Those with low constitution, the so-called glass cannons in games, could easily die before even seeing the enemy. He practiced in the room until late at night, then washed up briefly and went to bed. With so much money, I really should hire a couple of maids or something. Or should I apply through the association to go to a place where necromancers aren't policed? With these thoughts, he gradually drifted into dreams. The next day, Wu Heng went out for breakfast. When he returned, he saw association staff members walking out of the alleyway. The two met face to face, and both were startled. Mr. Wu Heng, Captain Aetlook wants you to come over, the staff member said immediately. A mission? I'm not sure about that, the staff member replied with a smile. Alright, I'll go right away. The staff member nodded and left first. Wu Heng returned to his room to prepare, bringing his pistol and gas mask, then headed out. He arrived at the association, walked through the corridor, and entered the team's lounge. Pushing open the door, he saw that all 3 other members were present. Captain, a mission? Wu Heng asked directly. Aetlook shook his head. No mission. I acquired a magic item. Since Kawena and Yuli are here today, I called you over too, so we can all take a look. Captain Aetlook was always training in the association's training room, so he could always be found there. But the others rarely came to the association anymore. Even Kawena only visited occasionally, spending most of her time on her own affairs. Oh good. Wu Heng sat down beside them. Yuli kept winking and making faces, but it was unclear what she was trying to convey. In the last mission debriefing, we mentioned the lack of methods to restrain enemies. I acquired an item from outside. I'll explain its function so you can pay attention during future battles. Aetlook said. Alright. The others nodded. Aetlook took a silver bracelet from a shelf on the side and placed it on the table. The capture bracelet can release an illusion ray, causing the target to fall into an illusion. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the bracelet. Capture silver bracelet description: a magical item inscribed with mental illusion magic. It can deliver an illusion blast to a single target. The effect depends on the target's mental resistance. It really was an illusion item. He had heard of such things but was seeing one for the first time. This item is somewhat underwhelming actually. Against high-level professionals its effect is quite limited. So after the target is disrupted, it should be captured or killed as quickly as possible, Aetlook added. Oh, it must have cost a lot. Yuli asked. It was a bit expensive, but the money had to be spent to fill the gaps in our team, Aetlook continued. Yuli nodded her little head, indicating she agreed. Wu Heng thought for a moment and asked, Captain, if we encounter a restraining skill like this, what should we do? Such effects generally fall into 2 types: trap-based and mental-based. 4 trap-based like a druid's entangle, or a mage's web. You can break free if your strength and constitution are high enough, though it will take some effort. 4 mental-based. It depends on your mental power. The higher it is, the less you are affected. Woohung, why don't you learn web? Yuli pointed at him. Why don't you learn entangle? I'm not on that path. Neither am I. Ayatlook glanced at the two and continued. For our current enemies, the bracelet's effect is sufficient. When we have missions, keep an eye on affected enemies. Understood. The 3 nodded. Alright, nothing else for now. I'll see if there are any commissions we can take in the next few days. Recently, the association had organized several capture missions for the teams, but none had involved the 4th team. It seemed Ayatlook intended to take on some himself. The 3 nodded, exchanged a few more words, and then went their separate ways. Woohung heading to the black market. Yuli sidled up. No, I have things to do today. Another time. TCH. He returned directly to the crowded district, packed up, and went straight to the zombie world. Zombie world. Woohung led the skeleton squad out of the residential area. Near Xiaodong Qixio, why he contacted Liang. Today they had agreed to go find oil at the gas station, but the morning had been delayed. After waiting by the roadside for a while, Liang arrived on an electric tricycle with a cargo bed, which contained 2 metal oil drums. Even on the main road, it wasn't smooth going. After just a few steps, they encountered a pile of wrecked cars blocking the way. Large vehicles couldn't pass without spending time to clear or push them aside, but this small tricycle could manage on the sidewalk. The worry was whether it could bear the weight of the filled oil drums. They chatted briefly, then the group set off. Following the residential roads onto the main road, they continued eastward where a gas station was located. When they passed a street of karaoke clubs, the number of zombies increased slightly, but there were only 34, and they were easily slain. Any news from the radio lately? Woohung asked. Liang said, nothing very useful. The main station is encouraging everyone to band together and stay away from densely populated areas. Honestly, that's obvious. It's all about whether you can survive. What about survivor bases? Woohung continued. Liang glanced at the surrounding skeletons and said, to the south of the city, there's a base formed from a prison. They're taking in survivors. A prison. Woohung frowned. Had the prison not been infected? But such a place with walls and electric fences was indeed a good defensive location. On the radio, they claimed to have rifles and sniper rifles enough to repel zombie attacks. As Liang said, the prison was indeed a good place to resist zombies. Its location was far from residential areas, and the prison guards themselves were equipped with guns and bullets. Moreover, the prison might have its own power supply system, so it hadn't lost electricity at all. Thinking about it this way, this place was indeed a good choice. So you plan to go there? Liang nodded. Yeah, that was the plan, but now we're still considering. Woohung himself certainly wouldn't go looking for any survivor camps. Going there would only make things uncomfortable for himself. But he also hoped to have some living people in his hands. They could help with tasks that skeletons couldn't complete, or bring a bit of living atmosphere. Woohung didn't say much and led his army to continue the journey. Passing by some places with severe car accidents, he had the 3-meter-tall big guy, zombie, move aside the damaged vehicles, allowing the electric tricycle to proceed. As they walked, they saw the sign of a gas station ahead. Woohung said to Xiao Xiao, who was lying on his shoulder, Xiao Xiao, go check if the gas station is dangerous, especially inside the buildings. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao floated in the air and quickly flew into the distance. Before long, Xiao Xiao flew back from afar. She said, just some zombies, nothing strange. Let me have a look. Woohung was still uneasy and decided to take a look himself. Xiao Xiao snorted and burrowed into his body. In his mind, the scene of the gas station appeared. There were 2 private cars parked beside the gas pumps, and a few scattered zombies wandered back and forth on the open ground. In the station building next to them, there was no trace of zombies. The zombies here were fewer than expected. He released Xiao Xiao back and continued to order the advance. The team slowly approached the gas station, and the skeleton warriors went up and chopped down all the zombies. Woohung made a round in the gas station, checking the surroundings. There were 6 gas pumps in total, 4 for gasoline and 2 for diesel. The 2 cars each occupied 1 pump, and the drivers had obviously become zombies killed directly by the skeletons just now. Woohung came to the pump and looked. The entire pump was no longer working. Even if used, no oil came out. How should we do it? Liang said, we have to scoop it from the oil well. As she spoke, she took a crowbar from the truck bed and pried open the manhole cover on a concrete platform, instantly releasing a pungent smell. Liahong, wearing a mask, picked up the extra-long spoon she had welded from iron bars and cans and inserted it inside. She scooped up a large spoonful of gasoline and carefully poured it into a nearby oil drum. This. If you didn't know this method, you really wouldn't know how to get oil from the station. Liang began scooping the oil 1 scoop at a time. The movements were very slow. Woohung, on the other hand, entered the station building beside to see if there was anything to scavenge. On the counter, he could see grilled sausages and odin, but they had already moldered and grown fuzz. The shelves were empty, probably because survivors had come before. There was nothing to scavenge, so he took a look and went back outside. He directed the skeletons to help Liang continue scooping the oil. The first barrel was already full, and they brought over the second barrel to fill it up. They worked until the afternoon, then felt it was almost enough. Almost full, Liang said as she stood up and resealed the oil well cover. The The skeleton warriors worked together to reload the gasoline drums onto the tricycle. The vehicle began to tilt to one side. With no other choice, Wu Hong had a few skeletons push the tricycle and proceed toward the residential area. This gasoline was enough for Li Yong and her group to use for a while. They traveled back to near the residential area and sent Li Yong back to the auto repair shop. Wu Hong also returned to the residential building. He let the skeletons go back to the rooftop for training while he himself headed to Blackstone Town. Black Market. Wu Hong and Basin, draped in heavy cloaks, ascended to the second floor. After showing the emblem, they were led to a private room. A middle-aged man with a mustache followed closely behind, holding a flat wooden box. "Sir, this is the item you commissioned." The wooden box was placed on the table and pushed toward him. Wu Hong opened it, revealing a very old book inside. Corpse battlefield description within the caster's maximum range of 60 feet. Infuse the remains or corpses of creatures with filthy false life force, summoning them as undead beings. Skeleton raising, discipline convert skeletons. Corpse manipulation, discipline convert zombies. This skill can release up to 80 of the caster's mental power to ensure mental exhaustion is avoided. Seeing the skill book and its description, Wu Hong's heart instantly filled with joy. Finally, it had arrived. To be fair, the efficiency of the Serpent Emblem Consortium was higher than that of the association. "Sir, you still need to pay the balance of 72 silver coins for the acquisition and transportation costs," the middle-aged man said with a smile. It was evident that the client was very satisfied with this commission. "Basin, pay him," Wu Hong said. Basin took out a money pouch and handed it directly to the man. The man poured out the silver coins and counted them. "Sir, do you need any further assistance?" "Not for now," Wu Hong said as he stood up and walked out. The middle-aged man followed behind, saw him off at the stairs, and waved goodbye. Wu Hong on the first floor blended into the crowd and wandered among the stalls. The black market was still very lively, selling all kinds of strange and bizarre items. Many items were body parts of various magical beasts and wild animals. It gave the impression that if alchemy were not developed, the people of this world would have long since died out. After making a round, Wu Hong found it strange that the black-robed person who sold his own funeral shroud and organ jars was not at that stall. Sold out. Or had he moved to another spot? He still wanted to see what good things he had to sell, but after searching around, he couldn't find any place that looked like his stall. After wandering for a while with no useful gains, he took Basin back to Blackstone Town. Returning to his residence, he closed the door tightly. He took out the skill book and began to peruse it. The zombie world. West of the second hospital. The night was gloomy and the breeze carried a putrid stench. Dense footsteps were approaching and heart-rending roars echoed through the entire night sky. On the commercial building above the roundabout, four survivors leaned against the window, looking at the zombies below with terrified expressions. As far as the eye could see, the streets were filled with dense hordes of corpses. "Damn it, why are so many zombies gathered? What the hell is going on?" a middle-aged man said, swallowing his saliva. "Are they migrating?" another person said. "Zombies don't know that unless something is guiding them." As soon as he finished speaking, another person said, "Is that the big-headed zombie they mentioned on the radio, the mutant zombie that can command ordinary zombies?" Several people looked into the distance and saw a big-headed zombie slowly advancing, surrounded by a crowd of zombies. "It really is." Someone swallowed saliva and said, as if suddenly waking up, "It's the big-headed zombie that escaped from the second hospital," reported on the radio. "It's heading toward the second hospital too." The others also widened their eyes, looking down in terror. At that moment, the big-headed zombie in the distance suddenly looked up at the window and let out a roar toward the commercial building. The zombie horde began to churn and clamor like boiling water. Then they rushed frantically toward the building ahead. The four survivors' faces changed drastically. "Damn it, let's run." The next day, after breakfast, Wu Hong passed through the portal to the zombie world. Having confirmed that nothing unusual had occurred during the night, he descended the stairs with his skeleton. He released Xiao Xiao and let her play on her own. Wu Hong then walked directly toward the mountainous pile of zombie corpses. The heap of untransformed bodies piled between two buildings formed a sloping hill. It was the zombie world and the necromancer profession that had accustomed him to corpses and the dead. Otherwise, the hellish scene before him would have terrified anyone. Holding his staff, he directly unleashed the newly unlocked skill Corpse Battlefield. The instant the skill was released, a gray-white halo rapidly expanded from his body, sweeping over the piled corpses. Rustling sounds followed. The next moment, the flesh began to slough off the bodies. One by one, skeletons slowly rose from the corpse mountain, their footing unsteady as they tumbled down the slope. Staggering to their feet, they entered a standby state. After completing the spell, Wu Hong also fell into a blank state of mind, as if entering a moment of zen, his brain empty and unwilling to think. This was likely due to the 80 mental energy consumption mentioned in the skill description. Yet the effect was remarkably efficient. He cast his gaze over the rising skeletons and roughly counted them. At once, nearly 300 to 400 skeletons stood up, converting about a quarter of the corpse pile. According to the Book of the Dead, a normal conversion yielded only around 100. It seemed his mental power was indeed somewhat higher. "Go over there," Wu Hong commanded. The risen skeletons moved to one side. "Sword 1, Sword 2, distribute weapons to them." Following orders, Sword 1 and Sword 2 began handing out cleavers to the approaching skeleton warriors. Wu Hong drank 2 bottles of mental potion, sat aside to rest for a while, then cast Corpse Battlefield again. This time, only a little over 100 skeletons rose and joined the ranks. It was difficult to perceive exactly how much surplus mental energy remained. Clearly resting for just a short while had not restored much. Wu Hong sat aside reading the Book of the Dead while waiting for his mental energy to recover and occasionally cast the skill again, increasing the number of converted skeletons. In any case, it was far faster than converting them one by one. In the afternoon, Liang delivered iron spears. Over 240 of them accumulated from 2 days of production. Wu Hong took a brief glance, then led the skeletons to fetch the grain. As bags of food and cans were unloaded, an unmistakable joy lit up Li Yahong's face, her eyes gleaming. The radio allowed communication with the outside world, and they could hear about conditions in other places. Grain was a resource scarce in every survivor settlement, even though the central station was popularizing the identification of wild grasses and greens for sustenance. At present, her small settlement might not be the richest, but they had no shortage of food and drink. Perhaps in a few days everyone would even gain a few pounds. Their original plan was to trade for some food from Wu Hong, finish modifying the vehicle, and then head to the nearest survivor settlement. But now, everyone was beginning to waver. They were somewhat afraid of Wu Hong, who could command so many skeletons, yet they also felt safer working under his protection with ample food and drink. It was a difficult choice. Thank you, Liang said sincerely. It's a fair trade. You should also speed up your progress, Wu Hong replied. Liang nodded, then continued, I want to take in some nearby survivors. Wu Hong glanced at her. He had no objection to taking in survivors. More people meant more workers. But Liang and her group would have to share a considerable portion of their grain. Can you manage so many people? Not everyone is willing to follow rules these days, Wu Hong reminded her. Just those nearby. If anyone can make it here, I'll shelter them temporarily. Sure, I have no objections. Good. They chatted for a while, and Liang returned with the grain. Wu Hong also went back to the residential area, studied his skills for a while, and then returned to Haishi Town. In the afternoon, Haishi Town. As Wu Hong walked out of the crowded area, he saw Yuli holding a baked cake and eating as she walked toward him. Seeing Wu Hong, she waved from a distance. What are you up to? Wu Hong asked. Looking for you. What are you doing? Yuli countered. I'm heading to the shop. Did you need something? No, I'll come with you. It was clear she was here to mooch another meal. The two walked toward the commercial street together. At the Deer Antler shop, Wu Hong bought over 20 bottles of mental potion in one go, letting Basin carry them in his arms. Yuli watched him curiously. Why are you buying so many potions? She knew Wu Hong was unwilling to take on missions or engage in magical research. She wondered why he needed so many potions. They weren't even good to drink, not as tasty as the black tea at his place. They're for someone else. Oh, you're such a nice guy. Not at all like a necromancer. You should be a priest blessing people every day. It's just a profession, a good or bad depends on the person. Hey. Yuli suddenly grabbed his arm, pointing ahead. Isn't that the captain? And Talisa? Wu Hong followed her gaze and saw Captain Otluk and second Captain Talisa walking side by side on the road. Neither wore armor, dressed casually. They were close, chatting and laughing about something. Cap. Yuli raised her hand to greet them. Wu Hong quickly covered her greasy mouth. Don't shout. What are you doing? Why cover my mouth? Don't disturb the captain's important business. What important business? Wu Hong glanced at her. Love, you'll understand when you grow up. Yuli was stunned, then said in surprise, You mean they? Can't you see it? I see it now, she said, suddenly enlightened. Let's go this way back for dinner. Okay. They took a detour to avoid the two chatting captains and headed toward their lodgings. The next day, in the zombie world, Wu Hong stood before the corpse pile and began casting the skill. A gray-white energy halo rippled outward, and one by one skeletons slowly rose. The feeling of mental emptiness struck again, leaving Wu Hong weary. He took out several bottles of potion and gulped them down. After burping, he continued to cast Corpse Battlefield, converting all the remaining corpses. The mountain of bodies had been entirely transformed into skeletons. They densely filled the open space between the buildings. After Sword 1 and Sword 2 finished distributing weapons, Wu Hong roughly calculated. There were nearly 2,600. It was a considerable force. If these skeleton soldiers appeared near Haishi Town, they would give the city hall officials sleepless nights. His skeleton army had taken its first form, just as Wu Hong planned, to lead them out to level up by fighting monsters. Xiao Xiao drifted back from afar, shouting, Uncle Trouble, there are so many zombies coming. So many zombies. Wu Hong glanced at the skeletons within the residential compound. How many more could there be compared to mine? Where did you see them? Wu Hong asked. Right outside my family shop there were so many zombies, Xiao Xiao said. Wu Hong rarely interfered with her affairs. Aside from sending her out to clear zombies, he let her roam freely. Otherwise she would play with the skeleton dogs. After all, as a ghost, she posed no real danger. Let me see. Xiao Xiao slipped into his body, and the visual feed appeared immediately. The not-so-wide road was already packed shoulder to shoulder with zombies. The front row of zombies hung iron shovels, blades, and other metal objects from their bodies, clattering noisily as they walked. Behind them were the countless zombies that had been drawn by the commotion and followed. Damn. Witnessing this sight, Wu Hong was taken aback. To think he would attract such a massive horde in this manner. He had only just gathered so many skeletons and hadn't even had the chance to upgrade them, yet now he had to face so many zombies. He replayed the earlier footage in his mind once more. Among the sea of zombies, Wu Hong spotted a familiar silhouette. An enormous, exaggerated head moving in particular slowness and periodically swaying left and right due to the weight of its cranium. Is that it? Has it come for revenge? Wu Hong had deep memories of this giant-headed zombie. It was the mutated one that had controlled the horde outside the hospital. According to Li Yahong, it was called a commander zombie capable of controlling a certain number of zombies. But the horde Xiao Xiao had seen far exceeded the number a single commander zombie could control. It had commanded some zombies to create noise, drawing the entire horde here. Quite intelligent, this one. Using such a method, Wu Hong released Xiao Xiao and said, "Go fetch Li Yang from the auto repair shop." "Oh, all right." Xiao Xiao spun around and flew off at once. Soon Li Yahong's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "You need me?" The walkie-talkie had a limited transmission range from the auto repair shop. They couldn't reach the compound directly. They needed to approach the nearby intersection to establish contact. "Wait for me outside the compound." "All right." Outside the compound, Wu Hong met Li Yahong, who was wearing labor protection gloves and an apron around her waist. It seemed she had been called away mid-work. Wu Hong walked over and said directly, "That giant-headed zombie we let escape last time has brought a horde with it." Hearing these words, Li Yahong's face stiffened abruptly. "What? Oh, how is that possible?" The idea of zombies seeking revenge was something she had never heard before. It's reached the Fu Hung jewelry store to the east about half an hour away. You can see the horde from the rooftop. Li Yang was utterly panicked, her hands trembling slightly. This close. At the same time, she cursed her own misfortune inwardly. They had barely enjoyed a few days of peace and full bellies, and now a zombie horde was coming. She turned to go back and prepare for escape, but then remembered Wu Hong and immediately turned back to ask, "What should we do?" Wu Hong thought for a moment and said, "Tell your people to prepare gasoline drums. Leave the rest to me. If we cannot stop the zombies, I will buy you time to flee." A blind retreat was also highly dangerous. Blocked roads, convoys of zombies lured by vehicle engines, and various mutated zombies all posed potential threats. Therefore, they should avoid fleeing recklessly if possible. But there was no other choice here. After a moment's thought, she agreed promptly. "All right, I'll go prepare now." The earth trembled faintly, the dense and chaotic sound of footsteps growing closer. On the steaming hot road, the vast horde of zombies was advancing toward them. Seeing it with her own eyes was different from Xiao Xiao's perspective. The horde was densely packed, numbering at least several thousand. Wu Hong glanced at the skeletons before him, somewhat dumbfounded. Was this good fortune or bad? Fortunately, all the corpses had been converted before the horde arrived. Unfortunately, he had barely finished converting them when the horde showed up. Would his skeleton soldiers be wiped out again? "You stand here, you over there." Wu Hong began adjusting the positions of the skeletons. Spears forward. Swish, swish, swish. All the spears pointed forward. Wu Hong also took his position at the rear of the formation, waiting for the zombie horde to approach from the distance. On the rooftop of a residential building, two men lay pale-faced on the roof, carefully observing the scene below. The two were survivors from the Northern Cultural Center. Having noticed there were particularly few zombies in this area, they had come to scavenge supplies only to find themselves trapped here before finding anything useful. Although the zombies had not spotted them, the dense mass of undead below and the overwhelming stench of decay still produced a suffocating sense of tension. All the zombies were moving in the same direction as though part of an organized, disciplined force. They wondered how this area could possibly be safe and had not expected the horde to converge here. What's going on with these zombies? Why are they all heading in one direction? A big bearded man stared fixedly at the horde below. Could there be a settlement? Maybe the zombies are going to attack a human stronghold. The other man, slightly younger and wearing black-rimmed glasses, replied, "I remember there's a survivor group at an auto repair shop nearby. Could they be the ones who attracted the zombies' attention? Even so, it shouldn't warrant this many." The bespectacled man continued, "Wait, what's that over there? Doesn't that look like a pile of bones?" He gazed in the direction the zombies were advancing. At the far end of their vision was a horde of skeletons no fewer in number than the zombie swarm. Armed and facing the zombies, the skeletal army stood ready. Damn it. First the zombies, now a whole bunch of skeletons. What on earth is happening to this world? On the street, the zombie horde trampled over crashed vehicles, descending into a frenzy. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the deafening roars and howls, they charged forward. The horde spread like overflowing floodwater, instantly covering the entire street, brandishing claws and teeth as they surged toward the skeleton formation. The foul stench of rot permeated the surroundings. Wu Hong watched the front with a grave expression. As the horde drew near, he cast Grease spell as usual. Then he threw a source of fire. Whoosh. Flames erupted, instantly engulfing the leading zombies. But the rest of the horde simply flowed around the fire, sweeping toward the skeleton ranks from both flanks. Boom, crash. The zombie horde crashed into the skeleton formation like a massive wave, toppling the front line and immediately swallowing them. The skeleton ranks began counterattacking. Spears and kitchen knives repeatedly thrust and slashed, felling zombie after zombie. Wu Hong stood at the rear, launching witch arrows to pick off the undead. The zombies began climbing the walls, forming human-like pillars, and crashed into the skeleton ranks with a thunderous bang. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. Severed limbs, shattered bones, and splattered heads and entrails rained through the air, splattering the walls on both sides. Amidst the fierce battle, Xiao Xiao flew back from the flank of the zombies. "Uncle, I found that giant-headed monster." Saying this, she slipped directly into Wu Heng's body. Visual sharing activated. In a distant building, the giant-headed zombies stood at the window, peering outward. More than a dozen zombies were inside the room. "So you're here." Wu Heng looked toward a nearby rooftop, then pointed toward the distant residential building.